Transcending into the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, devoid of the little green vial, can one still become a revered celestial, a savior admired by the masses? Absolutely. While the old demon Han employs his extraordinary talents for cultivation, I, Yi Changsheng, possess my own unique advantages. Just acquiring a single millennium spirit herb is tantamount to obtaining countless others. Similarly, acquiring a singular celestial treasure equates to having an abundance of them. Spirit herbs, elixirs, magical artifacts, materials, talismans, formations all can be analyzed and replicated. Years later, when Yi Changsheng presents an identical heavenly container before Han Li exclaims, "Oh no, I have become a counterfeit." Chapter 1. After 2.5 years of cultivation in the Kingdom of Yu, at the majestic Taiwan mountain range, Yi Changsheng, along with a group of qi refining practitioners, traverses the mountain path, guided by the esteemed leader of Huang Maple Valley, Zhong Lingdao. They are among the newly recruited disciples of Huang Maple Valley, en route to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the founders before officially entering the sect. The throng resembles a serpentine stream, winding forth. Have we ventured too far ahead? Yi Changsheng furrows his brow, gradually retreating behind the others. Lost in the scenic beauty, he unwittingly drifted forward a misstep. Observing his surroundings, he memorizes potential escape routes. Should an unforeseen incident arise, as one of the 7 prominent sects in the Kingdom of Yu, Huang Maple Valley opens its gates every decade to recruit a new cohort of disciples. This time, several promising youths with commendable innate attributes have joined, and Yi Changsheng is among them. Having traversed into this world due to an unforeseen incident, he initially thought it merely an ordinary ancient realm. However, a serendipitous discovery of an ancient cultivator's cave revealed otherwise. This ancient cultivator, merely a qi refinement stage rogue who had passed away centuries ago, bestowed upon Yi Changsheng a legacy of knowledge, encompassing cultivation techniques, medicinal concoctions, talismans, magical artifacts, and a critically important notebook. From this notebook, Yi Changsheng gleaned extensive foundational knowledge about cultivation. Upon encountering the names of the 7 great sects of the Kingdom of Yu, such as the Zhongyue sect and Tianke fortress, he recognized the extraordinary world into which he had been thrust. After assessment, it became clear that he possessed dual elemental spiritual roots of gold and wood, with above-average aptitude for cultivation. Upon receiving the ancient cultivator's teachings, Yi Changsheng devoted himself to the pursuit of the immortal path. Through careful exploration, he gradually infiltrated the cultivation circles of the Kingdom of Yu, learning about the Ascension Conference from various rogue cultivators. According to Yi Changsheng's recollections of the original narrative, following the Ascension Conference, Huang Maple Valley would hold a recruitment event, during which it accepted over 1,000 disciples, including a pair of brothers with lightning spiritual roots. Given his limited duration of cultivation, participating in the Ascension Conference would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he resolved to join Huang Maple Valley during this recruitment event. With his dual spiritual roots, achieving this aim was not particularly arduous. Indeed, at the recruitment event, upon confirmation of his dual root aptitude, he was exempted from all trials and welcomed into Huang Maple Valley. By this time, he had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, having cultivated for 2.5 years. Well acquainted with the lore of a mortal's journey to immortality, Yi Changsheng understood that the southern region of the Kingdom of Yu was notoriously barren in terms of cultivation resources. Foundation establishment pills were primarily controlled by the major sects, and the most effective means of quickly establishing a foundation was to join a prominent sect. Well then, from this moment forth, you shall all be disciples of Huang Maple Valley. After the ancestral homage, Master Zhong Lingdao proclaimed. Next, an elder will elucidate the sect rules, tasks for qi refining disciples, and other essential knowledge about Huang Maple Valley. You must remember these diligently. Obediently following the master's orders, over 1,000 voices echoed in unison, reverberating through the mountains, drawing the attention of several senior disciples. Master Zhong Lingdao offered a few words of encouragement before departing gracefully. A few foundation stage elders appeared, accompanied by a group of senior qi refining disciples, to distribute the initiation benefits. A yellow silk robe, a green leaf artifact, a set of everyday refining tools, a blazing sun sword, a cold moon dagger, and a 10-fold storage bag. These constituted the entirety of what a newly inducted disciple of Huang Maple Valley could receive. These were all low-tier magical artifacts, collectively valued at no more than 30 low-tier spirit stones. Once the initiation benefits were distributed, several elders explained the sect rules and important considerations. Subsequently, They guided everyone to various locations such as the Transmission Pavilion and the 100 Mechanisms Hall. This 100 Mechanisms Hall is where tasks are issued and claimed, the Foundation Stage Elder leading them explained. Yi Changsheng and the other newcomers followed obediently, akin to school children on an excursion, traversing the various halls and pavilions. As new disciples, you may cultivate freely for the first month. After that, you must undertake certain tasks each month and complete them on time. Upon successful task completion, you will receive a modest reward of low-tier spirit stones each month. And what if one fails to complete a task, Master? A bold chi refining disciple inquired. Failure? Heh. Failure incurs a penalty of surrendering a portion of spirit stones. Master, could you enlighten us on the nature of these tasks? Another disciple, a hint of concern etched upon his features, asked. Fear not, for the sect will not assign overly arduous tasks to you chi refining disciples. They are merely simple chores, such as overseeing miners at various sites, serving as assistants in the sect's marketplace, caring for spirit beasts, and cultivating spirit herbs, among others. Further details regarding these tasks can be obtained at the 100 Mechanisms Hall. After acclimating to Huang Maple Valley, the disciples were escorted to their living quarters, a vast array of stone houses, quite rudimentary, designated for disciples below the 10th level of chi refinement. What an atrocious place! Is this dilapidated abode even habitable? Once the elders departed, many new disciples, accustomed to lives of luxury and privilege, voiced their grievances upon witnessing the shabby stone houses reminiscent of a war-torn Syria. Yi Changsheng remained silent amidst the crowd. As he observed 100 or so individuals gradually choosing to reside in the stone houses, he too made his decision. Selecting a dwelling near the edge, Yi Changsheng moved in. Avoiding the spotlight, he chose to blend in, maintaining a prudent demeanor, a guiding principle for survival in the mortal realm. Seated within the stone house, Yi Changsheng reflected on his cultivation journey over the past 2 years. Initially, the path of cultivation proved to be quite arduous, despite his exceptional dual spiritual roots and the aid of various elixirs. He had only attained the 3rd level of chi refinement within a year and a half. Yet, Yi Changsheng remained unsatisfied. As one advances through the chi refinement stage, progress inevitably slows. Moreover, his supply of elixirs was diminishing, leaving him reliant on painstaking efforts for future cultivation. How could he accept such limitations? At this rate, merely reaching the foundation establishment stage would be the utmost he could hope for. Jidon, if there are no significant opportunities, it is best not to even entertain the thought. Yi Changsheng had earnestly contemplated whether to seek out the small green vial. However, a sudden incident swiftly dissuaded him from this notion. He discovered a unique aspect of himself. Whenever his left hand made contact with an object, and he silently intoned the word analyze, a radiant white light would emanate from his hand, thoroughly deconstructing the item. Subsequently, upon mentally invoking duplicate, his right hand would absorb a certain amount of spirit stones, allowing him to replicate the object. This revelation filled Yi Changsheng with exhilaration. He realized that, regardless of whether it was herbs, elixirs, talismans, or other magical tools and materials, as long as they were not living entities, they could be analyzed and duplicated. Provided there were sufficient spirit stones, he could replicate as many as he desired. This was, without a doubt, an extraordinary boon. A high-grade magical tool could be replicated with the mere expenditure of 50 low-tier spirit stones, yet could be sold for over 100 low-tier spirit stones, yielding immense profits. With such an advantage, Yi Changsheng could have chosen to retreat and devote himself entirely to cultivation. Yet, for the sake of the Foundation Establishment Pill, he opted to join Huang Maple Valley. Encountering the old sorcerer Han in the realm of Yu, solitary cultivators had little hope of achieving Foundation establishment. The primary herbs required for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill were monopolized by the 7 major sections. They harvested these herbs every few years, subsequently refining thousands of Foundation Establishment Pills. Apart from the Tsanyue sect, which managed to procure over 200 pills, each of the other 6 sects obtained just over 100. These 100-odd Foundation Establishment Pills were scarcely sufficient for their own disciples, let alone circulating them externally. Thus, to achieve Foundation establishment, one must join one of the 7 major sections. The disciples recruited by Huang Maple Valley this time were significantly more outstanding than in the past. Among them were those with special physiques and unique spiritual roots. These individuals were destined to become the backbone of Huang Maple Valley. Yi Changsheng, as a dual spiritual root bearer, stood out among this cohort. With fewer than 100 new disciples possessing dual spiritual roots, the remaining nearly 900 were primarily comprised of those with triple spiritual roots. Disciples with 4 spiritual roots, a so-called pseudo-spiritual root, were rare, typically entering through unconventional means like the old sorcerer Han. As for 5 spiritual roots, it was unheard of for any cultivator with such a configuration to even commence their path. Section 2. It can be said that the disciples of Huang Maple Valley who are capable of establishing a foundation in the future are predominantly among this group of dual spiritual root individuals. Given my aptitude, reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement within a few years should pose no challenge. However, the foundation establishment pills have already been distributed. Should I wait for the next batch, to be released a decade hence, to vie for them? Changsheng furrowed his brow. Typically, there are 2 avenues to obtain the foundation establishment pills in Huang Maple Valley. One is through regular distribution, which occurs once every decade. The last distribution was just before Changsheng entered the sect. Han Laoma, who entered with the Ascension Order, did so prior to Changsheng and, due to that order, received a foundation establishment pill alongside the victors of the Ascension Conference. Those were among the last few foundation establishment pills available. Thus, if Changsheng wishes to acquire a foundation establishment pill through this method, he must wait another 10 years. By then, Han Li will be 18 when he joined Huang Maple Valley and 29 when the demonic invasion occurs. In other words, a decade later, it would be too late. Seated within the stone chamber, Changsheng's gaze flickered as he contemplated his future plans. 10 years was a duration he could not afford to wait. He must devise an alternative means to procure a foundation establishment pill. It seems a journey to the blood-forbidden zone is unavoidable, he mused. The blood-forbidden zone is the second means of acquiring foundation establishment pills. Huang Maple Valley generally reserves some pills to reward disciples who perform exceptionally in the blood-forbidden zone. The next opening of the blood-forbidden zone is anticipated to be in about 3 years. Opening his storage bag, Changsheng took stock of his current possessions. He had several bottles of chi-nourishing pills, valued at over 100 spirit stones, which are beneficial for chi refinement stage cultivators. Over the past 2 years, he had consumed these pills extensively, and he was nearing a point of developing a tolerance. These chi-nourishing pills would only facilitate his cultivation to the 7th level of chi refinement before becoming ineffective. He must seek other elixirs. He possessed 2 superior-grade magical tools, which were adequate for his current cultivation stage. In fact, during the previous 2 years, Changsheng had been keen to acquire a top-tier magical tool. However, finding such a treasure among loose cultivators is exceedingly challenging and fraught with risk. This is also one of the reasons he chose to join a sect. Only within a prominent cultivation faction can one purchase quality top-tier magical tools. He had over 100 low-grade spirit stones, which constituted his entire cash flow, along with various miscellaneous items such as a book on elemental spells, blank talisman paper, talisman brushes, and vermilion. Moreover, the largest portion of his storage bag was occupied by several hundred talismans. This was the most amassed item by Changsheng. Hundreds of low-tier and mid-tier talismans, encompassing attack, defense, and supportive functionalities. For someone of his cultivation level, talismans serve as the most effective means during combat. Thus, he had replicated a substantial number of them. Changsheng was confident that even disciples at the pinnacle of chi refinement would be reduced to fragments upon encountering his array of talismans. Brother Wu, I find it challenging to consolidate the protective shield when performing the diamond technique. Could you assist me in identifying the issue? Junior Brother Yi, please demonstrate the diamond technique for me to observe. Upon hearing this, Changsheng promptly stood in an open area and executed the mid-tier diamond technique. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, swiftly coalescing into a protective shield. However, the shield exhibited evident gaps, particularly a large void atop that could not close. The disciple referred to as Brother Wu scrutinized the shield for a while and remarked, Junior Brother Yi, it seems the uneven release of your spiritual energy has resulted in some areas being dense while others are thin. Adjust and try again. Is that so? Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wu. Changsheng bowed in gratitude. By this time, he had been a disciple of Huang Maple Valley for 3 months. During this period, aside from familiarizing himself with the marketplace and significant locations like the 100 Machine Hall, he had devoted the majority of his time to diligent cultivation. With the aid of numerous elixirs, he had recently achieved the 6th level of chi refinement. Subsequently, Changsheng began to delve into mid-tier spells, serving as a refreshing diversion from the otherwise monotonous routine of cultivation. Brother Wu, a disciple of the Transmission Pavilion, was well-versed in elemental spells and explained them with clarity, earning the respect of lower-tier disciples. He possessed a remarkably kind disposition, treating everyone equally and generously imparting his knowledge without any reservation. This demeanor is somewhat rare in the cultivation world. Familiar with the original text, Yi Changsheng felt reassured regarding Brother Wu's character. Thus, he had frequently sought Brother Wu's counsel on the nuances of mid-tier spell cultivation. However, seeking advice on spells was merely ancillary. Yi Changsheng's primary objective in visiting this place was to connect with a certain individual. A dark-skinned, unremarkable disciple of Huang Maple Valley sat not far from him, attentively listening to Brother Wu's lecture. At first glance, he appeared dull and slow-witted, clearly an honest child of lesser intellect. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, hinting at extraordinary mental acuity. This Brother Han, known as Han Li, was undoubtedly the person Yi Changsheng sought. The future savior, Han Tianzuan, appeared rather youthful at present. Yi Changsheng's intention in seeking Han Li was not to covet his small green vial nor to establish a friendship. Instead, he aimed to cultivate a long-term and stable trading relationship with Han Li, as the latter's unique advantages would be immensely beneficial to him. For instance, if he could exchange for a Millennium Spirit herb from Han Li, he would be able to mass-produce such herbs, regardless of the plant. Acquiring just one from Han Laoma would enable him to yield countless others. This represented Han Laoma's greatest value to him. However, at this juncture, it was unnecessary to aim for grand exchanges. Initiating small transactions to build mutual trust would suffice. Contemplating this, Yi Changsheng gradually approached Han Li. Han Li's vigilance remained acute. Upon noticing someone advancing toward him, he instinctively placed his hand on his storage bag. "Are you Brother Han Li?" Yi Changsheng inquired with a smile. "I am indeed Han Li. Who might you be, brother?" Han Li asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I am Yi Changsheng. Having entered the sect a short while after you, I do not deserve the title of brother. Is there something you require from Han? I heard from Brother Wu that you possess foundational pills suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. I am in urgent need of such pills and would like to purchase some from you." Upon hearing that Yi Changsheng was there to buy elixirs, Han Li's wariness lessened somewhat. Indeed, he had previously sold a few bottles of pills to acquire cultivation resources, and Brother Wu was aware of this matter. Thus, he was not overly surprised by Yi Changsheng's approach. "I do have such pills, but my stock is limited. How many does Junior Brother Yi wish to procure?" "Just one bottle will suffice." Hearing this, Han Li nodded. A single bottle was not a substantial quantity. Although he had many elixirs, Han Li was acutely aware of the principle of not revealing too much wealth and would never sell too many at once. "This is a bottle of Huanglong pills, containing 10 pills. That will be 10 spirit stones." Han Li took out a vial of elixir and remarked, "A very fair price." Yi Changsheng nodded, took the vial, and carefully inhaled its aroma. Confirming it to be a foundation-nurturing elixir, he produced 10 spirit stones and handed them to Han Li. "Senior Han, should you have any more elixirs to sell in the future, please consider me first," Yi Changsheng said with a slight smile. Han Li furrowed his brow and replied, "I don't have many elixirs left. How could I sell any in the future?" "Haha, I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart, Senior Han. Farewell." Yi Changsheng clasped his hands in a polite gesture and refrained from engaging in further conversation. The old demon was known for his cautious nature, and being overly enthusiastic during their first meeting could raise his suspicions. Once suspicion arose, future dealings with the old demon would become challenging. Chapter 3. The suspicious individual. After exchanging for the Huanglong Dan from Han Li, Yi Changsheng immediately returned to immerse himself in solitary cultivation. In this frigid world, lacking adequate cultivation brought him no sense of security. After spending 4 spirit stones to bribe a disciple of the 100 Mechanisms Hall, Yi Changsheng acquired a task to submit spirit herbs, specifically to 10 to 13 Huahua trees, yielding 200 fruits annually. This was an excellent arrangement, as it was calculated on a yearly basis rather than requiring monthly renewals, perfect for Yi Changsheng, who despised complications. As long as he could cultivate peacefully, it was far better than anything else. Upon receiving the task, Yi Changsheng moved out of the bustling stone-dwelling area, housing over 1,000 new disciples in the Qi refining stage, and settled into the tranquil herb garden. Without further ado, he began his seclusion. 3 months passed, and his cultivation advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. After 6 months, he broke through to the 8th layer, and within a year, he reached the 10th layer. At the 100 Mechanisms Hall, the disciple who had originally received Yi Changsheng's bribe furrowed his brow and asked, "Junior Yi, do you wish to continue with that task?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "Senior Li, I have submitted all 200 fruits each year." "Well, there isn't an issue, but your cultivation." Senior Li's eyes flashed with surprise. "If I recall correctly, when Junior Yi first came to the 100 Mechanisms Hall a year ago, your cultivation was rather low, wasn't it? What layer was it?" "I can't quite remember, but it seemed quite low. Now, you have reached the 10th layer so swiftly? Is that even possible for someone with dual spiritual roots? Yi Changsheng had not been known as a member of any prominent family. All notable families had their dual spiritual root disciples. And Yi Changsheng appeared to be a rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator, without any familial support, cultivate so rapidly? Something seemed amiss. He must possess some peculiar method to accelerate his cultivation, likely obtained after entering the Huang Maple Valley. Seniorly pondered. Before receiving this task, Yi Changsheng had been at a low cultivation level, not exhibiting signs of any extraordinary fortune. After acquiring the task, however, his cultivation soared. Could it be that the task of tending to the huahua trees held some hidden opportunity? In the many tales of cultivation Seniorly had read, there were always stories of protagonists encountering astonishing fortunes in specific locations within their sections. Coupled with the fact that Yi Changsheng had been willing to expend 4 spirit stones to secure this task, Seniorly inquired, Junior Yi, have you been diligently cultivating throughout this past year? Aside from tending to the huahua trees, I have been focused solely on my cultivation, Yi Changsheng replied calmly, concealing his inner unease. Why was Seniorly so curious about his affairs? Oh, I see. Seniorly nodded, suddenly smiling warmly. What you may not know, Junior Yi, is that a certain senior has had his eye on this task for quite some time. I can't offend that senior, so I'm afraid this task can no longer be assigned to you. Yi Changsheng frowned. What was Seniorly implying? Was he asking for a bribe? If so, he could have simply stated it directly, considering they had already transacted once before. Was he perhaps intending to raise the price? Doubt crept into Yi Changsheng's mind as he observed Seniorly, who appeared to be scrutinizing him with hidden intentions. Feeling a jolt of anxiety, Yi Changsheng wondered, was Seniorly indeed trying to increase the price? While he certainly had no shortage of spirit stones, offering more as a bribe would be quite inappropriate. 4 spirit stones were already quite generous, considering that disciples at the Qi refining stage in Huang Maple Valley earned merely 2 spirit stones for a month's worth of labor. If he were too lavish, it would not align with his identity and might provoke unwelcome thoughts in others. Seniorly, I've been handling this task quite smoothly. Can't you make an exception? Yi Changsheng feigned a look of considerable difficulty. He decided to probe further to see if Seniorly truly aimed to increase the price. Observing Yi Changsheng's demeanor, Seniorly chuckled inwardly. Indeed, he was reluctant to part with this task, undoubtedly due to the huahua trees holding some secret. With a feigned look of regret, Seniorly replied, Junior Yi, I truly wish I could assign this task to you, but I cannot offend that senior. The refusal was unmistakable, further deepening Yi Changsheng's suspicions. Was it truly a matter of not wanting to assign him the task? What could be his true intention? Yi Changsheng was not swayed by Seniorly's excuses. It was evident that he was reluctant to relinquish the task. Why would anyone be so adamant over a mere task? Yi Changsheng could not fathom it. In that case, please assign me another task, he said, relinquishing his insistence. Surprised by Yi Changsheng's sudden withdrawal, Seniorly was taken aback. He did not want the task anymore. But soon, realization dawned upon him. Was it a tactic of retreating to advance? He thought he had seen through the entire situation. Yi Changsheng was likely to abandon this task, while secretly pursuing the opportunity within the herb garden. Junior Yi, out of consideration for our relationship, I can assign you a similar task. Tend to 3 huayun trees, submitting 50 fruits each year. How does this task sound? Yi Changsheng glanced at the new task and noted that the herb garden housing the huayun trees was quite distant from his original location. He frowned slightly and replied, Very well, I shall take this task. Thank you, Seniorly. You're too kind, Junior Yi. Seniorly smiled, convinced he had deciphered the entire scheme. Yi Changsheng's apparent abandonment of the previous task was merely a ruse. After Yi Changsheng departed with his new task, Seniorly promptly relinquished his duties as a disciple of the 100 Mechanisms Hall and utilized his position to secure the task of tending to the huahua trees. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng remained blissfully unaware of his machinations. Who could have anticipated that the suspicious brotherly would conjure up so many thoughts in such a brief moment? After being assigned a new task, he returned to his rigorous cultivation. However, this time, his practice was not as smooth as before. Merely a month into his training, Brotherly came knocking at the door. Chapter 4. The Taoist of the Primordial Star standing outside the room. Brotherly wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Yi Changsheng felt a surge of caution inside and inquired, Brotherly, is there something you need from me? Indeed, you were right. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Please, go ahead. Have you ever heard of the Taoist of the Primordial Star? Brotherly leaned in, adopting a mysteriously conspiratorial manner. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yi Changsheng's vigilance heightened instantly. I have not heard of him. Haha, it is quite normal that you haven't T. If I hadn't perused the family's secret archives and discovered records about this person, I too would be unaware of such a figure's existence. After saying this, Brotherly S gaze scrutinized Yi Changsheng closely. Observing his calm expression devoid of curiosity, Brotherly felt a pang of disappointment. What is happening? Typically, cultivators would be intrigued by such rumors. Why does this Brother Yi appear utterly uninterested? With a hint of frustration, Brotherly continued. Do you know the cultivation level of the Taoist of the primordial star? I do not. Yi Changsheng replied tersely. He is a venerable ancestor at the core formation stage. Core formation stage? Yi Changsheng's face reflected shock and surprise. Seeing his expression finally change, Brotherly felt a sense of joy. Indeed, the Taoist of the primordial star is a mid-core formation cultivator. However, what is most astonishing is that he has repeatedly escaped the clutches of nascent soul cultivators. Surely, you are aware of the formidable nature of nascent soul practitioners, right? Currently, in our Huang Maple Valley, we possess only one nascent soul ancestor, who has lived for 8 centuries and serves as our steadfast anchor. As Brotherly spoke of the venerable Liu of Huang Maple Valley, admiration and reverence illuminated his countenance. Yi Changsheng mirrored a similar expression. What is Brotherly implying by all this? Brotherly glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Once he confirmed their privacy, he leaned closer and whispered to Yi Changsheng. Do you know that I have discovered the Taoist of the primordial star as cave dwelling? What? Yi Changsheng exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Brotherly was pleased with his reaction, but quickly adopted a panicked expression and urged, keep your voice down. We must not let others hear. Yi Changsheng promptly lowered his voice, glancing around to ensure their secrecy. Once satisfied, he spoke with excitement. Brotherly, are you certain you're not jesting? Absolutely not. How could I ever deceive you regarding such a matter? Brotherly replied, patting his chest. I stumbled upon this information in the family's ancient texts. This Taoist was a practitioner from tens of thousands of years ago, and in the modern cultivation world, scarcely anyone knows his name. Brotherly, what are you implying by revealing this to me? Yi Changsheng's face was alight with enthusiasm, his interest in the Taoist's cave dwelling evident. To be frank, my intention was to explore this cave dwelling alone. Brotherly confessed. Yi Changsheng nodded. That is only natural. However, upon my exploration, I discovered that a high-level first-tier demon beast guards the entrance to the cave. I alone cannot handle it. So, what is Brotherly suggesting? In Huang Maple Valley, my acquaintances are few, and you are among them, along with Brother Wang, who is at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Brother Wang has agreed to accompany me in exploring the cave. Now, we only await your participation. If the 3 of us join forces, I believe we can easily deal with that beast, and the treasures within the cave can be divided among us. Brotherly's tone was laced with temptation, his expression one of unwavering belief in Yi Changsheng's potential to accept his invitation. However, to his surprise, Yi Changsheng immediately shook his head vigorously upon hearing of the expedition. No, I am merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement. It would be far too dangerous to seek treasures now. Brotherly was taken aback by this response. How can a 10th level Qi refinement practitioner not embark on an adventure? Even those at the 4th or 5th levels are out exploring, seeking ancient treasures. Are you jesting, brother? A 10th level practitioner is certainly not considered weak, regardless of the circumstances. Indeed, there are at least 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators in the Yu Kingdom, yet those who reach the 10th level of Qi refinement are fewer than 10,000. By any measure, this cannot be deemed weak. Moreover, Brotherly was already at the 12th level of Qi refinement, together with Brother Wang. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would be unstoppable unless they encountered a foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, how many foundation establishment cultivators could be found throughout the entire Yu Kingdom? It would be no easy feat to stumble upon one. Most practitioners were so engrossed in their cultivation that they seldom ventured out. Still, Yi Changsheng shook his head. Brother, please do not persuade me further. My cultivation is too low for me to go out. At this, Brotherly's expression darkened considerably. Brother Yi, do you not wish to establish your foundation? With your talents, you might acquire a foundation establishment pill in 9 years, but relying solely on one pill for success is exceedingly difficult. For practitioners with dual spiritual roots, establishing a foundation is largely a matter of luck. With good fortune, one might succeed with just 1 pill, but with bad luck, 3 might not suffice. Do you intend to place your hopes for foundation establishment on a mere stroke of luck 9 years hence? Brotherly implored earnestly, carefully analyzing the pros and cons for Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng recognized the validity of his words. In the original narrative, even Brother Lu, with a wind spiritual root, believed that relying on a single foundation establishment pill could not guarantee success. Indeed, one cannot place all hope on the uncertain future. Yi Changsheng nodded. You are correct. Upon hearing this, Brother Li was elated, believing he had swayed Yi Changsheng's decision, and quickly pressed on. Consider this. The Taoist of the primordial star managed to escape the clutches of nascent soul practitioners. Just imagine the magnitude of his powers. The treasures within that cave are remnants of his lifetime. With such items in hand, establishing a foundation would be a mere trifle. It is even conceivable to reach the core formation stage. Brother Li painted a vivid picture of prosperity before Yi Changsheng. Yet, Yi Changsheng still shook his head. You are right, brother, but my cultivation remains too low. Unless I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall not venture outside. Brother Li, perhaps we should wait until we have all established our foundations before exploring that cave. Are you mocking me, Brother Yi? Brother Li's expression darkened sharply. How could that be? I speak sincerely. Humph. Brother Li huffed coldly, flicking his sleeve as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Changsheng let out a cold laugh and turned back to resume his cultivation. Chapter 5. The theory of advantageous firepower. Yi Changsheng did not believe a single word of Brother Li's assertions. Though uncertain of others' intentions, caution is never misplaced. Before attaining sufficient cultivation, one must refrain from wandering. As Yi Changsheng expressed to Senior Brother Li, he would not venture far from Huang Maple Valley until he established a solid foundation. Adventure was not an option. He could only consume medicinal herbs to sustain his practice. Entering the medicinal garden felt like returning home, where every individual was exceptionally talented and their words pleasant. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Yi Changsheng diligently continued his efforts in alchemical cultivation. He practiced a foundational technique of the metal attribute, known as the Golden Spirit Art, which consists of 13 layers, corresponding to the 13 stages of qi refinement. This technique is quite common among metal attribute methods, available for merely 1 or 2 spirit stones. Its advantage lies in the robust magical power cultivated, resulting in formidable attack strength during confrontations. However, its drawback is a relatively slow progression. Yet, with the aid of ample elixirs, this limitation ceased to be a concern. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2 years since Yi Changsheng arrived at Huang Maple Valley. In this duration, through the consumption of elixirs, he advanced from the 5th layer to the 12th layer of qi refinement, a pace far swifter than during his time as a wandering cultivator. Perhaps it was the abundant spiritual energy of Huang Maple Valley that facilitated such rapid advancement, allowing him to progress significantly faster than outside. Upon reaching the 12th layer of qi refinement, however, no amount of elixirs would prove effective. Those 2 types of elixirs no longer had any effect on him. He needed to devise a method to establish his foundation. With a furrowed brow, Yi Changsheng exited the medicinal garden. He first reported his task at the Baiji Hall, where the disciple in charge was no longer Senior Brother Li. Yi Changsheng maintained a degree of vigilance regarding Senior Brother Li. After leaving Baiji Hall, he gazed pensively at the clouds drifting across the sky. It seemed imperative to participate in the blood-forbidden trial. Calculating the time, he estimated there was still about half a year until the trial commenced. With his current strength, attending the blood-forbidden realm should pose no problem. Yi Changsheng stroked his chin, deep in thought. He currently possessed 200 spirit stones, hundreds of low-level talismans, and 2 high-grade magical artifacts. With such a plethora of talismans, he could ensure his survival within the blood-forbidden realm. Regardless of the enemies encountered, he could simply unleash dozens of talismans, and if that proved insufficient, he could resort to hundreds. Talismans were in ample supply. Even against the finest defensive artifacts, he would reduce them to mere fragments. As a traveler from another realm, Yi Changsheng inherently harbored a fear of insufficient firepower. No matter the adversary, a barrage of saturated attacks was the way to go. He adhered strictly to a strategy of overwhelming firepower. Nonetheless, it seemed prudent to prepare additional measures. Otherwise, it would be too risky. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. High-grade magical artifacts were merely the foundation for combat at his current cultivation stage. He needed to find a way to acquire a few supreme-grade artifacts. Resolute in his decision, he took flight upon the green-leafed flying artifact bestowed by Huang Maple Valley. Heading towards the market, the Huang Maple Valley market was renowned within the cultivation world of the Yu Nation. Situated on the border with the neighboring Yuanwu kingdom, many cultivators from Yuanwu came to trade here. Yuanwu was a medium-sized nation with a cultivation scene comparable to that of Yu. The Tianqing sect's market in Yuanwu had long captivated Yi Changsheng's interest, yet he had refrained from visiting before establishing his foundation. The Huang Maple Valley market lay at the northeastern edge of the Taiwan mountain range, and after a lengthy flight, Yi Changsheng finally arrived. Exercising caution, he descended on the outskirts of the market, changed into a different outfit, and donned a straw hat to conceal his identity. Many individuals in the market adopted similar disguises. So Yi Changsheng did not appear out of place. His purpose for visiting the market was to acquire a few supreme-grade artifacts and, if fortune favored him, to seek out better talismans. However, before proceeding with that, he needed to address another matter. He was in need of funds. The prices for top-tier magical artifacts ranged from 300 to 2,000 spirit stones. Even the most basic ones exceeded his current funds. Yi Changsheng pondered. Truth be told, he could be considered affluent among Qi refinement disciples. Yet even so, he could not afford a single top-tier artifact. This highlights just how exorbitant their prices were. In the original narrative, only a few disciples among the 7 sects possessed top-tier artifacts. After all, such artifacts were primarily intended for foundational cultivators. Reflecting on this was rather absurd. In the original story, Han Laoma, a cultivator at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, had the audacity to trade 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs at Wanbao Tower for treasures. Such herbs were coveted even by core formation cultivators, each worth nearly 3,000 spirit stones. The wealth represented by 2 of those herbs was staggering. One could only wonder how Han Li dared to part with them. After a moment of internal lamentation, Yi Changsheng found Han Li's actions utterly outrageous, and the fact that Wanbao Tower did not take any punitive measures against him was even more astonishing. Unlike Han Li, who could afford to trade 2,000-year-old herbs for artifacts, Yi Changsheng had to proceed cautiously in his quest for profit. He sought out a vacant space in the market and set up a stall, displaying several bottles of Qi-nourishing pills, Huanglong pills, and other elixirs beneficial for Qi refinement cultivators. He also laid out an assortment of miscellaneous, lesser artifacts, hoping to sell them. The most valuable items were the talismans. Low-level talismans averaged 2 spirit stones each, while mid-level talismans averaged 8 spirit stones apiece. Yi Changsheng possessed a substantial stock, yet he refrained from displaying too many at once. Having sold goods at stalls during his time as a wandering cultivator, Yi Changsheng was relatively experienced. On the first day, he sold dozens of talismans and 8 bottles of elixirs, netting 300 spirit stones. On the second day, he altered his appearance using a talisman to change his physique and continued his stall. The income for the second day remained around 300 spirit stones. On the third day, after setting up his stall for 5 consecutive days, the final day witnessed a surge in business, earning over 500 spirit stones. By the end of 5 days, he had amassed over 1,000 spirit stones. Immediately, he decided to cease selling. Flooding the market with too many elixirs and talismans would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. On the 6th day, Yi Changsheng wandered through the market and purchased several high-level talismans. Why is no one selling Huanglong pills today? He overheard someone remark as he strolled past a stall. Indeed, after searching for some time, he found no one offering Huanglong pills or Qi-nourishing pills. The elixirs he had acquired in the past few days were of high quality. What a pity. Casually observing the individual speaking, Yi Changsheng slowly moved on. It appeared that his elixirs and talismans had gained a certain reputation. Such notoriety was not necessarily a favorable development, as it could draw unwanted attention. It seemed he had chosen the perfect moment to stop. With a quiet resolve, he set forth to procure magical artifacts and talismans for himself. Chapter 6. Would escape talismans and Heavenly Thunderchild Wanbao Tower. This establishment exuded an imposing grandeur, frequented by numerous cultivators, and it was regarded as the finest shop in the Huangfeng Valley market. Yi Changsheng stepped inside. A young attendant clad in a green robe approached with a beaming smile. Inquiring, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Would you like me to introduce some of our finest offerings? We guarantee your utmost satisfaction. I seek magical artifacts and talismans, the finest available." Yi Changsheng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile widened, recognizing a significant patron. He promptly ushered Yi Changsheng to the second floor. This floor housed a study adorned with various antique furnishings, exuding elegance and grace. A refined middle-aged gentleman sat there engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Yi Changsheng's arrival, he leisurely closed his tome and approached him. The attendant hastily whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. After listening, the gentleman smiled warmly and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "I am Tian Bewley, the proprietor of Wanbao Building. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Han Feiyu." "Ah, Brother Han, please take a seat." Tian Bewley gestured for tea to be served and eagerly engaged Yi Changsheng in conversation. "Is this your first visit to Wanbao Building?" "Indeed." "Haha, Brother Han. You have come to the right place. We at Wanbao Building will surely exceed your expectations." "Let us hope so." Yi Changsheng maintained a demeanor of an aloof man of few words, which rendered Tian Bewley somewhat disheartened. Observing Yi Changsheng's impatience with pleasantries, Tian Bewley decided to forego further small talk clapping his hands to summon several jeweled boxes. Word has it that you seek our finest artifacts and talismans. So I have brought forth our most precious selections. Brother Han, please take a look. Opening one of the boxes revealed a verdant talisman. Is this the wood escape talisman? Yi Changsheng inquired, astonished. Indeed, Brother Han has a keen eye. This is one of the 5-element escape techniques, specifically, the wood escape talisman. Tian Bewley replied with a smile. Yi Changsheng's eyes glimmered with admiration. The 5-element escape techniques were intermediate spells, typically unattainable until one reached the foundation establishment stage. The presence of such a valuable talisman within Wanbao building was an opportunity not to be missed. Now behold this. Tian Bewley continued, opening another box. Inside lay a small blue orb, emitting a faint yet terrifying aura. The Heavenly Thunder Pearl, a treasure forged from the essence of celestial lightning. Even foundation establishment cultivators would be obliterated if they were to withstand its might. Tian Bewley proudly elaborated, noting the significant effort it took for Wanbao building to acquire this item. Yi Changsheng's heart raced. This was indeed the Heavenly Thunder Pearl he sought. For others, it was merely a single use, but for him, acquiring one would equate to possessing countless. With this, he would no longer fear encounters with foundation establishment cultivators. In battle, he could simply scatter it, leaving no one unscathed. Tian Bewley then unveiled a third box containing a complete set of magical weapons. The Mother and Son Blades, a superior set consisting of 1 main blade and 8 auxiliary blades, crafted from refined iron and gold. This set was forged by a foundation establishment expert over 3 days and nights. Wielding the main blade allows the user to control all 8 auxiliary blades simultaneously, rendering foes defenseless. After his presentation, Tian Bewley fell silent, savoring his tea, aware that he was now gauging Yi Changsheng's financial standing. If Yi Changsheng lacked the means, all his elaborate pitches would be in vain. The trio of items combined would surely exceed 2,000 spirit stones, a quantity that might prove daunting for Yi Changsheng. What is the price of this would escape talisman? He first inquired. 200 spirit stones. This is a mid-tier talisman, albeit on the lower end. And the price is quite fair. Yi Changsheng nodded. Mid-tier talismans were typically affordable only for foundation establishment cultivators. 200 spirit stones were indeed market value. And the Mother and Son Blades? 600 spirit stones, as it is a set of magical artifacts, thus slightly pricier. And the Heavenly Thunder Pearl? Yi Changsheng asked, focusing on his primary interest. 1,500 spirit stones. Tian Bewley stated, setting down his teacup with a subtle smile. Which items pique your interest, Brother Han? 1,500 spirit stones? For merely a consumable? Is it truly worth this price? Yi Changsheng frowned. Brother Han, you underestimate the value of the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. If used wisely, even foundation establishment cultivators would find it daunting. 1,500 spirit stones is a reasonable price. Yi Changsheng shook his head. That is merely a theoretical assertion. In actual combat, a Qi refinement cultivator would find it nearly impossible to seize such an opportunity. Ha ha, Brother Han is jesting. The price for the Heavenly Thunder Pearl is indeed quite fair. Even foundation establishment cultivators are tempted by it. However, the allure for foundation establishment cultivators does not guarantee their acceptance of the price. If the Heavenly Thunder Pearl were so sought after, it would not remain unsold in Wanbao building for so long. Yi Changsheng's statement rendered Tian Bewley somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, for foundation establishment cultivators, the pearl was somewhat of a double-edged sword. With only one, it would be challenging to eliminate an opponent of equal rank. If it could not secure a kill, spending 1,500 spirit stones on a consumable seemed unwise. Conversely, those below foundation establishment lacked the financial means to afford such a luxury. With those funds, they would be better off purchasing a superior magical artifact. Thus, Wanbao building had persistently failed to sell the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. If Brother Han truly desires the Heavenly Thunder Pearl, I am willing to reduce the price by 100 spirit stones. This is the final concession I can offer, Tian Bewley said through gritted teeth. He recognized that since Yi Changsheng was negotiating, it indicated a genuine intent to purchase. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changsheng deemed the price acceptable and agreed. I will take the wood escape talisman and the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. He handed over a storage bag. Upon receiving it and weighing it in his hand, Tian Bewley's smile broadened. Brother Han, your decisiveness is commendable. Should you wish to acquire any rare treasures in the future, please consider Wanbao building. We shall extend favorable discounts to esteemed guests like yourself. Farewell, this transaction has depleted my family's decades of savings. I doubt I will have the chance to return. Yi Changsheng shook his head, a look of regret on his face. As he departed Wanbao building with the wood escape talisman and the Heavenly Thunder Pearl, Chapter 7. The Pursuer. If memory serves me correctly, Wanbao Building should still possess several exquisite magical artifacts and a talisman. Changsheng felt a pang of regret. Those items were now out of reach due to his insufficient spirit stones. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting to sell any items in the market. Had he set up a stall once a month, he might have accrued nearly 10,000 spirit stones by now. Ultimately, his cultivation level was still too low. As a chi refinement cultivator, he dared not engage in many ventures. Once he reached foundation establishment, numerous opportunities would become accessible. Changsheng mused. After leaving Wanbao Building, he promptly took flight away from the market district. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved the wood escape talisman. Analysis. Changsheng silently murmured a thought, and in the next moment, a radiant white light enveloped the vibrant wooden escape talisman in his left hand. Moments later, the white light dissipated. Following this, Changsheng poured out a heap of spirit stones and, focusing his mind, intoned the command, duplicate. A crimson glow emerged from his right hand, shrouding the pile of spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, over 30 spirit stones were shattered, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into his right hand. Subsequently, a brand new wooden escape talisman materialized. Did it only consume over 30 spirit stones? The selling price is 200 spirit stones. The disparity is staggering. Changsheng again silently invoked duplication, and in an instant, another 30 spirit stones were absorbed, yielding yet another wooden escape talisman. Thus, he consecutively crafted 4 wooden escape talismans, adding to the one he originally possessed, totaling 5 in all. Analysis. This time, he sought to analyze the Thunder Talisman. Although he did not procure any top-tier magical artifacts or talismans, this Thunder Talisman surpassed all others. Whether it be magical artifacts or talismans, their usage typically demands a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Particularly, the talismans can drain a third of a late-stage chi refinement cultivator's spiritual energy in a single use. Such items are troublesome in combat. They require a hefty amount of energy for absorption and extensive preparation for activation. In stark contrast, the Thunder Talisman is nearly devoid of energy consumption, allowing for immediate deployment without preparation. Its potency is immense. Upon acquiring this item, Changsheng's desire for magical artifacts and talismans swiftly diminished. Duplicate. He silently commanded once more. Instantly, nearly 200 spirit stones were absorbed, and a new Thunder Talisman appeared. Priced at 1,400 spirit stones, it only required 200 spirit stones to replicate. Duplicate. Changsheng intoned again, depleting nearly all the spirit stones on his person. Another Thunder Talisman was created. The azure orb hovered in midair, spinning gracefully, with streaks of purple lightning flickering across its surface. This has completely drained me. Despite his lamentation, excitement radiated from his countenance. After duplicating 2 Thunder Talismans, he was left with only a handful of spirit stones. Yet it was worth it. The Thunder Talisman was the ultimate trump card, a means of self-preservation acquired. Alas, this Thunder Talisman would obliterate both the target and their storage bag. Thus, one cannot use it when looting. Otherwise, I could resolve any foe directly with the Thunder Talisman. Changsheng mused, recalling how Han Li from the original text had dispatched Feng Yu using this item, only to inadvertently destroy Feng Yu's storage bag in the process. Henceforth, caution in the use of the Thunder Talisman is essential. Enemies manageable through conventional means should be dealt with accordingly. Only those that cannot be addressed in such a manner should invoke the Thunder Talisman. For Changsheng at this stage, the Thunder Talisman is akin to a nuclear weapon. His supply of chi refinement pills was dwindling, with only about 10 bottles remaining. He possessed over 100 talismans, yet fewer than 20 basic low-tier talismans remained, while there were more than 20 high-tier ones, with the rest being mid-tier. The cumulative value of these mid-tier talismans was nearly 2,000 spirit stones. 3 Thunder Talismans held a value exceeding 4,000 spirit stones. Currently, his entire wealth amounted to over 6,000 spirit stones, a sum that most foundation-building cultivators could scarcely match. Wealth must remain concealed. Before establishing his foundation, he must exercise utmost caution and ensure that no one perceives his affluence. Changsheng resolved to maintain his customary low profile. Departing from the market, he soared into the distance. Out of caution, Changsheng did not fly directly towards Huang Maple Valley, but instead intended to circumvent the Taiyue mountain range before returning. Unbeknownst to him, days prior, shortly after his departure from Huang Maple Valley, 2 individuals had hastily followed in his wake. They trailed Changsheng to the Huang Maple Valley market and waited outside for several days. Only when Changsheng emerged did they resume their pursuit. maintaining a tight grip on his trail without faltering. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Taiwan mountain range, Yi Changsheng suddenly halted, his expression shifting. This is the third time. I have changed directions repeatedly, yet these two persistently follow me. This is no mere coincidence. As he muttered to himself, a shimmering light flashed in his hand, revealing a talisman. Activating the talisman with his spiritual energy, a ripple appeared before him, showcasing two hurried figures in flight. Upon recognizing the two figures, Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed. One was a familiar face, the very Li Shixiang he knew, while the other, clad in azure robes, was handsome and exuded a roguish charm, clearly one favored by rewards. This Li Shixiang truly harbors ill intentions towards me. Fortuitously, my usual caution has paid off. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to this covert pursuit. He gazed at the talisman in his hand, a flicker of relief in his eyes. This was a high-tier basic talisman known as the Water Mirror Talisman. In truth, this talisman was not singular, but rather part of a rare set comprising a mother talisman and 4 subsidiary talismans. When activated, the subsidiary talismans would continuously monitor spiritual energy fluctuations within a mile radius for 1 hour. If any cultivator passed through during that time, the subsidiary talismans would detect them. By activating the mother talisman, one could discern who traversed the vicinity of the subsidiary talismans. As Yi Changsheng journeyed, he had strategically embedded 4 subsidiary talismans along his path. Initially, when the two individuals passed the first subsidiary talisman, he sensed their presence. However, at that moment, he dismissed it, believing it merely an incidental encounter with 2 passing cultivators. Yet, upon the 2 individuals passing 3 subsidiary talismans consecutively, Yi Changsheng recognized the anomaly. The outer edges of the Taiwan mountain range were notorious for their treachery. Given your intent to court death, do not blame me for my ruthless response. Yi Changsheng murmured, his gaze icy. Although he did not recognize the individual accompanying Li Shixiao, he could surmise, likely that Wang Shixiao, the one Li Shixiao had mentioned as a close associate. Indeed, the last time he tried to deceive me with talk of the Yuanxing Taoist was merely an attempt to strike at me, wasn't it? The murderous intent within Yi Changsheng flared fiercely. Chapter 8. Assault with high-tier talismans on the periphery of the Taiwan mountain range. 2 figures soared through the air atop their magical artifacts. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry resounded from above. One of the figures abruptly halted, straining to listen intently. What is the matter, Li Xiong? The one referred to as Li Xiong was the very Li Shixiang Yi Changsheng recognized, and the other was naturally Wang Shixiao. He has stopped. Stopped? Has he discovered us? Impossible. My crimson-eyed eagle can soar nearly 1,000 zhang high to surveil the ground. He could not have detected me. He must have exhausted too much spiritual energy and paused to recuperate. Let us hasten to catch up. The two once again mounted their magical tools and sped forward. Brotherly, I still have some doubts. What kind of fortunate encounter could a mere chi refining stage novice possibly have? If he had no extraordinary luck. How could his cultivation progress so rapidly? Do you know what his cultivation level was 2 years ago when he entered? Didn't you mention it before? Below the 10th level of chi refining. It was not just below the 10th level. I found out through someone that he entered at just the 5th level of chi refining. What? Brotherly, you must be joking. Why would I deceive you about such a matter? A dual spirit root cultivator has ascended from the 5th to the 10th level within just over 2 years. At such a pace, one could even believe he possesses a heavenly spirit root. Brother Wang, you are underestimating him. What do you mean? The 10th level of chi refining was his cultivation a year ago. Now he has reached the 12th level. What? How is that possible? Brother Wang exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief, as if confronted with something utterly inconceivable. Seeing his reaction, Brother Li too felt a sense of awe. Who would not be astonished? To ascend from the 5th to the 10th level in just over a year, and then from the 10th to the 12th in another year, such speed is simply extraordinary. Even a cultivator with a heavenly spirit root would struggle to cultivate at such a rate. Clearly, this individual must possess some hidden means to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Brother Wang remarked coldly, his demeanor settling into an icy calm, filled with a murderous intent and profound greed. If it were not for his advancement to the 12th level, I would not have summoned you. Brotherly mused internally. The thought of the potential opportunities residing within Yi Changsheng ignited a fervor within him. Initially, he believed that the fortuitous encounter that propelled Yi Changsheng's rapid advancement lay within that medicinal garden. However, after spending a month there, he gained nothing and had to spend a considerable sum of spirit stones to replace the task. This left him filled with frustration. Later, when he sought out Yi Changsheng, intending to lure him out to eliminate him, he was taken aback to find that Yi Changsheng ignored him entirely, no matter how he pleaded. Thus, He had no choice but to wait. When Yi Changsheng finally emerged, Brother Li learned from a disciple at the 100 Machines Hall that Yi had already reached the 12th level of qi refining. This revelation chilled him to the bone. As a fellow 12th level cultivator, he felt no assurance of victory against Yi Changsheng. Therefore, he called upon Brother Huang, whom he still somewhat trusted. With our combined strength, we should manage to resolve this. But what opportunities does he possess? Brother Li was filled with anxiety and curiosity. In the realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon for a cultivator to stumble upon great fortune and obtain certain opportunities. The myriad possibilities of fortune in this world are indeed bizarre and varied. It is possible that Brother Yi has merely acquired something useful for those in the qi refining stage, such as a few bottles of elixirs to assist in cultivation. Such a boon would hold little value for Brother Li. Yet, it could also be something of great significance, useful even in the foundation establishment stage. Acting recklessly to kill and seize without knowing the specifics would be akin to tempting fate. But Brother Li did not care. If it was a gamble, so be it. After all, it was merely the act of taking a life. In truth, among the tens of thousands of qi refining disciples in Huang Maple Valley, there were many with dual spirit roots, and the death of one would not draw much attention. After all, in the original narrative, even the death of a spirit root cultivator attracted little concern. The two flew swiftly, and within less than half an hour, they caught up with Yi Changsheng, who had been waiting for them. Upon seeing their approaching figures, Yi Changsheng's face lit up with surprise and delight. Ah, Brother Li, I did not expect to encounter you here. Ahaha. Indeed, I am quite surprised as well. Brother Huang and I were passing through on business and did not anticipate running into you, Brother Yi. What a coincidence. It truly is. It seems we share some fate. Brother Yi. As Brother Li spoke, he and Brother Huang drew closer to Yi Changsheng. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is the Brother Huang I previously mentioned. Yi Changsheng's face expressed admiration. I have long heard of Brother Huang's esteemed name. It is said that you are one of the most promising cultivators in our valley, likely to achieve foundation establishment. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you today. Yi Changsheng beamed with enthusiasm, his expression full of respect. This flattery filled Brother Huang, who was previously unknown to him, with immense pride, surprised to find such esteem among the lower-ranked disciples. Meanwhile, Brother Li felt a twinge of suspicion. Strange, this lad was quite vigilant when we last met. Why is he so different now? His gaze sharpened as he noticed Yi Changsheng's hand positioned near his storage bag, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. This is bad. Something is amiss. Brother Li's expression changed as he instinctively retreated, simultaneously reaching for his storage bag, ready to retrieve something. Too late. Yi Changsheng sneered, stamping his foot. In an instant, 12 talismans soared into the air from the ground, radiating a brilliant white light. At that moment, 12 icy spears shot forth from the talismans. Ice spear talismans. How could he possess so many? Brother Huang turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. These high-level talismans are usually a luxury for cultivators of the qi refining stage. To see 12 at once was astounding. Furthermore, they found themselves surrounded by these 12 ice spears. This is disastrous. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Wooden Box. One cannot deny that Yi Changsheng's display of wealth was indeed extravagant. A single ice spear talisman typically costs around 30 spirit stones, and he had just thrown out 12. That amounted to 360 spirit stones, enough to purchase a standard high-grade magical tool. Most qi refining disciples could scarcely amass such wealth. Yet, in a single battle, Yi Changsheng had expended 360 spirit stones. This was far beyond mere prodigality. Brother Li and Brother Huang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of blood rising within them. They questioned what kind of monster they had provoked. But the surprises did not end there. Yi Changsheng sneered again. Producing another talisman, he pressed it against himself, and a flash of green light appeared as a mass of vines erupted from the ground, forming a suit of armor around him. Defensive talisman, vine armor. Even with victory assured, he remained cautious, ensuring his own protection against unforeseen dangers. Yi Changsheng valued his life highly. A mere high-level talisman was inconsequential compared to the potential risks. Witnessing Yi Changsheng's display of extravagant wealth, Brother Li and Brother Huang were left utterly astounded. Where was the justice in this? How could a disciple in the qi refinement stage possess such an abundance of high-level talismans? This is truly absurd. Yi Changsheng's extravagant display prompted Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Huang to reaffirm that he must possess some extraordinary fortune. However, to contemplate seizing such fortune now seems rather inappropriate. At this moment, it is uncertain whether they can even preserve their own lives. With a thunderous shout, Senior Brother Huang retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. He hastily activated it, and in an instant, a wall of wind materialized, enveloping both of them. It was a basic high-level wind wall talisman, the only high-level talisman in their possession. Li brother, if you have any hidden cards, now is not the time for secrecy. Senior brother Wang bellowed. Senior brother Li's complexion turned pale, his expression utterly dejected, and despair filled his eyes. Hidden cards? What could possibly reverse such a dire disadvantage? He drew forth a small red sword, channeling his mana into it, and fiercely directed the sword towards Changsheng, the exquisite fire cloud sword. This was the sole hidden card Senior brotherly possessed. Simultaneously, a blue short spear, embossed with a crescent moon, appeared in Senior brother Wang's hand. The blue moon spear, another exquisite magical artifact. With all their might, they activated their top-tier artifacts to assault Changsheng. Yet, it was futile. The attack of the exquisite artifacts was effortlessly thwarted by the vine armor. Meanwhile, ice spears had already soared towards them. Bang! 12 ice spears collided with the wind wall simultaneously. It held for less than a breath before shattering. Then, the ice spears shot forth towards the horrified and despairing expressions of Wang and Li. Having retracted the vine armor, Changsheng dusted off his hands and advanced. These two brothers, at the same chi refinement stage of the 12th layer, could not even emit a scream before being pierced and frozen by the ice spears. In this realm of cultivation, one must always be prepared for the possibility of death. Fortunately for you, you encountered a benevolent soul like me, who swiftly sent you on your way with minimal suffering. Had you met someone more sadistic, you would have been subjected to unspeakable torment. Thus, remember to pray for me in your next life. May you be reborn into a fortunate circumstance. Changsheng lamented, feigning compassion, while his hands continued to work without pause. Swiftly clearing the battlefield, he gathered the storage bags and exquisite artifacts of the two, carefully stowing them away. After casting a few fireballs to incinerate their bodies, he obliterated the evidence. Then, with a swift breeze, he circled back to Yellow Maple Valley. Once safely ensconced in his abode, he leisurely opened the storage bags to tally his spoils. Although he had expended a dozen high-level talismans, the collection of senior brothers Wang and Li would more than replenish his losses. Not to mention, the value of the blue moon spear and fire cloud sword alone far surpassed that of the talismans. Within senior brother Wang's storage bag, a blue vial contained a vibrant red pill. After inhaling its scent, Changsheng could not help but smile. He recognized it as a medicinal pill effective for cultivators above the 10th layer of chi refinement. It appears I am poised to ascend to the 13th layer in the near future. Besides the medicinal pill, Changsheng also acquired 2 upper-grade artifacts, several dozen mid to low-level talismans, and numerous spirit stones, items of little value to him. After securing senior brother Wang's belongings, Changsheng turned his attention to senior brother Li's storage bag. He shook the bag, and a cascade of items spilled forth. Several dozen spirit stones, a handful of talismans, 1 upper-grade artifact, and 2 mid-grade artifacts. Senior brother Li appeared considerably poorer than senior brother Wang. The only valuable item he owned seemed to be that exquisite fire cloud sword. What is this? Changsheng's gaze was drawn to an ancient wooden box. The box, seemingly rustic in appearance and simplistic in design, possessed a unique charm. It must be something of significance for senior brother Li to have kept it, Changsheng murmured. After some contemplation, he first affixed a defensive talisman to himself. Once it activated, he gently opened the wooden box. Whoosh! The moment it opened, a sharp arrow shot forth with blinding speed. Bang! The arrow was deflected by a protective membrane before it could strike Changsheng. What the? Changsheng nearly exclaimed in astonishment. He clearly saw the arrow emanating a blue glow, evidently coated in lethal poison. Had he been caught off guard, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Whoever devised such a treacherous trap must have been quite sinister. Fortunately, my vigilance saved my life in this perilous and treacherous world of cultivation. Startled, Changsheng felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Thankfully, his habitual caution had spared him. Yet, what could warrant such protection? Curiosity piqued, he peered into the box. Chapter 10, Golden Spirit Celestial Star Technique, an ancient tome, and a token. These were the sole contents of the box. Changsheng picked up the token for careful examination. It was a silver token adorned with intricate purple runes, exuding an aura of profundity and mystery. The front bore the character, star. The back depicted a vast starry sky. What could this be? Changsheng scrutinized it for quite some time, unable to decipher its meaning. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item for senior brother Li to have cherished it so. He turned it over, examining it from every angle, but to no avail. Perhaps it is best to study it further at a later time. After stowing the token, Changsheng picked up the ancient tome. Golden Spirit Celestial Star Technique. It was indeed a cultivation technique. A wave of curiosity surged within Yi Changsheng as he opened the ancient book and began to read intently. After a considerable time, he set the book down, exhaling heavily, his expression shifting between shadows and light. Senior Brother Li's words turned out to be true. Yi Changsheng had initially thought that the so-called Yuanxing Taoist was merely a fabrication of Senior Brother Li to deceive him. Yet, he was astonished to discover that such a figure truly existed. Moreover, the Golden Spirit Celestial Star technique was indeed the primary cultivation method of Yuanxing Taoist. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Could it be that Senior Brother Li's claims about Yuanxing Taoist's cave dwelling were not mere fabrications? This token seems to bear some connection to the enigmatic Yuanxing Taoist. Yi Changsheng's countenance shifted as he realized he may have acted rashly. He should have allowed Senior Brother Li to live a little longer. Perhaps in his desperation, he would have disclosed all the secrets of Yuanxing Taoist. Alas, what is done, there is no point in regretting now. This token shall be kept. It may prove useful in the future. Yi Changsheng carefully placed all these items into his storage bag, leaving only the Golden Spirit Celestial Star technique. To his astonishment, Yi Changsheng discovered that the Jinling Ju he had been practicing was merely a simplified version of the Jinling Tianxing Gong, a foundational technique for the Qi refinement stage. Upon encountering the Jinling Tianxing Gong, he felt a sense of familiarity. After a thorough examination, he realized that the widely circulated Jinling Ju was derived from this ancient text. The Jinling Tianxing Gong is a gold-attributed technique, renowned as the pinnacle of its domain. However, Yi Changsheng remained uncertain about the authenticity of the claims made within this ancient tome, as he had never before heard of its illustrious name. If it truly were a top-tier technique, it would likely have gained a reputation in the world. Moreover, the text was incomplete, documenting only 6 layers, which covered the cultivation methods from the Qi refinement stage to the late foundation establishment stage, leaving much of the content lacking. Why is it that most techniques that circulate are so fragmented? Nevertheless, what intrigued Yi Changsheng was that by mastering the first 3 layers of this technique, one could acquire a mystical ability known as silver armor. As its name suggests, this ability serves as a defensive art, forming a silver armor upon the user's body when the technique is activated. According to the ancient text, this armor could withstand attacks from high-grade magical artifacts, which was quite astonishing. If one could withstand such blows during the Qi refinement stage, what could be expected in the foundation establishment stage? Would it not provide protection against supreme magical artifacts? And what of the golden core stage? Could it withstand the strikes of true treasures? If so, this technique would indeed deserve its reputation as a top-tier method. Yet, the wonders of this technique do not end there. Upon reaching the 6th layer, or the late foundation establishment stage, one could master another ability called Star Scar Sword Qi, a powerful offensive spell. Both abilities are extraordinarily formidable, yet they also demand an immense amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, cultivation of the Jinling Tianxing Gong would yield a robust reserve of spiritual energy, sufficient to support the consumption of these extraordinary abilities. However, this also implies that the cultivation process would be quite slow, which is perhaps its primary drawback. No technique is flawless. Every top-tier method possesses both advantages and disadvantages. For instance, the Qing Yuan sword technique consumes resources nearly double that of its peers, resulting in a slower cultivation rate. Yet, the purity of the spiritual energy cultivated makes it easier to break through bottlenecks. The advantages of the Jinling Tianxing Gong are evident. It boasts great power and offers considerable advantages in combat, but its slow cultivation rate may deter many. After all, in the realm of cultivation, time equates to life. Thus, the text thoughtfully advises that without a gold affinity spirit root, one should refrain from practicing this technique. Was this the reason why Senior Brother Li had not pursued it? Yi Changsheng pondered. In truth, he had misjudged Senior Brother Li. The latter had not forsaken the technique due to its slow cultivation speed, but rather because he lacked a gold affinity spirit root. Otherwise, he would not have overlooked such a powerful technique. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he resolved to select a primary technique. Should he consider this one? Lost in thought, Yi Changsheng ultimately decided to first cultivate the Jinling Tianxing Gong, as he was quite taken with the allure of the silver armor ability. If he could not acquire the subsequent content of this technique, he could always contemplate transitioning to another method later. Thus, Yi Changsheng embarked on his cultivation journey, transitioning his practice to the Jinling Tianxing Gong. Fortunately, the Jinling Ju he had initially practiced was merely a simplified version of this technique, making the transition manageable. During his cultivation, Yi Changsheng would periodically visit the Huang Maple Valley market, where he earned a substantial sum of spirit stones by selling talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Most of his earnings were utilized to replicate Tian Lazy and talismans, ultimately leaving him with over 800 spirit stones. He then made another visit to the Wanbao building, purchasing a premium defensive artifact, the Xian Tai Fei Tian Shield, under the peculiar gaze of Manager Tian. As he watched Yi Changsheng depart, Manager Tian wore an expression of bemusement, recalling how, during their last encounter, Yi had mentioned that their previous transaction had depleted their family's decades of savings. Yet, here he was again, spending 800 spirit stones on the Xian Tai Fei Tian Shield, all while claiming that his family's savings had been completely exhausted. This junior brother Han is quite the character. Manager Tian chuckled, having witnessed many such oddities over his years in business. He held no concern for the backgrounds of such valued customers and eagerly anticipated junior brother Han Feiyu's return. Chapter 11. Han Li is startled. Yi Changsheng did not disappoint Manager Tian's expectations. Half a month later, he returned. After conducting some inquiries, Yi Changsheng learned that the Wanbao building had an impeccable reputation, never engaging in unscrupulous dealings. This was likely why Han Li had faced no issues when he presented 2 millennium-old spiritual herbs there. With this knowledge, Yi Changsheng felt reassured about the Wanbao building. He returned intending to exchange 3,000 spirit stones for the coveted Jin Guang Zhuang talisman. What? Someone has already purchased it? Yi Changsheng inquired, astonished. Manager Tian, with a look of regret, replied, Indeed, it was just bought. If you had arrived a moment earlier, I would have ensured it was reserved for you. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Manager Tian to persuade him otherwise, Yi Changsheng promptly exited the Wanbao building. Could it be that this junior brother Han is in such a hurry because he intends to commit some nefarious act? Manager Tian mused as he watched Yi Changsheng's retreating figure. Ah well, once he exits the Wanbao building, it is no longer our concern. He shrugged, returning to his reading. Only someone like Han Li could possibly consume the Jin Guang Zhuang. That fellow is certainly swift in his actions. Yi Changsheng thought to himself. Clearly, Han the old demon had resolved to venture into the blood-forbidden zone, thus acquiring magical artifacts and talismans. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng had made up his mind to participate in the blood trial. It was the only legitimate means to obtain a Foundation Establishment pill. Yes, legitimate. Yi Changsheng had several methods to acquire a Foundation Establishment pill, such as resorting to underhanded tactics. However, these methods were illegal, and should he succeed in establishing his foundation, he would inevitably be exposed. Foundation Establishment pills are a monopolized resource, unavailable for purchase on the open market. Only those distributed by sects are deemed legitimate. If a person has never received a Foundation Establishment pill from their sect, yet manages to establish their foundation, they would undoubtedly raise suspicions, prompting an investigation into the source of their pill. And such scrutiny could uncover serious issues. Yi Changsheng could not afford to be investigated. Once a thorough investigation is conducted within the confines of the door, the fact that he advanced from the 5th to the 12th level of Qi refinement over the span of 2 years will be exposed. The murders of senior brother Li and senior brother Wang will also come to light. Furthermore, his lavish expenditures at the treasure pavilion on multiple occasions will be revealed. The risks are simply too great. Yi Changsheng dares not take such a gamble. Thus, he requires a legitimate Foundation Establishment pill. For Yi Changsheng at present, participating in the blood trial poses virtually no danger. Regardless of the strength of the Qi refinement cultivators, none can withstand a single heavenly thunderbolt from him. At this moment, he possesses a total of 30 heavenly thunderbolts. In addition, the plethora of talismans he carries is a formidable weapon in its own right. Moreover, he wields 3 exquisite magical artifacts. With these assurances in place, participating in the blood trial should pose no issues. Han Li should still possess a Millennium Spirit Herb. I must devise a way to acquire it. As Yi Changsheng made his way out of the marketplace, he contemplated. The Millennium Spirit Herb is a rare treasure, often elusive. Currently, Han Li is in dire need of various equipment to endure the blood trial. If he is offered a modest price, he may be willing to part with the herb. Once he returns from the trial and successfully establishes his foundation, negotiating with him will prove much more difficult. By then, the old demon Han will be far less anxious and desperate than he is now. Upon exiting the marketplace, Yi Changsheng glanced around and spotted a figure standing atop a flying magical artifact, soaring into the distance. The individual, with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, was indeed Han Li. Yi Changsheng immediately pursued him. Senior brother Han, what a surprise to encounter you here again. Yi Changsheng greeted him. Junior brother Yi? Han Li expressed his astonishment upon seeing Yi Changsheng. At the same time, a hint of wariness arose within him. Han Li maintained a level of suspicion towards anyone approaching him without reason. This junior brother Yi, when they last met over a year ago, was far beneath him in cultivation. Now he has astonishingly surpassed him by such a margin. Han Li was utterly shocked. It was hard for him to believe that despite his own vigorous consumption of elixirs, he had failed to keep pace with this junior brother Yi. The realization that Yi Changsheng's cultivation was now superior only heightened Han Li's vigilance. Senior brother Han, I recently learned from the treasure pavilion that you possess a millennium spirit herb, correct? The mere mention of this caused Han Li's expression to change dramatically. The treasure pavilion has actually divulged my information to others. A wave of surprise and anger surged within him. How could the treasure pavilion be so reckless, allowing customer information to be shared so freely? Moreover, he had gone to great lengths to conceal his identity. How did the treasure pavilion ascertain his true self? Han Li felt a chill run through him. The treasure pavilion was indeed enigmatic. He resolved never to purchase anything in this Huang Maple Valley marketplace again. There is no sense of security in conducting transactions here. I have already given my only millennium spirit herb to the treasure pavilion. If you desire it, you may negotiate with them. Han Li replied coolly. Senior brother, please do not be hasty. I have heard that you are in the market for magical artifacts. Preparing for the blood trial, am I correct? After a brief silence, Han Li affirmed, Indeed, I have such intentions. A smile broke across Yi Changsheng's face as he remarked, I too plan to participate in the blood trial. That talisman artifact from the treasure pavilion was originally my target, but I did not expect you to seize it first. How unfortunate. Junior brother, you sought me out for a purpose? Han Li inquired, maintaining his composure. I wish to ask if you require exquisite magical artifacts and high-tier talismans. I possess a premium defensive artifact. As he spoke, Yi Changsheng produced the Xian Iron Flying Shield. Of course, this was merely a replica. I am in urgent need of a millennium spirit herb, so I am willing to part with this artifact. The moment Han Li laid eyes on the Xian Iron Flying Shield, he felt a surge of desire. Currently, he possessed only one premium magical artifact, the Golden Flea Motherblade. The allure of this defensive artifact was irresistible to him. Han Li had no assurance about his expedition into the Forbidden Realm. With his cultivation at merely the 11th level of Qi refinement, how could he contend with those at the 12th or 13th levels without adequate means of protection? Since this junior brother Yi already knew of his possession of a millennium spirit herb, it would be prudent to engage in a trade. After deliberating for a moment, Han Li stated, I do indeed have a millennium spirit herb, but given its value, your Xian Iron Flying Shield may not suffice. The Xian Iron Flying Shield is worth approximately 600 to 700 spirit stones, whereas the Millennium Spirit Herb is valued at around 3,000 spirit stones. That is understandable. The price of a Millennium Spirit Herb could indeed procure several Xian Iron Flying Shields. Therefore, I intend to include 10 high-tier talismans and 1,500 spirit stones in our trade. What do you think, senior brother? Yi Changsheng proposed a deal that piqued Han Li's interest. 10 high-tier talismans are valued at about 200 to 300 spirit stones. And with the Xian Iron Flying Shield and an additional 1,500 spirit stones, the total would fall short of 2,500 spirit stones. In reality, Yi Changsheng stood to gain significantly from this transaction. However, the value of items in trade often transcends mere equivalence. For Han Li, the defensive artifact and high-tier talismans held far greater appeal than the Millennium Spirit Herb. Therefore, he could accept this slight premium. Very well, the deal is struck. Chapter 12 No. Senior Sister Chun, please do not. The two found a secluded corner to conduct their transaction. Thus, Yi Changsheng acquired a Millennium Purple Fungus. Every time he traded with senior brother Han, he was met with unexpected delights. If you have any other spirit herbs or elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. I shall offer you a favorable price. Han Li shook his head vigorously. I scarcely have enough elixirs for myself, and this is the only spirit herb I possess. I fear I will be unable to conduct business with junior brother Yi in the future. Haha, no matter. We shall see when senior brother has more to offer. As they moved away from the marketplace, which was a considerable distance from Huang Maple Valley, Yi Changsheng inquired, Would you not accompany me, senior brother? Han Li shook his head. I have other matters to attend to. You may go ahead. In that case, I wish you well. Senior brother. Yi Changsheng smiled brightly before departing on his magical artifact. Once his figure disappeared, Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a mix of emotions. Moments later, he began walking in the opposite direction of Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng circled around the outskirts of the Taiyue mountain range, flying for several days before returning to the mountains. This was done, of course, to avoid being followed. As he soared over a peak, Yi Changsheng suddenly heard a melodious voice. Senior brother Lu, why must we discuss the blood trial in such a remote location? Junior sister, the Huang Maple Valley is rife with people and prying eyes. Should news leak, it would be problematic. Crackling sounds emerged from a fire, revealing a man and a woman seated before it. The conversation had originated from them. Senior Brother Lu and Senior Sister Chen? Changsheng recognized their identities and quickly concealed himself to observe, ensuring he did not disturb the pair. Senior Brother Lu, a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement and a wind spirit root bearer, was quite renowned within Huang Maple Valley, drawing attention from the higher echelons as a lower-tier disciple. The wind spirit root stands as the second most prestigious cultivation aptitude, only surpassed by the heavenly spirit root. It can be said that as long as the individual engages in their practice diligently, the success of foundational establishment is almost guaranteed. In the future, there may even be a faint possibility of achieving the golden core stage. Sister Chen, known as Chun Xiaoqian, is quite renowned in Huang Maple Valley, not for her strength, but for her exceptional beauty. Among the disciples of Huang Maple Valley, only Dong Xianer, a disciple of the revered Hong Fu master, can compare to her stunning appearance. Drink up, the wine I brought is exceptionally delightful. Brother Lu offered a cup to Sister Chen, who, without hesitation, accepted and drank it down. How naive these disciples from prestigious cultivation families are? Changsheng thought to himself as he observed this scene. Sister Chen hails from the illustrious Chen family of the Yu Kingdom, and Brother Lu is someone arranged by her family. Once both succeed in their foundational establishment, they are destined to become dual cultivation partners. Brother, you already possess a foundational establishment pill. Why venture into the blood-forbidden land? Sister Chen inquired. At this moment, she remained unaware of anything amiss, but Brother Lu's expression gradually shifted. A cold smirk appeared in his eyes. There's no need to go there. As long as Master Hong Fu is willing to assist me, establishing my foundation is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Sister Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her body became engulfed in heat. What? She murmured, fear flickering in her eyes. Brother Lu's smile widened, excitement gleaming in his gaze as he thought, to prevent Xianer from discovering my duplicity, I must make do with you, my dear sister. After all, Master Hong Fu despises men who are heartless. You this wine. Sister Chen's eyes grew dazed. Heavenly harmony powder. Brother Lu wore a sly grin. In an instant, an unprecedented fury surged within Sister Chen's heart. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Pain, anger, and murderous intent echoed in her mind. Yet she found herself unable to act, for Brother Lu had bound her with a wind-binding spell. Don't look at me like that, sister. After all, you've never experienced the joys of love. Why not allow your brother to cherish you for a while? Otherwise, if you perish, wouldn't it be a waste of such beauty? Gazing upon Chun Xiaoqian's enchanting visage, Brother Lu's heart burned with desire. It would be such a pity for such a beauty to perish here today. However, compared to Dong Xianer, Chun Xiaoqian's family lacked the clout to provide him with greater assistance. What a shame. As Brother Lu reached out, suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Who goes there? He swiftly leaped aside, shouting loudly. Simultaneously, he drew a talisman from his storage bag with remarkable speed. Wind wall technique. As he activated the wind barrier, a green short spear silently pierced towards him. Bang! The spear struck the wind wall with a dull thud, causing cold sweat to break out on Brother Lu's back. It was a close call. Had he hesitated even for a moment, the spear would have pierced his body. How treacherous! Who are you? Show yourself! Brother Lu shouted in exasperation. Meanwhile, Sister Chen, struggling against the effects of the heavenly harmony powder, heard this voice and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope amidst her despair. The Azure Moon Spear, isn't that Brother Wang's artifact? Upon closer inspection of the spear, Brother Lu exclaimed in shock. Ah, Brother Lu truly has exquisite tastes, engaging in such vile acts in this desolate wilderness, a disgrace to gentlemen. Who are you? If you possess the ability, come out and face me. Brother Lu brandished a large green flag, his gaze alert as he scanned the dense forest. To see me? Very well, let us see if you can uncover my identity. Suddenly, dozens of fireballs flew out from the forest. Brother Lu was startled. Even with his high-level wind wall technique, it would be difficult to completely fend them off. He immediately wielded the Azure Flood flag, unleashing green wind blades that shattered the fireballs. This Brother Lu certainly had some skill. Changsheng, concealed in the shadows, thought to himself. He reached into his storage bag and retrieved 6 ice spear talismans. With a flick of his wrist, the talismans transformed into 6 ice spears, shooting forth at high speed. Upon seeing the ice spears, Brother Lu's heart sank. He had never encountered such a method of attack before. To deploy 6 high-level talismans at once was unprecedented. He hurriedly activated the Azure Flood flag, summoning a green dragon that emerged and intercepted several ice spears. The remaining ice spears broke through the wind wall, eventually fading from view. Seeing this, Brother Lu sighed in relief. Brother in the woods, let us talk this over. Crack! The sound of the azure moon spear piercing through bone rang out, and Brother Lu's final words were left unspoken. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret. Before he collapsed, Yi Changsheng stepped out from the darkness. Brother Lu died without ever seeing his face. He hurled a few fireballs, skillfully erasing all traces of the body and collecting the fallen artifacts. Just as he was about to retrieve the storage bag, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted from behind him. Yi Changsheng was taken aback and turned to find Sister Chun, flushed and dazed, rushing towards him. Sister Chun, what are you doing? Wait, don't. Let go of me. Chapter 13. Protecting oneself while outside. Boys must always protect themselves when they venture out. This was the painful lesson Yi Changsheng learned today. He had originally set out to save someone, only to find himself betrayed by Sister Chun. Such a disgrace. Yi Changsheng struggled fiercely, but due to overwhelming circumstances, his resistance ultimately failed. With a sigh, he lay on the ground, gazing up at the bright moon and stars, filled with melancholy. A soft weeping sound came from beside him. Sister Chun hugged her knees, sobbing, feeling utterly aggrieved. She could not comprehend why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand. First, she was betrayed, and then she lost her most treasured possession. This series of unfortunate events left her emotionally drained. What meaning does such a life hold? She had not even established her foundation or formally become a partner, and now it was all slipping away in confusion. The more she thought about it, the more unjust she felt, and her cries grew louder. Smack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out beneath the night sky. Ah! Sister Chun gasped, halting her sobs. Hands flying to her back, her eyes wide with panic. Her red-rimmed eyes made her look like a frightened rabbit. Stop crying, it's giving me a headache, Yi Changsheng said impatiently. He was lost in thought, and her incessant weeping kept interrupting his train of thought. You were the one who rushed towards me. What grievance do you have? The victim is I. As these words escaped her lips, Sister Chun was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly dimming. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs uncontrollable. At that moment, her heart was heavy with sorrow. The loss of her dignity was an unforeseen misfortune, and after a brief bout of weeping, she had resolved to accept her fate. Yet, how could she anticipate that this callous man would utter such frigid remarks? In an instant, the flicker of hope that had ignited within her heart was extinguished. She found herself utterly disillusioned with life and the path ahead. Perhaps death would be a better option. Sighing at the incessant sound of her crying, Yi Changsheng felt a headache coming on. Women are indeed troublesome. They must be soothed. He sat up, extending his arm to pull Sister Chun closer. She struggled momentarily, but could not withstand his firmness. Soon, her sobs ceased. Once the heat of the moment dissipated, Yi Changsheng rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky. In that instant, he resembled a philosopher. Yet his mind was not occupied with profound thoughts. Rather, he was savoring the moment. The beauty of Sister Chun was not for others to discuss. This matter must remain a secret between the two of us. Brother Lu's death must not be known to anyone else, Yi Changsheng stated calmly, contemplating the aftermath. Although it was common for a disciple of the Qi refinement stage to perish in Huang Maple Valley, Brother Lu, with his wind spiritual root, was of significant importance. His death would undoubtedly create ripples that needed to be managed. I understand. At this moment, Sister Chun no longer wept with the same sense of grievance as before. She stood by Yi Changsheng, her eyes glistening with tenderness. My father is the head of the Chun family, and we possess considerable influence in Huang Maple Valley. I will handle this matter. Hearing this, Yi Changsheng nodded subtly, feeling reassured by her words. He had no doubt regarding the Chun family's power. After all, in the original narrative, nothing significant occurred following Brother Lu's demise. What are your plans for the future? After a moment of silence, Sister Chun suddenly inquired. Plans? Naturally. I aim to find a way to establish my foundation. And what comes after that? As she posed this question, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. After establishing my foundation, I will continue to enhance my cultivation in preparation for the eventuality of forming a core. Yi Changsheng replied matter-of-factly. In this realm of cultivation, what is the foremost priority? It is, of course, the pursuit of practice. Elevating one's cultivation level always takes precedence. Everything else must yield to it. Failing to receive the answer she desired, a shadow of disappointment crossed Sister Chun's gaze. She swiftly stood, tidying herself up. I do not wish for anyone in the valley to know of our relationship, she stated suddenly, her tone as cold as ice. That is only natural. I too do not wish for anyone to focus on me due to this matter, Yi Changsheng replied with equal conviction. Observing his demeanor, Sister Chun felt an acute frustration. Snorting coldly, and without further words, she took flight on her magical artifact, heading towards Huang Maple Valley. Yi Changsheng watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, before he also took to the skies in another direction. How well he understood her thoughts. She merely sought some assurances, such as a promise to become her partner after he established his foundation. Absurd. How could Yi Changsheng bind himself so early? I was born to soar freely in the skies. After circling around for a while, Yi Changsheng finally returned to Huang Maple Valley. Upon his return, he immediately entered seclusion to diligently cultivate, aiming to break through to the 13th level of qi refinement. Brother Lu's death had stirred a minor commotion among the lower-tier disciples of Huang Maple Valley. He was a well-known figure, drawing attention from the higher-ups, and the mysterious nature of his demise was indeed astonishing. Coupled with the recent deaths of brothers Li and Wang, Huang Maple Valley had lost 3 elite disciples of the higher qi refinement stage in quick succession. After an investigation, however, Huang Maple Valley found no leads. After all, these 3 had perished in the wilderness. Their remains nowhere to be found. Who could possibly ascertain their cause of death but those with profound cultivation? It was improbable that they would be disturbed over such trivial matters. Thus, the conclusion drawn was that these disciples were likely harmed by individuals from rival sections. This was not mere conjecture. The blood-forbidden trial was approaching, and this iteration was particularly fierce and brutal. It was entirely plausible that rival factions sought to eliminate potential threats in advance. Ultimately, Huang Maple Valley's response was merely to advise the qi refinement disciples to exercise caution when venturing out, and then nothing more was said. The atmosphere among the lower-tier disciples grew slightly tense due to the deaths of these 3 individuals. Those preparing for the blood-forbidden trial became especially vigilant, sparing no expense to acquire items that could bolster their strength. The storm was brewing, and they had already caught a whiff of the impending bloodshed. Chapter 14. Why have you come again, Sister Chun? Yi Changsheng had been in seclusion at his residence for several months. As the time for the blood trial drew nearer, his cultivation had progressed further. He had successfully cultivated the 3rd layer of the Golden Spirit Star technique, breaking through to the 13th level of qi refinement. The pinnacle of qi refinement was a realm few achieved. Is this the silver armor? Yi Changsheng stood before a water mirror, examining his reflection. He was enveloped in a layer of silver light, which coalesced into the form of armor, encasing him completely. How striking! Yi Changsheng murmured. His tall frame, now wrapped in this silver armor, made him appear as a divine warrior clad in silver, exuding an extraordinary presence. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a high-grade magical artifact. Channeling the artifact, he directed an attack at himself. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the silver armor gleamed brilliantly, deflecting the assault of the high-grade artifact. Truly remarkable. The ancient tome did not exaggerate. Yi Changsheng was filled with delight. This technique was indeed formidable, as the silver armor could withstand the blows of a high-grade artifact. Now, he possessed an additional layer of life-saving assurance. Thunderous lightning, silver armor, hundreds of talismans, and 4 exquisite magical artifacts. Armed with these, I can confidently participate in the blood trial. Yi Changsheng mused. Brother Lu's Azure Flood Dragon flag was a masterpiece among high-grade artifacts. Immensely powerful and would greatly enhance Yi Changsheng's capabilities. The Xian Iron Sky Shield was another rare high-grade defensive artifact. The Fire Cloud Sword and Azure Moon Spear were also quite exceptional. With just these few artifacts, Yi Changsheng could easily dominate the blood-forbidden grounds. Coupled with his other trump cards, he would wreak havoc. Opening the door, Yi Changsheng prepared to gather information about the blood-forbidden grounds. Suddenly, he paused. Outside, not far away on a hill, stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Although her expression was frigid, she resembled an unyielding iceberg that had remained unmelted for eons. Yet the captivating aura in her eyes could not be masked by a feigned chill. Here it comes again. Yi Changsheng sighed helplessly. That woman was none other than Senior Sister Chun. On the day they parted, she had coldly uttered a series of words, demanding that Yi Changsheng exhibit no peculiar behavior when they met again at Huang Maple Valley. Between them, it was to be considered an accident. Even if they were to encounter one another, they were to act as if they were strangers. Naturally, Yi Changsheng had acquiesced, for he wished to avoid the scrutiny of others. Associating with the renowned Senior Sister Chun would surely draw attention wherever he went. However, it was not long before she appeared to have reconsidered her stance. She frequently showed up outside his residence, seemingly by chance, yet the frequency of her visits raised questions. On several occasions, Yi Changsheng encountered her as he ventured out, but he chose to ignore her, engrossed in his cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to remain indoors, focused on his training until he reached the 13th level. Nonetheless, it seemed that the matter concerning Senior Sister Chun required resolution. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng, she approached slowly, wearing an expression that suggested she was not to be trifled with, coldly stating, Why are you staring at me? Who told you to keep your eyes on me? Didn't I say? What are you doing? Come, follow me inside. Yi Changsheng, uninterested in her pretentious display of aloofness, grasped her arm and pulled her into his room. What do you want? Senior Sister Chun exclaimed, freeing herself from his grip, her expression one of indignation. However, despite her seemingly haughty demeanor, she showed no intention of leaving once inside. Do not pretend in front of me. Yi Changsheng suddenly pulled her closer. What pretense? What are you doing? Let go of me. Senior Sister Chen's cheeks flushed as she struggled. Slap. Senior Sister Chun froze, falling silent, her long lashes fluttering gently as she lowered her head submissively. Your temperament is not that of an ice queen. Forcing yourself into a role that doesn't suit you is rather awkward. Yi Changsheng remarked. What nonsense are you spouting? Ice queen. I am not. Let me go? In a brief moment, the ice melted away, revealing a gentle and compliant demeanor. Her dark hair cascaded softly, and stripped of her protective facade, she appeared tender and obedient. She was inherently a kind and gentle person, merely masking her true self due to some convoluted feelings. Perhaps it was a matter of you don't want me, yet I find you unworthy. Nonetheless, she could not quite let go of the events of that day, which compelled her to seek out Yi Changsheng repeatedly. After all, he was not only her savior but also the first to possess her heart, an event she had initiated herself. This left Senior Sister Chun with a complex array of emotions. Yi Changsheng took a deep breath, calming his restless heart, and slowly pressed her down amidst her bewildered gaze. Senior Sister Chun was momentarily confused, but soon grasped Yi Changsheng's intentions. Shock, grievance, and shame surged through her. She raised her head, only to meet Yi Changsheng's unwavering gaze. With her feelings of distress, she could only submit. The sun gradually traversed across the eastern sky, now high in the heavens. Senior Sister Chun was taken aback by how quickly she had capitulated. She had initially planned to maintain her facade in front of him, hoping to alter his attitude and earn his greater regard. She was not a woman to be trifled with. Yet, faced with Yi Changsheng's resolute demeanor, she surrendered obediently. At that moment, she sat beside him, reveling in the warmth they shared. After establishing your foundation, will you go to the Chun family to propose? Senior Sister Chun tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a pleading expression. Ever since that day, she had harbored a deep desire for Yi Changsheng to become her partner. He was handsome, gifted, and they shared an intimate bond. In every regard, he was a fitting match. But again, Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. Why did this woman incessantly dwell on matters of marriage and partnership? Could she not focus on her cultivation? It was far too early to discuss such things. He needed to establish his foundation first. Yi Changsheng replied coolly. Haven't you already obtained the foundation establishment pill? With your aptitude, establishing your foundation should pose no issue. Senior Sister Chun said cautiously. You have such confidence in me. Which dual spirit root cultivator dares to claim they can establish their foundation with certainty? Huang Maple Valley has more than 800 dual spirit root cultivators, yet not all have succeeded in establishing their foundations. Yi Changsheng retorted. Moreover, that foundation establishment pill is not something I can reveal. How could I utilize it? He knew that the pill Senior Sister Chun mentioned was the one he had obtained from the deceased senior brother Liu. If he used that pill to establish his foundation, Huang Maple Valley would immediately discover that he had killed senior brother Liu. Although the weight of a deceased genius and a living foundation establishment cultivator differed greatly, Huang Maple Valley would not execute him or cripple his cultivation. However, the sect's regulations were not mere formality. The imposition of restrictions and a lifetime of servitude to the sect would be an inescapable punishment. Thus, Yi Changsheng needed a legitimate source for the foundation establishment pill, which explained why he had the pill yet still intended to participate in the bloodban trial. Chapter 15. Among all heroes. Only you and I. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words, Senior Sister Chun realized the inappropriateness of her prior statements. Indeed, Yi Changsheng could not use that foundation establishment pill. What do you intend to do then? You cannot procure the foundation establishment pill from anywhere else. Senior Sister Chen's eyes clouded with concern. The only swift method to acquire a legitimate foundation establishment pill is through the bloodban trial. Hence, I plan to participate. Yi Changsheng stated calmly. What? The bloodban trial? No. Senior Sister Chun exclaimed, sitting up with a look of intense worry etched across her face. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow at her reaction. Are you instructing me on what to do? Slap. I simply mean, the bloodban trial is far too perilous. Senior Sister Chun said, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, looking quite pitiful. Fear not. With my strength, a mere bloodban trial is hardly a challenge. You have seen my abilities. Even elite disciples like senior brother Liu did not last 3 exchanges against me. The spirited expression on Yi Changsheng's face ignited a spark in Senior Sister Chen's eyes. She adored individuals who, though unassuming in their daily lives, could rise to the occasion in critical moments. Yet, when she recalled the myriad rumors surrounding the bloodband trial, her worry resurfaced. How about this? I will delay establishing my foundation, and when the time comes, I will claim you used my foundation establishment pill, Senior Sister Chen suggested, her eyes shimmering with hope. Slap. What nonsense. The bloodband trial is much too dangerous. I cannot allow you to participate, Senior Sister Chen whispered, her voice laden with grievance. Rest assured, no one cherishes their life more than I do. Without absolute certainty, I would never engage in such perilous trials. Yi Changsheng gently caressed her cheek, suddenly softening his tone to comfort her. The sudden display of tenderness filled Sister Chen's heart with profound emotion. She fervently wished that Yi Changsheng would always treat her with such gentleness, and that once they both reached the foundation establishment stage, they could become partners and traverse the lengthy path of cultivation together. Junior brother, Sister Chen tenderly called out, her eyes misty as she drew closer. Days later, Sister Chen returned with 2 jade slips. These are descriptions from disciples of the Chun family who previously participated in the blood-forbidden trial. I have brought them all, she exclaimed. The slips contained a rough map of the blood-forbidden area, along with annotations of several key locations. She handed the jade slips to Yi Changsheng. At that moment, he deeply appreciated the advantages of belonging to a prominent family. These illustrious cultivation clans had stood for hundreds, even thousands of years, and their resources were indeed formidable. I have an elder brother who will also participate in the blood-forbidden trial. He ranks among the top 3 of the Qi refinement disciples of Huang Maple Valley. I have entrusted him to look after you during the trial, Sister Chen said, her face filled with concern. She could not shake off her worries about Yi Changsheng entering the blood-forbidden trial. Hearing her words, Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Look after me? That is quite unnecessary. I might even need to keep an eye on him. However, recognizing her good intentions, he refrained from saying more. Sister Chen gazed at the man who had captured her heart, an overwhelming tenderness flooding her soul. Her every thought was now entwined with him. Stepping closer, she wrapped her arms around Yi Changsheng and softly declared, Junior brother, once you return successfully and establish your foundation, let us become partners. Yi Changsheng felt a wave of panic wash over him. Sister, are you trying to frighten me? Can one simply plant such a flag at will? Observing the mixture of hope and fear in her eyes, he suddenly realized that this woman lacked a sense of security. Lowering his head, he spoke with deep affection. Rest assured, I will never let you down. He skillfully silenced the myriad words she wished to express, leading her into a world of enchantment. After soothing Sister Chen with sweet words, Yi Changsheng made his way to the 100 Machines Hall. Here, he officially registered to participate in the upcoming blood-forbidden trial. How peculiar. When did another top-tier Qi refinement disciple appear in the valley? Muttered Manager Wang, watching Yi Changsheng depart. He was puzzled. The number of top-tier disciples in Huang Maple Valley was limited, and he knew each of them well. It was surprising to suddenly discover a new one. Has he just begun his cultivation? It seems this blood-forbidden area will yield considerable gains for Huang Maple Valley, he mused, though he found Yi Changsheng's sudden emergence curious. Manager Wang was not overly astonished. After all, with over 10,000 disciples in Huang Maple Valley, it was not unusual for hidden talents to exist. Some individuals preferred to remain low-key, quietly accumulating wealth. There were plenty of such characters in Huang Maple Valley. Days later, in the Grand Hall of Huang Maple Valley, dozens of individuals clad in yellow robes stood in attendance. The leader was the sect master, Zhong Lingdao, flanked by several foundation establishment managers. The remaining individuals were all Qi refinement disciples intending to participate in the blood trial. Among this group, Yi Changsheng recognized only Han Li. Upon seeing him, Han Li's gaze flickered, betraying his inner turmoil. For this enigmatic junior brother Yi, Han Li maintained a greater sense of wariness than trust. Although they had conducted 2 amicable transactions without issue, he remained cautious of such a mysterious and unfathomable figure. Particularly since this junior brother Yi had now reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, surpassing him by 2 levels. His magical prowess was likely far beyond his own. If Yi Changsheng were to target him, Han Li would truly have no confidence in his ability to defend himself. Han Li inwardly resolved to avoid any confrontation with Yi Changsheng once they entered the blood-forbidden area. Those capable of producing exquisite magical artifacts for sale typically possessed an abundance of such treasures. In that perilous realm, such individuals were among the elite hunters, while he remained a mere prey among them. Lost in thought, Han Li looked up, only to find Yi Changsheng observing him with a sly smile, sending a shiver down his spine. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Is he watching me? What could his intentions be? Does he plan to target me during this expedition? Han Li lamented internally. He did not consider it a favorable situation to be singled out by a formidable expert like Yi Changsheng. Brother Han, you have indeed come. Yi Changsheng approached Han Li, greeting him. I trust you are determined to secure victory in this expedition? Not at all. Brother Yi, you jest. With my cultivation, I would merely be cannon fodder in the forbidden area. Han Li forced a smile, hesitant to address Yi Changsheng as junior brother any longer, given the latter's superior rank. Ha ha ha, brother is far too modest. Others may not recognize your prowess, but I am acutely aware of it. In my eyes, the Qi refinement disciples here are but mere relics of the past. The true heroes are you and I. Yi Changsheng remarked with a mysterious smile. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. The disciples of Qi refinement turned pale with fright. Yet, a look of joy spread across Sect Master Zhong Lingdao's face as he exclaimed, Uncle Li has arrived. With hearty laughter, a robust elder with a ruddy complexion and a square face strode into the hall. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his hair gray yet full of vitality, his fierce eyes radiating authority, a man of staunch character. Upon seeing the elder, Sect Master Zhong hurried to greet him, showering him with enthusiastic praises and flattery. The other Foundation establishment cultivators also approached to pay their respects, envious of Zhong Lingdao's opportunity to curry favor with Uncle Li. Such moments were rare. Conversing with a core formation cultivator was a tremendous honor. If one could manage to please him, the rewards might be substantial. The Qi refinement disciples of Huang Maple Valley were astonished by the sight. It was remarkable to see the typically arrogant Foundation establishment managers lowering themselves in such a manner. This is Elder Li Huayuan, one of our core formation cultivators at Huang Maple Valley. You are to greet Uncle Li respectfully in the future. Zhong Lingdao addressed the assembly with an authoritative demeanor. Greetings, Elder Li. The Qi refinement disciples promptly bowed, their expressions filled with reverence. Excitement surged within many of them. A core formation elder was a figure they would seldom encounter in their lifetimes. For these Qi refinement disciples, core formation cultivators seemed like celestial beings. The realm of Elder Li was far beyond their reach. Please rise. I am a forthright man and do not adhere to meaningless formalities. He cast a glance over the dozens of Qi refining disciples, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it seemed that the lineup for this blood-forbidden trial was quite commendable. Master Li remarked, Uncle Master, this time we have summoned the top 3 from the Qi refining rankings within the valley. Master Zhong leaned toward Master Li, bowing slightly in deference. It appears your efforts in cultivating disciples over the years have borne fruit. Master Li stroked his beard with approval. Upon hearing this, Master Zhong's face lit up with delight. This is all thanks to the esteemed contributions of Master Linghu and Uncle Master Li. I have merely done some trivial work. There is no need for such humility. We have all witnessed your hard work over the years. It is only by entrusting the position of the sect master to you that we can feel at ease. Master Li said slowly. Master Zhong's face instantly radiated joy. Yi Changsheng noticed that the foundation building managers gazed upon him with deep envy and admiration. With Master Li's words, Master Zhong's position as the sect master of Lingdao would be assured for many more years. Master Li's gaze swept over the disciples once more. He lingered for an extra second on those particularly proficient in their cultivation. Yi Changsheng observed a glimmer of encouragement and appreciation in Master Li's eyes, causing his heart to race, fearful that Master Li might perceive something amiss. Fortunately, Master Li had not yet attained the level of divine insight. He merely sensed that Yi Changsheng's spiritual power exceeded that of ordinary disciples, hence his prolonged attention. Retracting his gaze, Master Li proclaimed with vigor, Let us depart. He then strode toward the entrance of the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, several foundation building managers hurriedly urged everyone to follow suit. As they stepped out of the grand hall, the disciples collectively gasped in astonishment. Suspended in the air outside was a colossal creature, over 20 zhang in length, shimmering in silver. The oppressive aura emanating from its massive form left everyone feeling breathless. Master Li stood atop the creature's head, surveying the crowd below. Seeing the shock on the faces of the Qi refining disciples, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Everyone, come aboard and stand still. My silver-armored horned python is far swifter than your own flying devices. Trembling with trepidation, the group climbed onto the back of the silver-armored horned python. Cautiously observing the immense beast, Yi Huayuan gently tapped the creature's horn, and in the next instant, the silver-armored horned python let out a resounding roar, reverberating through the surroundings. It then plunged into the clouds, shooting forth like an arrow from a bow, racing out of Huang Maple Valley. Some qi refining disciples, caught off guard, nearly stumbled to the ground. Once they regained their footing and surveyed the scenery, they were filled with awe. Although the sea of clouds was the same, experiencing it from the back of a majestic beast was an entirely different realm than on a low-grade magical artifact. The latter was a tale to boast about for a lifetime. The blood-forbidden land was far from Huang Maple Valley, and even with a beast like the silver-armored horned python, the journey would take 2 days and nights. During this time, everyone remained on the back of the creature. After admiring the scenery of the Taiwa Mountains for a while, Changsheng grew weary and decided to sit down and meditate. At that moment, a figure approached him. Changsheng opened his eyes to see a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with an air of scholarly elegance about him, resembling a learned scholar. You must be Brother Changsheng. Haha, truly a remarkable young man. The middle-aged scholar appraised Changsheng with a look of admiration. And you are? I am Chen Xiaotian, the elder brother of Xiaoqian. The scholar replied with a warm smile. Chen Xiaotian. So he is the one my senior sister spoke of, Changsheng thought to himself. He recalled that in the original text, after losing the Foundation establishment pill, senior sister Chun had come to the blood-forbidden land with her elder brother. Upon returning, she successfully established her foundation, while her brother did not. However, after the demonic invasion and the upheaval in the state of Yu, Chun Xiaotian eventually surpassed her, reaching mid-core formation. Sadly, senior sister Chun failed to achieve core formation and ultimately perished. The sibling bond was strong, hence senior sister entrusted her brother to look after Changsheng during the trial. So you are senior sister Chen's elder brother. I am honored. Changsheng stood and performed a respectful bow. Haha, brother, you need not be overly formal. Chen Xiaotian smiled kindly. He scrutinized Changsheng, thinking to himself, the youth's appearance is indeed striking. No wonder my sister is smitten. Yet, as a 13th layer cultivator, does he truly require my guidance? My sister worries too much. Brother, once we enter the blood-forbidden land, we can support each other should we meet. Chen Xiaotian suggested. Naturally, I will rely on you then. Haha, brother is too modest. Chapter 17. Planning for a quick escape. The disciples of Huang Maple Valley participating in the blood-forbidden land expedition were nothing short of formidable. Among them, there were no fewer than 7 disciples at the peak of the 13th layer of qi refinement. With just these 7, they could easily sweep through the majority of disciples from other sects within the forbidden land. Additionally, there were over 10 disciples at the 12th layer, while only 3 were at the 11th layer, with Hanli being one of them. Another was an elderly man with white hair, named Xiang Zhilia. Changsheng's gaze swept over Xiang Zhilia. The old man noticed this gaze and turned to Changsheng, displaying a sycophantic smile. What a character, Changsheng thought, discreetly averting his gaze. Who would have imagined that among these few 11th layer cultivators, there lay a pair of hidden talents? Changsheng found it difficult to comprehend Xiang Zhilia's behavior. A core formation cultivator, mingling among lower-tier practitioners, fawning over those far beneath him. How perplexing. Changsheng could never bring himself to act in such a manner. After 2 days and nights, the silver-armored horned python descended upon a desolate mountain, which marked the entrance to the blood-forbidden land. Huang Maple Valley was relatively close to the blood-forbidden land, allowing them to arrive earlier than others. The other sects would take a few more days to arrive. Thus, the disciples of Huang Maple Valley remained in place, awaiting the arrival of the other sections. The outer barriers of the blood-forbidden land required the cooperation of the 7 major sects to unlock. After waiting for a day, by the following morning, the remaining 6 major sects arrived in succession, and the core formation cultivators began preparing to open the forbidden land. However, a small incident occurred during this time. Master Li Huayuan of Huang Maple Valley and the core formation elder of the Qingxu sect, Fuyunzi, unexpectedly made a wager. They agreed that if Huang Maple Valley achieved greater gains in this trial, Fuyunzi would provide Master Li with a bloodline serpent's inner core. Conversely, if Huang Maple Valley's haul was less than that of Qingxu sect, Master Li would owe Fuyunzi a piece of iron essence. Upon overhearing their conversation, Changsheng couldn't help but reflect on the situation. The inner core of a 5th-grade demon beast is surprisingly valued by 2 nascent soul cultivators. Such 5th-grade demon beasts, while perhaps not ubiquitous in the chaotic Star Sea, are certainly not rare. In contrast, this stark comparison highlights the barren nature of the southern region. In terms of cultivation resources, the southern region pales in comparison to the chaotic Star Sea. To illustrate, the foundational elixirs are monopolized by large sects in the southern region, while in the chaotic Star Sea, even wandering cultivators can easily procure foundational elixirs. This disparity results in a significantly greater number of foundational cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea compared to the southern region. Naturally, with more foundational cultivators. There will be a higher number of advanced cultivators as well. The overall strength of the chaotic star C far surpasses that of the southern region, which has not seen a transformation stage cultivator for tens of thousands of years. In contrast, the chaotic star C has only been devoid of transformation stage cultivators for nearly a millennium, and previously, the Star Palace often had transformation stage masters. Although the number of late-stage nascent soul cultivators has diminished in the last 1,000 years, there are still 4, indicating that its peak period likely boasted more than 10. Meanwhile, the southern region has only 3. After establishing my foundational cultivation, I must consider venturing to the chaotic star C, as it is the only place where I can swiftly enhance my power. In this cursed place of the southern region, finding useful elixirs for foundational cultivators is akin to climbing to the heavens. Even obtaining formulas requires immense effort. Conversely, in the chaotic star C, one could easily find a dozen formulas suitable for foundational cultivators at any street stall. The gap is indeed substantial. Changsheng pondered. After establishing my foundational cultivation, I plan to seek out the ancient teleportation array. Regardless of what the future holds, I must devise a plan for escape. Just as Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi were about to finalize their wager, someone abruptly intervened, disrupting the game. This audacious individual, known as the Old Monster Qiong, is reputed to be the foremost cultivator beneath the nascent soul stage in the state of Yu. With profound magical prowess and a formidable background as a member of the Moon Concealment Sect, few dare to provoke him. The Old Monster Qiong possesses a peculiar disposition, appearing disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar from the mundane world. However, upon his arrival, both Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi immediately felt a sense of dread. They could not afford to offend the Old Monster Qiong, who particularly relished teasing cultivators of the same level. Thus, he had become the most unwelcome figure among nascent soul cultivators in the state of Yu. How could the Moon Concealment Sect be led by this old monster? Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi simultaneously mused. What brings you here, senior? Is it you who leads the Moon Concealment Sect? Fuyunzi inquired. The Old Monster Qiong rolled his eyes and replied, Do you think they would trust me to lead? This time, the one leading is that girl Nizhang. I merely came to take a casual look. Besides, we are all nascent soul cultivators. I merely advanced a few years earlier. So there is no need to call me senior. The Old Monster Qiong chuckled oddly. A few years? More like several hundred. Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi shared a silent laugh in their hearts. This Old Monster Qiong is a cultivator who nearly stepped into the nascent soul realm, placing him a generation above Li Huayuan and the others. Since we are wagering, just the two of you would be rather dull. Count me in, this old man. The Old Monster Qiong proclaimed, leaving the two in despair. Senior, you jest. How could our disciples compare with the esteemed students of the Moon Concealment Sect? No need for a wager. We willingly concede. Fuyunzi forced a smile. The Old Monster Qiong let out a series of cold chuckles, rolling his eyes as he said, Would I engage in such deceitful acts? Rest assured, it will be my sect against the two of yours. If your combined gains surpass mine, you win. The stake will be 3 invisible needle talisman treasures. What do you think? The Old Monster Qiong produced 3 talismans adorned with colorful needles. These invisible needles are renowned treasures, unique to this old monster, capable of vanishing without a trace and inflicting harm imperceptibly, truly formidable. Upon hearing this, both Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi were immediately intrigued. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they exchanged glances. Very well, we accept your wager, senior. They agreed. The Old Monster Qiong's face lit up with a peculiar grin, exuding confidence. This naturally led Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi to feel a twinge of unease. This old monster never engages in losing ventures. Does he truly believe the Moon Concealment Sect can outmatch the combined efforts of the two sects? They could not help but feel a bit anxious. After the wager was established, the Old Monster Qiong's spirits were elevated. He surveyed the group of Qi refinement disciples around him. After a brief assessment, he shook his head repeatedly, stating, Not a single one is worth my attention. It appears that all the truly gifted ones have been hidden away. He chuckled. Not to mention, without experiencing several grand events, what use is talent if they encounter malevolent forces? They would surely be dispatched in no time. Hearing this, Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi silently criticized him. It's easy for you to say. Isn't your Moon Concealment Sect's talented disciple also kept hidden, reluctant to showcase her? Suddenly, the Old Monster Qiong emitted a surprised exclamation, drawing the curiosity of Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi. You Yellow Maple Valley have indeed cultivated some impressive disciples over the years, he remarked to Li Huayuan with an enigmatic expression. Li Huayuan was left bewildered. Although Yellow Maple Valley has a few outstanding disciples, they hardly seem worthy of the Old Monster Qiong's praise. Fuyunzi shot Li Huayuan an odd look upon hearing this. To be commended by the old monster, Qiong signifies exceptional talent. He felt a sudden sense of betrayal, as if someone among them had secretly excelled, preparing to undermine him. Thankfully, the wager had been disrupted by the old monster Qiong. Fuyunzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the old monster Qiong marveled at a young disciple who appeared to be around 18 years old, brimming with potent magical energy. It seems Yellow Maple Valley has indeed nurtured some capable individuals. The old monster Qiong squinted, knowing that if Yellow Maple Valley were to rise, it would not bode well for the Moon Concealment Sect. With limited resources in the state of Yu, if Yellow Maple Valley were to acquire more, other sects would inevitably receive less. Why should an old man like me worry about these matters? Let the younger generation fret over it. The old monster chuckled inwardly, deciding not to meddle further. With a peculiar cry, he vanished without a trace. Fuyunzi narrowed his eyes, pondering his thoughts. In contrast, Li Huayuan felt utterly perplexed. This old monster is truly unfathomable. After a brief moment, another nascent soul cultivator from the Moon Concealment Sect, the enchanting Nizhong, arrived with her disciples. Instantly, the majority of gazes in the vicinity were drawn toward this group of Moon Concealment Sect disciples. The newcomers were a balanced mix of men and women. The men were dashing, while the women were stunningly beautiful. Leading them was a captivating young woman, Nizhong, whose charm was utterly mesmerizing. Yi Changsheng's gaze traversed past the enchanting figure of the woman before him, scrutinizing the group of female disciples behind her. Each of these disciples possessed remarkable beauty, and some, upon noticing his attention, boldly cast flirtatious glances in his direction, completely disregarding the presence of their dual cultivation partner beside him. This audacity incited several male disciples of the Yin-Yu sect to shoot him furious glares. It was rumored that only those of exceptional beauty were accepted into the Yin-Yu sect, and Yi Changsheng mused to himself, perhaps I am more suited for this sect. Having mistakenly joined the wrong one, he surveyed the surroundings, but found no one particularly striking. Although these women were indeed beautiful, they fell short of the breathtaking allure of true extraordinary beauty. Where is Nangong Wan? He pondered. After a thorough inspection, he still failed to spot anyone resembling her. Could she be concealing her appearance? It seemed likely. If Nangong Wan revealed her true looks, she would surely attract the attention of the Golden Core cultivators. You must have heard, this gambling match is of utmost importance to me. Should I emerge victorious, I will not forget your contributions. All disciples who assist me in winning will be rewarded, and the one who contributes the most shall be taken under my wing after establishing their foundation. Li Huayuan suddenly approached, declaring this promise. The disciples of Huang Maple Valley immediately erupted with excitement. To join the ranks of Golden Core cultivators was an opportunity they could scarcely imagine. With so few Golden Core cultivators in Huang Maple Valley, this was indeed a stroke of fortune. In an instant, the crowd was invigorated, and Li Huayuan, observing their enthusiasm, wore a satisfied smile. He feared that once these disciples entered the forbidden zone, they might become timid and fail to seek out spiritual herbs diligently. Thus, he made such promises to motivate them, even if it might endanger some lower-ranked disciples. Nevertheless, as long as his gamble succeeded, it would be worth it. Once the Golden Core masters from the 7 sects, Huang Maple Valley, Qingsu Sect, Yin-Yu Sect, Hua Dao Workshop, Spirit Beast Mountain, Tian-Ke Castle, and Greatsword Sect, gathered. They united to lift the barriers of the blood-colored forbidden zone, creating a passageway. Hurry, we cannot hold this for long. Upon hearing the urgent call, everyone rushed into the passage and entered the blood-colored forbidden zone. Upon landing, Yi Changsheng immediately activated his magical power, donning the silver armor to protect his body. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in mist, utterly alone. The teleportation into the blood-colored forbidden zone was peculiar. Newcomers were scattered across its periphery. Those fortunate enough might land near spiritual herbs, while the unfortunate could find themselves face-to-face with ferocious beasts. Yi Changsheng exhaled softly, concealing the fire cloud sword within his sleeve. He then retrieved a high-level defensive talisman, feeling somewhat reassured. Pulling out a map from his storage bag, he meticulously compared it to his surroundings. This was a treasure map passed down in Senior Sister Chen's family, far more detailed than the crude versions circulating in the market. It appears I have landed in the Misty Ridge, where there is a cave containing purple monkey flowers. Yi Changsheng murmured to himself. The purple monkey flower was one of the primary ingredients for crafting foundation establishment pills, a major objective for the disciples of various sects entering this blood-colored forbidden zone. Determined, Yi Changsheng set his course towards the cave. Meanwhile, chaos had begun to erupt within the blood-colored forbidden zone. Disciples from various sects, upon encountering anyone from a rival sect, would inevitably engage in combat. Even members of their own sects were not spared. Backstabbing and ambushes were not uncommon. Those with formidable strength had already entered hunting mode, utilizing various tactics to eliminate those weaker than themselves. A sanguinary storm was unfolding. This must be the place, Changsheng whispered as he stood before the dark entrance of the cave. An ominous stench wafted from within, mingled with a foul scent. Could it be guarding beasts? Rumor had it that a first-level high-tier beast resided here, comparable in cultivation to a 10th-layer qi refining cultivator. Changsheng's expression turned grave. Generally, beasts possessed greater combat prowess than human cultivators of the same rank. Although a first-level high-tier beast was only at the 10th layer of qi refining, its strength rivaled that of a 13th-layer cultivator. The strongest of these beasts were said to be capable of only being contended with by Foundation establishment cultivators. With his magical artifact in hand, Changsheng cautiously stepped into the cave. The cave was entirely natural, its walls composed of grayish-brown stone, devoid of any signs of human excavation. After traversing a considerable distance, the light faded completely, plunging him into darkness. Changsheng frowned, glancing around before producing a luminous pearl from his storage bag. Under the pearl's radiance, the darkness was dispelled, restoring visibility to his surroundings. However, this illumination also rendered him a visible target. In many respects, qi refining cultivators bore little difference from mundane martial artists. While their vision was indeed significantly enhanced, in such circumstances, they were essentially blinded. Changsheng reflected. During the qi refining stage, spiritual awareness was nearly ineffective for reconnaissance, and most situations relied heavily on sight. He cast a defensive talisman upon himself as a precaution, then cautiously proceeded deeper into the cave. Changsheng ventured 2 to 3 miles inward, navigating the labyrinthine passages until he nearly lost his sense of direction. The stench intensified, indicating he was drawing closer to the beast's lair. Continuing forward, he suddenly felt a gust of foul wind rush toward him. Not good. He gasped internally, retreating swiftly while tossing the luminous pearl ahead. With a resounding crash, a massive serpent's head struck where Changsheng had just stood, causing debris to rain down from the walls. Illuminated by the pearl's glow, he discerned the beast's form, a massive python covered in green scales, its enormous head looming, flicking its tongue and exuding a potent odor. The green-scale python. Changsheng recognized the beast. It was a first-level high-tier beast, one that even the elite disciples of the 7 sects would struggle to overcome. The snake's eyes gleamed with a cold, ruthless light, its previous attack having missed its target, inciting its fury. With a swift motion, the green-scale python lunged again, its speed astonishing, as it opened its mouth to unleash a cloud of green mist. Changsheng immediately held his breath, retrieving an antidote pill from his storage bag and swallowing it. Simultaneously, he maneuvered the Fire Cloud Sword to strike. As a top-tier magical artifact, the Fire Cloud Sword slashed the green-scale python's body, leaving only a shallow wound, failing to inflict significant damage. Goodness, the beast's body is as resilient as a mid-grade magical artifact. Changsheng contemplated as he deftly evaded the python's assault, casting a wind control talisman upon himself to enhance his evasive speed. The azure python let out a pained howl after being struck by the Fire Cloud Sword, dark green blood oozing from its body and releasing a pungent stench. Changsheng felt a slight dizziness, startled by the potency of the venom, even after consuming an antidote. He struggled to withstand it. Summoning back the Fire Cloud Sword, he conjured 2 talismans in his hands, channeling his magical energy. A chilling aura enveloped the cave in an instant, and 2 ice spears shot forth at high speed. The azure python, sensing the danger, emitted a long cry, unleashing a wind blade that severed one of the ice spears. With a fierce strike of its head, it shattered the other spear. Impressive ferocity. Changsheng quickly retrieved dozens of talismans, launching a barrage of fireballs that bombarded the azure python. Although the fireballs failed to penetrate its scales, they inflicted considerable pain. Seizing the opportunity while the azure python was distracted, Changsheng employed several quicksand talismans, transforming the ground into quicksand and ensnaring the creature, restricting its movement. The azure python writhed violently, but could not escape the quicksand. In its fury, it spat venom and wind blades toward Changsheng, yet he evaded them with ease. Changsheng then produced 3 ice spear talismans, targeting the creature's vulnerable spots. Amidst its anguished roars and frantic thrashing, the ice spears struck its eyes and abdomen, freezing it in a chilling grip, rendering it immobile. Changsheng held his breath, focusing intently as he wielded the Fire Cloud Sword, delivering 9 swift slashes that finally severed the creature's head. Even after its head fell, the azure python's body continued to twitch and convulse. Truly, high-level demon beasts are formidable opponents. If it were a high-level human cultivator, there would have been no need for such elaborate tactics. Changsheng mused. Slaying demon beasts is no trivial matter. Their innate abilities grant them a significant advantage in early combat. However, as one progresses, the tables may turn. And human cultivators will master their own formidable techniques, especially upon reaching the core formation stage, when they can wield magical artifacts, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat prowess. After addressing the azure python's corpse, Changsheng ventured deeper into the cave. This time, he encountered no further dangers and reached the innermost chamber, discovering a spacious stone hall. Within the hall, a purple stone wall bore several clusters of small purple flowers, their petals curling in an unusual manner, resembling tiny purple monkeys from a distance. Purple monkey flowers. These are one of the 3 primary herbs required for concocting foundation establishment pills, making them a key target for disciples entering the forbidden area. Changsheng swiftly approached and plucked the flowers, placing them into a jade box. After searching the cave for any other valuable items and finding none, he began his exit. As he climbed over the massive corpse of the python and walked several miles outward, the light of the cave entrance came into view. Suddenly, Changsheng halted, sensing something amiss at the entrance. He stood still, fixing his gaze on the cave's mouth, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. "Come out. You have already been exposed," Changsheng declared icily. The entrance remained silent, devoid of any movement. Moments later, a figure appeared at the cave's mouth, accompanied by the sound of applause. "Such keen perception. How did you discover me?" The figure inquired, his voice unusually effeminate and laced with a chilling tone. Though backlit, Changsheng could discern that the figure was a young man in a green robe, appearing barely 20, with delicate features, rosy lips, and strikingly handsome. Yet, he held a handkerchief, striking a pretentious pose akin to a courtesan beckoning customers from a brothel window. Even his voice was sharp and feminine. Changsheng's gaze flickered as he replied coolly, "The scent of your cosmetics is overpowering. The wind carries it into the cave, making it easy to detect." "Ah, I see." The man at the entrance covered his mouth with the handkerchief and chuckled softly. After scrutinizing Changsheng, his eyes instantly lit up. "Pray tell, how should I address you? Given your attire from Huang Maple Valley, you must be one of their elite disciples." Feeling a sudden chill as he caught the man's gaze filled with admiration and obsession, Changsheng replied, "I am but an insignificant nobody, hardly worth mentioning. Yet you must be Han Tianya of the Blade Forge." Upon hearing the term demon, the man's expression turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Indeed, I am Han Tianya. Since you refuse to reveal your name, I shall capture you and pry it from your lips." With that, Han Tianya waved his hand, summoning several ice spikes to launch at Changsheng. Chapter 20. No matter your origins, Han Tianya, a notorious figure among the 7th sect's Qi refinement disciples, was well known, much like Chen Xiaodian, Feng Yu, and Zhong Wu. All of them were at the 13th layer of Qi refinement and possessed exceptional magical artifacts, making them among the elite in the blood-soaked Forbidden Grounds. Han Tianya was reputed to possess an unusual spiritual root, the Ice Spiritual Root, and was renowned for his profound magical power, ranking high among his peers. He was labeled a demon due to his perverse nature. Despite being male, he often exhibited feminine traits and delighted in torturing others for amusement. Changsheng's mind raced as he recalled everything he knew about Han Tianya, his caution heightened. This individual would be challenging to deal with. As Han Tianya's ire flared, he immediately hurled several ice spikes. The icy projectiles hurtled toward Changsheng. With a cold smirk, he stood firm, channeling his energy as a silvery light enveloped him. The silver light coalesced into armor, providing impenetrable protection. The ice spikes struck the armor, producing a series of metallic clangs. Shielded by the armor, Changsheng felt only a slight tremor, devoid of any discomfort. This silver armor, likely a top-tier magical artifact, could withstand a few blows. Changsheng's heart swelled with delight as he validated its remarkable defensive capabilities in actual combat. If this silver armor was so formidable, how powerful would the subsequent star mark sword Qi be? Meanwhile, Han Tianya had drawn forth a pair of magical artifacts, 2 red curved blades radiating with intense spiritual light. Unmistakably a set of top-tier magical artifacts. Changsheng dared not test his silver armor against such formidable weapons. Instead, he promptly summoned a top-tier defensive artifact, the Xian Iron Flying Sky Shield. Once activated, the shield blocked the 2 curved blades. The 2 top-tier artifacts clashed in midair. Despite the relentless assault of the curved blades, the black iron shield held firm, offering steadfast defense. The clanging sounds echoed throughout the cave, sometimes ringing clear, other times sharp and grating. Both wielders of the magical artifacts were at the 13th layer of qi refinement. Although Yi Changsheng's magical power was more robust, he was on the defensive, and for the moment, he could not obtain the upper hand. This highlights the limitations of the qi refinement stage, where one's spiritual consciousness can only manipulate a single magical artifact. Exceeding this number is unfeasible. However, Yi Changsheng is not lacking in offensive capabilities. Although he cannot summon another magical artifact, he possesses a plethora of talismans at his disposal. Extracting an ice spear talisman from his storage pouch, he activated it, causing an ice spear to materialize and shoot towards his opponent. Upon witnessing this, Han Tianya's expression changed drastically. He never anticipated that this young man would prove so formidable, possessing a top-tier defensive artifact. Moreover, their cultivation levels were comparable, both at the 13th layer of qi refinement. There were only a handful of individuals at this level in Huang Maple Valley, and none matched the characteristics of this young man. Han Tianya was filled with confusion. The sudden emergence of such a formidable opponent, coupled with the lack of any intelligence regarding him, was quite vexing. Seeing Yi Changsheng's ice spear talisman, he felt a wave of headache. This was a high-level talisman that most qi refinement disciples seldom possessed, and he was astonished that the other could produce it. He promptly took out a water barrier talisman and activated it, causing a curtain of water to appear before him, blocking the ice spear. This was also a high-level talisman. Han Tianya was indeed a notable figure among qi refinement disciples, his wealth unmatched by many. Observing this, Yi Changsheng remained composed and continued to retrieve more talismans from his storage pouch. Han Tianya's eyes widened in disbelief. Just how many talismans does this person possess? To pull out a handful at once is absurd. Cold sweat trickled down Han Tianya's back, and he dared not to harbor any further illusions. He reached into his storage pouch while shouting, "Wait. Since you know my identity, you must also know that Elder Han Tianyue, the Blade Mountain Elder, is my sister. If you kill me, you will likely face dire consequences upon your exit. In this blood-soaked forbidden ground, who would know if I killed you? Moreover, even if they did, what of it? Would she come to Huang Maple Valley to seek retribution?" Yi Changsheng replied flatly, unfazed by Han Tianya's threats. In this blood-soaked forbidden ground, no matter how influential one might be, death remains death. The outside world could not possibly discern how one perished. Even if the other possessed some extraordinary means to uncover Han Tianya's demise, Yi Changsheng was unconcerned. The opponent would not dare to strike openly against him, for he was a disciple of Huang Maple Valley. As long as he remained within the valley, the other could do nothing to him. Thus, Yi Changsheng paid little heed to the opponent's threats. He recognized that Han Tianya's words were merely a ploy to buy time. After retrieving an item from his storage pouch, Han Tianya immediately began to channel his spiritual energy into it. A talisman artifact? Yi Changsheng discerned clearly that it was indeed a talisman artifact. The other intended to deceive him with words before using the talisman artifact to eliminate him. How foolish. Yi Changsheng swiftly raised his hand, releasing dozens of talismans that ignited instantaneously, transforming into fireballs that hurtled towards Han Tianya. This was the fireball talisman. Although it was merely a low-level talisman, launching dozens at once would be impossible for even the water barrier technique to withstand. Feeling that this was still insufficient, Yi Changsheng retrieved 5 more ice spear talismans from his storage pouch. As he activated the talismans, the entire cave grew noticeably colder, and 5 ice spears shot forth at incredible speed. At this moment, terror flashed in Han Tianya's eyes, and he cried out, "No, wait. I have a secret." His desperate voice echoed in the cave as dozens of fireballs struck the water barrier, instantly evaporating it. Subsequently, the 5 ice spears pierced through Han Tianya's body, encasing him in ice. A talisman slipped from his hand, depicting a flying sword-like artifact. The 2 curved blades that had clashed with the Xian iron flying shield clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yi Changsheng retracted the Xian iron flying shield and stepped forward to collect the 2 curved blades. They were the twin moon blades. He noted the inscription etched upon the blades with satisfaction. Another exquisite artifact acquired. Yi Changsheng then picked up the talisman, pondering for a moment before channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman artifact. Chapter 21. The powerful talisman artifact. As Yi Changsheng's abundant spiritual energy poured continuously into it, the talisman began to glow. The flying sword-like artifact emerged from within. "Go," Yi Changsheng commanded, directing the flying sword to pierce the mountain wall. In an instant, a deafening roar resonated as a massive crater formed in the once solid wall, causing large boulders to tumble down and bury the cave entrance. Simultaneously, A terrifying chill radiated outward, encasing the surroundings in a thick layer of ice. The power was indeed formidable. The talisman artifact could only seal a portion of the artifact's true strength. One could only imagine how powerful the actual artifact must be. Changsheng felt a surge of emotion. Each of these powerful artifacts incited him to ascend to greater heights on the path of immortality. This talisman artifact was replete with potential and immense power, destined to serve as a trump card in the future. Changsheng infused even more spiritual energy into the talisman artifact, and in the next moment, brilliant rays of light emanated from the flying sword, manifesting into crystalline ice arrows. Go, he urged, his spiritual consciousness commanding the talisman artifact. Instantly, the ice arrows shot forth like lightning. Upon striking the mountain wall, they burrowed deep within. The terrifying chill they carried cracking the surrounding stones. Each ice arrow equated to the attack of a high-level low-tier talisman. Changsheng marveled at their potency. Upon a thorough assessment of the ice arrow's strength, he was left utterly astonished. Truly, the talisman artifact lived up to its reputation. It had produced over a dozen ice arrows, each comparable to a high-level talisman in a single activation. Fortunately, Han Tianya had not activated this talisman artifact. Otherwise, it would have posed a considerable challenge. Searching through Han Tianya's storage pouch, Changsheng discovered, in addition to the talisman artifact and the exquisite weapon, several superior artifacts. Yet, at Changsheng's level, these superior artifacts were of little significance. Nevertheless, every little bit counts. He collected all of these items. Alongside the artifacts, there were also some low-value talismans, dozens of low-tier spirit stones, and 3 mid-tier spirit stones. Among them was a mid-tier ice attribute spirit stone, a true rarity. Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the chilling spirit stone in his hand. Mid-tier spirit stones of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes are relatively common. But those of exotic spirit root attributes are exceedingly rare. They typically only grow within exceptionally unique spiritual veins. It is said that in the distant land of Dejin, there exists a northern region abundant in ice attribute spirit stones. To find one here in Tian-Nan is indeed unexpected. Han Tianya's wealth was indeed impressive, but it ultimately benefited Changsheng. The other 2 mid-tier spirit stones were of water and wood attributes. Before entering the blood-soaked forbidden ground, Huang Maple Valley had distributed 1 mid-tier spirit stone to each disciple participating in the trial. At that time, Changsheng had selected a gold attribute spirit stone. Now, with these 3 added, he possessed 4 mid-tier spirit stones of different attributes. The map of the blood-soaked forbidden ground. Changsheng obtained a map from the storage bag of Han Tianya. This map differed slightly from the one he possessed. Upon comparison, it was revealed that his own map was more detailed. The final item retrieved from Han Tianya's storage bag was a supreme cultivation method. Regrettably, it was suited for those with an ice spiritual root, which Changsheng could not cultivate. However, after perusing it for a moment, he found a passage concerning the art of fire control that piqued his interest. It detailed methods for cultivating, manipulating, and nurturing cold flames, listing various types of cold flames, including the familiar name, Qianlan Ice Flame. Narrowing his eyes, Changsheng carefully stored the cultivation method away, pondering its potential usefulness in the future. After assessing the gains from his journey, Changsheng ventured deeper into the blood-colored forbidden land. Now equipped with a talisman treasure and 5 exquisite magical artifacts: the Fire Cloud Sword, the Azure Moon Spear, the Black Iron Flying Shield, the Azure Flood Dragon Flag, and the Twin Moon Blades, as well as over 30 Thunder Seeds, hundreds of primary high-level talismans, and a dozen intermediate initial-level talismans. He felt empowered to traverse the forbidden land with confidence. Yet, despite possessing such formidable means, Changsheng remained humble and vigilant. The myriad peculiarities of the cultivation world were far too numerous. He did not wish to underestimate his enemies and suffer dire consequences. One must exert full effort even against a seemingly trivial opponent. This was a precious quality to possess. Upon departing from Yunwu Ridge, Changsheng followed the map to another marked location, which was said to house a xianin tree. The Chun family's disciple had merely caught a glimpse of it from a distance before being frightened away by a beast. The creatures here were likely more terrifying than the azure-scaled python. After some contemplation, Changsheng approached the valley. The xianin tree was not a required material for refining foundation establishment pills, and thus the sect had no demand for it. However, adhering to a spirit of thoroughness, he believed that even if this item were temporarily useless, it was prudent to acquire it for potential future needs. The valley was modest in size, with a small lake at its center. In the middle of the lake stood a tiny island, upon which grew a strange tree that appeared to be around 2 meters tall. Yi Changsheng held his breath and stealthily approached the pool. Was this the Xianin tree? An aura of malevolence enveloped it. Observing the ancient tree shrouded in mist, Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. It was said that such ancient trees thrived by devouring the souls of humans and beasts. They typically rooted themselves where underground yin veins converged, attracting a multitude of souls. The area surrounding the Xianin tree was often foul, teeming with various malevolent spirits, toxins, and ghouls. Yet, the fruits it bore contained pure Xianin energy, devoid of any impurities, embodying a quality reminiscent of lotus blooms that emerge unsullied from the mire. For practitioners of yin and dark attribute cultivation methods, the fruits of the Xianin tree were revered as sacred relics. Given the dense yin energy in this location, it undoubtedly harbored formidable beasts, Yi Changsheng mused. He observed intently, holding his breath to ensure not a hint of his presence was revealed. Gradually, he noticed a powerful beast gliding through the lake's waters, a crocodile. Its formidable aura suggested it was a top-tier beast of the first rank. Yi Changsheng's expression shifted. No wonder the disciple from the Chun family fled upon merely catching a glimpse. A top-tier beast lurked here, a foe beyond the capabilities of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Even a Qi refining disciple, despite possessing exquisite magical artifacts, would meet their demise should they provoke such a creature. Wait, another one. As a shadow emerged in the water, Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed deeper. A second colossal crocodile appeared within the lake. Two top-tier beasts of the first rank. Who could contend with such a terrifying duo? Yi Changsheng thought to himself. With such formidable guardians, it was likely that no Qi refining cultivators ventured here previously. After assessing the geographical environment, Yi Changsheng contemplated for a moment and stood up. Engaging in battle here could potentially destroy the Xianin tree. No longer concealing his aura, he activated a water arrow talisman and shot it toward the lake. Boom. The moment his spiritual power erupted, it was instantly sensed by the beast beneath the water, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the depths. The crocodile's tail slammed down forcefully, shattering the water arrow with ease. The ferocity of its strike sent a towering column of water soaring into the air, stirring up countless sediments from the lakebed and rendering the waters murky. Two massive forms surged from the depths, leaping into the air and casting enormous shadows. The terrifying aura of top-tier beasts was enough to give even foundation establishment cultivators a headache. Yi Changsheng swiftly dashed toward the valley's exit. Roar! The furious roars of the two top-tier beasts echoed as they charged toward the human who dared to disturb their tranquility. Yi Changsheng moved with lightning speed, reaching the valley's exit in an instant, just as the two crocodiles closed in. A faint smirk crept onto his face. He turned back, retrieving two high-level ice spear talismans from his storage bag. The ice spears shot forth swiftly, striking the hardened carapace of the crocodile. This time, however, the once infallible ice spears proved ineffective. The crocodile's armor rendered them incapable of inflicting substantial damage, merely piercing a few weak spots and drawing some blood. Fortunately, the chill emanating from the spear hindered its movements. The crocodile howled in agony, thrashing about. Yi Changsheng deftly evaded its charge. Indeed, even high-level talismans could not breach their defenses. He resolved not to waste more talismans. With a flick of his wrist, he produced two azure-blue beads, crackling with arcs of purple lightning. Thunder seeds. He hurled them rapidly and turned to flee. The crocodiles, unacquainted with thunder seeds, did not evade as the two beads landed before them. A brilliant flash of light erupted, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the valley. Yi Changsheng paused to glance back, witnessing the two crocodiles frozen in place, their forms motionless as if carved from stone. As a gentle breeze swept through, their bodies disintegrated into sand-like particles, turning to ash. Utilizing the thunder seeds to dispose of foes proved remarkably efficient. The only regret was that these items would obliterate the storage bag alongside their target. Otherwise, he could rely on them to deal with all adversaries effortlessly. Yi Changsheng reflected, marveling at the power of the thunder seeds, which had truly lived up to his expectations. Even the most formidable high-tier beasts could not withstand the might of the Thunder Child. The ferocious crocodiles offered no resistance whatsoever. Regrettably, nothing remained of them. They had been obliterated into ashes by the Thunder Child. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Changsheng made his way back to the small island at the center of the lake. After vanquishing the two apex beasts, no further obstacles lay in his path. The center of the lake was enshrouded in a thick, ominous mist. Observing this, Yi Changsheng cast several fireballs into the fog. Instantly, some sinister entities were incinerated, and the foul atmosphere shrouding the area dissipated significantly. As the mist cleared, the full visage of the Xianin tree came into view. This tree appeared to possess a history that stretched back quite a while. A look of astonishment graced Yi Changsheng's face. The xianin tree stood just over 2 meters tall, its trunk covered in cracked, ancient bark, with remarkably sturdy branches. Atop its crown hung a fruit the size of an adult's fist, pitch black in hue. It likely boasted several millennia of history. Yi Changsheng marveled at the sight. The xianin fruit had grown to such an impressive size. It was said that typically, a xianin tree would produce a single fruit every 100 years. Initially, the fruit would be no larger than a fingernail. If left unharvested, the tree would devote all its nutrients to nurturing that single fruit. After a millennium, the fruit would swell to the size of an infant's fist. And now, this one was comparable to an adult's fist. The age of this medicinal fruit must exceed 3,000 years. What a tremendous windfall. Yi Changsheng quickly plucked the xianin fruit, handling it with utmost care as he placed it within a jade box. Areas guarded by apex beasts had always deterred disciples from various sects, likely allowing the xianin fruit to thrive in peace for so long. Fortunately, the two crocodiles were not of the yin and nether attribute. Otherwise, this treasure would have been devoured long ago. Few were as bold as Yi Changsheng, a chi refining practitioner daring to confront apex beasts directly. In this blood-soaked forbidden land, aside from him, only the disciples of the Shadow Moon sect led by Nangong Wan dared to provoke apex beasts. Others preferred to keep their distance. Thus, Yi Changsheng was able to acquire treasures that others could only dream of. However, with the xianin fruit now in his possession, he began to feel a twinge of hesitation. Clutching the fruit, Yi Changsheng's expression shifted between light and shadow. Upon exiting the blood-soaked forbidden land, the sect would utilize a spirit beast to inspect each disciple's storage pouch. If anyone were found to be harboring a spirit herb over a century old, they would be immediately detected. Therefore, the fruit he carried would likely need to be surrendered to the sect. The sudden emergence of a fruit of such ancient medicinal age could yield great benefits, yet it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble, significant trouble. For practitioners of yin and nether cultivation methods, this object was akin to a sacred relic. Even an elder at the late stage of the nascent soul would be compelled to engage in a fierce confrontation upon encountering it. Once word spread, countless covetous gazes would be drawn to it, and the discoverer, Yi Changsheng, would inevitably find himself at the center of the storm. Such turmoil would be insurmountable, even for him once he established his foundation. Those nascent soul elders were not benevolent souls. They might resort to soul-searching to ascertain the origin of his xianin fruit. Though it was a pity, he could not take it with him. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Changsheng summoned a surge of white light from his left hand, completely dissolving the xianin fruit. He then carelessly tossed the fruit into the lake. Perhaps it would nurture a terrifying beast. Yi Changsheng mused as he turned away from the scene. The xianin fruit could be replicated with spirit stones once the matters of the blood-soaked forbidden land concluded. Chapter 23. The onset of carnage. Upon emerging from the valley, Yi Changsheng immediately hastened toward the core area. Time within the blood-soaked forbidden land was limited to 5 days, and he needed to act swiftly. The finest treasures were primarily located in the core area. It was challenging to discover many valuable items in the periphery. This time, the xianin fruit had been a fortunate anomaly. After traversing a distance, Yi Changsheng found himself amidst an unusual grove. This grove feels rather peculiar. A sense of unease stirred within him. He halted, taking a moment to observe his surroundings closely, and soon noticed a multitude of deeply concealed moths. Their coloration closely resembled that of the leaves, rendering them exceedingly camouflaged. Without careful scrutiny, they would go unnoticed. These moths were the source of Yi Changsheng's discomfort. Were they natural? No, they must have been artificially placed here, likely by the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. In an instant, Yi Changsheng understood. These moths were the spirit pets utilized by the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Someone was using these moths to surveil the forest, preparing to ambush those who unwittingly wandered into their trap. At that moment, 2 men with fierce visages were conversing about 100 feet away from Yi Changsheng. Judging by their flamboyant attire, it was evident they were disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. "Brother Yu, what should we do? This individual does not appear to be easily dealt with," inquired the younger of the two. The older man, referred to as Brother Yu, wore a grim expression. "Do not engage. We cannot afford to provoke someone of his caliber. Brother, both of us are at the 12th level. Together, we might stand a chance against him." What do you know? Look at his pristine attire, not a speck of dust upon him. Is he someone we can afford to provoke? He is a 13th level practitioner, likely one of the most elite disciples from Huang Maple Valley, and undoubtedly possesses top-tier magical artifacts. Our finest artifacts are merely of the upper grade. How can we compete? Are we just going to stand by and watch him leave? What else do you propose? The elder disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain reprimanded his younger companion. He was cautious by nature and refused to take such risks. In the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, provoking a 13th-level practitioner was universally deemed unwise by seasoned individuals. Such disciples were often sent by various sects with great expectations, tasked with harvesting spirit herbs in abundance. They were likely armed with the most formidable magical artifacts. Ordinary chi refining disciples, even in groups of 3 or 5, could easily face annihilation upon encountering them. Bad news, brother. He is coming this way. The younger disciple suddenly exclaimed. What? The elder disciple's face paled in shock. He quickly peered through the moth's vantage point and beheld Changsheng racing toward them with great speed. Not good, he has noticed us. Retreat. The elder disciple exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen as he turned and fled. The younger disciple, reacting slightly slower, had just begun to turn when a blazing red cloud surged toward him at an alarming speed. The red cloud approached rapidly, and upon closer inspection, it was no mere cloud, but a flaming flying sword. The fire cloud sword. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain were struck with terror, recognizing the formidable artifact. Before he could react, the flaming sword pierced through him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Moments later, Changsheng's figure materialized at the scene. Ahead, a senior disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain, having escaped a considerable distance, witnessed the unfolding scene and was seized by an overwhelming terror. Brother from Huang Maple Valley, please spare me. We merely passed by and harbor no intention of hostility, he exclaimed, desperately sprinting forward in a bid to flee. Yet, he was clearly no match for Changsheng, who was augmented by talismans. If you merely passed by, then what of those moths? Changsheng retorted, drawing ever closer, eliciting a pang of despair within the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple. It was all my junior's folly. Please, brother, see reason. I truly am just passing through. As he spoke, he retrieved a high-grade magical artifact from his storage pouch. The artifact took flight, encircling him, clearly a defensive measure against Changsheng's potential attack. In this blood-soaked Forbidden Land, regardless of your intentions, encountering me is your misfortune, Changsheng declared, once again commanding the fire cloud sword to swiftly strike at the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple. Crack! The fire cloud sword clashed against the high-grade magical artifact several times before swiftly severing it. Subsequently, in the disciple's desperate gaze, the fire cloud sword beheaded him. Upon inspecting the spoils, Changsheng found these too, in comparison to those he had previously slain, woefully impoverished. They possessed merely 2 high-grade magical artifacts, a mere 30 to 40 spirit stones, and a handful of talismans and medicinal pills, of little value to Changsheng. The sole item of interest was a notebook on spirit beast cultivation. After eradicating all traces, Changsheng shook his head, feeling no sense of accomplishment in slaying such individuals. Within the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, 3 categories of individuals existed. The first group comprised the lowest tier, cultivators at the 11th level or below, lacking any formidable trump cards, essentially existing as cannon fodder. In the half-day since entering the Forbidden Land, they had been largely exterminated, with only a few remaining survivors hiding in fear. The second group included the 2 disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, whom Changsheng had just killed. They possessed some strength, but lacked ultimate magical artifacts, making it impossible for them to dominate within the Forbidden Land. Their purpose in entering the Forbidden Land was to ambush the first group and seize their resources. Once they had killed enough, they too would retreat to avoid being slain by true experts. The third group consisted of elite disciples like Changsheng and the slain Han Tianya, who stood at the pinnacle, wielding formidable prowess at the 13th level and possessing ultimate magical artifacts. They could eliminate the majority of individuals within the Forbidden Land. This third group comprised the main force for harvesting spirit herbs, the hopes of their entire sect resting upon them. However, these were merely the usual circumstances. This time, the blood-soaked Forbidden Land trial had introduced too many variables. The 2 Spirit Beast Mountain disciples encountered today, regardless of their intentions towards Changsheng, were fated to be slain by him. This epitomized the essence of the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, an unvarnished law of the jungle. The purpose of entering was to kill and seize treasures. Who cares if one is a good or bad person? Those who participate must be prepared for such realities. Within this brief half-day, nearly half of the participants had perished due to various reasons. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 24. The Treasure Girl. As Changsheng effortlessly dispatched the 2 Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, a figure on a distant mount bore witness to the entire scene. Goodness, the disciple from Huang Maple Valley is quite formidable, muttered a rather unattractive individual clad in a riot of colors. His attire revealed him to be another disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. If any Spirit Beast Mountain disciple were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Zhong Wu, a well-known figure among the lower-tier disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, even gaining some renown among the Qi refinement disciples of the 7 sects of the State of Yu. Zhong Wu was indeed a character residing at the pinnacle of this Forbidden Lands hierarchy. Goodness, I must avoid provoking him. It seems wiser to change my hunting direction. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Wu promptly altered his course, choosing not to linger in the vicinity to hunt lower-tier disciples, wishing to steer clear of an encounter with such a fierce individual as Yi Changsheng. After advancing some distance, Yi Changsheng found himself nearing the central area. Since slaying the 2 Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, he had not encountered anyone else. By this time, dusk had fallen, heralding the arrival of the first night. Under the cover of darkness, Yi Changsheng chose not to press on, but instead sought out a robust tree, leaping up to find a comfortable position and allowing himself to rest. After a day of carnage, he needed a brief respite. Meanwhile, in other regions surrounding the Forbidden Land, slaughter continued unabated. The strong ruthlessly eliminated the weak, with those hoping to profit from the chaos meeting increasingly grim fates. Only a few managed to survive by hiding in remote areas. The stench of blood lingered in the air, palpable even to Yi Changsheng as he sat perched in the tree. The first day's cleansing primarily targeted the weakest group. By now, they had been nearly eradicated. The second day promised even more brutal slaughter to unfold in the central area. When that time arrived, the area would be rife with confrontations among experts. Not only would the peak Qi refinement disciples of the 13th level engage in battles, but some bolder, slightly less powerful individuals would also join the fray. The central area, abundant with spirit herbs, would witness the fiercest competition. Yi Changsheng calculated the time as he sat in the tree throughout the night. By dawn, his spirit had been fully restored. Rising from his perch, he continued toward the central area. The connection technique is responding. A faint glow suddenly emanated from his wrist. The connection technique, a spell cast by the sect leader Zhongling Dao upon Huang Maple Valley disciples before entering the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, allowed them to sense the presence of fellow disciples within a certain range. The purpose of this technique was to facilitate mutual assistance among the disciples navigating the dangers of the Forbidden Land. However, Yi Changsheng had no intention of rescuing any fellow disciples. He glanced in the direction indicated by the connection technique and decisively turned to walk in another direction. Just as he pivoted, he noticed a fellow disciple hastily approaching him. Running so swiftly, it seemed she was in trouble. Within mere moments, a figure clad in yellow appeared within Yi Changsheng's line of sight. Upon spotting him, the young woman was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Brother, save me!" As she called out, she rushed towards him. What a predicament! Yi Changsheng observed that closely trailing the yellow-clad girl was another female disciple, this one dressed in white from the Hidden Moon sect. She possessed decent looks, but bore an expression rife with a murderous aura. After a brief recollection, Yi Changsheng immediately comprehended the identity of the woman before him, the precious girl of the dual beauties of Concealed Moon. Her grandmother was an elder of the Concealed Moon sect. While Hanli had not encountered her, it seemed that he was in the vicinity as well, Yi Changsheng mused. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the precious girl unleashed a magical artifact towards a female disciple of Huang Maple Valley. "Senior brother, please save me. My magical artifact has been destroyed." The Huang Maple Valley disciple cried out anxiously as she rushed towards Yi Changsheng. In a desperate attempt to divert the danger, she tossed out the last 2 talismans she possessed to block the attack. Upon witnessing Yi Changsheng's indifferent expression, her heart sank. "If only my senior brother would save me. I would be willing to offer anything," she shouted in desperation. "How pathetic you are! Have you sunk so low as to resort to such means to entice a man?" The precious girl scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. The Huang Maple Valley disciple, though of only average beauty, possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, giving her some leverage in her attempts to seduce. "Senior brother, please save me. After this, I am willing to serve as your maid," she implored, allowing her robe to slip slightly, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. "Humph, wretched woman, perish." The precious girl, incensed by this display, unleashed her fury, as if reminded of someone she despised, and struck out. In an instant, her magical artifact pierced through the Huang Maple Valley disciple, leaving a gruesome wound. With a look of resentment, despair, and a hint of hatred etched upon her face, the disciple collapsed to the ground. Yi Changsheng, helpless, rubbed his nose. He realized that the hatred reflected in the eyes of his fellow disciple was directed towards him. What kind of person expects others to come to their rescue? Yi Changsheng pondered, bemused. If his memory served correctly, This disciple had previously lured trouble towards Han Li and had fled at the first sign of danger, treating others as mere shields. How could he possibly intervene to save someone like her? How cold-hearted you are, merely watching your fellow disciple perish, the precious girl remarked. Sauntering closer, are you not afraid I might kill you? Yi Changsheng inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ha! The precious girl laughed derisively, her eyes filled with contempt. You, of all people? Despite being merely at the 12th level of qi refinement, she felt no fear of Yi Changsheng, who was at the 13th level. The reason was simple. She was a precious girl. She had defeated 13th level practitioners in the past. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly. It would not reflect well on me if word spread that I stood by while a fellow disciple met her end. Therefore, it seems I must ask you to depart from this world. As she conversed with Yi Changsheng, the precious girl stealthily retrieved a talisman from her storage bag. This did not escape Yi Changsheng's keen observation. Clearly, she was feigning arrogance while remaining cautious in her heart. She must have understood that he would not allow her to leave unscathed. Thus, while provoking him verbally, she was simultaneously preparing her defenses. She produced a talisman. Undoubtedly a treasure. Given her background, it was quite ordinary for her to possess such a treasure, and it was likely of exceptional caliber. Yi Changsheng was resolute in his intention to prevent her from activating the talisman. Without hesitation, he acted. With a swift motion, the fire cloud soared from his sleeve, hurtling towards the precious girl. In an instant, a pink crystalline sphere appeared in her hands, which she positioned above her head. The sphere emitted a beam of pink light, striking the fire cloud sword and dimming the brilliance of the exquisite artifact. Can it truly damage the spiritual light of a magical artifact? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brows. Hastily recalling the fire cloud sword, he feared that the crystalline sphere might destroy it. Drawing a talisman from his storage bag, he cast it forth. It was a barrage of ice spike talismans, which immediately transformed into a storm of ice projectiles aimed at the precious girl. The precious girl's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of so many talismans. Quickly, she withdrew the crystalline sphere and produced a mirror from her storage bag. A green light emanated from the mirror, enveloping her entirely. The ice projectiles struck the green light, creating only minor ripples, failing to breach the barrier. The Qingning mirror. This was a renowned artifact, a replica of a famed treasure crafted by an elder of the Concealed Moon sect, capable of both offense and defense, with limitless applications. Time was of the essence. Yi Changsheng noted that the talisman in the precious girl's hand was beginning to glow. The treasure was on the verge of activation. Should it be activated, the battle would become exceedingly difficult. Without further delay, Yi Changsheng produced a handful of talismans, all of which were advanced grade. Even with your formidable defenses, can you truly withstand the simultaneous assault of 10 advanced talismans? Yi Changsheng unleashed 10 ice spike talismans. In an instant, 10 ice projectiles surged forward with great momentum. The precious girl's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly infused more mana into the treasure, hoping to activate it as swiftly as possible. A flicker of anxiety crossed her features. This time, she had encountered a true opponent. Unbeknownst to her, the adversary was equally affluent. A cacophony of grinding echoed as the 10 ice projectiles collided with the barrier, producing a piercing sound as it trembled precariously. With a sharp crack, the barrier shattered, scattering light like rain. Simultaneously, the talisman in the precious girl's hand erupted with azure light, and a look of joy spread across her face. The treasure had been activated. Ah! A scream erupted as the ice projectiles penetrated her body, encasing her in ice. Before she could activate the treasure, the ice had sealed her fate. Nothing could rival the thrill of such a rapid turn of fortune. In one moment, she was in paradise. In the next, she had descended into hell. Yi Changsheng had expended talismans worth over 300 spirit stones in a single encounter, equivalent to the value of an exquisite magical artifact. This extravagant approach to combat was something the precious girl had never witnessed before, even in her final moments. She could not fathom how someone could outspend her in this blood-soaked forbidden ground. With practiced efficiency, Yi Changsheng began to gather the spoils. True to her name, the precious girl possessed 3 exquisite magical artifacts: the replicated Qingning mirror, the pink crystalline sphere, and a pair of white-sleeved swords. The talisman inscribed with the Qingning mirror's design seemed to have been crafted specifically by her elder. In addition to these treasures, she had 5 mid-grade spirit stones and over 30 low-grade ones. 2 advanced talismans remained unused, along with a collection of several mid- and low-grade talismans. This wealth was unparalleled among disciples in the Qi refinement stage. TSK, even a foundational cultivator wouldn't possess such a substantial fortune. Indeed, slaying others and seizing their treasures is undoubtedly the swiftest path to wealth. As Yi Changsheng mused, he swiftly tidied the battlefield. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had witnessed him dispatching the treasure girl before he departed with a sense of relief. The fact that she perished at his hands must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the elder from the Hidden Moon sect would surely come seeking trouble, and the Yellow Maple Valley would be unable to shield him. Upon reflection, he realized that the only legitimate magical artifact he possessed was a Xian-Tai flying shield, while all others were acquired through bloodshed and theft, each with dubious origins. Yi Changsheng let out a bitter laugh internally and hastened away from the scene. He felt the need to procure a few legitimate magical artifacts in the future. Otherwise, his methods would be severely restricted in more upright confrontations. After traversing several dense thickets, Yi Changsheng arrived at the edge of the central area. It seemed he had arrived late. Those who had teleported closer to the central zone had already entered. Today marked the second day of the blood-colored Forbidden Land. The first day had seen the majority of disciples from various sects eliminated in the outer regions. On the second day, the adept cultivators would intensify their efforts to cleanse the remaining stragglers. Approximately 170 individuals had entered the blood-colored Forbidden Land, but based on previous survival rates, it was likely that fewer than 30 would emerge alive. After passing through a grove, Yi Changsheng stood before a towering stone wall. This marked the boundary between the central zone and the outer region. The entire central area was encircled by the stone wall, with only 4 gates, east, south, west, and north, permitting entry. The wall was insurmountable, fortified with wind-based prohibitions capable of shredding any who attempted to circumvent it into pieces. Not far from Yi Changsheng, he noticed an ancient bronze door, ajar, indicating that someone had entered. Stepping inside, he was immediately greeted by a scene of enchanting beauty, where the air was filled with the fragrance of blossoms and birdsong. Exotic flowers and rare trees, seldom seen in the outside world, adorned the landscape. Suddenly, he sensed a reaction from the thread manipulation technique in his hand, accompanied by an unfamiliar aura approaching from behind. Yi Changsheng turned to see a figure clad in yellow emerging from the woods several dozen paces away from the stone wall. Upon seeing this person, a bemused smile spread across his face. Han Li, having exhausted all means to defeat the madman Feng Yu, hurriedly made his way towards the central area. Emerging from the woods, he froze at the sight of the bronze door. A familiar face awaited him. His enigmatic junior, Yi Changsheng, was regarding him with a smile that held an air of mystery. Chapter 26. Han Li, too dangerous, time to flee. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng, a sense of trepidation gripped Han Li's heart. He couldn't believe his misfortune. Why did he always encounter the most formidable individuals in the blood-colored Forbidden Land? First Feng Yu, now Yi Changsheng. These 13th layer experts were not someone Han Li wished to face. Against them, he felt utterly unprepared, especially with Yi Changsheng, who exuded an aura of inscrutability, leaving Han Li feeling profoundly anxious. However, fate played its hand, and Han Li found himself crossing paths with this mysterious junior time and again, particularly now, as many of his trump cards had been expended in his battle with Feng Yu. Han Li felt even less secure in confronting Yi Changsheng. Fortunately, he still had his boots. Should Yi Changsheng decide to attack, he was confident he could make a swift escape. Brother Han, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Yi Changsheng greeted with a cheerful smile. Han Li managed a wry chuckle. Brother Yi, please refrain from calling me senior brother. I am unworthy of such a title. Nonsense. You entered the path before me. We must adhere to the decorum of our sect. Yi Changsheng replied with a warm smile. Unbeknownst to him, his genial demeanor only intensified the psychological pressure on Han Li. No. In the realm of cultivation, status is determined by strength. It is I who should address you as senior brother. Han Li insisted, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. In that case, let us dispense with these formalities. I shall call you Brother Han. At this, Han Li felt a slight sense of relief. Being addressed as senior brother by a 13th layer expert had placed immense pressure on him. Are you also intending to enter the core area, Brother Han? I am still contemplating the decision and have yet to reach a conclusion, Han Li replied, fully aware that he intended to enter the core area, but unwilling to disclose this to Yi Changsheng. He feared that Yi Changsheng might invite him to accompany him, which he would find difficult to refuse. He had no desire to traverse such a perilous path alongside Yi Changsheng, as it would be fraught with danger at every turn. Oh, is that so? What a pity. I had hoped to invite you to join me, Yi Changsheng said with a smile. Han Li, taken aback, shook his head vigorously, saying, I am but a weakling. I likely won't venture into the core area. Brother Yi, please proceed without me, lest I delay your progress. Yi Changsheng nodded. If that is the case, I shall enter first. He walked a short distance before suddenly stopping and turning back to look at Han Li. causing Han Li to jump in surprise, hastily clutching his storage bag. "Brother Han, you aren't considering sneaking in after I leave, are you?" Yi Changsheng inquired with a teasing smile. "Brother Yi, you jest. How could I harbor such thoughts?" With a chuckle, Yi Changsheng turned and, hands behind his back, strolled leisurely deeper into the forbidden area. His voice echoed back, "Brother Han, do not mind my demeanor. Feel free to enter at your leisure. It matters not if you do not accompany me." With that, his figure disappeared from Han Li's sight. Han Li's expression shifted, torn between indecision. After a moment of internal conflict, he turned and re-entered the grove, seemingly abandoning his intention to enter the central zone. The central area was vast, encompassing approximately 1/3 of the entire blood-colored forbidden land. It could be divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was where Yi Changsheng currently stood. The second layer was a circular mountain range shrouded in mist, while the third layer housed a colossal tower reaching heights of 100 zhang. This tower was said to have never been reached by anyone. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage could not possibly enter. This blood-colored forbidden land was undoubtedly the handiwork of a transcendence cultivator. Within that massive tower lay the legacy of a transcendence cultivator. Unfortunately, entry was only permitted to those in the late Yuanying stage, and the key was safeguarded within a box watched over by the Mo Jiao. Without the key, even a late Yuanying cultivator attempting to force their way in would meet their demise. Yi Changsheng reflected on all the information regarding the blood-colored forbidden land. The third layer was beyond his hopes. In the later stages of the Yuanying phase, certain places become accessible, yet they bear little relevance to a mere Qi refinement cultivator. Within this first tier, there exists nothing of value. A distance of 1 mile stretches from the stone walls to the circular mountain range, which constitutes the entirety of the first tier. Within this mile, no valuable items can be found, merely some ornamental flora. It appears that the original master of the restricted area regarded this place as a garden. The spiritual herbs required by the various sects primarily thrive in the circular mountain range of the second tier. However, shrouded in mist, the mountain range is fraught with peril. Once one enters, their spiritual awareness is suppressed by the fog, leaving them to rely solely on their eyesight to navigate. Yet, due to the density of the mist, visibility is severely hindered, rendering one utterly lost upon entry. Moreover, the mountain is home to a plethora of first-tier demonic beasts, which remain unaffected by the mist and will attack cultivators. Thus, even the most elite disciples of the 7 sects face certain doom if they venture into the mist. Fortunately, the 7 sects have devised a solution. The Yanyu sect has concocted a treasure known as the Moonlight Orb, capable of dispersing the fog and enabling entry into the second tier to harvest spiritual herbs. As per agreement, the Moonlight Orb is to be employed on the morning of the 3rd day. Currently, it is still the 2nd day, and all must remain in the first tier for an entire day. This poses the greatest challenge for those lacking sufficient strength who have entered the central area, as during this day, the top-tier cultivators will actively seek out and eliminate weaker practitioners. Yi Changsheng found a large tree and sat upon it, preparing to rest. He took out several maps and meticulously examined the layout of the circular mountain range. Presently, he possessed 4 maps, one given to him by Senior Sister Chun, another obtained from slaying Han Tianya, and the remaining 2 acquired from defeating disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain and the Treasure Girl of Yanyu sect. In essence, Yi Changsheng had gathered maps from Huang Maple Valley, Huadao Wu, Spirit Beast Mountain, and Yanyu sect. Among these, the map from Yanyu sect was the most detailed, meticulously documenting the locations of spirit herbs and the demonic beasts that guarded them. After cross-referencing, Yi Changsheng compiled an exceedingly detailed map. The target was now clear. He awaited the morrow. Gazing at the mist-enshrouded circular mountain range, Yi Changsheng pondered. Chapter 27. Entering the circular mountain range perched in the tree, Yi Changsheng regarded the mist ahead in silence. Although he was aware that the circular mountain range, as noted on the map, lay before him, he perceived nothing associated with mountains. A vast expanse of white mist obscured everything. As far as the eye could see, only mist remained, rendering all else invisible. Once the mist dissipated, the ascent would likely incite a frenzy of bloodshed. Yi Changsheng mused. Over the years, the few safe paths discovered by the disciples of various sects leading into the circular mountain range were limited. The remaining routes were perilous, fraught with the risk of encountering hordes of high-tier demonic beasts. Even Yi Changsheng was reluctant to confront such circumstances. Although he possessed numerous thunder talismans, he did not wish to squander them on demonic beasts. Thus, he planned to adhere faithfully to the designated safe paths outlined on the map. As for flying over the circular mountain range, that would be tantamount to courting death. A swarm of flying demonic beasts would swiftly impart a harsh lesson. This Han Laoma is exceedingly cautious. He has yet to enter. Yi Changsheng thought as he observed the bronze gate. Sitting in the tree, he had a clear view of the entrance to the bronze gate. After sitting there for half a day, no one else had emerged from that grand doorway aside from himself. It appeared that the individuals from this direction had been nearly annihilated. Yi Changsheng contemplated. Each direction possessed its share of ruthless individuals, yet this particular direction bore an abundance of them, rendering it nearly impossible for lower-tier cultivators to slip through unnoticed. Most had been exterminated. Figures such as Han Tianya, disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, and the Treasure Girl had already hunted many low-tier disciples before being vanquished by Yi Changsheng. Their indiscriminate slaughter had resulted in a dire scarcity of surviving low-tier disciples in this direction. It seemed that no more than 10 individuals had entered the central area from my direction. Yi Changsheng mused. He descended from the tree and proceeded toward a nearby path leading upward, as marked on the map. By the time the mist cleared tomorrow, he would be poised to ascend from there. After Yi Changsheng departed, several hours elapsed before Han Li's figure appeared from the bronze door. He had indeed entered. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Han Li swiftly made his way toward an upward path. On the morning of the third day, after the disciples of various sects had anxiously awaited for several hours, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the periphery of the circular mountain range. A beam of white light shot skyward, piercing the clouds and coalescing into a massive sphere of light above the vast sea of mist. The sphere grew larger and larger, eventually resembling a sun, too brilliant to behold. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the sphere erupted, transforming into countless points of light that rained down into the thick fog below. The mist enveloping the circular mountain range underwent an instantaneous transformation, akin to boiling water poured over ice, as vast swathes of white vapor dissipated. The once dense fog writhed and rolled, as if engaged in a desperate struggle. Under the illumination of the light points, the thick mist gradually thinned until it became but a faint layer, vanishing entirely. The fog had been dispelled. Before the few remaining safe paths into the circular mountain range, figures suddenly emerged from their hiding places. With swift agility, they darted into the paths, their silhouettes vanishing in an instant. All those intent on seizing spiritual herbs sprang into action. Time was of the essence. Less than 2 days remained for harvesting within this mountain range. By the 5th day, the blood-red forbidden area would seal itself. Thus, all must exit the mountain range before that 5th day, or risk being unable to flee the blood-red forbidden area in time. No one wished to squander precious moments at such a critical juncture. Consequently, some individuals hastily set forth, unconcerned about the potential threats from others. Yi Changsheng exhibited remarkable patience as he lingered in the tree. He observed as an individual stealthily emerged from a nearby thicket. After glancing around furtively, the person swiftly darted into the small path. With this individual leading the way, the area quickly became bustling. Following the disappearance of that figure, 2 figures clad in blue emerged from an obscure corner, instantly racing into the path with remarkable speed, disappearing within moments. Once those 2 vanished, 2 or 3 more individuals followed suit, rapidly entering the small path. After a brief wait, with no further arrivals, Yi Changsheng decided not to delay any longer. He leaped from the tree and ambled towards the small path. This posture starkly contrasts with those who hurriedly departed before. It appears he is utterly unperturbed by the prospect of being noticed. After Yi Changsheng left for a brief moment, a burly man clad in black emerged from a nearby thicket. He cast a cold gaze at the spot where Yi Changsheng had just been, letting out a chilling chuckle before leisurely making his way into the mountains. Once he had departed, a brief silence enveloped the area, soon broken by the appearance of 2 individuals dressed in white. They appeared to be disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, a male and a female. Junior sister, do we truly intend to venture in here? The disciples from Huang Maple Valley and the Great Sword sect seemed to be formidable characters. The male disciple spoke, a hint of trepidation evident on his face. Silence. They are both alone. What is there to fear? Why are you so spineless? The female disciple retorted with a fierce expression. I truly wonder what the sect was thinking in pairing you, a coward, as my dual cultivation partner. She voiced her grievances unabashedly, while her male counterpart, visibly intimidated, dared not retort. Let's swiftly gather the spiritual herbs here and reunite with our master. If you dare to lag behind, be prepared to be left here forever. After threatening her dual cultivation partner, the female disciple promptly proceeded down the narrow path, with him hastily following suit. Once they entered, the path fell silent once more, devoid of any further visitors. Upon entering the ring-shaped mountains, Yi Changsheng chose a direction and swiftly advanced. According to the map, There was a stone hall in this vicinity containing some nearly ripe heavenly spirit fruits. I currently possess 5 spiritual herbs. If I can gather around 10 more, I will be nearly finished. Yi Changsheng mused. Per Huang Maple Valley's regulations, picking 10 spiritual herbs would yield a foundation establishment pill. Yi Changsheng had no intention of becoming a disciple of Li Huayuan. Hence he did not plan to collect too many. Chapter 28. The Elfin Girl Somewhere in the Ring-Shaped Mountains. A tall and handsome man clad in the attire of Huang Maple Valley was wielding a fiery red small sword, engaged in combat with a colorful peacock. The peacock, adorned with numerous vibrant feathers, could not only launch them as projectiles, but also use them for defense. This was a mid-tier demon beast, the feathered peacock. It appeared formidable and resplendent, yet it could not withstand 3 rounds against the Huang Maple Valley disciple. The fiery red small sword swiftly severed its colorful feathers, subsequently decapitating it. This man was none other than Yi Changsheng. Ever since entering the ring-shaped mountains, he had encountered a plethora of demon beasts. Almost every stretch he traversed was met with one, and sometimes these creatures would appear in droves. Fortunately, most of them were of lower to mid-tier levels. High-tier and top-tier demon beasts typically did not inhabit such areas. Otherwise, disciples from various sects would not need to gather herbs. Yi Changsheng preferred not to waste his magical energy on these beasts. Thus, he avoided them whenever possible, dispatching those he could not evade, like the peacock before him. With swift efficiency, his journey had already claimed nearly 10 demon beasts, and he was gradually approaching the stone hall, observing the multitude of demon beasts along my path. It seems the individuals who entered earlier did not choose this direction. This should make herb gathering relatively smooth. Yi Changsheng thought. He hastened onward, slaying a mountain-pushing beast, and finally spotted a stone hall on a steep cliff ahead. It was presumed that the heavenly spirit fruits here were likely ripe. Within the known regions of the ring-shaped mountains, there were few locations where mature spiritual herbs could be harvested. This stone hall would likely attract visitors soon. I must be wary of others swooping in to seize the opportunity. Yi Changsheng lingered before the stone hall for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, before leaping toward it. Once he entered the stone hall, after a while, 2 figures appeared. A man and a woman, dressed in white, were none other than the duo from the Hidden Moon Sect. The individual has already entered. There is a high-tier demon beast, the Azure Wind Wolf, within. Once he and that beast have exhausted each other, we shall make our move, the leading woman stated. I believe that individual possesses profound magical energy. Perhaps the Azure Wind Wolf is no match for him. Her partner replied. All the better. Once he slays the Azure Wind Wolf, his energy will be nearly depleted. Upon entering, we can immediately employ the yin-yang convergence technique to eliminate him in one fell swoop. After harvesting the heavenly spirit fruits, we can seek out the disciple from the Great Sword Sect, then reunite with our master. The female disciple from the Hidden Moon Sect commanded. Her companion, though hesitant, dared not voice any objections. Just as they finished their conversation, a thunderous howl erupted from the direction of the stone hall. It has begun. The Hidden Moon Sect woman exclaimed with delight, immediately heading toward the stone hall. Boom. Dust and debris flew, the roars of the demon beast resonating continuously, indicating that the battle within the stone hall was exceedingly fierce. After all, it was a high-tier ferocious beast. Even some elite disciples at the 13th level could potentially meet their demise at its hands. Such an adversary would require considerable magical energy to defeat, even for a top-tier chi refinement cultivator. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony, the 2 disciples from the Hidden Moon Sect swiftly approached the stone hall. Hand in hand, they formed a peculiar seal, holding their breath and concealing their presence just outside the hall, ever ready to charge in. A deafening roar pierced the air, filled with pain and fury. It was the howl of the Azure Wind Wolf. It seemed the creature had already sustained injuries, thus emitting such a pained cry. The battle within was likely nearing its conclusion. It was time to prepare for their incursion. With the might of the yin-yang convergence technique, they would undoubtedly be able to slay him in a single strike. After harvesting the heavenly spirit fruits, my junior sister's mood should improve, and I might receive less ire as a result. The male disciple thought to himself, remaining silent and waiting for his dual cultivation partner to issue the command. However, after a long wait, he heard no word from her. What is going on? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. At that moment, he suddenly felt something warm trickle onto his hand. Looking down, he saw a pool of bright red blood. The male disciple of the Hidden Moon Sect let out a horrified scream, his face stricken with fear as he gazed at the headless corpse beside him. Unbeknownst to him, his partner, who had been holding his hand, had been silently decapitated. The male disciple's heart-wrenching scream echoed as he frantically tried to shake off the lifeless body from his grasp. Yet, inexplicably, the dead Zhou Jr. sister's hand clung to his, as if bound by an unbreakable force. His face turned pale as he frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for the assailant. "Are you looking for this?" Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from above him. Almost immediately, a round object fell before him. Upon witnessing this scene, the already terrified male disciple of the Yin Yu sect let out a scream, weeping and crawling away in a frantic escape. Clutched tightly in his grasp was the lifeless body of his dual cultivation partner, refusing to be shaken off. Standing atop the stone wall, Changsheng slightly shook his head, privately lamenting that this individual's mental fortitude was utterly unfit for the path of immortality. The fire cloud soared from his sleeve, transforming into a swift, blazing cloud, hurtling towards the unguarded disciple of the Yin Yu sect. "Stop!" A chilling voice resonated from afar. Hearing this, Changsheng's expression shifted, and he immediately turned towards the source of the voice. A graceful figure emerged ahead, a young woman clad in white, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a visage of pure innocence and an endearing charm. Her features were exquisite, reminiscent of a fairy among the mountains, possessing a breathtaking beauty akin to the goddess of the Luo River depicted by ancient poets. What a stunning woman! Yet, to command a halt? Absurd. The fire cloud sword struck down with relentless speed, slaying the male disciple of the Yin Yu sect, who was too preoccupied with his panic to defend himself. Witnessing this, the young woman's innocent face contorted with anger. Such audacity! Her icy voice brimmed with barely contained fury as she opened her mouth, unleashing a pink circular artifact the size of a thumb that soared forth. Chapter 29, Nangong Wan. The instant Changsheng laid eyes on her, he discerned her identity. To slay a disciple of the Yin Yu sect in front of Nangong Wan would undoubtedly forge a significant enmity. As a respected elder of the Yin Yu sect, how could Nangong Wan possibly turn a blind eye to the death of her sect's disciple? Furthermore, one of the slain was a descendant of her senior sister. In essence, Changsheng had offended two formidable figures of the Yin Yu sect in one fell swoop. Once Nangong Wan informed her senior sister of this incident, the consequences would be dire. With a flick of her wrist, Nangong Wan summoned the Zhuke ring, a powerful artifact, and a formidable spiritual pressure erupted. Changsheng's heart sank. He knew he could not withstand such power. "Arise!" Changsheng barked. In an instant, from the surrounding stones, over 20 icy talismans surged forth. Advanced ice spear talismans. The number was astonishing. Even Nangong Wan was taken aback. A chi-refining disciple wielded dozens of advanced talismans. This was indeed extraordinary. "Go!" The 20-plus ice spears shot towards Nangong Wan. Humph! A cold snort escaped her lips. The Zhuke ring whirled around her, effortlessly severing all ice spears that fell to the ground. Ineffective. The high-level talismans, capable of annihilating top-tier beasts, were utterly futile against her. This was troublesome. Without hesitation, Changsheng retrieved a handful of thunder pearls from his storage pouch. With a swift motion, 3 thunder pearls shot forth. Following this, he slapped his storage pouch, producing a green talisman. Thunder pearls. Nangong Wan gasped in astonishment, her gaze towards Changsheng tinged with incredulity. This disciple from Huang Maple Valley was truly peculiar. Not only could he produce numerous advanced talismans, but he also hurled 3 thunder pearls at once. Such a feat was nearly unfathomable. Thunder pearls were crafted from the essence of heavenly lightning by a remarkably skilled cultivator, and only about 70 remained after years of usage. The sight of him casually throwing 3 was indeed astonishing. Yet, despite her surprise, she had no intention of letting him escape. Capturing him would lead to revelations of any secrets he harbored, which would be easy to extract as a core formation cultivator. In a sudden flash, Nangong Wan vanished from her position, reappearing less than a yard away from Changsheng. Naturally, she evaded the 3 thunder pearls. The earth-shattering roar resounded behind her. Changsheng was not surprised. As a chi-refining cultivator, even with thunder pearls, he found it exceedingly difficult to slay a high-level expert. Even if the opponent were a foundation establishment cultivator, they would likely evade his thunder pearls, let alone someone of Nangong Wan's caliber. Thus, he had long been prepared to flee. The moment Nangong Wan drew near, Changsheng transformed into a streak of green light and vanished. A wood-escape talisman? Nangong Wan was momentarily taken aback. This chi-refining cultivator from Huang Maple Valley had indeed astonished her with his unexpected abilities, even wielding a mid-level talisman like the wood-escape talisman. "Humph! Do you think you can escape my grasp with just a wood-escape talisman? Let us see how many you possess." With that, Nangong Wan morphed into a streak of white light, pursuing him. At this moment, throughout the circular mountain range, Fierce conflicts erupted among the disciples of various sects surrounding the mature spiritual herbs. Within a secluded valley, a blue-clad youth in his 20s, a middle-aged Taoist, and a kindly elder stood in opposition over 2 purple monkey flowers. "Brother, who would have thought we'd meet again this year? Our fates are truly intertwined," the kindly elder remarked to the middle-aged Taoist, revealing their acquaintance. This immediately altered the expression of the blue-clad youth, who exclaimed, "What do you two mean? I discovered these spiritual herbs first." His face flushed with anger. Yet, the 2 men paid him no heed. "Indeed, I did not expect to see you again, Masterly," the middle-aged Taoist replied. "No need to dwell on the past. How about we each take one of the 2 spiritual herbs?" the elder stated directly. The middle-aged Taoist pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This scene left the blue-clad youth both astonished and furious. If the 2 joined forces, he stood no chance. Was he to relinquish the 2 purple monkey flowers he had discovered? He had slain the high-level beast guarding them. Yet here they were, brazenly discussing how to reap the rewards before him. Fuming, he hesitated briefly before deciding to seize the opportunity and snatch the 2 purple monkey flowers while the 2 were distracted. Thus, the youth dashed forth, charging towards the precious flowers. Seeking death, the elder bellowed, brandishing a staff that transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the youth at breakneck speed. Just as the staff was about to strike, a streak of green light flashed past the 3, moving with such speed that it resembled lightning, leaving them unable to comprehend what had transpired. Following closely was a streak of white light, equally swift. Bang! Unlike the green light that bypassed them, the white light crashed into their vicinity. With a crisp sound, the elder's staff and the youth's defensive artifact shattered instantaneously, scattering into a flurry of fragments. A flash of white light flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving no time for the 3 to react. By the time they regained their senses, all that remained were the scattered shards of magical artifacts and a pit in the ground. The precious herbs had also been taken. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. The young man in the blue robe stealthily stepped back a couple of paces. Although he had lost a magical artifact, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration surged within him at that moment. He could not contain his laughter, swiftly commanding a magical artifact to hastily retreat from the scene. At that moment, the benevolent elder whose artifact had been destroyed wore a grim expression, his face contorted with rage. The middle-aged Taoist observed this scene, his expression shifting slightly as he remarked, "Brotherly, I recall that the blue-patterned staff was your sole superior artifact, was it not?" At this, the elder's face drastically changed, a flicker of fear glimmering in his eyes. He forced a smile and replied, "What do you mean, thou brother?" The middle-aged Taoist maintained an air of nonchalance, yet his hand was already poised over his storage pouch. Chapter 30. Relentless Pursuit. Why must the seniors of the Hidden Moon sect pursue so desperately? In this blood-soaked forbidden land, slaughter is a commonplace occurrence. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over it? Humph, young one, since you understand that slaughter is a normality, what objection could there be to my desire to kill you? You cannot catch up with me. Why waste time? You, a master of your caliber, should have more pressing matters to attend to than squandering time on me. As Changsheng utilized the would-escape talisman to flee, he called out behind him. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Nangong Wan closed the distance, now less than 3 zhang away from him. Seeing this, Changsheng remained unperturbed, tossing out 3 thunder talismans that precisely sealed off the 3 directions behind him. Nangong Wan abruptly dodged, and when the thunder talismans exploded, the distance between her and Changsheng extended by 2 or 3 li. With a cold smirk, she immediately resumed her pursuit, the gap between them gradually narrowing once more. Indeed, as Changsheng stated, within this blood-stained forbidden land, the occurrences of killing and being killed were all too common. The deaths of a few individuals were hardly noteworthy. Nangong Wan harbored no genuine intention of avenging the 2 disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. After all, they were not related to her. Initially, she harbored some desire for vengeance. Upon witnessing Changsheng slay those 2, she considered killing him as a means of retribution. However, such thoughts of revenge could not sustain her relentless pursuit of him to this point. The sole reason she continued to chase Changsheng was the endless array of tactics he employed. Thunder talismans, would-escape talismans. This disciple of Huang Maple Valley possessed an astonishing abundance of these rare items. To date, he had already utilized 15 thunder talismans and 4 would-escape talismans. The would-escape talismans were manageable, but as for the thunder talismans, Nangong Wan could assure that the total number within the entire region of Yuegua could not compare to what he possessed. The initial cultivator had only crafted over 70 of them. That he could have so many remaining was simply implausible. This young man from Huang Maple Valley undoubtedly harbored a secret. Nangong Wan was determined to uncover that secret. However, after pursuing him for so long, her complexion had begun to pale. The exertion was immense. While Changsheng employed talismans to escape, she had only a few talismans at her disposal, relying primarily on her own evasion techniques. Moreover, Changsheng had deliberately run towards areas inhabited by high-level beasts, hoping that they would delay Nangong Wan momentarily, thus conserving his thunder talismans. After all, he had only 30 thunder talismans on hand, which could not withstand excessive use. Naturally, these high-level beasts were no match for Nangong Wan. Often, a single encounter would lead to their demise at her hands, and even the precious herbs they guarded were seized by her. Yet, in order to slay these beasts, Nangong Wan expended a considerable amount of her own energy, and the time spent gathering herbs was significant. This time allowed Changsheng to flee several li. On one occasion, he had managed to evade her by over 10 li using a high-level beast, nearly shaking her off completely, but to his surprise, she had still pursued him. Since he refused to give up, do not blame me for plotting against you. As he glanced back at the relentless Nangong Wan, a cold glint appeared in Changsheng's eyes. He altered his course and, recalling the map in his memory, sprinted towards the center of the circular mountains. By now, it was already noon on the third day. Disciples from various sects were diligently harvesting precious herbs. Slaughter and bloodshed were a constant occurrence. Near a stone cottage, a middle-aged man clad in yellow wielded a radiant silver pen and a golden tome. With a flourish, he unleashed a storm of silver and gold symbols, overwhelming a burly man controlling a swarm of massive yellow bees. Stop. No more fighting, Chun. You are indeed formidable. The burly man leaped back, commanding the bees to shield him from further assault. The Huang Maple Valley disciple, referred to as Chun, immediately ceased his aggression, allowing the man to retreat. Brother Chun, as an elite disciple of Huang Maple Valley, your strength is truly admirable. I shall leave the spiritual herbs in the stone cottage to you. With that, he decisively turned and departed without a trace of nostalgia. This master of the yellow bees was Zhong Wu, a disciple of the spirit beast mountain, and his opponent was none other than Chun Xiaotian, the elder brother of Sister Chun. Upon seeing Zhong Wu flee, Chun Xiaotian did not pursue him, but instead turned towards the stone cottage, glancing with a hint of concern into the distance. I wonder how my little sister's beloved Brother Yi is faring now? On a nearby mountaintop, Han Li struck down a giant from the Great Sword sect who wielded a silver sword, rescuing a delicate young girl. Han Li, who had been diligently harvesting the seedlings of precious herbs, had no intention of causing trouble. He desired only a peaceful gathering of herbs. Since his target was the unripe seedlings, he faced no competition and proceeded smoothly. However, due to his acquaintance with the girl and his growing fondness for her, he ultimately intervened. The Great Sword Sect's expert was formidable, but taken by surprise, he fell to Han Li's blade. After rescuing the girl, the two engaged in conversation. The girl developed a profound trust in the Huang Maple Valley disciple who had saved her. When Han Li spoke earnestly, she turned without hesitation and headed towards the stone cottage to gather the blazing sunflowers she desperately needed. Unbeknownst to her, Han Li sighed and knocked her unconscious with a swift strike. At the entrance of an underground cave, a group of Hidden Moon sect disciples gathered anxiously. Why hasn't our master arrived? The agreed time has long passed. Could something have happened to her? Silence. A sharp rebuke emanated from the leading female disciple. Though she silenced her anxious peers, her own heart brimmed with worry. The twin beauties of the Hidden Moon sect, the Master Nangong, had yet to arrive at the meeting point. What could have transpired? If Master Nangong were to perish within this forbidden ground, it would undoubtedly spell doom for her disciples. Upon exiting, they would face severe repercussions. What is that? Suddenly, a disciple of the Yanhua sect pointed in astonishment at a certain direction. The others immediately followed his gaze. A flash of emerald light zipped past, closely pursued by a streak of white light. Upon seeing the group of Yanhua sect disciples, the white light paused momentarily before darting away. In the next moment, the leader among the Yanhua disciples displayed a look of elation. Master Nangong has instructed us to converge at the final location. Hurry, she urged, and the group of Yanhua disciples promptly departed, making their way towards the heart of the circular mountain range. Chapter 31, Master Nangong No? Utilizing a wood escape talisman, Changsheng raced to a small basin. The basin was encircled by towering, oddly shaped stones, with an ancient, massive azure stone hall at its center. Upon arriving, Changsheng hesitated briefly before swiftly entering the stone hall. Nangong Wan followed closely behind, and upon witnessing Changsheng burrow into the hall, a cold smirk appeared on her face. He has walked right into a trap. She assessed coldly. If this disciple from Huang Maple Valley intends to enlist the local beasts to thwart her, he is sorely mistaken. Nangong paused momentarily before stepping into the stone hall. She moved slowly, even cautiously, for she had indeed been taken aback by Changsheng's various tactics earlier. If a multitude of heavenly thunder were to descend upon her in such a confined space, even she would struggle to withstand it. Once Nangong's figure gradually vanished at the entrance of the stone hall, it was not long before a group of Immortality sect disciples appeared at the site. "This is the location where Master instructed us to gather," proclaimed the leading female disciple. "The black-scaled python within is exceedingly fearsome, having devoured numerous elite disciples from various sects over the years," remarked another disciple from Immortality sect. The intelligence about this place was known to most elite disciples across the sections. It is said that there exists a treasure chest here, and over the years, many have attempted to retrieve it. Yet without exception, they were all consumed by the black-scaled python guarding the chest. No matter how terrifying it may be. Can it rival Master's magical artifacts? Indeed, as long as Master intervenes, the beasts here are no match for her. Speaking of which, where is Master? A disciple inquired. All eyes turned towards the leading Immortality disciple, who felt a twinge of surprise herself, reflecting that Master should have arrived here well before them, given her speed. Could it be that Master has already descended? After pondering for a moment, she said, "Let us wait a bit. If Master has not arrived, it is likely she has already gone down." The disciples all agreed. Thus, the disciples of Immortality sect began to wait outside. Inside the stone hall, Nangong cautiously advanced deeper. She moved slowly, and the underground stone path indeed stretched long. The winding stone corridor led down hundreds of feet. As Changsheng hastily traversed the azure pathway until reaching its end, it opened into an underground marshland, warm and humid, creating an uncomfortable sensation. As far as the eye could see, this subterranean world rose about 30 to 40 feet high and spanned several miles in width. The ground was rife with murky quagmires bubbling with black bubbles, and on a mound of dark soil grew numerous varieties of exotic flowers and herbs. Among them were several primary ingredients required for refining foundation-building elixirs, along with some herbs that Changsheng did not recognize. At the very center of the marsh, there stood a small pavilion made of white jade. Most strikingly, within the pavilion floated a large golden chest, unmistakably hinting at some form of treasure within. The Moke Jiao must be concealed within that chest. After casting a glance at the bubbling marshland, Changsheng swiftly concealed himself. He waited for what felt like an eternity before Nangong's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the azure stone passage. Upon entering, she immediately surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting the white jade pavilion and the golden chest, a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise calm face. So this is the key to the blood-colored forbidden ground. Surprised and delighted, Nangong realized that the young man had led her to such a treasure trove. However, where could he be? Frowning, she meticulously scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of Changsheng. In this place, she could not extend her spiritual awareness, thus relying solely on her eyes to search. Nangong resolved to locate that Huang Maple Valley boy first before confronting the black-scaled python. Yet, events unfolded contrary to her desires. Suddenly, the marshland appeared to be under attack, and the lurking beasts surged forth. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed as a dark, serpent-like creature, covered in massive scales, erupted from the mire. This beast, neither entirely snake nor otherwise, measured about 30 to 40 feet in length and was enveloped in black demonic mist. The moment Nangong beheld this creature, her expression shifted dramatically. "The Moke Jiao," she exclaimed in shock. This beast was indeed a Moke Jiao, rather than the black-scaled python as the disciples had claimed. The black-scaled python was a first-tier beast, while the Moke Jiao was a second-tier beast. The distinction between them was significant. "You wretched creature, seeking death." Nangong could no longer concern herself with that Huang Maple Valley boy. Her priority was to subdue the Moke Jiao. She opened her mouth to unleash the Zhuke ring. Reciting the incantation, seize, bind, restrict, lock. The 5-character command was uttered, and the Zhuke ring trembled rapidly. Whoosh! The Zhuke ring suddenly vanished, only to reappear in front of the Moke Jiao, swiftly ensnaring the creature before it could react. This is bad. Its strength is overwhelming. A look of disbelief crossed Nangong's face, realizing that the Moke Jiao was swiftly attempting to break free from her artifact's grasp. That boy must be hiding somewhere here. But expecting him to join forces with me against the Moke Jiao is out of the question. I must first reunite with those disciples and bring them along to slay this Moke Jiao. Nangong swiftly made her decision. casting one last cold glance at the underground world before hastily retreating towards the azure stone corridor. Roar! The Moke Jiao pursued relentlessly behind her. The Yanhua sect disciples had waited above for quite some time without seeing Master S arrival. Ultimately, they chose to enter the stone hall. Boom! No sooner had they descended than a violent noise erupted. It is that beast! A female disciple cried out, casting a talisman to illuminate the dark passage ahead. However, as soon as the talisman was activated, it triggered a terrifying change. A dazzling azure divine light erupted, surging into the passage like a tide. The passage's exit vanished instantaneously. Witnessing this scene, the Yanhua sect disciples turned ashen. Within the passage, Nangong Wan was racing forward. Suddenly, she heard a thunderous rumble ahead. Looking forward, her expression changed drastically. The lesser five elements, Shumi sealing law. Nangong Wan exclaimed in shock, staring at the suddenly vanished exit of the passage, her face turning pale as a ghost. Roar! As the dark serpent pursued from behind, Nangong Wan's expression turned exceedingly grim. She swiftly unleashed a mid-tier golden thread talisman, temporarily ensnaring the serpent. Without hesitation, she pivoted and dashed toward the marshy realm. There was no alternative. The minor five elements Shumi prohibition was far beyond her ability to shatter alone, and she had to rely on the strength of that disciple from Huang Maple Valley. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, an indescribable sensation. After having hunted that Huang Maple Valley disciple for so long, she now found herself in need of his assistance. She rushed into the marshy world and, upon entry, spotted Yi Changsheng standing atop a mound of earth, hands clasped behind him, wearing a cheerful smile as he regarded her. You remain remarkably composed. If we do not slay this serpent today, we both shall perish here, Nangong Wan declared coldly. With your senior's prowess, is it not possible to vanquish the serpent? Yi Changsheng inquired, feigning ignorance. If I could kill it, would you even have the chance to speak? I can join forces with you to eliminate the serpent. But the price is that all past grievances will be forgiven, Yi Changsheng stipulated. Agreed, Nangong Wan replied without hesitation. In such dire circumstances, there was little left to discuss. Uncovering the secrets of Yi Changsheng had become secondary to preserving her own life. When the serpent emerges, I shall bind it with my artifact, and you will use the Thunder Child to destroy it. Nangong Wan instructed swiftly. Yi Changsheng nodded silently, expressing no dissent. A thunderous roar erupted from the azure stone passage as the serpent broke free from the talisman's grasp and charged toward them. Bind! With a graceful gesture, Nangong Wan pointed, and the vermilion bird ring erupted in brilliance, ensnaring the serpent once more. Hurry, I cannot hold on for long, she called out urgently. Yi Changsheng acted swiftly, launching 3 thunder children that whirled through the air. With a resounding explosion, the moment Nangong Wan recalled the vermilion bird ring, the thunder children detonated. In the aftermath of the dazzling white light, a charred remnant of the serpent lay before them, its body devoid of any intact bones. A small, red orb, the size of a fist, tumbled from within it. Yi Changsheng was momentarily stunned by the sight. How could the serpent, despite its dire state, have retained this object? What is this? A second-tier beast cannot possess a demon core, Nangong Wan exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment as she approached to retrieve the orb. Yi Changsheng's expression changed drastically, and he reached out, shouting, Nangong ancestor, don't. With a soft pop, the orb inexplicably burst, enveloping Nangong Wan in a cloud of pink mist. Chapter 32. The sword refining master Nangong Wan. Yi Changsheng's hand fell weakly. It was too late. The serpent, despite being so grievously wounded, had still managed to leave that object behind. Truly, it was devoted to its task. Yi Changsheng felt lightheaded. He stood not far from Nangong Wan, but as the thick mist enveloped them, he inhaled some as well. Almost instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of heat coursing through his body. A tempest that converged into a torrent and rushed downward. Blood surged. This was not good. He had been affected. Yi Changsheng's heart sank, and then he sensed a fragrant breeze approaching. Nangong Wan's enchanting visage flushed a deep crimson, her eyes glazed, exhaling sweetly, as melodious tones that could quicken one's blood echoed around them. Nangong ancestor, what are you doing? Yi Changsheng exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to intervene. However, Nangong Wan effortlessly restrained him. As expected of a core formation cultivator, this seemingly youthful beauty, who appeared to be in her teens, was actually close to a century old, and her strength was astounding, far beyond what a mere chi refining cultivator like him could resist. Yi Changsheng turned his head away, anguish etched on his face. Senior Sister Chun, I am sorry, but I am powerless. In his gaze, there was a defiant struggle. I, Yi Changsheng, am resolute. How could I succumb to such trivial temptation? If you possess the ability, do not force me. Outside, the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were like ants on a hot griddle, fraught with anxiety. Fear was palpable on their faces. If their ancestor truly encountered peril within, they would all be held accountable. After all, there were only a handful of core formation ancestors within the Hidden Moon sect. It was a rare opportunity for them to enter this blood-colored forbidden land due to her unique techniques, seeking its true treasures. If something were to go awry here, the consequences would be terrifying. We must break through this barrier, commanded the leading female disciple, her countenance grim. If they failed to rescue their ancestor, they would face dire repercussions upon their return. A group of over a dozen disciples took turns unleashing various artifacts and talismans against the azure light barrier. The dazzling array of colors and immense force should have made an impact, but upon striking the barrier, it was as if they had met an impenetrable wall. Time slowly ebbed away. It was now the fourth day. The disciples of the Hidden Moon sect felt a looming dread. Despair began to permeate the air, and the belief that their ancestor would emerge alive dwindled. After all, it had been so long. Some female disciples had already collapsed to the ground in tears. The disciples exchanged glances, their faces ashen. In other regions of the mountains, those who had gathered sufficient spiritual herbs were beginning to withdraw. Time was running short. The forbidden land would soon close. Those who felt their strength insufficient had fled early, fearing that the more powerful figures would intercept them on the way out. Such incidents had occurred countless times in the past. The return passage on the final day was notoriously perilous. In the depths of the underground realm, Changsheng gazed at the slumbering fairy, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. It seemed the effects of the elixir had nearly worn off. Her inky black hair cascaded like flowing ink over her fair, radiant back, and a delicate blush adorned her smooth skin. She lay curled like a cat, her gentle breaths tickling his neck, inducing a slight itch. He had lost track of time. Changsheng mused. Their shared moments had extended far too long for him to discern how much time had passed. Truly, a core formation female cultivator was remarkable. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration of relentless battles and overwhelming fatigue, she awoke, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Upon opening her beautiful eyes and lifting her head, she was struck with a sense of foreboding. She froze, falling into a prolonged silence, her face shifting through shades of crimson, ashen, pain, and melancholy. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Changsheng finally heard a crisp, chilling voice. Is that enough? Retract your filthy claws. The celestial visage, with its arching brows, was laden with frost, emanating an icy demeanor. At this, Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features as he stirred slightly. A soft voice echoed, and in the next moment, the celestial being, who had struggled to sit up, collapsed once more. After an indeterminate duration, when the two faced each other again, their garments were neatly arranged. Chapter 33. The Forbidden Realm concludes. Let today's events be deemed a mistake. Merely a dream, Nangong Wan declared coldly. The previous senior sister Chun had articulated similar sentiments. Changsheng mused internally. As you wish. He waved his hand dismissively. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Nangong Wan felt an unbidden surge of ire. Humph, she scoffed, her tone thick with dissatisfaction and resentment. Glancing around, her gaze fell upon the remnants of the ink serpent's body. This served as an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Boom. The vermilion bird circled in the air, unleashing a barrage that reduced the last vestiges of the ink serpent to mere ash. Good heavens! Changsheng broke into a cold sweat at this spectacle. This woman was unlike senior sister Chun. Great caution was warranted in her presence. The ink serpent had already been decimated by the heavenly thunder, and now, the final remnants of value had been obliterated. What a pity. I had intended to extract materials from it to forge two exquisite artifacts. Changsheng lamented silently. Following her cathartic outburst, Nangong Wan felt a significant alleviation of her mood. She stole a few glances at Changsheng. His appearance and talent were commendable. Should he eventually attain the golden core stage, her efforts would not be in vain. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her previous grievances and frustrations dissipated considerably. Remembering her earlier state of infatuation, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. I shall take this golden treasure chest. You have no objections, I presume? Her icy voice rang out. Changsheng glanced at the chest and replied nonchalantly, Do as you please. Humph. Nangong Wan huffed, soaring towards the white jade pavilion, while Changsheng moved towards a mound abundant with spiritual herbs. Here, only a few plants were necessary for crafting foundation establishment pills. The rest were unfamiliar to him. Seizing the opportunity while Nangong Wan was distracted, he analyzed each plant, contemplating potential future uses upon his exit. Subsequently, he harvested the few designated herbs required by the sect. Originally, I had 8 herbs. Now there are 6, totaling 14. This is satisfactory. 10 herbs will yield 1 foundation establishment pill. I seek merely 1. Acquiring too many would attract Li Huayuan's attention, leading to unwarranted troubles. Yi Changsheng pondered. He had no intention of apprenticing under Li Huayuan. Such a notion was unnecessary. You do not want these herbs? Nangong Wan, having collected the treasure chest, approached with surprise. The herbs I require are sufficient. Excess is unwarranted, Yi Changsheng replied coolly. No need for additional acquisitions that must be surrendered to the sect, which would only invite unnecessary troubles. Humph, you are quite astute, avoiding the spotlight. Reflecting on Yi Changsheng's peculiarities and his occasional displays of bravado with heavenly thunder, Nangong once suspected he harbored secrets. After their intimate encounter, her curiosity about his secrets waned. Coldly, she stated, since you refuse, I shall take them all. She proceeded to unceremoniously gather the remaining herbs. What is your name? After a moment, Nangong Wan could no longer restrain herself from asking. Inquiring about his name hinted at her hopes for the future. If he were to reach the golden core stage, they could potentially become dual cultivation partners. Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, indeed a propitious name. Following this exchange, silence enveloped them once more. After a time, seeing Yi Changsheng remain mute regarding her name, Nangong Wan felt a surge of frustration. I have made the effort to ask your name, and you remain indifferent? Do you not desire to know mine? Do you harbor no thoughts of me for the future? Her heart swelled with grievance. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. I am Nangong Wan, an elder of the moon-concealing sect who has achieved the golden core. A lovely name. The character Wan connotes grace and beauty, perfectly befitting you. Yi Changsheng complimented with a gentle smile. Is that all you have to say? After waiting for a moment, Nangong Wan inquired frostily. What else should I say? Yi Changsheng replied, puzzled. Another instance of her seeking promises, he mused internally. Humph. Observing his demeanor, Nangong Wan huffed coldly and turned towards the exit. After a brief interval, the two slowly approached the exit. How many heavenly thunders do you have left? Nangong Wan asked. The minor 5 elements Shumi prohibition would require significant effort from the two to break through. She feared it might cost her decades of cultivation. Breaking this prohibition is not an issue, Yi Changsheng asserted, producing several heavenly thunders from his storage bag. Boom, boom. In the stone hall above, the disciples of the moon-concealing sect sat despondently on the ground, contemplating their paths ahead. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Amidst the trembling earth, the disciples were overjoyed to see their revered ancestor Nangong emerge from the passage. Ancestor, the disciples of the moon-concealing sect erupted in ecstatic joy, rushing forward. At the stone hall's exit, a breathtaking woman in white appeared. Her visage was that of a slightly older incarnation of the young ancestor. At this moment, she gazed coldly into the distance, her face void of warmth. Observing her frigid demeanor, the once jubilant disciples of the moon-concealing sect felt as though cold water had been poured over them, awakening them to a dreadful realization. Was the ancestor about to investigate the matter of the prohibition being triggered? After a lengthy gaze into the distance, she finally turned to the anxious disciples. Her voice icy, let us depart. By now, it was the 5th afternoon following the opening of the blood-red Forbidden Realm. The 7 sect's golden core cultivators, who had awaited outside for an extended period, finally took action. They cooperatively opened the exit of the Forbidden Realm, peering into the dark passageway, awaiting those who would emerge. The ancient figure, known as Qiong Lao, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grinning as he observed the passage, exuding an air of relaxation and ease. He appeared entirely unconcerned about the wager. Soon, the surviving disciples from the 7 sects began to emerge one by one. Most appeared weary, their bodies marked with wounds and dust, looking quite disheveled. When Yi Changsheng finally emerged, a dozen others had already done so. Among the Huang Maple Valley group, there were 4, and with Yi Changsheng, they numbered 5, the largest contingent. This elicited an involuntary expression of delight from Li Huayuan. Yi Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement to his acquaintances, Han Li and Chun Xiaodian, as he moved forward, positioning himself amidst the crowd, closing his eyes to recuperate while awaiting the final tally. As the passage neared its closure, the disciples of the Yin Yu sect finally made their appearance. At the forefront was a woman shrouded in a veil, her visage obscured. The ethereal grace and delicate figure hinted that she was likely an unparalleled beauty. Upon her arrival, the enchanting fairy of garments could not restrain herself and hurriedly approached, grasping the woman's arm in a flurry of concern and inquiries about her well-being. This unexpected display left the elders of the other sects murmuring amongst themselves. Humph, Yi Changsheng heard a cold snort beside him. He opened his eyes to see Nangong Wan already ascending the flying vessel of the Yin Yu sect alongside the Fairy of Garments. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile played upon Yi Changsheng's lips. Master Nangong, quite impressive. Chapter 34. We all have a radiant future among the various sects. The Yin Yu sect emerged with the highest number of surviving disciples, totaling over a dozen. Surprisingly, the Huangfeng Valley also saw 6 disciples return alive, leaving everyone astonished. How could such a small sect like Huangfeng Valley have so many survivors? Upon noticing that 2 of these individuals had not even reached the 12th level of Qi refinement, the crowd immediately understood that these 2 must have hidden away in some corner, only emerging once the trial in the forbidden area concluded. Otherwise, it was unlikely for cultivators at the 10th and 11th levels to have survived, especially considering the high mortality rate among those at the 13th level. The most tragic was the Giant Sword sect, which had only 2 members return, neither of whom were among the elite disciples. Clearly, little could be expected from these 2 in terms of gathering spiritual herbs, marking a significant loss for the Giant Sword sect. Compounding their misfortune, the number of foundational disciples they could cultivate over the following decades would also be drastically reduced. This left the elder of the Giant Sword sect with a grim expression, harboring a barely concealed resentment towards Huangfeng Valley for their unexpected survival. The elder from the Blade Transformation Workshop also wore a displeased countenance upon realizing that his most promising disciple, Han Tianya, had perished within the Forbidden Zone. This was a troubling development, as Han Tianya's sister was not one to be trifled with. The mere thought of her wrath caused the elder's brow to furrow deeply. With the bloody trial concluded, only the elder of the Yin Yu sect and Li Huayuan from Huangfeng Valley bore smiles. The remaining foundation-building cultivators from the other sects found it difficult to muster any joy. Under the urging of the elder from the Yin Yu sect, the various factions began to tally their harvest of spiritual herbs. First was the Qingsu sect, where the leading middle-aged Taoist produced a mere 10 or so herbs, while the rest presented only 3 or 4 each. In total, the Qingsu sect gathered less than 40 herbs. The situation was even more dismal for the other sects. Managing to gather 30 herbs was considered a success. The Taoist, Fu Yunzi, glanced at the group of over a dozen from the Yin Yu sect and sighed. With such a meager collection of herbs, there was no hope of surpassing anyone. Even if the combined total of the Qingsu sect and Huangfeng Valley exceeded that of the Yin Yu sect, he knew he would likely still fall short against Li Huayuan. Meanwhile, the first few disciples from the Yin Yu sect initially showcased unimpressive results, presenting only 3 or 4 herbs each. However, as more members stepped forward, their numbers soared: 5, 7, 8, and finally 10 herbs. By the time the last disciple arrived, he astonishingly produced 18 spiritual herbs. This brought the total number of herbs for the Yin Yu sect to over 100. Yi Changsheng mused that it was likely Nangong Wan had taken these disciples to raid several high-tier demonic beast lairs after leaving the stone hall. This might explain their delayed return. Li Huayuan and Fu Yunzi's expressions darkened considerably, especially after the first 2 disciples from Huangfeng Valley presented only 3 and 4 herbs respectively. Li Huayuan was fuming. Given that these 2 were quite capable, how could they have collected so few herbs? He held no expectations for Han Li and Xiang Zhili. Now, he could only hope that the remaining 2 disciples at the 13th level would yield a sufficient harvest. Li Huayuan's gaze turned expectantly towards Chun Xiaodian and Yi Changsheng. Chun Xiaodian did not disappoint him, stepping forward and pulling out herbs from his storage bag in an unending stream. In the end, he revealed a staggering 20 herbs, much to Li Huayuan's delight. Following him, Yi Changsheng also performed commendably, presenting 14 herbs, a respectable showing worthy of his cultivation level. Little did Li Huayuan know that Yi Changsheng had generously given over 20 herbs to Nangong Wan during the trial. He would surely be furious if he found out. Nonetheless, Huangfeng Valley's total collection had now surpassed that of the Qingsu sect, although the combined total of both sects still could not rival the Yin Yu sect. Having outdone the Qingsu sect brought a modicum of comfort to Li Huayuan. As Han Li prepared to step forward, the cunning Xiang Zhili suddenly darted ahead, respectfully presenting 2 purple monkey flowers. A mere pawn was able to produce 2 herbs, altering Li Huayuan's perception of him significantly, prompting a nod of approval. After this, he paid little attention to the remaining disciples, believing that what could an 11th level cultivator possibly offer? However, soon after, he was drawn back into focus by a series of astonished gasps. The ordinary 11th level disciple had unexpectedly laid out 24 spiritual herbs. The sight of so many herbs stunned everyone into silence. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Huayuan's eyes widened, followed by a hearty laugh. With this, The combined total of herbs from both sects had exceeded that of the Yanyu sect. Did this not mean he had won the wager? Moreover, with Qingsu sect's loss, it was a double victory for him. How could this be? This must be a joke. Both the disciples of various sects and the foundation-building elders found the outcome utterly unbelievable. Han Li had now become the focal point of everyone's attention. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha. Senior Qiong, is the bet still valid? Li Huayuan exclaimed with exuberance, casting a triumphant glance at the elder of the Yanyu sect. The elder's expression darkened. His gaze fixed intently on Han Li, scrutinizing him closely. No matter how he looked at it, this was merely an ordinary 11th-level cultivator, lacking any remarkable attributes. Humph. The elder let out a disdainful snort, tossing 3 invisible needle talismans to Li Huayuan before vanishing without a trace. Hand over the inner core of the bloodline serpent. Li Huayuan smugly commanded Fu Yunzi. Fu Yunzi felt a surge of frustration, yet with so many witnesses present, he could not back down. With a grimace, he reluctantly produced an inner core and turned to lead the disciples of the Qingsu sect away. Soon, all sect disciples had departed, leaving only Huang Maple Valley behind. The triumphant expression on Li Huayuan's face gradually faded as he turned to Han Li, coldly stating, "Come here." Han Li followed the instructions and approached Li Huayuan, who remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "How did you acquire these spiritual herbs? Enlighten me." He could hardly believe that an 11th-layer cultivator could independently obtain such a vast collection of herbs. Han Li, showing utmost respect, performed a bow and then concocted a tale of a conflict between a clam and a snipe, with him as the fortunate beneficiary, regardless of whether anyone truly believed it. This narrative seemed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Li Huayuan nodded in approval, glancing between Han Li and Chen Xiaodian. Suddenly, he spoke with a solemn expression. "You two have made significant contributions to our sect. I have decided to accept you as named disciples, and once you establish your foundation, you will be formally recognized. Do you agree?" "I am willing," Chen Xiaodian exclaimed with delight. Being accepted as a disciple by a core formation cultivator was akin to striking gold. Han Li paused momentarily, and only after hearing Chen Xiaodian's response did he realize how to respond. He quickly echoed, "I am willing." Li Huayuan nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Yi Changsheng observed this scene and also nodded with approval. "You have gained Li Huayuan, and I have gained Nangongwan. We both have promising futures ahead." Chapter 35. Foundation Establishment. After concluding matters related to the blood-colored Forbidden Land, everyone boarded the silver-armored horned python of their ancestor, returning to Huang Maple Valley. Upon landing in the assembly hall, Yi Changsheng spotted his sister Chun, her face radiant with excitement. "It seems I must first satisfy her before I can retreat to cultivate my foundation," he mused. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Xiaodian, Yi Changsheng bid farewell to his brother-in-law. Amidst his brother-in-law's ambiguous expressions, the two returned to Yi Changsheng's residence. As soon as they closed the door, heavy breathing filled the air. Days of worry and the joy of reunion overwhelmed Chen Xiaodian's emotions. "Why do you carry such a distinct fragrance?" she asked breathlessly as Yi Changsheng held her before the standing mirror. "Does this woman possess a keen sense of smell?" Yi Changsheng was taken aback and quickly responded, "It's the aroma of spiritual herbs. There are many unique herbs in the blood-colored Forbidden Land." He hurriedly stifled her inquiries. As her curiosity was gradually submerged by the overwhelming sensations, she contemplated mentioning that the scent resembled a woman's natural fragrance, but the moment was lost. After a week of recuperation, Yi Changsheng made all necessary preparations for his foundation establishment. He arrived at the spiritual chamber designated for disciples on the verge of foundation establishment. "I wish to rent a spiritual chamber," Yi Changsheng informed the disciple overseeing the chambers. The disciple scrutinized him and inquired, "Are you preparing for foundation establishment?" Yi Changsheng nodded. The disciple's face instantly reflected immense envy. "It's 10 spirit stones per month." Yi Changsheng tossed a mid-level spirit stone and coolly stated, "Adjust accordingly for any surplus." Following the disciple's guidance, he entered a spiritual chamber. "I wonder if this brother will succeed," the Qi refinement disciple remarked as he stood outside. Having served here for many years, he had witnessed countless aspirants come to establish their foundations. Without exception, they all arrived brimming with confidence. Yet, months later, most emerged looking disheveled. The success rate for foundation establishment was dismally low. Huang Maple Valley dispensed hundreds of foundation establishment pills every decade, yet only about 1 in 10 or 12 succeeded. Within the chamber, Yi Changsheng sat in silence for an hour. He then retrieved a jade box containing a small blue pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it and began to channel his cultivation technique, a faint golden light shimmering around him. Several hours later, he felt an intense burning sensation in his dantian while his limbs and body felt icy, accompanied by excruciating pain. Yi Changsheng persevered through the conflicting sensations of heat and cold. He diligently refined the pill's potency. Gradually, his gaseous true essence thickened and became heavy, eventually dripping down like rain. Drip, drip, drip. Liquid true essence fell into his meridians. Simultaneously, the fourth layer of the golden spirit star technique rapidly circulated within him, transforming this liquid true essence into a unique form of true essence. I have succeeded in my foundation establishment. Yi Changsheng rejoiced internally, but soon his brow furrowed again. Not enough. This amount of liquid true essence was insufficient to cultivate the fourth layer of the golden spirit star technique. After some contemplation, he retrieved another foundation establishment pill and consumed it. Utilizing the immense potency of the pill, he cultivated the golden spirit star technique. After consuming several pills, he finally cultivated the fourth layer to completion. This technique truly consumes vast resources. Yi Changsheng thought with a bitter smile as he opened his eyes. It seemed he would need to exert considerable effort to gather various foundation establishment pills in the future. Outside the chamber, the disciple guarding the area waited for half a year. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within. "Senior brother," he called out to Yi Changsheng. But upon noticing the spiritual pressure emanating from him, his expression changed drastically. "Greetings, Uncle Master. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment." He bowed deeply with utmost respect. He then reverently presented the remaining spirit stones with both hands. Yi Changsheng nodded, accepted the spirit stones, and strode out. Behind him, the disciple's gaze brimmed with boundless envy and admiration. Successfully establishing a foundation meant becoming a high-ranking disciple of Huang Maple Valley. In many respects, it signified one's true standing within the sect. Next, Yi Changsheng went to the assembly hall to register with Master Zhong, and then proceeded to the Qilin Pavilion to rent a twin-pupil rat. He then headed straight for the outskirts of Huang Maple Valley. In the northwestern region of the Taiwan mountain range, Yi Changsheng released the twin-pupil rat. This spiritual beast possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual energy. With the rat in tow, Yi Changsheng searched for 2 days. Finally, he arrived before a towering stone wall over 100 feet high, where the twin-pupil rat frantically burrowed into a crevice. Observing this, Yi Changsheng immediately took out a magical artifact and channeled his power to carve a passage through the rock. A quarter of an hour later, the rock face was breached, revealing a natural cave several dozen feet in length. As Yi Changsheng entered, he was greeted by a rush of rich spiritual energy. "The Spirit Eye Spring. After 2 days of searching, I've finally found it." Narrowing his eyes, he savored the abundant spiritual power emanating from the spring, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Cultivating here will be significantly more efficient than elsewhere. With the Spirit Eye Spring located, the next steps involved establishing his cave residence and purchasing arrays. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Yi Changsheng promptly stowed the twin-pupil rat, wielded his magical artifact, and began to carve out the cave. After several hours of effort, the cave took initial shape. He traveled several hundred miles to release the twin-pupil rat, allowing it to return to Huang Maple Valley on its own. Afterward, he set up a simple and crude array at the cave's entrance to conceal it. The formation here might only deceive those at the Qi refinement stage. I must quickly seek out Xian Ruyan. Yi Changsheng pondered. He required her inverted 5 elements formation to safeguard his cave dwelling. He directed his gaze northward. This location lay on the border of the Yu Kingdom, adjacent to the Yuanwu Kingdom to the north. The market established by the Tianqing sect, one of the 3 major orthodox sects of Yuanwu, was not far from here. After a brief tidying up, Yi Changsheng promptly set off towards Yuanwu Kingdom. Chapter 36. The Tianqing sect market. The cultivation world of Yuanwu Kingdom differed significantly from that of Yu Kingdom. The 7 sects of Yu Kingdom did not distinguish between righteousness and wickedness, lacking any factions. In contrast, Yuanwu Kingdom was characterized by a balance of orthodox and demonic forces, with both sides at an impasse. The righteous side was led by the 3 great sects, among which the Tianqing sect was one. Upon entering Yuanwu territory, Yi Changsheng flew for a distance before his flying artifact suddenly plummeted. A prohibition against flying. Yi Changsheng felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had entered the market area, otherwise such a flying restriction would not be in place. He hastened onward, traversing several miles until he beheld a vast array of buildings, far larger than the market in Huang Maple Valley. A towering structure, reaching 20 to 30 zhang, stood at the center, surrounded by numerous smaller edifices. A large plaque atop the grand building bore the inscription Changsheng Pavilion. It went without saying that this was the Tianqing sect's own establishment. A mask appeared in his hand, which Changsheng donned to conceal his identity. This mask, acquired in the blood-forbidden land, was a low-grade magical artifact with the remarkable ability to obscure one's aura. Section 28. After meandering through the market, Changsheng observed a plethora of shops selling various wares, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit beasts, among others. It appeared that this place was far more prosperous than the Huang Maple Valley market. However, truly exceptional items were scarce. At least, Changsheng did not encounter any superior-grade magical artifacts or intermediate talismans. Senior, is this your first visit to the Changsheng sect market? A middle-aged scholar suddenly approached him. How did you discern that? Changsheng replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Senior is unaware, but those of our profession possess a somewhat unique method of identifying people, the scholar said with a beaming smile. Changsheng chuckled softly. Those of your profession? You must be Xingzi, correct? Senior's discerning eye is indeed remarkable. The scholar quickly flattered. What brings you to this market, Senior? My name is Wang Xiling, and I am a regular here. Perhaps I can assist you. Wang Xiling, is it? Haha, I seek to purchase some formation flags and discs. If your recommendations do not surpass Changsheng Pavilion, then please do not waste my time. However, should you suggest a place that satisfies me, I shall not be stingy with my rewards. Changsheng slowly turned to face Wang Xiling. His eyes, though concealed by the mask, bore an intense gaze that exerted considerable pressure on the man. After all, being scrutinized by a foundation establishment cultivator was hardly a pleasant experience. Wang Xiling hesitated, his expression fluctuating. He indeed knew of someone with profound expertise in formations, but he could not guarantee that this individual would meet the senior's needs. Is something troubling you? Changsheng's indifferent inquiry heightened Wang Xiling's anxiety. He glanced up and met the cold, piercing gaze behind the mask. I have never witnessed the prowess of this individual in formations. If I were to recommend him without certainty, it might provoke the displeasure of this senior. Wang Xiling rapidly calculated in his mind. Perhaps I should first take this senior to a secret shop. Surely, at a trading event of this caliber, he would find something to his satisfaction. Wang Xiling resolved in his heart and promptly raised his head, his face brimming with smiles. Fortunately, Senior did not visit Changsheng Pavilion. Although the Changsheng sect is renowned for its formations, that does not imply that the best formation flags and discs are available there. Senior may not be aware, but the better formations are seldom put up for sale by the Changsheng sect. Those displayed in Changsheng Pavilion are merely common goods aimed at small family cultivators and loose cultivators. Since you dare to claim that Changsheng Pavilion's offerings are lacking, it seems you are confident in recommending something superior? Changsheng inquired with a faint smile. The scholar, upon hearing this, first glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before lowering his voice conspiratorially. Senior, are you aware of secret shops? Are those the establishments that deal in items of dubious origin? Changsheng's interest was piqued. He had indeed contemplated seeking out a secret shop during his visit to the Changsheng sect market for a transaction. Such shops specialized in handling items of questionable provenance. Much like the treasures Changsheng had acquired through nefarious means, aside from a few items too notorious to sell, the rest could be traded in these secret shops. As these establishments often attracted higher-level cultivators, they frequently yielded excellent goods. Senior truly possesses extensive knowledge. I can introduce you to a little-known secret shop where the items for sale are undoubtedly of the finest quality. I believe you may find satisfactory formation flags and discs there, Wang Xiling declared. This secret shop is located within the market, I presume? Changsheng inquired nonchalantly. If it is within the market, then the secret shop is relatively reliable. If it were outside, it would likely be a trap. Not far from here, there is a secret shop, and in 1 hour, it will host its monthly auction. If Senior is willing to go, I shall take you there. Wang Xiling's excitement was palpable. It seemed this Senior was not averse to the idea of a secret shop, and his inquiry suggested a strong likelihood of attending. Securing a foundation establishment client would yield him a substantial commission from the secret shop. Then let us proceed, Changsheng stated, and Wang Xiling immediately beamed with delight. I shall lead the way. With that, he moved ahead, guiding Changsheng towards a corner of the market. After winding through several turns, he brought Changsheng to a dilapidated courtyard. Upon knocking, a woman of unremarkable appearance emerged. Wang Xiling seemed to regard her with apprehension, hastily introducing Changsheng before swiftly departing. Please, follow me, the woman said with a solemn expression. Though she was merely a chi refinement cultivator, she displayed no fear in the presence of Changsheng, a foundation establishment cultivator. Given Wang Xiling's demeanor towards her, it was evident she possessed significant background. After all, one could not host such a secret shop without considerable influence. Changsheng nodded, hesitating little as he followed her into the courtyard. After navigating through a series of winding paths, they soon arrived at a stone door. Flanking the entrance stood two Foundation establishment cultivators clad in black robes, their faces obscured by menacing masks. The woman appeared unfazed by their presence and pushed open the stone door, leading Changsheng inside. A resplendent hall unfolded before him. The circular chamber, spanning dozens of zhang in diameter, was furnished with wooden chairs upon which sat numerous cultivators dressed in various attires. Changsheng's spiritual sense swept the room, revealing that most occupants were Foundation establishment cultivators. As expected, this was indeed a high-level secret shop. For him, it was just perfect. Changsheng found a seat and settled down, closing his eyes to rest and awaiting the commencement of the auction. Although it was his first time attending such a secretive gathering, he exhibited an air of casual confidence, akin to that of a seasoned participant. This demeanor caused the scrutinizing gazes directed at him to retract. After waiting for approximately an hour, a wooden door swung open, revealing two individuals who bore attire identical to that of the two men outside the stone gate. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to this trading event." A venerable voice resonated. The two individuals standing upon the central platform were both Foundation establishment cultivators. The first to speak, an elderly man, was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. His cultivation level instilled a slight unease among some in the hall, their eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness. The few Qi refinement cultivators present dared not even breathe audibly in such an atmosphere. The dozens of individuals within the hall concealed their appearances with masks or cloaks. Some, particularly adept, even masked their auras, much like Changsheng did, rendering it impossible to discern their identities through external features. The two hosts of the auction also donned fearsome masks, obscuring their true identities. However, according to rumors circulating among the populace, those capable of orchestrating such clandestine auctions were either from prominent sects or esteemed families of cultivators. Amidst the somewhat tense and peculiar ambience, the auction commenced. As per tradition, the auctioneer announced a base price for spirit stones, inviting competitors to bid against one another. Those lacking in spirit stones could offer equivalent items as collateral, with their worth to be assessed by the two of them. Finally, once the auction goods were sold, there would be a period for free trading. Should anyone have items to sell or exchange, they could present them for independent transactions, as the establishment would not interfere. The aged voice recounted the rules of the trading event. Subsequently, the two hosts approached a table. The elderly voice continued. "This auction will be presided over by this old man once more. Some of you may have encountered me before, so let us dispense with unnecessary chatter and commence." The first item up for bid was a 500-year-old Huangjing mushroom, with a starting price of 300 spirit stones. The initial offering was a 500-year-old spiritual herb, marking a significant start to the auction. A 500-year-old herb is considered a rare gem among spiritual herbs, enticing even core formation cultivators. Outside the blood-colored forbidden area, Li Huayuan hastily took on Han Li and Chun Xiaotian as registered disciples, solely to partake in half of the spiritual herbs they would gather. Most of those herbs were only around 300 years old. This 500-year herb was a rare find, an opportunity seldom encountered, and acquiring it for alchemical purposes would undoubtedly serve as an excellent chance for all present to break through their realms. There was no need for the elderly man to elaborate. Everyone understood the significance of a 500-year-old spiritual herb. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall ignited with fervor. Every individual of some standing began to place bids. 500 spirit stones. The first bid surged by 200 spirit stones, immediately excluding those of lesser means. Some prospective bidders cursed inwardly, but were soon followed by others who continued to elevate the stakes. 600 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. After a fierce competition, the 500-year-old herb ultimately sold for over 900 spirit stones. Beyond that price, it began to lose its value. Following this auspicious start, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly vibrant. The elderly man subsequently presented several exquisite magical artifacts, each selling rapidly. The most precious piece fetched a price of 600 spirit stones. Changsheng also participated in the bidding for a commendable offensive magical artifact. While he possessed many exceptional artifacts, most of their origins were dubious, making it unwise to present them casually. Hence, he sought to acquire an artifact with a less complicated background, something cleaner. However, as the price for that artifact exceeded 500 spirit stones, he promptly withdrew. He could afford 500 spirit stones, but it was not worth it. Currently, his own spirit stones were limited, numbering only around 600 or 700. Prior to entering the blood-colored forbidden area, he had converted most of his spirit stones into talismans and other items. After his exit from the forbidden area, he had used some spirit stones to replicate several herbs he had analyzed within, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Those herbs were primarily sourced from the location of the Mo Jiao, with ages often exceeding 700 or 800 years. The cost of replicating one of these herbs typically consumed over 200 spirit stones. He had expended a considerable amount on this front. Following that, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation to establish his foundation, and upon emerging, he arrived at this marketplace. He had yet to earn any spirit stones. Although he could swiftly accumulate spirit stones through mass production of pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, the prospect of setting up his own stall felt excessively cumbersome. Changsheng mused internally. He did not wish to squander his time on the mere accumulation of spirit stones. Ideally, he could find a channel to sell off those talismans and magical artifacts in bulk all at once. However, in this cultivation world, most shops were untrustworthy. Behind them often lurked major sects or families. If Changsheng were to consistently deal in large quantities of cultivation resources with them, it would inevitably raise suspicions. This matter could be approached through Sister Chun. The Chun family was a prominent clan within the cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom, boasting numerous shops and surely possessing many channels for handling these cultivation resources. Having Sister Chun manage the transactions through her family's channels would be significantly faster and safer than going solo. Changsheng quickly resolved this in his mind. For him, Sister Chun represented a crucial and reliable conduit. Her character was exceedingly traditional, ever since he saved her and she entrusted her purity to him. Her thoughts had been solely focused on him, hoping both of them would establish their foundations and engage in dual cultivation. Of course, it was inconceivable for Changsheng to take Sister Chun as a dual cultivation partner. For now, he would maintain this delicate situation. Once his cultivation surpassed hers in the future, taking her as a concubine would seem entirely reasonable. He resolved to treat Sister Chun with more kindness. Changsheng contemplated. Her brother, Chun Xiaotian, was a worthy investment. If all went as expected, Chun Xiaotian would likely fail his foundation establishment this time, at which point he could conveniently gift him a foundation establishment pill, a timely boon. Once Chun Xiaotian succeeded in establishing his foundation, the two siblings, both foundation establishment cultivators, would undoubtedly gain significant influence within their family. Thus, leveraging the Chun family to assist him in offloading goods would become considerably easier. As Changsheng pondered, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. The offerings from this secretive establishment were indeed of exceptional quality. 500-year-old spiritual herbs, exquisite magical artifacts, beast eggs, refining materials, and spiritual herbs that aided in foundation establishment, each sparking fierce competition among the cultivators. However, few items caught Changsheng's interest, leading him to bid sparingly. Finally, as the auction neared its end, an item appeared that invigorated him, a coveted treasure favored by all refining masters. A top-tier Tianyun furnace, renowned for crafting numerous illustrious artifacts, has circulated through the hands of many master craftsmen. For those who have a passion for forging or have acquaintances among the ranks of artisans, this is an opportunity not to be missed, with a starting bid of 400 spirit stones. The auction commences now. Chapter 38. The Thunderchild exchanges for elixirs. Upon hearing about the forging furnace, Changsheng immediately felt a surge of interest. Despite dedicating his years to cultivation without ever attempting the art of forging, his curiosity about the craft had always lingered. For those who traverse the realm of immortality, skills such as alchemy, forging, array formation, talisman creation, beast manipulation, and puppetry need not be mastered, yet a modicum of understanding in each is highly advantageous, especially in forging. As one reaches the stage of forming a core, the necessity to forge a personal treasure arises. Without formidable forging skills, how could one succeed? Although most foundation-building cultivators may not dare to aspire to the core formation realm, Changsheng harbored confidence in his potential to reach that stage. Thus, he needed to consider the treasures he would require for his future core formation. Forging furnaces are rare, particularly at the level of top-tier artifacts. Having encountered such a piece today, it was worth contending for. Consequently, Changsheng joined the fray of bidders. 500 spirit stones, 600 spirit stones, 650 spirit stones, 700 spirit stones. The price of the Tianyun furnace swiftly escalated, reaching a staggering amount that most participants could hardly bear. Many cultivators who had initially entered the competition withdrew, deeming such a price unjustifiable. At this juncture, only two individuals remained in contention with Changsheng, a masked man and a woman adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. 500 spirit stones plus a top-tier artifact. The Fire Cloud Sword, Changsheng coldly declared. This bid equated to 800 spirit stones, raising the price by a significant margin. After a moment of hesitation, the masked man huffed and withdrew from the bidding. The woman, however, persisted, stating coldly, 850 spirit stones. Changsheng remained unfazed, continuing to raise his bid. To him, as long as the price did not exceed 1,000 spirit stones, it was within his acceptable range. After a brief silence, the woman declared, 950 spirit stones. Should you wish to bid higher, the Tianyan furnace shall be yours. 1,000 spirit stones. Changsheng announced. Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent, ceasing her attempts to outbid him. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? The elderly auctioneer inquired, repeating his question thrice without receiving any higher offers. Thus, the Tianyan furnace was awarded to Changsheng. After paying 700 spirit stones and relinquishing the fire cloud sword, he found himself devoid of spirit stones. Nevertheless, acquiring a top-tier forging artifact was a worthy investment. Following this acquisition, nothing else at the auction piqued Changsheng's interest. The final item was a millennium-old spirit herb, a rare treasure that incited a frenzy among the bidders. Ultimately, it fetched a staggering 3,000 spirit stones, claimed by a formidable late-stage foundation-building cultivator whose aura was daunting. Thus concludes our auction. You may now engage in free trade. Those wishing to sell or exchange items may present their goods here. The elderly man concluded the event with evident satisfaction, indicating that they had profited handsomely. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator eagerly leaped forward, presenting an item for exchange. It was a black venomous scorpion egg, sought in exchange for a piece of red sandalwood aged over 300 years. If that was unavailable, muskwood could serve as a substitute. Upon hearing his demands, the audience exchanged glances, evidently lacking the sought-after red sandalwood. Nonetheless, the black scorpion egg stirred considerable interest, given that it belonged to a third-tier demon beast, which, upon maturity, would become a formidable foundation-building expert. Someone could not contain their eagerness. I offer a high price for the black scorpion egg. The seller shook his head. It can only be exchanged for red sandalwood or muskwood. Moments passed with no responses from the crowd. Disheartened, the cultivator lamented. Is there truly no one with these two types of spiritual wood? No one replied, clearly indicating that the desired items were non-existent. After standing on the platform for a while, he reluctantly descended. Subsequently, another cultivator approached, presenting his item for exchange. Changsheng observed quietly as a dozen cultivators took turns ascending the platform with their offerings. After some time, he too stood up and ascended the stage. A thunderchild, the value of which need not be elaborated upon, he announced. In exchange, I seek a spirit pill that aids the cultivation progress of foundation-building practitioners. The thunderchild? Such a rarity, murmured the audience. For us foundation-building cultivators, if utilized properly, it could serve as a powerful trump card. However, that elixir for enhancing foundational power is exceedingly precious. Generally, it would not be used until one is on the verge of a breakthrough. Are you perhaps aiming to advance to the mid-foundation stage? Surely, a single pill would not suffice for a breakthrough. Whether something is worth it or not is subjective. Barter often involves unequal valuations, came the response. Indeed, when in dire need of something, the question of worth becomes irrelevant. Listening to the murmurs from below, Changsheng smiled silently. His approach to consuming elixirs was considered extravagantly unattainable by these individuals. Just one? A voice inquired from the crowd below. Indeed, merely one. Changsheng affirmed. Very well, I could part with a single one. The speaker turned out to be the elderly auctioneer from earlier. Do you possess only this one thunderchild? The elder queried unexpectedly. Surely you jest. Who else could present 10 or even 8 thunderchildren? Changsheng replied with a light chuckle. It is already a rarity to encounter a single one. Haha. Indeed, I was remiss in my assumption. Here is the elixir. Feel free to verify it. The elder said, offering a jade vial. Changsheng opened it, inhaling its fragrance and inspecting it closely, his heart elated. He recognized it as a Huqi pill, precisely suited for the enhancement of foundational power. Stowing the elixir away, Changsheng pushed the box containing the thunderchild toward the elder. Here lies the thunderchild, please verify. The elder delicately pinched the thunderchild between his fingers, scrutinizing it before stating, indeed, there are no issues. With the transaction completed, Changsheng descended from the platform. His demeanor remained calm as he returned to his previous spot, watching as others presented their items for trade. Though he appeared composed on the surface, internally, he was immensely thrilled. This auction visit was initially a gamble, yet he had unexpectedly acquired a valuable elixir. Consequently, he no longer needed to worry about slow progress in his foundation-building cultivation for the foreseeable future. After the trading event concluded, Yi Changsheng departed from the secret store. He wandered through the market, intending to seek out the prince's tomb once more, hoping to glean information regarding Xi and Ruyan from the other party. However, after traversing a short distance, Yi Changsheng sensed a divine awareness lingering upon him from afar. Even after circling around, this awareness continued to follow him, showing no signs of retreat. The person behind him seemed to have made up their mind regarding him. Yi Changsheng's expression darkened, and he swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of the market. Chapter 39. Hearing of Yuanqing Daoist again, Yi Changsheng felt a tinge of confusion about being targeted. During the recent trade meeting, he hadn't showcased anything particularly remarkable. Had he? Many had been more extravagant than him. Could it be that someone had set their sights on that pill? Yet, typically, the efficacy of such cultivation-enhancing pills was limited to a single piece. Or could it be the refining furnace? Surely, it couldn't be that significant. Though perplexed, Yi Changsheng became vigilant. Since the other party was so brazenly revealing their divine awareness, it would be futile to delay any longer. He exited the market to discern who had set their sights on him. As long as they were not at the core formation stage, he had no fear. While the possibility of encountering a core formation practitioner in the market was not non-existent, it was also quite slim. Moreover, no such practitioners had appeared at the recent trade meeting. Upon leaving the market and stepping out of the restricted flying zone, Yi Changsheng immediately summoned his flying artifact and soared into the distance. Soon, he felt someone pursuing him from behind. The pursuer, adorned with a conical hat which obscured their appearance, controlled a high-quality flying artifact that surpassed his speed. A sweep of divine awareness revealed mid-stage foundation establishment. Yi Changsheng's heart sank. No wonder this individual followed him so recklessly. They believed their superior cultivation level would easily subdue him. Yi Changsheng halted abruptly, his right hand discreetly producing a talisman treasure, while his left grasped a handful of talismans. Simultaneously, he manipulated his top-tier artifact with his divine awareness, standing in midair with an indifferent expression, awaiting his adversary's approach. Moments later, the pursuer arrived, grinning as they prepared to speak. Suddenly, a flurry of ice spikes hurtled towards them. Yi Changsheng wasted no time engaging in conversation, seizing the initiative. The mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner was taken aback, never expecting such decisiveness from his opponent. Seeking death, he bellowed, his face contorting in anger. He unleashed over 100 ice-spike talismans, which seemed trivial. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these ice spikes concealed dozens of high-level ice spear talismans. If he underestimated them, he could easily fall into a trap. Enraged, the Foundation establishment practitioner shouted, summoning a white bowl that spun above him, casting down a protective white light shield. At the same time, a flying knife, ignited with flames, was summoned, swiftly slicing through the ice spears. The barrage of ice spikes struck the light shield, failing to make an impact. Meanwhile, after releasing the talismans, Yi Changsheng acted again. He had no expectation of defeating a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner solely with the talismans. Following the talisman release, the Qinghua spear swiftly emerged to intercept the flaming knife. Subsequently, the ice sword talisman treasure was summoned, its blue-white glow causing the surrounding air to nearly freeze. The might of this talisman treasure was more than tenfold that of what Yi Changsheng had summoned during his qi refinement stage, with divine awareness directing the talisman treasure downward. A chilling aura enveloped the air, almost bringing one's blood to a standstill. After summoning the talisman treasure, Yi Changsheng suddenly produced 3 thunderbolts, preparing to strike once the talisman treasure breached the opponent's defensive artifact. This sequence of actions was seamless and fluid. He first unleashed a multitude of talismans to divert the opponent's attention, then summoned his premium artifact to engage in combat, incapacitating the opponent while buying time for his talisman treasure. Once the treasure was ready, he would strike decisively, simultaneously prepared to unleash the thunderbolts should the opponent have any hidden cards. Even if this meant destroying the opponent's storage bag, his primary objective remained to eliminate the threat. As the mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner battled against Yi Changsheng's onslaught of ice spikes and spears, he suddenly felt an overwhelming chill. Looking up, he saw a blue-white small sword that Yi Changsheng had summoned, swiftly descending towards him. A talisman treasure? He exclaimed in astonishment. Even among Foundation establishment practitioners, many lacked such treasures. With a swift motion, the blue-white small sword cleaved down, effortlessly shattering the protective barrier of the premium defensive artifact. Wait! Yi Changsheng heard the practitioner's desperate shout. He had no intention of holding back, directing the flying sword talisman to strike again. Yuanqing Daoist. A loud shout resonated, and Yi Changsheng's expression shifted, halting his assault. The mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his complexion turning pale. Above him, the talisman sword hovered, ready to descend at a moment's command. Just moments ago, he had brushed against death. He had not anticipated that this early-stage practitioner would prove so formidable. Not only did he possess a plethora of talismans, but he also wielded a talisman treasure. To speak nothing of the extensive collection of talismans, it was almost equivalent to the entire wealth of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner. How could one engage in combat with such lavish resources? Most crucially, this young man was ruthless. Without a word of warning, he had launched an attack, catching him completely off guard. In the eyes of this practitioner, Yi Changsheng's actions had undoubtedly amounted to an ambush. What do you know of Yuanqing Taoist? Yi Changsheng's voice echoed, cold and devoid of emotion. The fire cloud sword you displayed earlier must have been obtained from my nephew, correct? A wry smile appeared on the practitioner's face. Your nephew? Are you surnamed Li? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. Indeed, I am Li Sanbian, the head of the Li family, the practitioner declared, removing his conical hat to reveal an aged visage. Li Sanbian, the Li family? I have never heard of you. Yi Changsheng replied bluntly. Oh, it is understandable that you have not heard of us. The Li family is merely a lesser-known cultivator clan from the kingdom of Yu. Not a superfamily like the Yin or Qin families. Would you kindly retract these items? Let us find a suitable place to discuss matters concerning Yuanqing Taoist, Li Sanbian suggested with a bitter smile, gesturing to the sword treasure hovering above him. Yi Changsheng glanced around and nodded. The location was not far from the Tianqing sex market, and he wished to avoid undue attention. Very well, but do not attempt any tricks. I possess many means to eliminate you. Yi Changsheng replied calmly, his words laced with veiled threats. The elder let out a bitter laugh. Having witnessed the power of the talisman treasure, he dared not entertain any thoughts of defiance. It was indeed absurd that a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner had nearly been slain by one at the early stage. Chapter 40. The abode of the Celestial Star Taoist Yi Changsheng and Li Sanbian swiftly departed from the location, seeking a secluded corner to pause. With the fire cloud sword now in the possession of his companion, and the latter being aware of the Celestial Star Taoist's name, it was reasonable to surmise that my nephew had fallen victim to his hand, was it not? As soon as they landed, Li Sanbian remarked, Your nephew sought his own demise. He has no one to blame but himself. What? Do you wish to avenge him? Yi Changsheng asked coldly. Heh. Li Sanbian forced a bitter smile, replying, Avenge him? I must first consider whether my strength permits such a notion. Your prowess far surpasses mine. How could I dare entertain thoughts of vengeance? Moreover, for cultivators like us, be it a nephew or even a beloved son, they pale in comparison to the pursuit of one's own path to longevity. His expression was one of cold indifference. Yet whether he genuinely held such beliefs within the depths of his heart remained a mystery. Let us discuss the matter of the Celestial Star Taoist, shall we? Yi Changsheng spoke with calmness. He could not afford to overlook the significance of this topic, as it pertained to the cultivation methods that would follow in his journey. Concerning the formidable Golden Spirit Celestial Star technique, he was eager to acquire the subsequent portions. He had no desire to switch methods in the future, as that would be quite troublesome. However, should the elder's words fail to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him to prevent any future troubles. I presume the brother obtained a token inscribed with a star from my nephew? Furthermore, even though you are at the initial stage of foundation establishment, your immense mana suggests that you have also cultivated the Golden Spirit Celestial Star technique, the elder remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Realizing that this person had indeed practiced the technique, he felt confident in persuading him further. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name, esteemed brother. Han Feiyu. Ah, so you are Brother Han. You must have only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, correct? The elder's eyes twinkled as he began to approach the topic indirectly. Yi Changsheng's gaze turned icy. I did not come here to listen to your idle chatter. The elder let out a bitter laugh, quickly interjecting. I meant no offense. I was merely reflecting. Now, let us return to the subject of the Celestial Star Taoist. I trust Brother Han is aware that the Celestial Star Taoist has left behind an abode, filled with treasures and legacies gathered throughout his life. The exterior of this abode is safeguarded by formidable restrictions, impenetrable by cultivators of our level. However, every 100 years, there is a period during which these restrictions are lifted, allowing entry for those possessing 4 tokens. For tokens? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. Indeed, there are 4 tokens in total. Brother Han possesses but 1. I have another, while the remaining 2 are held by 2 other families. Of course, I do not carry my token with me. The elder quickly added, seemingly apprehensive that Yi Changsheng might resort to violence to seize it. Yi Changsheng chuckled lightly, remaining non-committal to the elder's words. The opening period of the abode is but a year away. Li Sanbian hastily conveyed the information. He further expressed his thoughts. I wonder if Brother Han has noticed that possessing this token brings a sense of tranquility, aiding in meditation and breakthroughs in cultivation. Otherwise, why would I have entrusted such an important item to my nephew? Li Sanbian sighed, perhaps revealing a moment of genuine emotion. Had he not given the token to his nephew, it would not have ended up in Yi Changsheng's hands. He would not have pursued Yi Changsheng after spotting the fire cloud sword in the secret shop, aiming to reclaim the token. Thus, this predicament would never have arisen. Initially, Li Sanbian had harbored intentions of killing for treasure, but regrettably, he was outmatched and now found himself at the mercy of another. Fortunately, the young man before him was rather magnanimous, sparing him upon hearing the name of the Celestial Star Taoist. With this thought, Li Sanbian felt a slight relief. Yi Changsheng, under his mask, paused momentarily, having placed the token into his storage bag. He had yet to realize that this object possessed such remarkable properties. And what of the remaining 2 tokens? Yi Changsheng inquired. One token resides with the Lin family of our Yu Kingdom, while the other is with the Zhang family of Yuanwu Kingdom. We have previously arranged with both families to jointly explore the Celestial Star Taoist's abode a year hence, sharing the spoils equally. Now that this token has fallen into Brother Han's possession, you naturally have the right to partake as well. The elder bowed respectfully, adopting a lowly demeanor, appearing amiable as if unconcerned about the death of Yi Changsheng's nephew. Yi Changsheng knew that the elder's words were likely laden with ulterior motives. However, the Celestial Star Taoist's abode was indeed a place he wished to visit. Thus, whether the elder concealed secrets was of little importance to him. A year's time, you say? Very well, I accept this arrangement. Yi Changsheng declared, retrieving a jade vial from his storage bag. From within, he poured forth a pill, containing a type of parasitic insect that would lie dormant within 1's meridians. Should the antidote not be obtained within a year, the insect would consume the host's meridians. Swallow it, Yi Changsheng stated coolly, tossing the pill towards the elder. This item was one he had previously discovered on 2 disciples from the blood-forbidden land. To his surprise, it proved effective now. The elder's face twisted in bitterness upon seeing the pill. Indeed, he was not one to easily let me go. Li Sanbian sighed inwardly. Glancing at Yi Changsheng, he noted that the latter clutched the talisman tightly, fixing a cold stare upon him. The mana within him surged, exuding a formidable presence, as if he would strike down Li Sanbian should he refuse. Previously, I was caught off guard, but now, even with the talisman in hand, I am not without a fighting chance, Li Sanbian contemplated. He had indeed suffered an unjust defeat. Given the opportunity to start anew, he believed that with his mid-foundation establishment strength, even if he could not defeat Yi Changsheng, escaping would be feasible. Yet, should that occur, he would be unable to explore the Celestial Star Taoist's abode. Gazing at the pill, a thought sparked within Li Sanbian. Without hesitation, he lifted his head and consumed the pill. Brother Han, are you now at ease? Li Sanbian forced a smile, revealing his discomfort. Yi Changsheng nodded, stating, my actions serve merely to maintain the trust between us, and I trust you understand my reasoning. With that, he stored the talisman back into his bag, presenting an image of complete trust toward Li Sanbian. When the time comes in a year, after we have explored the Celestial Star Taoist's abode, I shall provide you with the antidote. Chapter 41. Mutual scheming. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words, Li Sanbian lowered his head, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He understood that this individual could not possibly intend to provide him with the antidote. Even if he survived the exploration of the abode, it was likely that Yi Changsheng would use the pill to eliminate him. However, despite this knowledge, he chose to accept the pill. After all, while Yi Changsheng was scheming against him, he too was plotting against Yi Changsheng. A year's time was ample for various arrangements to be made. The pill he held was instantly recognized as belonging to the Spirit Beast Mountain, and it was far from a high-grade item. He could find someone to unravel its secrets. The elder calculated in his mind. After all, this young lad had placed his trust in him. A year from now, I do not fear your arrival, but rather dread your absence, Li Sanbian thought, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. A year later, where have you agreed to meet with those 2 families? Upon hearing this voice, Li Sanbian immediately lifted his head, a warm smile gracing his face, and cautiously conveyed the rendezvous location and time to Yi Changsheng via a whisper. Yi Changsheng nodded and replied, in that case, you may depart. We shall reconvene in a year. Do not engage in any tricks. Yi Changsheng seemed to express concern. Issuing a warning, Li Sanbian chuckled coldly within, offering a slight bow to Yi Changsheng before turning away. A flying magical artifact appeared beneath his feet, and he stepped onto it. However, Unbeknownst to him, Yi Changsheng's hand had already grasped the storage bag. Whoosh! The azure moon spear suddenly materialized, hurtling towards Li Sanbian. A surprise attack. Yi Changsheng had never trusted this old scoundrel. From the outset, he intended to extract information from him before eliminating him. You treacherous rogue. You truly wish to leave me no chance. Li Sanbian bellowed, a bowl-shaped artifact already hovering above his head. He remained alert. Defending against Yi Changsheng's azure moon spear with his protective artifact, Li Sanbian swiftly maneuvered his flying device, soaring into the sky to escape. He knew he could not match his opponent. Not only was the latter's magic power significantly more robust than that of other cultivators at the same stage, but he also possessed a talisman treasure. Li Sanbian recognized this talisman, the Cold Moon Sword from the Blade Transformation Workshop. It was rumored that Han Tianya from the Blade Transformation Workshop perished in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, presumably at the hands of this individual. This implied that the person had recently participated in the blood-colored Forbidden Land event, and thus had recently attained Foundation establishment. Li Sanbian had surmised this early on and had subtly probed for information. The old man had concealed his knowledge of the Cold Moon Sword well, fearing that Yi Changsheng might want to silence him. This little thief is truly ruthless. Humph. Once I leave this place, I will make you regret it. Li Sanbian vowed silently. He planned to seek out the Spirit Beast Mountain people after his departure, find a way to dispel the poison, and then deal with Yi Changsheng. He had already devised numerous strategies for confronting Yi Changsheng. As for being unaware of Yi Changsheng's identity, no matter, having learned of the Cold Moon Sword, it would not be difficult to investigate those who had participated in the blood-colored Forbidden Land to uncover this person's identity. The nearest to the Yuanwu Kingdom was Huangfeng Valley. This little thief must surely belong to Huangfeng Valley. A simple inquiry into recent Foundation establishment cultivators from Huangfeng Valley would suffice. Li Sanbian mused with satisfaction. And in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to great heights, placing considerable distance between himself and the young man. He could not catch up to him. He had previously noticed that the young man's flying artifact was quite low-grade and slow. In the high skies, Li Sanbian took a moment to catch his breath, glancing down to witness Yi Changsheng's frantic expression. However, he saw a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. The gaze from beneath the mask directed towards him was filled with mockery. This is... Li Sanbian's heart sank. And just as he began to ponder why this person remained so composed, a sudden pain struck his chest, and darkness enveloped him as he plummeted downwards. Did he truly believe the pill contained a poison insect? Yi Changsheng sneered, observing the shattered corpse before him, shaking his head. What he had given Li Sanbian was merely a poisonous pill, fashioned to resemble the pestilent insect pills from Spirit Beast Mountain. After consumption, any use of magic would inevitably trigger its toxicity. Yi Changsheng took a few steps forward to retrieve the storage bag from the corpse. Suddenly, a green, ghostly orb shot out from within the body, racing towards Yi Changsheng's face like lightning. A soul snatching. I have been waiting for you, Yi Changsheng exclaimed, swiftly seizing the green orb. With a firm grip, the orb erupted with anguished cries. Dao brother, oh no, senior, spare me. I have many secrets yet to disclose. The wretched screams of Li Sanbian's soul echoed. Oh, what other secrets do you have that you have not shared? Speak quickly, or I shall let you experience the torment of soul extraction. Yi Changsheng's voice turned cold. Upon hearing this, Li Sanbian's spirit trembled in fear. At this juncture, he dared not entertain any more deceitful thoughts. He understood that he could not treat this masked figure as merely a newly established Foundation cultivator. This little thief was far more formidable than any old demon. This time, he had truly met his match. There are many secrets within the cave of the Yuanqing Taoist, Li Sanbian hastily exclaimed. He quickly relayed his knowledge of the Yuanqing Taoist cave to Yi Changsheng. It turned out that 300 years ago, a Foundation establishment ancestor from their family had ventured into that cave and explored it. Although they could not unlock it due to the lack of a complete token, they had gathered substantial information. I will verify what you have said with your family, if there is any falsehood. Yi Changsheng's eyes glinted with a ruthless light. You should know the consequences. Li Sanbian shuddered, bitterly replying, This time, my Li family is utterly doomed. I implore you, Dao brother, to spare my family once you acquire those treasures. Within our family's library, there is a secret box containing the writings of our ancestor. If you do not believe me, you may seek this manuscript for confirmation. Naturally, as long as what you say is not a deception, I will not annihilate your entire clan. Yi Changsheng replied indifferently. Then, a burst of light appeared in his hand, and he crushed the soul completely. Chapter 42, worth 10,000 spirit stones, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator met his demise in this desolate wilderness, a place where no one would inquire about him. A fireball materialized in Yi Changsheng's hand, which he cast to incinerate Li Sanbian's corpse. Destroying the body and erasing traces was a task he had mastered. A pool of toxic liquid seeped from Li Sanbian's charred remains. Yi Changsheng collected the storage bag and retrieved the flying artifact, which was a bamboo kite. Crafted from an unknown spirit bamboo, it possessed a wind attribute enhancement. Its speed was several times faster than Yi Changsheng's previous green leaf artifact, which was merely a standard flying artifact issued by Huang Maple Valley, regarded as the lowest grade. With this bamboo kite, his travel speed would increase significantly. The Cold Moon Sword. Yi Changsheng produced the talisman treasure, gazing at the small sword etched on the talisman paper, murmuring to himself. From Li Sanbian's words, he had learned the true origins of this talisman treasure, the Cold Moon Sword from the Blade Transformation Workshop. It was of considerable significance. It seems that in the future, one must exercise caution when utilizing these talismans, striving to avoid any witnesses. A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes. The most perfect method of concealment, of course, is to eliminate all who behold one. Opening Li Sanbian's storage bag, several magical artifacts tumbled forth. A crimson flying dagger, an exquisite magical artifact, was among them. Alongside that defensive bowl, these two artifacts were the only top-tier items possessed by Li Sanbian. For a foundational-level cultivator, this seemed rather paltry. They paled in comparison to the elite disciples Yi Changsheng had encountered in the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. Those individuals, still in the Qi refinement stage, often boasted 2 or 3 top-tier artifacts along with a talisman. However, individuals like Li Sanbian were rather typical of foundational-level cultivators. A standard foundational cultivator, when all assets are considered, would be deemed affluent with a total of around 1,000 spirit stones. The situation is even grimmer for Qi refinement cultivators. Most toil for a month, earning merely 2 or 3 spirit stones. If their combined assets amount to 100 spirit stones, they are considered part of the wealthy class. The individuals Yi Changsheng previously interacted with were all elite disciples from various sects, many of whom had some background, thus appearing quite affluent. Normal Qi refinement disciples, even those at the 11th or 12th level, often cannot afford even a single top-tier artifact. Therefore, when Huang Maple Valley offered a top-tier artifact and a mid-tier spirit stone as rewards for participants in the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, it is no wonder so many chose to fight desperately. Their resources are indeed limited. The current Li Sanbian may be seen as a representative of typical foundational cultivators. Of course, as the head of the Li family, he is somewhat more affluent than the average foundational cultivator. The combined value of his 2 top-tier artifacts exceeds 1,000 spirit stones. The flying artifact alone could fetch around 200 spirit stones. Coupled with the over 500 spirit stones, talismans, pills, and various other items within his storage bag, Li Sanbian's total assets soared to nearly 2,000 spirit stones. This is quite commendable. In reality, most individuals, even after reaching foundational level, possess at most 1 top-tier artifact, rendering their combat capabilities severely limited. Encountering someone like Yi Changsheng, who employs diverse tactics, it is hardly surprising to see low-level cultivators dispatching high-level ones effortlessly. With a crisp sound, a token clattered to the ground. Yi Changsheng picked it up. This token bore a design strikingly similar to the one he had previously obtained from senior brother Li, save for the differing inscription. This token was inscribed with the character for Dao. There are likely 2 more, corresponding to Yuan and Run, he mused, realizing that the 4 tokens together represent the name of the Yuanxing Taoist. This Li family head indeed carries the tokens with him. Next, in a year's time, he would rendezvous with the other 2 sects cultivators to explore the cave dwelling. Thus, during this year, he must make ample preparations. With these thoughts, Yi Changsheng swiftly tidied the area before departing. After dispatching Li Sanbian, he acquired 2 additional top-tier artifacts. Now, he possessed the Qingming Mirror and the Hanyue Sword among his talismans. Additionally, he had the Tianyuan Furnace, Qingyue Spear, Qingjiao Banner, Xiantai Flying Shield, Shuangyue Blade. A replica Qingming Mirror, a pink crystal ball, a white sleeve sword, a red flying dagger, and a bowl-shaped magical artifact. 10 top-tier artifacts in total. Except for the Xiantai Flying Shield and Tianyuan Furnace, the rest were acquired through murder and plunder, especially the 3 obtained from the treasure girl. Several of these artifacts were not suitable for public display, and with so many artifacts, many would be rendered useless in combat. It appears he must consider parting with a few. Yi Changsheng contemplated, deciding that retaining 5 or 6 top-tier artifacts, encompassing defense, offense, and support, would suffice, while the remainder could be sold for spirit stones. To put it plainly for him, The value of top-tier artifacts lies merely in their ability to delay time for activating talismans. Retaining too many serves little purpose. Besides the artifacts, he currently had 8 Thunder Seeds, 3 mid-tier talismans, and nearly 200 low-tier talismans remaining. He had consumed quite a number of Thunder Seeds and mid-tier talismans in the blood-colored Forbidden Zone and had yet to replenish them. He also had 2 Millennium-grade spiritual herbs and 2 800-year-old herbs. The remaining top-tier artifacts were trivial. Upon careful calculation, the total value of his possessions exceeded 20,000 spirit stones. Ordinary core formation cultivators would not possess such wealth. Of course, these are fixed assets. His current liquid assets consisted only of the over 500 spirit stones acquired from Li Sanbian. Given that his cultivation would require a significant amount of spirit stones, he needed to acquire more liquid funds. With this in mind, Changsheng swiftly made his way toward the market of the Fang City. Upon returning to the market of Tianqing Sect, he wandered about, eventually locating Wang Xiling. "Senior, what brings you here?" Wang Xiling was quite surprised to see Changsheng suddenly reappear. "Do you recall the words I spoke to you previously?" Changsheng asked, his tone icy. There was a hint of anger in his voice. This startled Wang Xiling significantly, as he immediately recalled Changsheng's earlier statement. "If the place you recommend is not superior to the Xingchen Pavilion, do not waste my time. However, if you can suggest a location that satisfies me, I would not be stingy with my rewards." Could it be that this senior did not find the formation he sought in that secret shop? Wang Xiling thought anxiously. "I wasted several hours in that secret shop without even catching a glimpse of the formation. Wang Xiling, are you mocking me?" His final words, laced with intense anger, revealed a chilling gaze from beneath his mask, exuding a terrifying pressure. Cold sweat streamed down Wang Xiling's forehead, and in an instant, he was drenched, his complexion turning pale. "Please, senior, temper your anger. I would never dare to mock you. I implore you to see reason." I too did not anticipate that there would be no formation in that secret shop. As Wang Xiling spoke, he struggled with his thoughts. What to do? Having previously made bold claims, he had now angered this senior. If he failed to provide a source for formations better than the Xingchen Pavilion, he would completely offend a foundational cultivator. It seemed he could only take this senior to where that woman was, hoping she was not merely boasting. Otherwise, a glimmer of resolve appeared in Wang Xiling's eyes. "Senior, I know of another place that sells formations, a source that is extremely secretive and known to few. If you trust me, please follow me," Wang Xiling declared, gritting his teeth. Ultimately, he decided to lead this senior to that woman, hoping she was not merely boasting. After a brief moment, a clear and melodious voice responded, "Coming, coming." The wooden door creaked open, revealing a strikingly beautiful young girl with delicate features peeking out. "Oh, Brother Wang, it's you. What brings you here?" The girl cast a curious yet cautious glance at Wang Xiling before directing her attention towards Changsheng. "Little Mei, this esteemed senior seeks to purchase a high-quality formation. I thought of your family's Xian girl, who excels in this area, so I brought him along." Upon hearing Wang Xiling's words, Little Mei scrutinized Changsheng closely before cheerfully inviting him. "Please, esteemed senior, come in. Esteemed senior, Xian girl here prefers tranquility, so I shall refrain from intruding," Wang Xiling said, bowing slightly. Changsheng nodded in response. "No problem, you may wait outside." He then followed the young girl into the courtyard. Although the yard was small, it exuded a serene and pristine atmosphere. A gentle woman approached, adorned in a blue dress, of average height with a petite nose and clear, bright eyes. Her elegant demeanor, coupled with her intelligent gaze, left a striking impression. With a tranquil smile, her every gesture radiated grace and poise, reminiscent of a virtuous empress from historical texts. "Greetings, esteemed senior." Upon seeing Changsheng, the young woman, Xian Rian, promptly rose and bowed respectfully. A quick scan of his aura revealed she could not discern his cultivation level, but she understood that this senior far surpassed her. In the presence of such a high-level practitioner, she remained remarkably composed. "I have heard from Wang Xiling that Xian girl possesses profound expertise in formations?" Changsheng inquired with a subtle smile. "I have immersed myself in formations for over a decade and indeed possess some proficiency," she replied. "Little Mei, please serve tea to the esteemed senior." Xian Rian gestured for Changsheng to take a seat and instructed the maid, Little Mei, accordingly. Little Mei promptly brought forth a pot of hot tea, releasing a fragrant aroma that was truly invigorating. "This is a spiritual tea that I have spent years perfecting. I humbly ask the esteemed senior to savor it," Xian Rian said, personally pouring a cup and presenting it to him. Changsheng couldn't help but smile wryly at this gesture. He recognized that she was subtly requesting him to remove his mask. After all, A mysterious and powerful practitioner coming to purchase a formation would understandably raise her suspicions. Truly an insightful individual, Changsheng mused internally before removing his mask, revealing a youthful visage. Both Rian and Little Mei exhibited surprise, likely taken aback by the youth of one so formidable. Accepting the teacup, Changsheng took a sip, savoring the exquisite flavor. Indeed, this is exceptional tea, he praised. Rian covered her mouth and smiled gently, showing a hint of charm. To receive praise from the esteemed senior is a source of pride for me. You must be a distinguished disciple of a prominent sect. Having achieved such a remarkable level at such a young age, I am merely someone who has diligently practiced. My current cultivation is largely a matter of luck. Changsheng responded with a faint smile, skillfully deflecting her probing inquiries. Truly humble, esteemed senior. Oh, I nearly forgot to ask, what should I call you? After a moment of contemplation, Changsheng replied, my surname is Yi. Ah, so it is Yi Xianzheng. May I ask what type of formation you seek? Rian inquired, her expression tinged with a hint of frustration at not gleaning more about him. I desire a protective formation for a cave dwelling, preferably of the finest quality. Upon hearing this, Rian pondered for a moment before responding, I do possess a few protective formations here. Some are still in use by various cultivation families and can withstand attacks from Foundation establishment practitioners. Would this be of interest to you? The formations from my family are not ordinary. They are typically of the caliber used to protect cultivation clans. Little Mei interjected. Can they withstand Foundation establishment practitioners? Indeed, they are commendable formations, but they still fall short of my requirements. Changsheng said slowly. Oh, your standards for formations are remarkably high. A flicker of intrigue crossed Rian's eyes. If you have higher-level formations, feel free to present them. You need not worry about my ability to pay. Changsheng replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of profound mystery. A glint of surprise crossed Rian's eyes. This esteemed senior certainly exuded confidence in his financial means. In that case, it would be remiss of me not to present something truly valuable, she said with a serene smile, delicately sipping her tea before continuing. To be candid, I have recently been researching a formation known as the inverted 5 elements formation. Have you heard of it? The inverted 5 elements formation? Such a renowned formation. I have indeed heard of it. Do you possess the ability to create this formation? Xian girl? Changsheng inquired. I have yet to fully master it, but with my current skills, I can produce a simplified version of the inverted 5 elements formation. Changsheng's expression softened with interest. In that case, I would like to procure this simplified version. Esteemed senior, please bear with me. This formation cannot be arranged immediately. Collecting the materials and setting up the formation will require a certain amount of time. I kindly ask for your patience. Rian stood, offering a slight bow. How long might that take? Changsheng pondered before asking. At least a month. The primary delay is in gathering the materials, Rian replied. Is that so? Very well. I shall return in a month. Changsheng stood and declared. Please take care, esteemed senior. Rian's melodious voice followed him as he exited the courtyard. He had successfully negotiated with her to return in a month to purchase the simplified version of the inverted 5 elements formation, leaving a deposit of 200 spirit stones. Upon leaving the courtyard, Changsheng immediately spotted Wang Xiling waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Wang Xiling bowed and inquired enthusiastically, Esteemed senior, are you satisfied? Xian girl is indeed renowned in the realm of formations. Changsheng had donned his mask once more, rendering Wang Xiling unable to decipher his emotions through his expression. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Xian girl might not meet the expectations of this esteemed senior. Quite all right. A gentle voice reassured Wang Xiling, alleviating his worries. As long as the esteemed senior is pleased, I knew Xian girl would not disappoint. Wang Xiling beamed with delight. Handing over 4 spirit stones, Changsheng said, This is your reward, take it. The 4 spirit stones thrilled Wang Xiling, marking a substantial gain. Esteemed senior, should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am quite familiar with this marketplace and know of at least 3 secret shops. Wang Xiling said, his face aglow with joy. Changsheng nodded upon hearing this, recognizing that knowing such a local figure would indeed prove beneficial in the future. Thus, he said, I have taken note of your appearance. Please provide me with your contact details, and I shall seek you out when the need arises. Wang Xiling, elated at these words, promptly shared several of his usual haunts with Changsheng. Subsequently, he watched Changsheng depart with a look of delight. Such a valuable client was rare, and he must ensure to cultivate this connection. He was also grateful to the young lady Xian. He had not anticipated that her mastery of formations would catch the attention of this esteemed elder. After bidding farewell to the Changsheng sex market, Changsheng immediately set off toward his cave dwelling. With the upgraded flying artifact, his speed was exponentially faster than before. Soon, he had traversed the borders of the Yuanwu Kingdom and entered the territory of the Yu Kingdom, where the majestic Taiyue mountain range came into view. After a brief flight, Changsheng arrived at the location of his cave. Upon landing in front of the cave, he checked the formation, which remained undisturbed. This location was quite remote, and rarely did anyone pass through. Who could have imagined that in such an isolated place, there existed a spring of spiritual essence? Entering the cave, Changsheng tidied up the spoils from his recent venture before promptly entering seclusion to cultivate. Having obtained the Hechi pill, it was indeed the right time to focus on his training. He took out the pill, analyzed it, and began to replicate it using spirit stones. Remarkably, it required 20 spirit stones to create a single pill. It was indeed worthy of being a potion that could assist foundational cultivators in their advancement. Changsheng marveled at the spirit stones he had expended. In his previous chi refining stage, a single spirit stone was sufficient to replicate 2 or 3 pills. Now, in the foundation establishment stage, the consumption had surged dramatically. However, considering that the pills used in the foundation establishment stage were typically crafted from hundreds of years of spiritual herbs, Changsheng found this to be reasonable. The pill, though small in size, contained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. As soon as Changsheng consumed the pill, he felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy within him. The torrent of spiritual power radiated through his body, startling him, prompting him to quickly circulate his cultivation method to refine it. The Jinling Tianxing Gong required resources that were at least 3 times that of the same level, which implied that his path to breakthrough would be thrice slower than those of equal aptitude. Generally, for someone with dual spiritual roots like him, transitioning from the early to mid-foundation establishment stage would take over 10 years of arduous effort. Without the enhancement of pills, under the burden of Jinling Tianxing Gong, reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage would require at least 30 years. However, with the aid of the pill, he could accelerate this process significantly. Changsheng was diligent, sitting cross-legged to carefully refine the spiritual energy contained within the pill. It took him an entire day to fully absorb all the spiritual energy from that single pill. Sitting on the ground, the brilliance in his eyes reflected the significant enhancement of his magical power. 1 pill was undoubtedly insufficient for my cultivation, he mused. He recalled the experience of the old demon Han. After entering the foundation establishment stage, he too relied heavily on pills. After consuming 50 of a particular pill, he would develop resistance to it. Consuming over 200 would render it completely ineffective. It was estimated that he ingested around 300 pills to transition from the early to mid-foundation establishment stage. The cultivation of his Qingyuan sword art required resources that were less than double that of his contemporaries. By this estimation, to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, he would need around 500 pills. My aptitude is significantly better than Han's. Yet the advantage of dual spiritual roots in the context of pill consumption primarily manifests during the refinement of their potency. Han required a week to refine a pill, while I need less than a day. Provided there are sufficient resources, the cultivation speed of dual spiritual roots exceeds that of 4 spiritual roots by over 7 times. This means that as long as I continuously consume pills, I could achieve mid-foundation establishment within a year and a half. However, regarding resistance to the effects of pills, superior spiritual root quality makes little difference. This point was already evident during the chi refining stage. Therefore, if I wish to avoid being hindered by resistance, I must find a diverse array of pills. Currently, to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, it is best to have 3 types of pills. I already possess 1, but I must seek out 2 more. With narrowed eyes, Changsheng established a plan for his future cultivation. First, to earn spirit stones, which could be entrusted to senior sister Chun. Second, to search for pills, which could also leverage the resources of the Chen family. Yet I must also exert effort in my search. Replicating a single pill requires 20 spirit stones, meaning that to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, I would need to expend 10,000 spirit stones. The Jinling Tianxing Gong is indeed a resource-hungry technique. No wonder the technique explicitly cautions against cultivation without heavenly spiritual roots. It seems that even those with heavenly roots, if not following the pill-based cultivation approach, would require a decade or 2 of hard work to progress from early to mid-foundation establishment. Changsheng shook his head, pondering which genius originally created such a technique. He continued to sit in meditation, consuming another pill to refine its potency. Currently, he had only 300 spirit stones, sufficient for half a month of cultivation. After this period, he would need to earn more spirit stones. Chapter 45. An incident with Xian Ruoyin. Half a month later, Yi Changsheng emerged from his closed-door cultivation and made his way back to the Tianqing sect's market. Donning a mask, he sought out the secret shop he had visited during the last auction. There, he sold 3 exquisite magical artifacts from his storage bag, the Qingjiao banner obtained from senior brother Lu and the 2 items acquired from Li San's transformation. Although their origins were unclear, their backgrounds were modest, allowing Yi Changsheng to part with them without hesitation. Such secret shops were specifically designed for the sale of items with ambiguous origins. Following this, he visited another establishment, where he sold a plethora of superior, medium, and inferior magical artifacts. After liquidating these items, he found himself with 3,000 spirit stones. He then paid a visit to Xian Ruoyin, discovering that she was still occupied with gathering materials and studying formations. After assessing her progress, Yi Changsheng returned to his cave dwelling. He decided to reserve 1,000 spirit stones for pill replication and daily expenses, while the remaining 2,000 would be used for talisman replication. The spirit stone costs for replicating low, medium, and high-level talismans varied, and with the 2,000 spirit stones, Yi Changsheng successfully replicated over 5,000 talismans, primarily of the low-level variety. Once senior sister Chun emerged from her seclusion, he intended to hand over these 5,000 talismans to her. Surely, selling them would yield over 10,000 spirit stones without issue. Yi Changsheng continued his cultivation, and as the deadline agreed upon with Xian Ruoyin approached, he promptly made his way back to the Tianqing sect's market. Riding his bamboo kite, he arrived at the market's outskirts. Following the direction etched in his memory, he reached the entrance of Xian Ruoyin's small courtyard. After knocking on the door, he received no response for an extended period. Frowning, Yi Changsheng released his spiritual sense to scan the area, only to find that the courtyard was utterly deserted. Not here. Could she have gone out for some reason? After pondering for a moment, Yi Changsheng exited the small alley and headed to the nearby street. As his consciousness swept the surroundings, he found no trace of Xian Ruoyin or her servant. Frowning slightly, he headed towards the direction where Wang Xiling often lingered, intending to inquire with this windwalker. Suddenly, a distressed voice filled with tears pierced the air from one side of the street. Upon hearing this cry, Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened. He hastened over and spotted a young girl sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaomei. She had come running from the market, crying out desperately for help. With no friends to turn to, she had no choice but to seek assistance in this manner. Unfortunately, the realm of cultivation was filled with indifference. Most passers-by merely observed her plight in silence. From a shop named Chi's Weaponry, a kind-hearted youth emerged upon hearing her cries. "What has happened to your lady?" he inquired. Regarding the tear-streaked Xiaomei with a hint of sympathy. "My lady," Xiaomei began, her voice trembling, but before she could finish, a gust of wind heralded Yi Changsheng's arrival. "Xiaomei, what has happened to Miss Xian?" Yi Changsheng asked gravely. Despite wearing a mask, Xiaomei recognized his voice. "Senior Yi, is it really you?" she exclaimed, her eyes brightening with a mixture of surprise and joy. "It is I? Thank heavens, Senior Yi, please save my lady. She is trapped by a group of villains." Xiaomei cried out, both excited and panicked. Seeing Yi Changsheng felt like grasping a lifeline, and she clutched his sleeve in desperation. The youth from Chi's Weaponry, witnessing this scene, quietly retreated. He had sensed with his spiritual awareness that this masked figure, referred to as Senior Yi, possessed unfathomable powers, his realm impossible to ascertain. From Xiaomei's words, it was clear that this senior was likely a formidable cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Such matters were far beyond his capacity to involve himself in. "Quickly, lead me to your lady," Yi Changsheng commanded, activating 2 acceleration talismans as he sped alongside Xiaomei towards the market's outskirts. Upon leaving the restricted flight area, a bamboo kite flew out from his sleeve, hovering beneath their feet. "Now, explain to me what transpired," Yi Changsheng urged as they ascended onto the bamboo kite, which soared swiftly under his guidance. Turning to glance back at the market, he noticed the youth from Chi's Weaponry standing there, seemingly in a daze. "That must be Qi Yunxiao," Yi Changsheng mused inwardly. Recalling the original text and understanding the youth's identity, he was a collateral disciple of the Qi family from the Divine Weapon sect. It seemed this incident had intertwined his fate with Xian Ruoyin's. How fortuitous that I intervened, Yi Changsheng reflected. In the original narrative, Qi Yunxiao had repeatedly aided Xian Ruoyin, ultimately meeting his demise due to her. By saving her, he had inadvertently preserved Qi Yunxiao's life. Without Xian Ruoyin, Qi Yunxiao, as a disciple of the Qi family, would likely have thrived without worry throughout his cultivational journey. He is a good person, deserving of such a fate. May fortune favor him in the future. Yi Changsheng thought. While he may have severed Qi Yunxiao's connection, he had also indirectly saved his life. We were simply out purchasing some final materials when a group of villains set their sights on us, Xiao Mei recounted rapidly. It turned out that a minor mishap had occurred in the arrangement of a reversed elemental formation, necessitating a different material. They had ventured out to procure it, spending over 60 spirit stones on this rather expensive item. This had drawn the attention of a group of Qi practitioners intent on robbing Xian Rian and her servant. Foreseeing danger, Xian Rian had promptly fled. However, their cultivation levels were comparatively low, and they were gradually overtaken by their pursuers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xian Rian had instructed Xiao Mei to escape while she held off their attackers with a formation. Thus, Xiao Mei had rushed to the market in search of help, fortuitously encountering Yi Changsheng. The bamboo kite glided swiftly, its speed astonishing under Yi Changsheng's mastery. Before long, they arrived at a cliff. There, a formation encircled a gracious and composed woman, while outside, 4 or 5 Qi practitioners assaulted the formation with their magical tools. The layer of crimson light surrounding the formation had thinned dangerously, on the verge of collapse. Xian Rian is barely holding on. Senior, it's over there. Please save my lady. Xiao Mei urged anxiously. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, a smile graced Yi Changsheng's lips. Merely Qi practitioners of the 7th or 8th level, hardly a challenge. A green light shot from his sleeve, circling around the formation's periphery, causing the Qi practitioners to collapse one after another. Xiao Mei stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how those whose magical prowess far exceeded her own could be so easily subdued by this senior. Is this the might of a foundation establishment cultivator? Miss? Xiao Mei cried, racing forward. As the formation dissipated, Xian Rian turned towards them, a faint blush gracing her pallid cheeks. She performed a graceful bow and spoke softly. Thank you, senior. Before she could finish her words, her form wavered, as if she might faint. A sudden wave of intense dizziness and pain washed over Xian Rian, causing her to falter. Miss? Xiao Mei's panicked voice echoed. Is this my chronic ailment finally manifesting? Xian Rian thought, her consciousness blurring. Just as she felt she might succumb, a sturdy arm caught her, and she was enveloped in a wide, comforting embrace, a faint refreshing scent wafting through the air. Miss Xian, are you all right? Came a warm, deep voice laced with concern, as a surge of magical energy flowed through the hand that supported her. As this energy coursed into her body, the dizziness slightly abated. However, she soon realized her predicament. She was cradled in Yi Changsheng's arms. Senior, I am fine. Xian Rian quickly rose to her feet, stepping away from his embrace. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a rosy hue spread across her cheeks, revealing a bashful charm. Miss Xian, are you truly unscathed? That display did not appear to be merely the result of depleted magical energy, Yi Changsheng inquired, removing his mask and smiling gently like a refined gentleman. His bright gaze caused Xian Rian's neck to flush crimson, yet she maintained an air of poise. Thank you for your concern, senior. I assure you, I am well. Before she could finish, a wave of dizziness even more intense than before struck her. Miss Xian Rian. As exclamations of alarm filled her ears, the world spun violently before her, and she lost consciousness. Yi Changsheng held the woman who had collapsed into his arms once more, his brow furrowed deeply. Her complexion was ashen, and her breath faint. Miss, please wake up. Xiao Mei cried out in panic. Was it the dragon's chant physique? A shadow of concern flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Faced with such a troublesome condition, he found himself at a loss. He placed his fingers delicately on her cool wrist, feeling her skin icy to the touch. After measuring her pulse, Yi Changsheng spoke with a steady voice. Miss Xian is not in immediate danger, but her condition is indeed quite challenging. Please, senior, save her. She is still so young. Xiao Mei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Yi Changsheng sighed. Let us return to the market first. With that, he carried Xian Rian and stepped onto the bamboo kite. Xiao Mei immediately followed, and the trio sped towards the market. In Xian Rian's small courtyard, she lay pale on the bed, her brows knitted, indicating the immense pain she had endured before fainting. Yi Changsheng placed his fingers on her delicate wrist, allowing a thread of spiritual energy to enter her body. Carefully examining her condition, Xiao Mei stood by anxiously, her face a mixture of panic and hope as she watched Yi Changsheng, her eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Surely, this esteemed senior could heal the lady. He was a foundational cultivator. He must be capable. The meridians have begun to wither. If she forcibly cultivates, it will inevitably lead to an untimely demise, Yi Changsheng remarked with a sigh. Senior, is there any way to save her? Xiao Mei inquired urgently. In truth, The situation is not yet dire. Your lady merely suffers from a temporary ailment due to excessive consumption of magical energy. Once her energy is restored, she will gradually awaken. However, Yi Changsheng sighed again. The dragon's chant physique, a male constitution mistakenly born into a female body, is beyond my ability to resolve. How could this happen? Xiao Mei felt despondent, her eyes reddening as soft sobs escaped her. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Miss once found an ancient remedy that could treat her condition." After rummaging through the belongings for a while, Xiao Mei finally unearthed a prescription and quickly handed it to Yi Changsheng. He glanced at it. Using millennium spiritual herbs as the catalyst, concocting a medicinal soup may treat the dragon's chant physique. Senior. Xiao Mei gazed at him with eager eyes, hope shimmering within them. Millennium spiritual herbs. Such precious items. How many in the world possess them? And even if someone does, how could they possibly spare them for an unrelated woman? It is known that such ancient spiritual herbs would incite fierce battles among core cultivators. Xiao Mei understood the rarity of millennium spiritual herbs. Yet, her only hope rested upon this esteemed senior, for among those she knew, he was the most powerful. Rest assured, I will not turn a blind eye to Miss Xin's plight. You take care of her. I will procure a few spiritual herbs, Yi Changsheng assured. Thank you, senior. Gratitude illuminated Xiao Mei's face. Yi Changsheng secretly shook his head. He knew that the ancient remedy would not fundamentally resolve the issue of the dragon's chant physique, but merely provide temporary relief. Stepping out of the courtyard, he made his way to a pharmacy in the market. Aside from the millennium spiritual herbs needed as the catalyst, the other required herbs were not too difficult to find. After acquiring the herbs, he returned, and under Xiao Mei's astonished gaze, he produced a millennium spiritual herb. Her anxiety began to dissipate. With the millennium spiritual herb, her lady would be saved. Once the medicinal soup was prepared, Yi Changsheng gently propped up Rian and personally fed her spoonful by spoonful. Xiao Mei, witnessing this scene, paused slightly, a flicker of something ambiguous crossing her expression. After consuming the medicinal soup, the condition of Rian's withered meridians showed significant improvement, though it was not completely cured. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes, her pallid face regaining some color. Upon seeing the person before her, she was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, you have finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death." Xiao Mei exclaimed joyfully. "What is happening?" Rian surveyed her surroundings, a look of confusion on her face. "It was this esteemed senior who saved you. Let me tell you, he selflessly used a millennium spiritual herb to prepare the medicinal soup." Yi Changsheng wore a gentle, serene smile as he listened to Xiao Mei's enthusiastic recounting. However, upon hearing that he had unhesitatingly used a millennium spiritual herb, Rian's expression changed immediately. She was well aware of the value of such a rare item. Struggling to rise, she respectfully inclined her head, saying, "Senior, I am truly at a loss for how to repay your great kindness. There is no need for such formality, Miss Rian. When you are in trouble, how could I stand idly by? Regrettably, even the millennium spiritual herb cannot completely cure your ailment," Yi Changsheng replied, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Having reached this stage, Rian felt satisfied and vowed to diligently research the inverted five-element formation, determined not to disappoint her benefactor. Rian lifted her head, her complexion fair as jade, tinged with a blush, her charm intoxicating. "Miss Rian, it would be wise to take care of your health. I am not in a rush regarding the formation." Yi Changsheng gestured with a warm demeanor. "The simplified version of the inverted five-element formation will soon be completed. Please wait a moment. I shall finish it shortly." Rian beamed with a smile, bowed again, and then walked towards the courtyard with Xiao Mei. "Miss, let me tell you. After you fainted, that esteemed senior held you the entire time." Xiao Mei's words stirred a new wave of emotion within Rian, causing her to lose her composure once more. This time, even her elegant neck flushed with color. "You foolish girl, cease your nonsensical chatter." Rian scolded softly, her cheeks aflame. "I am not speaking nonsense. Miss, you don't know how much that esteemed senior cares for you." Listening to Xiao Mei, Rian felt an unfamiliar warmth blossom in her heart. Stealing a glance back at Yi Changsheng, she found him gazing at her with a gentle smile. His demeanor as soothing as jade. Her heart raced, and for a fleeting moment, she almost turned to flee. But years of cultivated composure prevented her from displaying such girlish behavior. Instead, she turned back, gracefully smiling at Yi Changsheng, and then departed with Xiao Mei. What an extraordinary woman, Yi Changsheng mused within, reflecting on the women he had encountered. Among them, senior sister Chun was the traditional, gentle, and kind-hearted woman. Once she had chosen someone, she would be utterly devoted, seeking only a place in their heart. Nangong Wan was the epitome of elegance, a goddess of high stature, proud in her demeanor, and difficult for most to approach. However, she too clung to traditional values, placing great importance on those who had claimed her body. Once someone's cultivation matched her own and gained her acknowledgement, she could transform from a steely figure into one of tender grace. In contrast, Xian Rian was a woman of gentle elegance, possessing a soft temperament intertwined with resilience, always handling issues with a calm and dignified demeanor. It seems as though she can embrace everything within her heart. Xian Rian led Xiao Mei into the room to arrange the formation, while Yi Changsheng leisurely sat in the courtyard, savoring tea. After several hours, a weary Xian Rian and Xiao Mei emerged from the room, holding various formation plates and flags. Senior, I have completed the formation. It possesses about 1/10 of the full version's power, Xian Rian announced, extending the formation devices. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng's expression softened. The inverted 5 elements formation, known as a minor forbidden formation, was comparable in power to the protective formations of major sects like Huang Maple Valley. Its only flaw was its limited coverage, rendering it incapable of actively slaying enemies. However, for someone like Yi Changsheng, these shortcomings were virtually non-existent, as his intention was to use the formation to safeguard his cave dwelling. Given the small area of the cave, it was more than sufficient for the inverted 5 elements formation. The complete version could even confine a core formation practitioner. And with this simplified version possessing 1/10 of its power, it was already adequate for Yi Changsheng. This was enough to instill awe in Foundation establishment practitioners when they faced his cave abode. Taking the formation instruments, Yi Changsheng produced a storage bag. Miss Rian, please accept these spirit stones, he offered. Senior, Xian Rian interjected, blocking the storage bag and shaking her head resolutely. You have already saved me with a millennium spirit herb. How could I accept spirit stones again? This formation is yours. Indeed, Senior, you have continuously saved our young lady. How could we possibly ask for spirit stones? Xiao Mei chimed in. A year from now, you may return, and by then, Rian's mastery of formations will have deepened, allowing her to upgrade this formation to over half the power of the original. 3 to 4 years hence, Rian believed she could fully replicate the complete inverted 5 elements formation, as only a complete version could adequately express her gratitude. I speak sincerely, Xian Rian said softly. Her eyes filled with determination. It was evident that the inverted 5 elements formation would be freely gifted to Yi Changsheng in repayment for his life-saving grace. Understanding her intentions, Yi Changsheng retracted the spirit stones, smiling lightly. Since that is the case, I shall not mention spirit stones again. If you require any assistance in the future, Miss Rian, feel free to ask. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Xian Rian replied, performing a graceful bow, her fair and delicate face illuminated with a bright smile. There is no need to be so formal. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Yi from now on. We are not too far apart in age. Observing Yi Changsheng's clear gaze and cheerful smile, a blush crept across Xian Rian's cheeks. With a modest yet graceful demeanor, she bowed once more, saying, in that case, I shall not hold back, Brother Yi. Xiao Mei, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exclaimed, then I shall call you Yi Senior or Yi Gongzi from now on. Yi Changsheng nodded in agreement. Let it be so for today. Miss Rian, Miss Xiao Mei, I shall come to visit again. With that, he smiled and turned to leave. Xian Rian gazed longingly at his departing figure, her heart awash with complex emotions. The impact of today's events on her state of mind was indescribable. The warmth and solidity of the chest she felt before fainting, and the gentle, handsome smile she beheld upon awakening, had inadvertently disturbed her years of tranquility. Miss, he has already gone far. Why are you still staring? Xiao Mei teased, waving her hand in front of Xian Rian. Coming back to her senses, Xian Rian's face flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Mei, chiding, what nonsense are you talking about? Hee, it's only fair. You can do as you please. But I can't say a word. It's clear to everyone that you've been enchanted by Yi Gongzi after just a few encounters. You insolent girl. Don't say another word. Xian Rian retorted, her ears turning crimson as she covered Xiao Mei's mouth. Hee, I'm just speaking the truth. Miss, you do not know that Yi Gongzi was exceptionally gentle while you were unconscious. Laughter echoed in the courtyard. Yi Changsheng soon flew back to his cave dwelling. Following the instructions laid out in the jade slip given by Xian Rian, he properly positioned the formation flags and buried the formation plates. Then, he took out several mid-grade spirit stones and embedded them at specific positions in the formation's core, providing sufficient spiritual energy for the grand array. With this, the formation began to operate, The master of the formation merely needed to grasp some basic manipulation techniques to control the entire array using the main formation flag they held. As long as no enemies approached, these mid-grade spirit stones would sustain the operation of the formation for several years. After arranging his cave dwelling, Changsheng paid a visit to Huang Maple Valley, estimating that the time should be just right. Sister Chun should have successfully established her foundation by now. Indeed, upon arriving at Sister Chen's residence, he saw her radiating with the aura of a newly established foundation practitioner. Junior brother. Upon seeing Changsheng, Sister Chen's face lit up with delight as she swiftly approached him. Sister, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation, Changsheng said, taking her hand in his. Despite their prior intimacy, Sister Chen blushed at being held so openly under the sun. We both entered seclusion together, yet you managed to establish your foundation long before me, she exclaimed, looking up at him with a teasing expression. As she gazed at Changsheng's handsome face, a trace of shyness flickered in her eyes. With both of them having established their foundation, did this not imply, junior brother, where is your cave dwelling located? I have yet to choose mine. Sister Chun inquired with eager anticipation. You aren't contemplating living with me, are you? Sensing her hopeful expression, Changsheng perceptively grasped her thoughts. He quickly shifted the conversation, saying, My cave is located quite far from the mountain gate, in a desolate area on the outskirts, lacking in spiritual energy. What? Why would you establish your cave in such a place? Sister Chen asked, puzzled. For some complicated reasons, sister. My cave there is merely a temporary arrangement, and I will eventually relocate. Changsheng replied, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Noting that they were alone, he stepped closer and wrapped his arms around Sister Chen's waist. The familiar scent enveloped him, causing her cheeks to flush as her voice softened. You must move back quickly. That place has scarce spiritual energy, which is detrimental to cultivation, she murmured, her eyes slightly glazed. Rest assured, I am only there to be closer to the markets of the Changsheng sect. Once my business there is concluded, I will return to live with you. Changsheng whispered sweetly in her ear, and in an instant, Chen Xiaoqian's jade-like face turned a shade of crimson. She leaned softly into his embrace. After months apart, they both longed for each other, and Changsheng carried her into the room. After some time, as he opened the door, a refreshing ocean breeze greeted them. Changsheng stepped out, followed closely by senior sister Chun, whose jade-like complexion still bore a hint of crimson. Senior sister, allow me to accompany you in selecting a suitable location for establishing your cave dwelling, Changsheng said, gently grasping her hand. Chen Xiaoqian responded with a soft hum. With a gentle smile, Changsheng embraced her and took flight on the bamboo kite, soaring towards a nearby mountain range. Most of the foundation-building disciples in Huang Maple Valley congregated in several such areas, rich in spiritual energy, making them ideal for the construction of cave dwellings. Our Chen family's uncles have their caves over there. Senior sister Chun pointed in a certain direction. The Chun family was a prestigious lineage in the kingdom of Yu, second only to the Yin family. Although they lacked golden core cultivators, they boasted over a dozen foundation-building practitioners within their ranks. Senior sister Chen's grandfather had even reached the level of a fake Dan cultivator. In the kingdom of Yu, this represented a formidable force in any sect. Among the three major cultivation families in Huang Maple Valley, the Chen family was renowned. Naturally, they were far stronger than ordinary foundation-building cultivators. A particularly abundant area of spiritual energy had been claimed by the Chen family. Our family has reserved spots for both me and my elder brother. Once we succeed in foundation building, we can establish our cave dwellings there. Chen Xiaoqian indicated the area. However, her expression soon turned somber as she added, I wonder how my elder brother is faring. He has yet to emerge from seclusion. After such a long time, he must have failed in his foundation building. Changsheng thought, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Instead, he wrapped his arm around senior sister's waist and playfully whispered in her ear, Have you forgotten? I still possess a foundation-building pill. Ah, senior sister Chen gasped, recalling. Indeed, Changsheng had a foundation-building pill, obtained from senior brother Lu. Your elder brother is my elder brother. How could I allow him to fail in his foundation building? Here, take this pill. If your brother fails, you can give it to him. Changsheng pressed a small box into senior sister Chen's hands. Junior brother, this. Her eyes glistened with tears, deeply moved. Foundation-building pills were incredibly precious. If sold in a secret shop, they could incite a frenzy among buyers, fetching thousands of spirit stones. The thought of such a valuable item being so willingly given to her left Chen Xiaoqian overwhelmed with gratitude. Were it not for their current aerial position, she would have leapt into his arms to express her appreciation for his kindness. Nevertheless, even in this moment, she was profoundly touched. "Junior brother, let us hasten to establish the cave dwelling," she said softly, her voice imbued with charm. Changsheng felt a tremor in his heart. It seemed he had not yet satiated senior sister's desires. They descended into a spiritually rich area and, working together, soon carved out the rudimentary form of a cave dwelling. Unlike Changsheng's rudimentary handling, senior sister Chun was wholeheartedly engaged, meticulously refining the space. With her dexterous hands, she crafted numerous cabinets, bookshelves, tables, chairs, and beds from stone. Though made of rock, they appeared exquisitely designed. She also took out various small items for decoration. Before long, the stone cave transformed into a refined dwelling. As Changsheng admired the large floor-to-ceiling mirror against the wall, he stroked his chin in appreciation, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Marvelous!" His demeanor instantly reminded Chen Xiao, Qian of the time Changsheng had playfully pressed her against the mirror upon their return from the blood-forbidden land. Never had she imagined there could be so much creativity. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a coy glance. Activating the array, they sealed the cave dwelling. Senior sister Chun, her eyes shimmering like water, slowly approached Changsheng, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Junior brother." She elongated the syllables, her sweet voice melting his heart. They quickly embraced and fell into one another's arms. Changsheng spent a week in senior sister Chen's cave dwelling, losing himself in the bliss of their time together. Throughout this period, he felt the warmth of her fiery passion and tender affection. The joy of such moments was not something to be shared with outsiders. Upon Changsheng's departure, senior sister Chen found herself in possession of a storage bag containing nearly 5,000 talismans and a bottle of harmonizing pills suitable for the foundation building stage. Following Changsheng's instructions, she utilized the Chun family's resources to sell all the talismans. As Changsheng had anticipated, she earned over 10,000 spirit stones. Additionally, Chen Xiao Qian diligently investigated the Li family's situation as per his directive. The Li family was an obscure clan in the Kingdom of Yu's cultivation community, with only Li Sanbian as its sole foundation-building cultivator. Beneath him were fewer than 100 Qi refinement disciples residing within a castle. Surrounding the castle were countless ordinary mortals, all members of the Li clan. Such was the norm for cultivation families. A multitude of ordinary people supported a meager number of cultivators. After receiving the message from senior sister Chun, Changsheng immediately made his way to Huang Maple Valley, visiting her cave dwelling. Collecting the spirit stones and information, he bestowed upon her 2 bottles of pills, urging her to cultivate diligently before setting off to locate the Li family. Pingzhou, one of the 13 prefectures of the Kingdom of Yu, ranked high in terms of land area. Yet, its spiritual energy was rather sparse, lacking both large cultivation sects and significant cultivation families. Only a few small cultivation clans and numerous independent practitioners sustained the region's cultivation community. Fenglin Mountain was one of the more notable peaks among Pingzhou's many mountains. A small spiritual vein running through it rendered it one of the few places in Pingzhou suitable for cultivation. However, few independent practitioners dared to venture to this mountain, for it had long been claimed by a substantial cultivation family. From a distance, the mountain was adorned with a plethora of maple trees, casting a brilliant red hue over its entirety. As the maple leaves danced in the breeze, autumn's splendor enveloped the scene. The mountain was not particularly tall, measuring less than 100 zhang, and could only be described as a small hill. At its summit stood a grand, ancient castle, surrounded by a dense array of buildings, harmoniously arranged. Among these structures, a multitude of ordinary people moved about, including many skilled martial artists who effortlessly traversed the rooftops with agile grace. The air was alive with the sounds of bustling life, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The ordinary inhabitants of this place appeared quite at ease, contrasting sharply with the hardships faced by those living beyond the mountain. However, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere outside, the interior of the Li family fortress now bore an ominous air, as if a storm were brewing. The number of patrolling sentinels had multiplied several-fold, with layers of guards stationed to prevent any intrusion. Leading the patrols were disciples of the Qi refining stage, accompanied by martial arts masters seldom seen in the secular world. They surveyed their surroundings with palpable tension, as if bracing for an ambush. Deep within the fortress, in a concealed chamber, a gathering of elderly men, their hair as white as snow, convened. A closer inspection revealed that their cultivation levels surpassed those of the patrolling guards outside, all being high-tier Qi refiners, with the weakest among them at the 12th level. "Eldest brother, what is the current situation? Speak plainly, do not conceal anything from us," exclaimed one elderly man with a ruddy complexion, his aura indicative of a 13th-level Qi refiner, adorned with a nose reminiscent of a wine drinker. The one he referred to as eldest brother appeared even older, his presence slightly more formidable. He sighed deeply and began, "A few days ago, the family head's protective talisman was sighted in a secret shop within the Yuanwu Kingdom's cultivation realm. You all must be aware of this by now." As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the gathered men darkened considerably. "Eldest brother, please tell us, what has happened to the family head?" The elder at the forefront remained silent for a moment before sorrowfully stating, "According to our investigations, the family head has perished in the Yuanwu Kingdom." "What? How could this be?" Despite their prior suspicions, the revelation of such tragic news left everyone in shock. "Who is the murderer?" An agitated voice cried out. "We must avenge our family head." Another shouted passionately, "Everyone sit down. What a chaotic scene this is." The leading elder suddenly barked. "What good will it do to identify the murderer? Do we have the means to exact revenge?" He bellowed. "The paramount issue at hand is the preservation of our entire clan, not the investigation into the family head's demise." The elder with the wine-drunk nose coldly remarked. "Seventh brother speaks truth. Our hold over Fenglin Mountain has long depended on the family head, a foundational cultivator. Now that he is gone, can we maintain our grip over this meager spiritual vein? It poses a significant dilemma." Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous chamber fell silent. The fervor that had once filled the room dissipated, leaving the assembly dejected, as if doused with cold water. Indeed, with the family head deceased, the Li family stood at a critical juncture of survival, and the question of preserving their lineage overshadowed any concern about the circumstances of the family head's death. Contemplating the predatory gazes of the outside world, a sense of impending doom enveloped the gathered men, their spirits fraught with anxiety. Historically, the Li family had maintained their position here due to the emergence of foundational cultivators across generations. Particularly, the current family head was a mid-stage foundational cultivator, a formidable figure within the entire Pingzhou region, which deterred any malicious intentions towards the family. Yet, this generation had seemingly fallen into misfortune. Initially, a promising disciple sent to Huang Maple Valley for foundational training had inexplicably perished, followed by the mysterious death of the family head. The top-tier combat strength of the Li family was now utterly compromised. "Eldest brother, I have a plan to temporarily alleviate our family's crisis." In the midst of the heavy silence, one individual stepped forward. "Oh, Sanyuan, what is your idea? Share it with us." "We could offer the ancestral secret handed down to us to a certain great cultivation sect, requesting their protection for a century. Within that time, we should be able to cultivate a foundational cultivator," he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the others immediately furrowed their brows. They were vaguely aware of the ancestral secret, but its specific contents remained elusive, known only to the family head. The elder at the forefront pondered for a moment and said, "I have considered this method as well. It does provide a potential retreat, but caution is paramount, lest we inadvertently invite disaster upon our clan. But we lack knowledge of the secret. How can we convince those major sects of our credibility?" One questioned skeptically. The elder smiled mysteriously. "Actually, our ancestor left behind a journal detailing the pertinent aspects of that secret. This journal was previously only accessible to the family head, but now that he is gone, we can retrieve it." "Excellent. Eldest brother, lead us there at once." The revelation of such a relic invigorated the group, igniting a glimmer of hope for preserving their family as they followed the elder towards the library. Upon their arrival, however, when they excitedly opened the library door, they were met with an unexpected sight. A man wearing a ghostly mask stood within, coldly observing them. "Who are you?" The Li family cultivators gasped in astonishment, quickly drawing their talismans. With a disdainful snort, the masked man stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that caused the chi refiners to change color in fear. "A foundational cultivator? How can this be?" The Li family members gaped in horror at the figure before them, paralyzed with fear. A single foundational cultivator could effortlessly eliminate them, rendering them as powerless as ants. Changsheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly scrutinized the group. He had already acquired the journal mentioned by Li Sanbian and was preparing to leave when his senses detected their approach. Thus, he lingered to observe the intentions of these chi refiners. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder?" The leading elder of the Li family stepped forward, his voice tinged with bitterness. "I shall not answer your question," Changsheng replied. "But are you the current decision-makers of the Li family?" "Indeed, esteemed elder. With the family head absent, we are the representatives of the Li family. What are your instructions?" The elder responded respectfully. "In that case, you are here for the ancestral journal?" Changsheng's cold voice sent a chill through the hearts of the Li cultivators. If this individual knew about the ancestral journal, it implied he was fully aware of the secret. Could it be that he was the one responsible for the family head's death? A chilling realization washed over the Li family members, causing them to lower their heads, fearful of revealing any hostile intent. The elder, with a bitter expression, asked, "Might I inquire about your relationship with the family head? Do you know his current whereabouts?" "He is dead." The frigid announcement sparked a flicker of sorrow in the eyes of the Li family members, just as they were bowed in grief. Changsheng's gaze shifted to the distance, his expression subtly changing. "If the Li family wishes to avoid annihilation, it would be prudent to keep your mouth shut," he warned coldly. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving the astonished Li cultivators behind. They had not anticipated that others would so swiftly set their sights on the Li family. Silent and unnoticed, Changsheng flew out from Li family fort, contemplating to himself. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, prompting him to swiftly shake off the Li family members and make his escape. Coming to a halt before a rocky cliff outside the Maple Forest Mountain, he gazed into the woods ahead, coldly stating, "Come out." Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed as 2 figures emerged from the thicket. One was tall and stout, while the other was short and thin. The stout one exuded the aura of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, while the thin one was at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Curiously, despite their significant height difference, they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Indeed, Master Dao is quite perceptive. From such a distance, you discern the presence of us brothers. The thin man spoke first. "May I ask how to address you?" "We are surnamed Lin." The thin man replied with a beaming smile. "Lin?" Changsheng's pupils constricted slightly as he recalled what Li Sanbian had said, for tokens were held by 3 families. The Li family possessed 2. The Lin family of Yu Kingdom held 1, and the last was with the Zhang family of Yuanwu Kingdom. "May I inquire how to address you, Master Dao?" the thin man questioned. The stout man beside him remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Changsheng, exuding an air of vigilance, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. "I am Han," Changsheng replied indifferently. "Ah, so it is Brother Han. It seems Li Sanbian met his end at your hands," the thin man uttered with a tone of feigned lament. "How so?" Changsheng inquired. "Haha. Master Dao hastened here to the Li family. It must surely be related to matters concerning Master Yuanqing, correct? Upon learning of Li Sanbian's demise, my brother and I came straight away, only to find we were a step behind you. It appears all has already fallen into your possession." The thin man spoke slowly. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Changsheng replied calmly, "Indeed, everything related to Master Yuanqing is now in my hands." Haha. Who would have thought that a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator likely would fall to Brother Han? Your capabilities must be unfathomable. The thin man suddenly exclaimed with unusual enthusiasm. "What is it you wish to convey, Brother Lin?" Changsheng asked with a soft smile. "Let us speak plainly. Since Brother Han has acquired all from Brother Li, surely you will attend the upcoming gathering?" Changsheng understood that the gathering referred to was undoubtedly a prearranged expedition to explore Master Yuanqing's cave abode. "This momentous occasion is one I shall not miss. However, I am curious about the time and location of this gathering," Changsheng inquired. "Did Brother Li not disclose this to you before his passing?" the thin man inquired, astonished. "Hee, I prefer to hear it directly from you, Master Dao," Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. "Haha, I see. You are quite cautious, fearing Brother Li may have deceived you," the thin man said with a look of realization. Subsequently, he subtly moved his lips, conveying the time and location to Changsheng through sound transmission. It seems Li Sanbian was rather honest, Changsheng mused inwardly. After comparing the details, he found that the time and location mentioned by the Lin family were indeed consistent with what Li Sanbian had shared. Thus, it appeared that there were no discrepancies regarding the gathering. Changsheng noted that while he conversed with the thin man, the stout man's gaze occasionally flickered with murderous intent. He seemed to be weighing the possibility of making a move against Changsheng, assessing the likelihood of success. These 2 cultivators, one at early Foundation establishment and the other at mid-Foundation establishment, vastly outmatched Changsheng, who was also only at early Foundation establishment. Yet, they refrained from recklessly attacking him, for Changsheng had slain Li Sanbian, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, and this fact instilled a measure of caution in them. Changsheng, wearing a mask and bearing a faint smile, regarded the 2 men without moving an inch. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm indifference to the flickering murderous intent in the stout man's eyes. The 3 stood there in a stalemate for a brief moment until the thin man suddenly smiled. "Brother Han, is there anything else you need here?" "Nothing more. But do you 2 brothers from the Lin family have any matters to attend to here?" Changsheng inquired. "My brother and I indeed have some affairs to attend to at Li family fort, so we shall take our leave of Brother Han the thin man replied, clasping his hands in farewell as he and his brother flew off towards Li family fort. It appeared he ultimately held some trepidation regarding Yi Changsheng's strength and chose not to act. Yi Changsheng cast a glance at their receding figures, offering a faint smile as he stepped onto his bamboo kite and soared into the distant sea of clouds. What the Lin brothers intended to do at the Li family was no longer his concern. He had promised Li Sanbian not to harm any cultivators from the Li family and only to take the scroll of ancestral notes. What transpired thereafter was no longer within his purview. Chapter 51. The issue of resistance. After departing from Li family fort, Yi Changsheng did not immediately return to Huang Maple Valley. Instead, he made another trip to the Tianqing sex market, where he met with Heavenbearing and Xiao Mei. Strike while the iron is hot. Yi Changsheng understood this principle well. Thus, he presented himself before Heavenbearing and her maid with the demeanor of a warm-hearted gentleman. In the midst of Xiao Mei's flirtatious smile, he inquired about Heavenbearing's health. Then, he seamlessly mentioned that there was a medicinal herb on a mountain outside the market that would be beneficial for her health, inviting her to join him in gathering it. Naturally, Heavenbearing wished to bring Xiao Mei along. However, Yi Changsheng firmly asserted that someone needed to stay home to guard it. Otherwise, what would happen if intruders came? Xiao Mei protested, claiming that the courtyard was protected by formations and ordinary individuals could not breach it. Yet, under Yi Changsheng's insistence, she reluctantly agreed to stay behind, albeit with a sulky demeanor. Consequently, Heavenbearing, her cheeks slightly flushed, followed Yi Changsheng outside the market. Yi Changsheng had not deceived Heavenbearing. There indeed existed a spiritual herb on that mountain that would be beneficial for her health. However, what he did not disclose was that this herb was advantageous for all women. It nourished and beautified. After all, what woman could resist such a benefit? Yet, for Heavenbearing's unique physique, the effects of this herb would likely be even more pronounced. After gathering the spiritual herb, Yi Changsheng naturally mentioned that nearby there was a mountain adorned with blooming wildflowers, a sight to behold, inviting Heavenbearing to enjoy the scenery together. Since they had already come this far, Heavenbearing would naturally not refuse Yi Changsheng's suggestion. Thus, the two proceeded to the mountain. Amidst the sea of flowers, a man and a woman found themselves alone. This intimate setting stirred Heavenbearing's heart, her fair and delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Changsheng had already fashioned a flower crown in his hands. "Miss Rian, do you not think this suits you perfectly?" he remarked in a calm tone. At this moment, he knew not to display too much excitement. Excessive fervor might frighten her. A steady and serene voice was the best approach, as it would more easily lower her defenses. With a shy yet slightly fearful gaze, Heavenbearing retreated as Yi Changsheng placed the flower crown atop her head. Beauty blooms amidst flowers. No woman could resist such romance. In a previous life, Yi Changsheng would have boldly approached for a kiss. However, this world is ultimately different. Yi Changsheng refrained from taking advantage of the moment. Instead, he gallantly accompanied Heavenbearing through the sea of flowers. In the end, he courteously escorted her back. This round trip significantly enhanced the affection that this master of formations felt for Yi Changsheng. By the time they returned, Heavenbearing's gaze towards him was tinged with the sweetness of emerging feelings. There's no rush, he thought. Patience is key. Yi Changsheng understood the wisdom of simmering slowly, bidding farewell politely to both the master and servant before returning to his cave abode to continue his cultivation. For him, this day was merely a minor diversion in his long life, hardly worth mentioning. Yet for a youthful maiden, this moment could be an entire lifetime. After spending over half a year in his cave, the medicinal pills in Yi Changsheng's possession finally lost their efficacy. He had consumed over 200 Hechi pills at a pace of one a day, effectively saturating his body with resistance to this type of medicine. In truth, after taking around 50 to 60 pills, the effects began to wane, showcasing the initial signs of drug resistance. Subsequently, the potency continued to diminish until it became entirely ineffective. In the later stages, the benefit of consuming a single pill paled in comparison to the speed at which he could absorb spiritual energy through his cultivation in the cave. Thus, Yi Changsheng completely abandoned the Hechi pills. Presently, he still had over 30 pills remaining. With a sigh, he stepped out of the cave, stretching after sitting still for so long. Had he still been a mere mortal, he surely would have developed hemorrhoids from such prolonged inactivity. A robust surge of magical power coursed through Yi Changsheng's body. Now, his power was comparable to that of an average mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The Jinling Tianqing Gong truly proved to be miraculous. Yi Changsheng was immensely eager to explore the subsequent stages of this technique. Having mastered the first 3 layers, he had already acquired a divine ability known as Silver Light Armor. This ability, once he reached the foundation establishment stage, would manifest as a silvery armor with defensive capabilities rivaling those of top-notch magical artifacts. Moreover, as his magical power grew stronger, so too would the armor's defense. It was akin to donning an unparalleled magical artifact that could be activated at will, providing comprehensive protection without any blind spots. This was exceedingly extraordinary. Generally, defensive artifacts, like the Xiantai flying shield, could only protect a limited area. Relying solely on such a shield during a battle without additional protective measures could lead to a swift demise. For instance, Han Li had used the transparent silk thread he acquired to eliminate many opponents who neglected to activate their shields during confrontations. Such individuals often thought, I possess a top-tier defensive artifact, why bother with a shield? That would only waste magical energy. Unfortunately, this mindset often led to their downfall, even at the hands of foes far beneath their capabilities. Sometimes, even when a shield was activated, it could not withstand certain powerful surprise attacks, such as those from the Blood Spirit Needle. Yet, Changsheng faced none of these issues. The silver light armor was an innate ability of his technique, allowing him to activate or deactivate it with mere thought, requiring no preparation whatsoever. With the current defensive capabilities of the silver light armor, he mused, once my magical power grows even stronger, it may just withstand the surprise assault of the Blood Spirit Needle. After contemplating for a while, he soared towards Huang Maple Valley. With familiarity, he arrived at Senior Sister Chen's cave and sent in a sound transmission talisman. In no time, the protective formation of the cave opened, and Senior Sister Chen rushed out. They had not seen each other for over half a year, so their reunion was filled with warmth and affection. Once they were both satisfied with their reunion, Changsheng caressed Senior Sister's smooth back and softly said, this time, I've brought you 3 bottles of pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Why do you always bring me pills? Don't you need them for your own cultivation? I still have some of the ones you gave me last time. Senior Sister Chen purred, nestled in his embrace, her voice languid with a hint of rasp. With a firm clap, Changsheng elicited a soft, charming moan from her. Her eyes sparkled like water as she squirmed slightly, nearly reigniting his desire. Changsheng's expression turned serious as he scolded, you should use what I give you. Why are you being frugal? I brought you these pills because I was concerned you might not have enough. Senior Sister Chen pouted in feigned grievance. Upon hearing her words, a wave of tenderness washed over Changsheng. He playfully pinched her delicate nose and gently said, you worry too much. The fact that I can provide you with so many pills means I have more than enough for myself. From now on, don't hold back. Use what you need. Understood. Chun Xiaoqian replied with a small wrinkling of her nose, her voice sweet and her eyes filled with gratitude. In the midst of her heartfelt emotions, Senior Sister Chen basked in the warmth of Changsheng's sudden gentleness, which he often employed with her. Each instance of his cold demeanor followed by tender affection would leave her doubly moved, deepening her devotion to him. If Chun Xiaoqian had existed in Changsheng's previous life, she would undoubtedly have been the most ardent fan of those tales where the husband mistreats his wife only to find himself in a fiery pursuit for her affection later. The workings of a woman's mind can indeed be perplexing. However, Changsheng never sought to understand them. He merely focused on discerning their personalities and then devised an appropriate approach to interact with them. Having spent the most time with Senior Sister Chen, she had long since become utterly devoted under his tailored approach. With his eyes half closed, relishing the warmth and acceptance from Senior Sister Chen, Changsheng mused, people often label me a scoundrel, but I am no such thing. I, merely wish to provide a home for those unfortunate women. Where else could one find someone as deeply affectionate as I? After an indeterminate amount of time, Changsheng exhaled comfortably. Senior Sister Chen climbed into his arms. Her voice sultry as she said, recently, my father and several uncles have been urging me to marry soon. What have you said? Changsheng felt a stir in his heart and inquired, what did you say? Senior Sister Chen caressed his chiseled face, her voice brimming with admiration. I know you have feelings for more than just me, so I didn't mention anything about you. I simply told them that I've just established my foundation and want to see if I can break through to the core formation stage in my lifetime. So I'm not considering marriage for now. And did they agree? Changsheng asked, gently stroking her smooth face. Initially, the elders in her family were reluctant to accept this reasoning. They had already arranged a marriage for her. However, later on, my elder brother also established his foundation and stood by my side. After some consideration, the elders agreed to grant me a few years' time to observe the situation. Changsheng kissed her forehead and gently whispered in her ear, then hastened to consume the elixir I provided, to break through your realm, leaving your elders speechless. With these elixirs in hand, I am confident I can reach the mid-foundation stage within a few years. By then, few in the clan will surpass my strength. They will surely place their hopes for forming a core on me, aspiring for the Chun family to become a clan as esteemed as the Yin family. At that point, no one will dare to pressure me. Sister Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She too yearned for that higher realm. In the past, the thought of forming a core was something she did not dare to entertain. Yet now, having entrusted her fate to Changsheng, it seemed that forming a core was no longer an impossibility. This man was shrouded in secrets, like a swirling mist. Not to mention, how many could casually possess these bottles of elixirs for foundation cultivation? But Sister Chen did not pry into Changsheng's secrets. She simply knew that in this lifetime, following him was all that mattered. Whatever he said, she would do. She was, after all, a woman of traditional values. Rest assured, I will surely provide you with results in the future, Changsheng promised, stroking her silky hair. Chen Xiaoqian responded dreamily, her gaze distant. In truth, she had long since abandoned her initial extravagant hopes. Now, all she desired was to remain by Changsheng's side. Thoughts of status had long since faded from her mind. By the way, speaking of elixirs, our Chen family actually retains a recipe, Sister Chen said, reaching for the storage bag beside her and producing a jade slip. This is a recipe for an elixir that aids foundation cultivators in advancing their powers. However, the required materials are quite rare and challenging to gather. Over the years, our Chen family has only managed to collect 2 or 3 suitable ingredients, and we once refined a batch of elixirs, but they have all been consumed by now. Hearing Sister Chen's words, Changsheng felt once more the stark scarcity of resources in the Tiannan region. He probed into the jade slip with his divine sense and reviewed the types of materials listed. Indeed, they were all exceedingly difficult to obtain. One primary ingredient even required a minimum age of 600 years. Where in the kingdom of Yu could one find a 600-year-old spirit herb? No wonder the Chun family struggled to gather them. It seemed he would once again need to make a deal with Han Li, Changsheng thought to himself. After exiting Sister Chen's cave, he made his way to the Baichao garden where Han Li resided. Just as he reached the entrance, he happened to encounter Han Li coming out. Haha, brother Han, what a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. It has been quite a while. Changsheng greeted him with a warm smile. Han Li was equally surprised to see him, just as he was about to say something. He noticed the aura emanating from Changsheng, and his expression changed instantly. With a series of flickers in his eyes, Han Li's face displayed a rich array of emotions. He hesitated for a moment, bowed his head, and respectfully said, Disciple Han Li, greetings to Uncle Yi. TSK, Brother Han, when did you become so polite with me? As an established foundation cultivator, I am still in the Qi refining stage. According to the etiquette of the cultivation world, you should refer to me as Uncle. Han Li said respectfully. You are being too courteous, Brother Han. I have always regarded you as a friend, so there is no need for such formality. Moreover, it's merely a foundation stage. What difficulty is there in breaking through? Surely, it cannot hinder either of us. I believe Brother Han will soon become one of us. Changsheng replied casually. Upon hearing the phrase merely a foundation stage, Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly. He had toiled for a long time for this very realm. Without the little green bottle, he felt he would never have reached the foundation stage in his lifetime. It was not as simple as Changsheng made it sound. Although Han Li had obtained a foundation elixir, whether he could successfully establish his foundation remained uncertain, and he dared not overstep in front of his uncle. Han Li maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, his responses impeccably composed, leaving no room for criticism. Changsheng waved his hand and said, Enough, Brother Han. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have come here for a matter. I possess a recipe for an elixir that aids foundation cultivators in advancing their powers. I believe you would find this elixir quite essential after you establish your foundation, yes? If you could assist me in gathering the required materials for refining this elixir, I will gladly share the recipe with you. What do you think of this trade? Chapter 53, Refining Spiritual Elixirs. A recipe for a foundation stage elixir. Han Li was indeed eager for such a thing. He understood that he would undoubtedly need it in the future. Moreover, he was aware of how precious elixirs and recipes applicable for the foundation stage were in the cultivation world of the Kingdom of Yu. Although he presented himself humbly in front of Changsheng, claiming he lacked confidence in successfully establishing his foundation, in his heart, he was already quite confident about his chances of success. After all, he had the little green bottle. The little green bottle had instilled him with sufficient confidence. Upon hearing the terms of the trade, Han Li's heart was immediately stirred. Yet, he cautiously inquired, Why would Uncle seek me for gathering materials? With your strength. Surely there are many high-level Qi refining disciples who could assist you in completing this task. Changsheng shook his head and replied, Issuing a task to gather materials is too slow, and I do not trust those individuals. Ultimately, in this Yellow Maple Valley, I scarcely know anyone. And even fewer are trustworthy. Brother Han, we have traded several times, and I recognize your capabilities. In the matter of collecting spirit herbs, I trust in your abilities. After all, you have always resided in the Baichao Garden. Wouldn't collecting spirit herbs be far more convenient for you than for others? Yi Changsheng even kindly offered Han Li an opportunity to save face. Oh, so you think my spirit herbs came from the Baichao Garden? Han Li mused to himself. The Baichao Garden was among the largest spirit herb cultivation areas in Yellow Maple Valley, housing many spirit herbs over 100 years old. This brother Yi, having traded with him several times, had indeed been of great assistance, and his credibility was quite good, but Han Li did harbor some trust in Yi Changsheng. However, he always felt that this individual was exceptionally mysterious, which left him somewhat uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li finally gritted his teeth and said, I agree to this trade. After all, he had already traded for 1,000-year spirit herb with Yi Changsheng. With such a trade established, assisting Yi Changsheng in gathering some spirit herbs seemed hardly burdensome. Haha, Brother Han, how delightful. I knew I could count on you. Yi Changsheng exclaimed joyfully, tossing over the list of spirit herbs. By the way, this is the location of my cave. After you gather the spirit herbs, you can come find me here. Yi Changsheng conveyed the location of his cave through sound transmission. Then he added, Oh, I hope you can gather these spirit herbs promptly. I am in urgent need. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I will prioritize gathering the spirit herbs for you. Han Li replied with a respectful gesture. Yi Changsheng nodded and departed with satisfaction. As long as Han Li prioritizes the cultivation of the spiritual herbs he requires, gathering the necessary materials for a pill formula will be a swift endeavor. After bidding farewell to Han Li, Yi Changsheng made another trip to the Huang Maple Valley Market, where he procured an alchemical furnace, along with various herbs and several simple pill formulas. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he began to ponder the intricacies of alchemy. He refrained from asking Han Li for assistance in concocting this particular pill, as he was aware that Han Li's alchemical skills were rather rudimentary at present. Moreover, Han Li was likely preoccupied with foundational cultivation, unable to dedicate substantial time to the crafting of this pill. Han Li's successful foundational cultivation would not occur for over 3 years, and Yi Changsheng was not inclined to wait until then to engage in trade. Therefore, he resolved to forge this pill himself. Yi Changsheng had never before delved into the art of alchemy, yet akin to the skill of artifact forging. It is an essential competency for any cultivator. The world does not possess an abundance of ready-made pills for Yi Changsheng to simply replicate. As one ascends to higher levels of cultivation, the availability of various pills diminishes, necessitating the crafting of potions based on ancient formulas. Thus, it was imperative for him to cultivate his own alchemical skills. With an ample supply of materials, he was not concerned about wastage. Prior to Han Li delivering the spiritual herbs, he began honing his alchemical abilities using the simple formulas. After more than a month, Han Li delivered the herbs. Observing that his senior's cave was situated in such a remote location, Han Li was taken aback. How similar are his thoughts to mine? Han Li felt a twinge of unease. He too had contemplated establishing his cave in a secluded area post-foundation. Would you care to step into my cave for a visit, Brother Han? Yi Changsheng invited as he opened the cave's restrictions. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately shook his head vigorously. Disciple has pressing matters to attend to and shall not disturb you, senior. Very well, then I shall not see you off. Yi Changsheng closed the restrictions and returned to his cave, understanding that Han Li still harbored some wariness towards him. However, that was of little concern, as long as the trade could proceed. Once Yi Changsheng obtained the materials for the pill formula, he promptly replicated a substantial quantity and began to experiment with the concoction. After enduring a series of failures, he finally succeeded in producing a batch. Yet, the quality was subpar, indicative of a lackluster efficacy. Undeterred, Yi Changsheng continued his alchemical endeavors. With each subsequent success, his proficiency improved, and the success rate steadily increased. Eventually, nearly every batch he produced was successful. Gazing at the pile of pills before him, Yi Changsheng felt a profound sense of accomplishment, though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Continuously unleashing the innate true fire that only foundational cultivators could produce for over 2 months was a formidable challenge. Fortuitously, Yi Changsheng's robust magical energy, coupled with the rapid recovery afforded by the spiritual spring within his cave, allowed him to endure such consumption. After a brief period of recuperation, Yi Changsheng selected the finest and most robust pill from his collection, dissecting and replicating it. Subsequently, he commenced rapid cultivation using these pills. Once again, He experienced the exhilarating sensation of surging spiritual energy, and his previously stagnated cultivation advanced at a remarkable pace. As the months passed, the time agreed upon with the Lin brothers drew near. Yi Changsheng ceased his cultivation and visited the Tianqing sect market. After spending 2 days with Xian Ruyan, he acquired a set of offensive formation arrays from her. This was the best offensive formation array she could currently deploy, capable of posing a threat to foundational cultivators. With the formation array in hand, Yi Changsheng proceeded to the designated meeting place with the Lin brothers. Located to the east of the Yu Kingdom, adjacent to the Cheqi Kingdom, a place known as Jingu Yuan was their agreed-upon rendezvous point. Chapter 54, The Flying Spirit Shuttle. Jingu Yuan, a name that resonated with familiarity. In the future, when the demonic forces invaded, this location would become a battlefield between the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom and the demonic path. Presently, it was also where Yi Changsheng and the Lin brothers had arranged to meet. After gathering here, they would traverse the borders of the Yu Kingdom and enter the Cheqi Kingdom. The cave of Yuanxing Daoist was situated within a region known as the Yufu Marsh in the Cheqi Kingdom. This marsh was notorious in the Cheqi Kingdom, home to a multitude of ferocious beasts. Even foundation cultivators risked perishing within its depths. Due to the harsh environment, few ventured here apart from those in need of materials from the beasts. Who could have imagined that deep within this marsh lay the cave of a foundation cultivator? On the outskirts of Jingu Yuan, atop a small hill, Yi Changsheng descended. Scanning the area with his divine sense, he found no one in sight. It seems I am the first to arrive. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Changsheng clasped his hands behind his back and awaited with composure. After a while, 2 streaks of light appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching. Yi Changsheng turned to face them, and soon the lights materialized before him, revealing the Lin brothers, one tall and robust, the other short and lean. "Ha, Brother Han, you arrived quite early." The leader of the Lin brothers, the shorter one, stepped forward with a greeting. His taller brother remained silent, seemingly reserved. "I have just arrived as well," Yi Changsheng replied with a respectful nod. The elder Lin brother glanced around, remarking, "The Zhang family from the Yuanwu Kingdom is quite distant. They are likely to arrive later." "In that case, let us wait a moment," Yi Changsheng responded calmly, concealing his thoughts. This demeanor disappointed the elder Lin brother, who had been secretly scrutinizing him. Changing the subject, he asked, "Brother Han, will you still be wearing the mask here? My brother and I have no qualms, but if the Zhang family arrives later, they may grow suspicious." This exploration of Yuanxing Daoist cave was of great significance. Both the Lin brothers and the Zhang family were of clear provenance, and the elder Lin brother felt it necessary to ascertain Han Li's identity. Yi Changsheng chuckled softly and removed his mask, revealing a youthful visage. "It is not my intention to conceal my identity from Brother Lin. I have cultivated a unique technique that prevents my face from being exposed to sunlight for prolonged periods. Hence my mask." Yi Changsheng smiled broadly as he fabricated an explanation. The elder Lin brother smirked internally at these words, doubting their veracity. However, he refrained from exposing the lie, instead adopting a look of sudden understanding. "I see. However, Brother Han, you do appear quite youthful and somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire which esteemed sect you belong to?" The elder Lin brother probed cautiously. "I am merely a nameless disciple from the Huadao Forge, not worth mentioning," Yi Changsheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the eldest of the Lin brothers shook his head repeatedly, refuting, "Brother Han, your statement is misguided. Our backgrounds are no secret to you. We have clearly disclosed everything. It seems rather unreasonable for you to withhold information from us." Hearing this, Yi Changsheng displayed a faint, wry smile and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Very well, since Brother Lin has said so, it would indeed be excessive of me to conceal anything. I am Han Feiyu, a mere chi-refining disciple of the Blade Transformation Workshop from a year ago. Brother Lin should understand the implications of my words, correct?" Yi Changsheng's expression was one of utmost sincerity. Prior to this moment, he had already conducted thorough inquiries into the identities of the Lin brothers. They were the only 2 foundation-building cultivators of the Lin family and disciples of the Heavenly Quarters Fortress, one of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. Hence, Yi Changsheng felt no hesitation in fabricating an identity as a disciple of the Blade Transformation Workshop. It is quite normal for a newly established foundation cultivator to remain unknown to the outside world. "What? You only established your foundation a year ago?" The eldest Lin brother exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Yi Changsheng. "Is there something troubling you, Brother Lin?" Yi Changsheng inquired with a gentle smile. The eldest Lin brother widened his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Changsheng for a long while before finally stammering, "Brother Han, you have truly astonished us." A newly established foundation cultivator managed to eliminate Li Sanbian. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, brushing off the topic lightly. For a newly established foundation cultivator to defeat one in mid-foundation, it was nearly impossible due to the vast disparity in their powers. The gaze of the stout, silent Lin brother now held a hint of disdain and contempt. In his view, Yi Changsheng likely employed some underhanded means to kill Li Sanbian. Meanwhile, the elder, slender brother appeared lost in thought, his gaze towards Yi Changsheng taking on an odd quality. Now then, Brother Lin, I trust you have no doubts regarding my identity? Ha ha. As long as Brother Han's identity is clear, there should be no issues. We are not particularly keen on probing into Brother Han's background. Our primary concern lies with the attitude of the Zhang family from the Yuanwu kingdom. The eldest Lin brother spoke cheerfully. Oh, someone approaches from that direction. It appears to be members of the Zhang family from Yuanwu. He suddenly directed his gaze towards the horizon. Whoosh! A streak of purple light flashed across the sky, racing towards them at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the three. Witnessing the swiftness of the purple light, Yi Changsheng's pupils constricted slightly. It was remarkably fast. The purple light halted, revealing a peculiar purple flying artifact before the trio. It had two pointed ends and a round middle, resembling the fusion of two conical bases into an extraordinary shape. The flying spirit shuttle. Upon seeing this object, the eldest Lin brother immediately exclaimed, "Haha, Brother Lin is indeed well informed." A hearty laugh emanated from within the purple shuttle, and shortly thereafter, three individuals emerged. Chapter 55. The Divine Weapon Sect's Qi family. As the three descended from the flying spirit shuttle, the expression of the eldest Lin brother darkened considerably. He discreetly inched closer to Yi Changsheng, creating an illusion of solidarity between them. With three individuals against three, he felt a slight surge of confidence. However, maintaining a grim countenance, he coolly inquired, "Brother Zhang, what does this mean?" If I recall correctly, the flying spirit shuttle is a renowned flying artifact of the Divine Weapon Sect, is it not? The man referred to as Brother Zhang was a burly, dark-faced fellow, exuding the aura of a mid-foundation cultivator, and appeared quite jovial. In response to the eldest Lin brother's inquiry, he chuckled heartily. "You are absolutely correct. This flying spirit shuttle indeed belongs to the Divine Weapon Sect. Allow me to introduce my companions, the esteemed Qi Liangqing and his dual cultivating partner, Lady Lian." The dark-faced man said with a beaming smile, gesturing towards the two behind him. One was a fair-skinned gentleman with a scholarly demeanor and a gentle smile, also a mid-foundation cultivator. The other was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding a somewhat alluring and flirtatious air, who was a novice foundation cultivator. Qi Liangqing. Could he be the younger brother of the Qi family head from the Divine Weapon Sect? The eldest Lin brother's expression shifted slightly as he inquired. "I am surprised that even a brother so far away in the Yu Kingdom is familiar with my modest name." Qi Liangqing replied with a courteous bow and a smile, while his dual cultivating partner clung to his arm, appearing affectionate, her eyes glancing mischievously at the Lin brothers and Yi Changsheng. The eldest Lin brother forced a smile and performed a slight bow towards Qi Liangqing, yet his face betrayed an undeniable hint of anger. He spoke in a low tone. "Brother Zhang, what is the meaning of this? This deviates from our agreement." The sudden appearance of two cultivators from the Divine Weapon Sect, particularly with ties to the influential Qi family, caused him palpable concern. He harbored doubts about whether the dark-faced man had disclosed the information regarding the cave dwelling of Yuanqing Taoist to the Qi family. If that were the case, it could very well draw in Golden Core cultivators. Once Golden Core cultivators entered the fray, their group would stand no chance of obtaining the secrets of Yuanqing Taoist. Sensing his unease, the dark-faced man chuckled twice and reassured, "Brother Lin, do you think I lack such discernment? Fear not, aside from Brother Qi and his wife. No one else is privy to this matter." The refined Qi Liangqing added with a slight smile, "Even my elder brother is unaware of this. Only my wife and I know the details, so Brother Lin can rest assured. I assure you, I will not let too many people in on this. For every additional person means a larger share of the spoils, and I am not foolish." The dark-faced man laughed. However, he then shifted his focus, pointing at Yi Changsheng and inquiring, "But, Brother Lin, shouldn't you clarify why Li Sanbian is absent and instead, we have this unfamiliar cultivator? You are all aware of Li Sanbian's demise. This Brother Han is taking his place, and I am well aware of his identity. There is no issue." The eldest Lin brother replied. Simultaneously, he subtly conveyed a message to Yi Changsheng. "Brother Han, you must have grasped the current situation. I never anticipated that the Zhang family would summon two additional helpers. Their strength is formidable. If we do not unite, we may face dire consequences when it comes time to divide the treasures." Though the eldest Lin brother's words trailed off, Yi Changsheng comprehended his meaning. The three opponents comprised two mid-foundation cultivators, both from the Yuanwu kingdom, and were indeed allies. If they did not join forces, it would be difficult to avoid malevolent intentions from their adversaries. After all, eliminating the three of them would allow for a more favorable distribution of treasures in the future. One must always be wary. Brother Lin's concerns echo my own. Let us proceed in unity. Yi Changsheng replied telepathically. At that moment, the dark-faced man happened to look his way and inquired with a courteous gesture, "May I ask for Brother Han's esteemed name?" "I am Han Feiyu, a cultivator from the Blade Transformation Workshop of the Yu Kingdom." Yi Changsheng responded with a slight bow. "Ah, a distinguished disciple of the Blade Transformation Workshop. Brother Han's ability to eliminate Li Sanbian speaks volumes of your exceptional prowess." Upon uttering these words, the gazes of the two members of the Divine Weapon Sect simultaneously fell upon Yi Changsheng, brimming with inquiry. "Merely a stroke of luck," Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The burly man with a dark visage scrutinized him deeply before bursting into a hearty laugh. "Regardless of our backgrounds, since we have gathered here today and all possess tokens, we naturally have the right to partake in the spoils." "Hold on." Lin, the eldest, interjected, interrupting the burly man's attempt to continue. "I believe the shares of this treasure should not be divided by number of people, but according to the tokens held, with each token representing a share." As soon as these words left his lips, the expressions of the three individuals opposite shifted dramatically. With only a single token among them, did it not imply they could only claim one share? The burly man's countenance darkened, and he replied in a low tone, "What does Brother Lin mean by that? Do you imply that my two friends are unworthy of a share of the treasure?" "I harbor no such intention. However, when we agreed to explore the treasure together today, it was stipulated that the shares would be divided according to the tokens. The appearance of the two members of the Divine Weapon Sect today was a decision made unilaterally by Brother Zhang, and we were not informed beforehand." The burly man's expression soured further, as he coldly remarked, "Li Sanbian has already perished. How can the agreement made back then still hold? The shares should naturally be reallocated." He then fixed a cold glare at Yi Changsheng and bluntly stated, "Brother Han possesses two tokens. Does he intend to claim 2 shares of the treasure?" The tone of the burly man was frigid, his eyes filled with a hint of menace. The couple from the Divine Weapon Sect behind him smiled as they stepped forward, their collective aura pressing down upon Yi Changsheng, subtly coercive. 2 were mid-foundation cultivators, 1 a novice, all seasoned experts in the foundational stage. In stark contrast, Yi Changsheng stood as a mere cultivator who had just entered the foundational stage a year prior. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. The Lin brothers exchanged worried glances and stepped forward, intending to support Yi Changsheng. At that moment, Yi Changsheng chuckled lightly and remarked, "As a novice in the foundational stage, I indeed lack the merit to claim 2 shares. How about this? I shall relinquish 1 share to the 2 esteemed friends of the Divine Weapon Sect, if that is agreeable." Yi Changsheng proposed. "Ha ha ha, Brother Han is truly magnanimous. I have decided to befriend you." The burly man laughed heartily, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Observing this, Lin, the eldest, shifted his expression slightly, but ultimately retreated, seemingly accepting this distribution plan. Thus, the 6 of them agreed to divide the treasure into 4 shares, 2 for the Yuanwu Kingdom and 2 for the Yu Kingdom. After this arrangement, smiles adorned their faces, portraying a facade of mutual satisfaction. Yet beneath these smiles, each harbored their own hidden schemes, unbeknownst to the others. Chapter 56. The turmoil in the Charioteer Kingdom. The journey to the cave dwelling of the Yuanxing Taoist would entail numerous trials. Yi Changsheng, well versed in the ancestral manuscripts of the Li family, was acutely aware of this. The others, too, could not be entirely oblivious. When they ultimately reached the cave and unlocked the secrets within, who could say how many would survive? Could this agreement be taken seriously? Thus, Yi Changsheng unhesitatingly relinquished a share of the spoils, feigning trepidation towards the trio opposite him, in a bid to lower their guard. In truth, even without this maneuver, the trio's vigilance towards him paled in comparison to that directed at Lin, the eldest. After all, the latter was a genuine mid-foundation cultivator, whereas Yi Changsheng was merely a novice. Although there had been a precedent of him defeating Li Sanbian, no one had witnessed firsthand how he had accomplished that feat. If he had employed cunning tactics or ambush strategies, a novice could indeed slay a mid-foundation cultivator. Thus, in the eyes of the Yuanwu trio, the strength hierarchy among the Yu Kingdom members was clear. Lin, the eldest, surpassed Yi Changsheng, who in turn was greater than the second son of the Lin family. The 6 individuals, each with their own ulterior motives yet maintaining a veneer of harmony, traversed towards the Charioteer Kingdom. Yi Changsheng rode upon a bamboo kite, while the Lin brothers utilized their respective flying artifacts, and the trio from Yuanwu stood upon the soaring celestial shuttle. This renowned flying artifact, celebrated across several nations, evidently outpaced the artifacts wielded by Yi Changsheng and his companions. Nevertheless, in consideration of the three, the Yuanwu trio reduced their speed. As they gazed at the shimmering purple light of the shuttle, a flicker of desire crossed Yi Changsheng's eyes. This artifact is remarkable. Truly, it stirs the heart. As the group traveled in silence, they swiftly crossed the borders of two kingdoms and entered the Charioteer Kingdom. The ghostly floating marsh lay to the southeast of the Charioteer Kingdom, a considerable distance from the group. After a brief spell of swift travel, Lin, the eldest, suddenly darkened in countenance. "What troubles you, Brother Lin?" The burly man, who had been observing him discreetly, inquired in surprise. "Have you not noticed? The Charioteer Kingdom feels somewhat peculiar to me," Lin, the eldest, said with a grim expression. "What do you mean?" Yi Changsheng's expression shifted as he questioned. "Throughout our journey here, we have encountered 3 waves of foundational cultivators. Although they dared not approach us due to our numbers, the frequent appearance of so many foundational cultivators is decidedly unusual." Lin, the eldest, spoke in a hushed tone. The burly man's face bore a thoughtful expression. "Recently, it seems there have been no significant events in the Charioteer Kingdom. That is precisely the most bizarre aspect. How can there be such a frequent emergence of foundational cultivators when nothing significant is occurring?" Lin, the eldest, elaborated. "The Charioteer Kingdom is a small nation, with foundational cultivators numbering less than a third of those in the Yu Kingdom. Typically, foundational cultivators remain sequestered in their caves for rigorous training. If there is no compelling reason, they would not venture out casually. The recent onslaught of foundational cultivators, appearing in waves, clearly indicates that something significant is afoot. I visited the Charioteer Kingdom 2 years ago and did not encounter a single foundational cultivator during my round trip to the ghostly floating marsh." Lin, the eldest, stated solemnly. "It appears there truly is some undisclosed major event unfolding within the Charioteer Kingdom." The burly man's expression darkened as well. This did not bode well for the group, as any unrest within the Charioteer Kingdom could easily impact them. At that moment, Qi Lianqing of the Divine Weapon Sect suddenly changed his demeanor, exclaiming, "This is bad. The foundational cultivators we just passed have caught up." The group was taken aback, and upon probing with their senses, they beheld 8 streaks of escaping light behind them. It was the 3 waves of foundational cultivators from the Charioteer Kingdom, now converging to pursue them. The situation was dire. It appeared that something was indeed amiss in the Charioteer Kingdom. "Lin, Brother Han, you must board the Celestial shuttle at once. We need to accelerate our pace and cannot linger here," the burly man commanded immediately. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of something unusual crossed Yi Changsheng and Lin, the eldest's eyes, and the 3 swiftly boarded the Celestial shuttle. The purple shuttle transformed into a streak of light, soaring forward at a speed several times greater than before, swiftly leaving the 8 pursuers far behind. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a group of Charioteer Kingdom cultivators appeared where Yi Changsheng and his companions had just paused, gazing at the distant vanishing purple glow. Their expressions turned grim. What sort of individuals are gathered here? Their speed is astonishing, suggesting they are no ordinary folk. Observe the violet luminescence. It resembles the renowned flying artifact, the Celestial Spirit Shuttle, from the Divine Armament Sect. This group does not appear to be cultivators from our Charioteer Kingdom. They seem to be arriving from the direction of the Yu Kingdom. What could the arrival of Yu Kingdom cultivators at this juncture signify? With such a multitude, their intentions must be significant. At this crucial moment, we cannot afford any missteps. This matter must be reported immediately. We cannot allow these Yu cultivators to roam freely in our Charioteer Kingdom. After a brief discussion among the foundation-building cultivators of Charioteer Kingdom, several individuals turned and flew off in another direction, presumably to deliver the news. The remaining few continued to pursue the direction taken by Yi Changsheng and his companions. Standing atop the Celestial Spirit Shuttle, Yi Changsheng extended his consciousness to carefully examine the exquisite flying artifact. The Celestial Spirit Shuttle harnesses mid-tier spirit stones as its energy source, enabling it to reach speeds comparable to that of a core formation cultivator. The flight speed of Li Huayuan's silver-armored horned python, which Yi Changsheng had previously ridden, paled in comparison. It is said that this flying artifact was crafted by an elder of the Qi family from the Divine Armament Sect, and it is the only one of its kind in existence. Even a core formation cultivator would be tempted by such an artifact. One would need at least 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones to even consider purchasing this exceptional device. However, even if one could muster such a sum. The Qi family would likely refuse to part with it. With this artifact in hand, one need not worry about escaping from threats below the core formation level. As the Celestial Spirit Shuttle sped onward, by evening, the group arrived at the location of the Fathomless Marsh. This murky expanse was shrouded in darkness, with puddles dotting the ground, and the marshy soil and water exuding an eerie black hue. From this point onward, we could no longer traverse using the Celestial Spirit Shuttle, as it might attract the attention of formidable beasts lurking within the swamp. The black-faced man leaped down, declaring, "We must proceed with caution. We cannot provoke the beasts dwelling within the marsh." Yi Changsheng and the others followed suit, and Qi Liangsheng promptly stowed away the shuttle. There is no need to elaborate on the dangers of the marsh. We must tread carefully and avoid any unnecessary confrontations with the beasts, the black-faced man cautioned. There is no need for excessive words, Brother Zhang. We are all aware of this. Linda responded solemnly. Nodding in agreement, the black-faced man said, "In that case, let us venture into the marsh." Chapter 57. The Fathomless Marsh. As they stood at the edge of the Fathomless Marsh, the 6 foundation-building cultivators retrieved detoxifying elixirs from their storage bags, each consuming one. The marsh is perpetually enveloped in a potent miasma, which even core formation cultivators cannot afford to ignore. After ensuring they were adequately prepared, they began their descent into the marsh. As they stepped onto the boggy ground, they occasionally spotted peculiar insects surfacing from the murky water beneath their feet. Be cautious, everyone. Do not allow the marsh insects to bite you. One of them may carry a lethal venom. The black-faced man warned those in front. Yi Changsheng's expression shifted as he lowered his gaze, spotting a grasshopper-like creature leaping from the mud towards his neck. Its remarkable jumping ability allowed it to soar high even in the soft mire, suggesting it was likely connected to formidable beasts. Encountering such a fierce insect so soon after entering the marsh raises concerns about the dangers that lie deeper within. With a deft flick of his finger, Yi Changsheng swiftly struck the creature, a glimmer of silver light flashing from his fingernail as the grasshopper-like insect was obliterated. He preferred not to make direct contact with the insects of the marsh. Utilizing the silver light armor's power in this manner was one of the fruits of his recent cultivation efforts. Looking ahead, he noticed that the others were similarly vexed by the incessant swarms of insects, each employing various techniques to fend them off. The black-faced man chuckled as he sprinkled an unknown powder over himself, immediately releasing a pungent odor that drove the insects away, as they seemed to detest the smell. The 2 members from the Divine Armament sect donned peculiar hooded robes, which repelled the insects upon contact, indicating they were likely magical artifacts. The Lin brothers each produced a defensive talisman, affixing it to their bodies to create a protective barrier against the insects. Yi Changsheng contemplated his options and also retrieved a defensive talisman, enveloping himself in its shield. Given the unknown dangers that might await them in the depths of the marsh, it was prudent to remain cautious, keeping the protective barrier active for peace of mind. The group collectively extended their consciousnesses, vigilant and alert. Though they were walking, they moved swiftly, soon vanishing from the vicinity. The Fathomless Marsh spans approximately 500 miles in circumference. From their current position, they would need to traverse over 400 miles to reach the cave of the Yuanqing Taoist. If all goes smoothly, we should arrive within a day, the black-faced man stated. And what if things do not go smoothly? Qi Liangqing's partner, Lian, suddenly interjected. This was her first contribution to the conversation, her voice enchantingly soft, carrying an almost bewitching quality. The few who heard her were momentarily captivated, contemplating the allure of becoming subjects beneath her sway. Charm magic? Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he dispelled any inappropriate thoughts. He had sensed from their initial meeting that Lian appeared to be adept in some form of enchantment, and his suspicions were confirmed. Haha, my lady speaks true. If we encounter misfortune, it remains uncertain whether we will even arrive at the cave alive. The black-faced man laughed. With that, he suddenly commanded a flying sword to slash through the murky waters ahead. With a splatter, a wave of blood erupted, revealing 2 severed bodies floating to the surface, the remains of a lizard. A low-level beast, Linda muttered, his expression darkening. They had barely ventured in before encountering a beast. What further dangers awaited them deeper within? It was no wonder even core formation cultivators faced the risk of falling in such places. It was likely that the depths of the marsh housed 5th or 6th tier beasts. Encountering even one of such caliber would likely spell doom for their group. Rest assured, the place we are headed should not harbor overly powerful beasts. The black-faced man reassured the group. I can only wonder what the Yuanqing Taoist was thinking when he chose to hide his cave in such a perilous location. Lian complained, her voice tinged with frustration. Perhaps it serves as a trial for those who come after. The predecessors in the cultivation world often enjoy setting such challenges. Her partner replied gently, "Indeed, should I ever leave behind an opportunity for others, I would certainly devise numerous obstacles to perplex the next generation," the black-faced man declared, chuckling. With that, he wielded his flying sword once more, severing a venomous snake that had lunged from the water. Yet another low-level beast. As they continued deeper into the marsh, various beasts began to emerge around Changsheng and his companions, who were lagging slightly behind. Changsheng occasionally released beams of white light from his sleeve, dispatching the low-level beasts with ease. After traversing over 100 miles into the marsh, they began to encounter higher-tier beasts. "Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment onward, we must tread with utmost caution," the burly man cautioned. No sooner had he spoken, when suddenly, a vast dark cloud surged toward the group from a distance. Upon closer inspection, this was no mere cloud, but rather a dense swarm of mosquitoes. The black-spotted mosquitoes, this is dire. We must take cover. The moment he laid eyes on them, the burly man's expression changed dramatically. Black-spotted mosquitoes. At the mention of this name, the faces of the others shifted in alarm. Before their arrival, they had gathered some knowledge about the mysterious marsh and knew that among the most dangerous creatures within were the black-spotted mosquitoes. These insects typically appeared in swarms, with smaller groups numbering in the thousands and larger ones potentially reaching millions. Wherever they went, they engulfed everything in their path, capable of draining the life from any creature. Faced with such a formidable horde, no cultivator would entertain the notion of exterminating them. Even the mightiest of spells would be a waste against such numbers. Judging by the scale of this dark mass, it surely contained tens of thousands of mosquitoes. Without a moment's hesitation, the group turned and fled. The swarm zipped through the air with remarkable speed, and mere running would not suffice to shake them off. "This is bad. They're gaining on us. Everyone, be careful." Lin, the eldest, glanced back in terror, his face drained of color, and shouted urgently. At the rear, closest to the swarm, Changsheng swiftly retrieved 2 talismans, affixing them to his legs. In an instant, his speed surged, tripling as he dashed ahead, leaving the Lin brothers and the 2 from the Divine Weapon Sect in his wake. The deafening buzzing grew louder, and turning back, a menacing horde loomed, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Their crimson-hued mandibles were fearsome. Should they catch up, even a foundational cultivator would be reduced to bones in an instant. The Lin brothers, lagging behind, turned to see the swarm less than 100 meters away, a distance that could easily close in a blink. As the black-spotted mosquitoes closed in, the Lin brothers frantically activated their speed-enhancing talismans. Alas, they seemed to lack the high-grade talismans that Changsheng possessed. Thus, despite their hastened pace, they struggled to outdistance the relentless swarm. The ominous buzzing reverberated behind them, overwhelming their senses. The elder Lin, seeing the swarm nearly upon them, made a resolute decision. He produced a pure white beast from his spirit beast pouch and hurled it backward. The creature expanded midair, transforming into a hawk. Before the spirit beast could react, the swarm reached it. A mournful cry echoed as the beast plunged into the horde, momentarily halting the mosquitoes, and a skeletal fragment tumbled from the sky. In that fleeting pause, the Lin brothers managed to cover several miles. Snow-pattern hawk, Changsheng, leading the charge, noted the situation behind him and silently admired the Lin brothers' resolute sacrifice. This was a top-tier beast of the 1st rank, with potential to evolve to the 3rd rank in adulthood. For a family of cultivators, such creatures were invaluable. He was astonished that the elder Lin would so decisively cast it aside as bait. This act had cost them a pillar of support for centuries to come. Yet, even so, they still found themselves unable to shake off the black-spotted mosquitoes. Behind Changsheng, the burly man, employing some unknown method, kept pace with him surprisingly well, closely tailing him. Meanwhile, the couple from the Divine Weapon Sect enveloped themselves in a faint azure glow, suggesting they were using some artifact. Their speed significantly increased, nearly matching that of the burly man. The Lin brothers fell further behind. Upon witnessing this, the 2 exchanged determined glances and swiftly swallowed a medicinal pill. A sickly flush appeared on their faces, and in an instant, their speed surged again, matching Changsheng's level. In the blink of an eye, they caught up, surpassing the burly man and the Divine Weapon couple. In this chase, the group had traversed dozens of miles, delving deeper into the marsh. An increasing number of top-tier beasts of the 1st rank emerged around them. "Friends, let us slay some beasts and cast their corpses far away to divert the black-spotted mosquitoes." The burly man quickly communicated to everyone. Taking the lead, he wielded his flying sword to slay a high-tier poisonous serpent, then utilized a spell to levitate the serpent's carcass and fling it several miles away. The others quickly followed suit, dispatching the beasts they encountered and hurling them into the distance. This tactic indeed proved effective in slowing the swarm's approach. Suddenly, a menacing croak resonated as a colossal toad leaped from a nearby pond, exuding a formidable aura and a foul stench. This was a second-tier beast. In theory, second-tier beasts corresponded to the foundational initial stage of human cultivators, yet typically, beasts possessed greater combat prowess. Thus, in actual combat, even mid-foundational cultivators might struggle against such a creature. Poisonous blood toad. Upon sighting this beast, the burly man rejoiced and quickly transmitted, "Friends, the blood of this toad is irresistible to the black-spotted mosquitoes. We must all exert our strength to injure it." As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of artifacts surged toward the poisonous blood toad as all 6 of them launched their attacks. The toad, having just emerged, extended its long tongue to ensnare the 6. However, the burly man's flying sword struck the toad's tongue with a resounding blow. His heart leaped in joy, but the next moment, his smile froze. The previously ineffective artifacts proved futile against this beast. The sword merely flopped against the tongue, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The poisonous blood toad curled its tongue, attempting to snare the exquisite artifact. The burly man let out a startled cry and quickly retracted it. Simultaneously, the artifacts from Changsheng and the other 5 struck the toad as well, resulting in a similarly ineffective response. Suddenly, the toad's back erupted with several bulging sacs, releasing a torrent of venom toward the group. They promptly leaped aside. "This is bad. The black-spotted mosquitoes are upon us. We must resolve this swiftly." The burly man turned to see the dire situation, his expression shifting dramatically. Changsheng, feeling a surge of determination, grasped his storage pouch, contemplating whether to unleash something formidable. At that moment, Qi Lianxing from the Divine Weapon Sect suddenly scoffed. "Watch me deal with this creature." With that, a radiant white light emanated from his hand, and from a talisman, a curved blade materialized. The Moon Spirit Blade. Upon witnessing this talisman, envy flickered in the eyes of the burly man, the Lin brothers, and others. The Moon Spirit Blade descended with the swiftness of a lightning strike, delivering an unparalleled force that severed one of the toxic blood toad's legs amidst a cry of anguish. This outcome was a result of Qi Lianxing's recollection of the instructions from the burly man with a dark visage, which emphasized that the toxic blood toad should not be killed outright. Otherwise, with a single strike from the talisman, this second-tier demonic beast would undoubtedly be slain. Black blood oozed from the toad, exuding a foul stench. Upon the release of this noxious odor, the nearby swarm of black-spotted mosquitoes erupted into a cacophony of buzzing, intensifying their assault towards this location. "Run!" the burly man bellowed. Without needing further urging, Changsheng and the others swiftly made their escape. The toxic blood toad, realizing the imminent threat, abandoned its anguish and fury, diving into the pond with a croak. Yet, the swarm of black-spotted mosquitoes pursued relentlessly, plunging into the pond after it, ceasing their chase of Changsheng and his companions, allowing them to flee. After running several dozen miles and successfully evading the mosquitoes, the group slowed their pace, with Changsheng gradually returning to the rear of the formation. Behind him, the Lin brothers appeared pale, clearly affected by the previous pill. "Lin brother, are you both all right?" Changsheng suddenly inquired telepathically with an unusually concerned tone. Lin Laodai, taken aback, glanced at Changsheng in surprise, quickly donning a smile as he responded telepathically. "Thank you for your concern, Han brother. We are fine." "That is good to hear. We will need to rely on each other shortly," Changsheng conveyed with a smile. Naturally, Lin Laodai replied with a grin, yet a fleeting image of Changsheng darting to the forefront crossed his mind. Ahead, the black-faced man, who had been observing the 3 with his spiritual sense, chuckled coldly at this scene. Just as the group was engaged in their secretive telepathic exchanges, a sudden water arrow shot toward them. Chapter 59. Fish Dragon. The abrupt assault interrupted their telepathic communication, the menacing water arrow raising their alertness. They quickly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the projectile. The murky waters of the swamp churned violently, and a creature that resembled a fish yet was akin to a python emerged from the depths. It roared, revealing its sharp, glistening teeth, a chilling sight. "Fish Dragon!" came a startled exclamation from Qi Lianxing of the Divine Weapon Sect. "What? Brother Qi recognizes this beast?" asked the black-faced man, his complexion paling as he beheld the peculiar creature. This was a type of demonic beast he had never encountered before. Exuding immense power, it was a 4th-tier beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, and generally even more formidable. Upon sighting the creature, Changsheng silently echoed, "Fish Dragon." This beast was documented in the ancestral records of the Li family. Centuries ago, when an ancestor of the Li family sought the cave of the Yuanxing Taoist, he too encountered a fish dragon. However, that fish dragon was merely a third-tier beast at the time. The current fish dragon, now a fourth tier, might be the same one. After all, the lifespan of demonic beasts far exceeds that of humans, making it plausible. Fish dragons are quite rare. Their gallbladders possess extraordinary properties. By combining the gall liquid with various spiritual herbs, one can concoct a potent elixir that enhances vision. A fourth-tier fish dragon's gall liquid could potentially double a person's eyesight, the benefits of which are self-evident. The glint of greed flickered in Qi Liangqing's eyes. Upon hearing the black-faced man's inquiry, he composed himself, adopting a calm demeanor and replying with a slight smile, "It is a rare demonic beast. The scales on its body can be used to forge extremely precious top-tier defensive artifacts." "Ah, I see. Haha, Brother Qi hailing from the Divine Weapon Sect. It is no wonder you are so astonished upon encountering such a beast. It seems a hunter's instinct has been awakened." The black-faced man chuckled. It remained uncertain whether he was convinced by Qi Liangqing's explanation. As they conversed, the group wielded their artifacts against the fish dragon. As expected, the scales of the fish dragon were as tough as Qi Liangqing had claimed. Even top-tier artifacts merely sparked against them, failing to inflict any damage. Meanwhile, the fish dragon's attacks were ferocious. The water arrows it unleashed were too perilous to confront directly, forcing the group to evade at all costs. After all, it was a fourth-tier demonic beast, immensely powerful. Yi Changsheng wielded the Qingyue spear, applying several acceleration talismans to his legs, cautiously testing the waters at the periphery. While feigning attacks against the fish dragon, he discreetly observed the others. "Everyone, I will use the talisman to deal with this fiend. You assist me in restraining it." Qi Liangqing communicated to the group. His eyes sparkled with confidence, beneath which lay a profound greed. This was a fish dragon, a creature of great value. The moment he laid eyes on it, Qi Liangqing was compelled. He must secure this demonic beast. He conjured a small shield before him, employing a high-tier talisman to envelop himself in a protective barrier. Simultaneously, his dual cultivation partner stood by, offering protection. Once adequately prepared, he retrieved the moon's spirit blade talisman once more, channeling his spiritual power into it. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng, the Lin brothers, and the others employed their artifacts, targeting the creature's vulnerable spots such as its eyes and abdomen. Unfortunately, even those areas were shielded by scales, making it challenging to inflict harm. Whoosh! Another water arrow was launched, aimed directly at Qi Liangqing. It appeared the demonic beast sensed a threatening presence emanating from that direction and launched a fierce counterattack. "You vile creature, seeking death," Qi Liangqing's partner, Lady Lian, exclaimed, wielding a circular mirror to intercept the water arrow. Bang! The water arrow collided with the mirror, producing a thunderous sound and scattering droplets everywhere. Lady Lian's face brightened momentarily, only to be met with the sound of cracking. Her mirror was now marred with fractures. "How could this be?" she gasped. After all, that was a top-tier defensive artifact. How could it shatter so easily? "Be cautious. That fish dragon's water arrows are comparable to a full-force strike from a core formation cultivator," Qi Liangqing warned, just as another water arrow hurtled toward him. Lady Lian's complexion paled at the sight. Hesitating for a moment, she still directed her mirror to meet the oncoming projectile. Bang! The mirror shattered. A top-tier defensive artifact rendered useless. Simultaneously, the water arrow, undeterred, sped toward Qi Liangqing. Bang! The arrow struck the shield he had raised before him, failing to break through, dispersing into a mist. It too was a top-tier defensive artifact. Seeing the pair of Dao partners from the Divine Weapon Sect continuously produce exquisite magical artifacts, envy flickered in the eyes of the Lin brothers and others. For these frugal foundation-building cultivators, possessing 2 or 3 high-grade artifacts was already commendable. Unlike this couple who not only wielded a superior flying artifact like the Celestial Shuttle, but also possessed exceptional defensive and offensive artifacts aplenty. It was clear that they were truly worthy disciples of the Divine Weapon Sect. Yi Changsheng, meanwhile, commanded the Qingyue spear as it engaged fiercely with the fish dragon. All the while observing coldly, he noticed that, from the outset, the Lin brothers had been laboring without exerting themselves, much like him. Only the burly man with the dark face seemed to exert himself while attacking the fish dragon, as if everyone was waiting for Qi Liangqing to utilize his talisman treasure. In this brief span, Qi Liangqing had prepared his talisman. Fleeing desperately and pursued by a swarm of black-spotted mosquitoes, he had already activated his talisman multiple times. And even he, a mid-foundation cultivator, appeared somewhat pallid. "Fellow friends, please lend me your strength." Qi Liangqing called out, a white curved blade hovering above his head. Indeed. Let us act together to prevent this beast from escaping. The burly man laughed heartily. After all, there were 6 foundation-building cultivators present. And no matter how ferocious the fish dragon was, victory was not beyond their grasp. With a cacophony of sounds, they directed their magical artifacts against the fish dragon, creating a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, Qi Liangqing commanded the moon's spirit blade to slash down fiercely. With a resounding crash, a much louder sound erupted, and amidst the sparks, several scales of the fish dragon were severed, flesh splattering. After striking for some time, they finally inflicted a wound on this beast. With a thunderous roar, the fish dragon unleashed a torrent of water, sending everyone scrambling to evade. The burly man furrowed his brow and urged, Qi, quickly deal with this beast. We cannot linger here. Qi Liangqing, upon hearing this, steeled his resolve and channeled more magical energy. In an instant, the radiance of the moon's spirit blade intensified, although his complexion grew even paler. The blade quivered in the air before swiftly descending onto the fish dragon's back, creating a gory explosion. The fish dragon let out a frenzied roar and charged towards Qi Liangqing. Alarmed, he exclaimed, fellow Taoists, help me intercept this creature. The fish dragon, moving with incredible speed like an arrow released from a bow, surged forward. While the Lin brothers and Yi Changsheng found their actions momentarily delayed, just as the fish dragon was about to reach Qi Liangqing, the burly man gritted his teeth and produced a bottle. Channeling his magical energy, he swiftly hurled it. In a flash, the fish dragon was ensnared by the bottle. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions varying as they gazed at the bottle. If even a 4th-tier beast can be contained, what would happen if I were to be ensnared? The burly man chuckled awkwardly, just as the bottle began to swell ominously. Not good, he shouted, quickly discarding the bottle. Moments later, it exploded, and the fish dragon burst forth from within, its eyes wild with fury as it sped towards Qi Liangqing. Qi Liangqing's moon spirit blade descended rapidly, nearly severing the fish dragon in half, a cascade of blood erupting from its body. Yet, this only heightened the creature's ferocity as it charged relentlessly forward. Block it for me. Qi Liangqing shouted without hesitation to his companions. Even his wife, pale and hesitant for a fleeting moment, swiftly grasped Qi Liangqing's defensive shield and positioned herself before him. With a resounding crash, she was flung aside, and the shield shattered into fragments. However, this brief obstruction slowed the fish dragon enough for Qi Liangqing to command the moon spirit blade to strike once more. This talisman was exceptionally sharp, transforming into a streak of white light that descended with blinding speed, cleaving the fish dragon in two. Blood sprayed forth, and the beast's momentum dissipated as it collapsed to the ground. His wife rose from a distance, coughing violently and spitting blood. Her face was ashen as she quickly swallowed a healing pill, her gaze lingering on Qi Liangqing's back before she approached him. Qi Liangqing's face shone with excitement. Fellow Taoists, I have slain this fish dragon. I trust there are no objections to my taking its materials? The burly man naturally had no qualms. Although the Lin brothers coveted the fish dragon's materials, they had not contributed significantly and thus felt it inappropriate to demand a share. Yi Changsheng, surveying the situation regarding Lin's wife and Qi Liangqing, nodded in agreement. Suppressing his exhilaration, Qi Liangqing stepped forward to collect all the materials from the fish dragon into his storage pouch. Friends, we have lingered here long enough. Let us depart, the burly man declared. Let us go. The group resumed their journey toward the cave of the Yuanqing Taoist. The final leg of the journey passed without the encounter of any particularly formidable beasts. Only 2 second-tier creatures that were swiftly dispatched. Ultimately, they arrived at the location of the Yuanqing Taoist cave without incident. This was a marshy area, with the cave submerged beneath the water. Here, the danger should be minimal. We shall now open the cave and divide the treasures, the burly man announced, turning to address everyone. Upon hearing this, Yi Changxing's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile. He observed the group. The burly man remained exuberant, while the Lin brothers maintained a calm demeanor, albeit pale from their earlier exertions to evade the black-spotted mosquitoes after consuming healing pills. The Divine Weapon Sect couple fared worse. Qi Liangqing's complexion was ashen from the considerable drain on his magical energy from using talismans. Despite having ingested 2 pills for recovery, their effectiveness still uncertain. His partner looked even more pallid, the color drained from her face indicating she had sustained serious injuries after taking a direct hit from the fish dragon. Let us proceed, the burly man declared, leading the way into the marsh as they submerged beneath the water. The murky black waters of the swamp severely obstructed visibility, even hindering spiritual awareness. Nevertheless, They soon located the entrance to the Yuanxing Taoist cave, an ancient stone door, weathered and bearing the marks of time, evoking visions of millennia past. Adorned with carvings of unknown mythical beasts and intricate patterns, the door radiated an aura that was both captivating and intimidating. As Changsheng extended his spiritual sense, it was abruptly repelled, revealing a formidable power emanating from the stone door. Indeed, as noted in the recorded notes, this stone door was protected by powerful restrictions. Changsheng's eyes flickered as he scrutinized the stone door for some time before surveying the surrounding terrain. Brother Han, what do you think about our next move to acquire the treasures? Lin Laoda, who had remained behind, suddenly approached, standing alongside Changsheng and inquiring discreetly. Casting a glance at the somewhat pallid visage of the gentleman, Changsheng spoke softly, adapt and respond. What a splendid notion of adaptability. Brother Han's perspective aligns with mine. Should those three individuals be willing to divide the treasures according to our prior agreement, we shall secure the treasures without concern, and all shall remain peaceful. However, if those three disregard the rules, my brothers and I shall stand united with Brother Han. Upon hearing the words of the eldest Lin, Changsheng's eyes flickered, revealing his contemplative thoughts. He slowly nodded and conveyed through thought, I have not forgotten our prior agreement, Brother Lin. In this mire, we shall advance and retreat together. Changsheng's declaration brought a glimmer of satisfaction to the eyes of the eldest Lin. Standing at the forefront, the stout man with a dark face, who had been observing the stone door, suddenly turned and said, It appears this is the place for the tokens. He pointed to the 4 equally sized recesses on the stone door. Brothers, let us place the tokens within and unlock this secret vault that has remained sealed for millennia. The dark-faced man smiled at Changsheng and the eldest Lin. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, stepping forward to stand alongside him. The three produced 4 tokens and approached the stone door. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from behind. Chapter 61, The 4th Grade Flood Dragon. The source of the cry was the eldest Lin's brother, the silent, stout cultivator who had never uttered a word. When Changsheng and the others turned, they beheld a dark shadow that had appeared abruptly, swiftly whisking away the second Lin. He barely had time to emit a scream before vanishing from sight. Second brother. A cry of anguish erupted from the eldest Lin, filled with disbelief and fury at the scene unfolding before him. How could his brother, a foundational cultivator, be taken so effortlessly? What manner of creature was that shadow? Brother Lin, please remain calm. The dark-faced man admonished, gripping the eldest Lin's shoulder to quell his agitation. Everyone, it seems peril still lurks here. We have yet to traverse the final barrier. Be cautious. The dark-faced man spoke with a grave tone. The group exchanged wary glances, observing the pitch-black depths of the water. Whatever lay beneath was undoubtedly formidable, capable of snatching a foundational cultivator without a trace. Changsheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze shimmering with insight. He was aware of what resided in those depths, a 4th-grade flood dragon. The ancestor of the Li family had encountered this dragon upon arriving here and had nearly perished at the hands of this beast, narrowly escaping with all his wits. A 4th-grade monster was already exceedingly powerful, and as a flood dragon, it surpassed ordinary beasts in strength. Aside from core formation cultivators, few could hope to match such a creature. The group readied their magical artifacts, and Liansheng began preparing talismans. They all understood that a fierce battle was imminent. Esteemed friends, this should be our final confrontation. Do not hold back. Utilize all your techniques to eliminate this lurking fiend, and then we shall seize the treasures. The dark-faced man urged earnestly. The eldest Lin's countenance darkened ominously as he glared into the water's depths, on the verge of exploding with rage. After a moment of unsettling quiet, a massive shadow surged toward them from the depths. It comes, the dark-faced man bellowed, and as the shadow drew near, the group discerned the true form of the beast. Its elongated body resembled a serpent, its black scales glimmering with a cold sheen, for legs, no horns, and cold, menacing eyes, adorned with 2 long dragon whiskers. A flood dragon. The moment they laid eyes on the creature, the dark-faced man and his companions gasped, their expressions turning grim. How can a 4th-grade flood dragon be here? No one had time to ponder this question, for the massive beast was upon them. The group quickly scattered to evade the dragon's charge. In the water, their movements were far less agile than the dragon's. Top-tier magical artifacts struck its body, merely producing sparks, unable to inflict any real damage. Everyone, unleash your full power, do not hesitate. The dark-faced man shouted, producing a talisman from his storage pouch. As he activated the talisman, a colossal sphere of water suddenly materialized, trapping the ferocious flood dragon within. Water prison technique. Liansheng exclaimed, recognizing the talisman. It was a rare mid-tier talisman of immense value. The flood dragon thrashed and roared within the confines of the water prison, struggling furiously, yet unable to break free. Friends, this water prison will not hold it for long. You must devise a plan. The dark-faced man transmitted urgently to the group. Humph! I shall not rest until this beast is slain. The eldest Lin scoffed, producing 5 or 6 colorful flags from his storage pouch and casting them around the water prison. A formation? The group was astonished. The eldest Lin had brought a formation with him. He had not revealed it during their escape from the black-spotted mosquitoes, indicating it was a trump card. Yi Changsheng squinted slightly. It seemed that the individuals exploring the cave of the Yuanqing Daoist all possessed formidable secret weapons. The eldest Lin had previously summoned a top-tier first-grade beast to fend off the mosquitoes, and now he wielded a formation. The dark-faced man possessed a vessel capable of capturing fourth-grade beasts, along with mid-tier talismans. The companions from the Divine Weapons sect were no less equipped, with a plethora of magical artifacts and talismans. Esteemed friends, this formation is known as the Black Water Condensation Formation. Effective in both restraining and vanquishing foes, its power immense. However, it will not suffice against a fourth-grade flood dragon. I will ensnare this beast. You must unleash your most potent attacks. As the eldest Lin spoke, his expression was one of grim determination. Suddenly, the flood dragon broke free from the water prison, its body unfurling as it let out a deafening roar and charged at the group. Just then, the surrounding waters erupted, coalescing into stout ropes that ensnared the dragon. Simultaneously, water arrows materialized within the formation, launching toward it. The flood dragon, lacking in intelligence, was bewildered by this sudden turn of events, thrashing wildly while emitting spheres of black water in all directions. The water arrows struck its form, but inflicted no harm, while the black water spheres detonated upon reaching the formation's boundary, shaking the very foundations of the array. This formation cannot hold for much longer. Everyone, hurry! The eldest Lin urged anxiously. Qi Liangcheng gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he once more channeled his energy into the talisman. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng retrieved 2 talismans from his storage pouch. These 2 talismans should breach the dragon's scales. From there, it will be reliant on Brother Qi's talismans. Yi Changsheng communicated to the group. He activated the talismans, which soared into the formation, transforming into a cascade of golden light. Upon closer inspection, the golden light revealed itself as countless blades, converging into a torrent that surged toward the flood dragon below. Thousand Blade Technique. The dark-faced man cast a look of surprise at Yi Changsheng, astonished that he had produced 2 mid-tier talismans so readily. It appears that one possesses considerable wealth. As countless blades descended, they struck the body of the river dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar, releasing a mist of blood. Its defenses had been breached. A mixture of astonishment and joy swept over the crowd. They hastily commanded their exquisite artifacts to assault the wound before Qi Liangqing's talisman could strike. The injury on the river dragon swiftly widened, eliciting anguished roars as it expelled more water orbs. Under the onslaught of these water orbs, the formation trembled perilously, on the verge of failing to contain this beast. Qi brother, quickly, came the urging voices. Qi Liangqing's expression hardened as he directed the moon's spirit blade to descend. This talisman had been used numerous times, nearing the point of being exhausted. Moreover, the continuous usage had severely drained his spiritual power. At this moment, his strength was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the 2 adversaries across from him had also sustained significant losses. Qi Liangqing cast a glance at Yi Changsheng and Lin Laoda, contemplating. With a swift motion, the moon's spirit blade descended heavily upon the wound of the river dragon. Chapter 62. Turning against each other, the sound of the blades slicing through flesh echoed, followed by a resounding roar. Qi Liangsheng relentlessly commanded the moon's spirit blade to strike the river dragon's injury repeatedly, cleaving through its flesh until half of its body was severed. Truly, it was a 4th-tier river dragon. Had it been any other foundation-building beast, a few blows from the talisman would suffice. Yet this river dragon withstood 5 or 6 strikes from the moon's spirit blade without succumbing. With a thunderous crash, the black water ropes snapped one by one, and the formation could no longer hold. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the river dragon forcefully broke free from all the water ropes, causing the formation to collapse. The colossal creature surged towards the group, terror evident on the faces of Lin Laoda and the others. At this moment, all of their trump cards had been exhausted. Yi Changsheng's expression shifted as he suddenly retrieved another talisman from his storage bag and activated it. Instantly, golden threads flew from the talisman, swiftly wrapping around the river dragon, ensnaring it. The golden thread talisman. A startled exclamation arose as the crowd recognized it as a mid-tier talisman, valued between 4 to 500 spirit stones, comparable to a high-grade artifact. High-grade artifacts are reusable, whereas this talisman was a one-time use. Such consumables are exceedingly precious, and most foundation-building cultivators would not possess them. They were astounded that he could produce it, and moreover, that he had consecutively summoned 3 mid-tier talismans. In that moment, the crowd's perception of Yi Changsheng shifted dramatically. No wonder he was able to kill Li Sanbian. Lin Laoda and the others thought to themselves, all my trump cards have been exhausted here, from now on. It depends on you, Yi Changsheng said with a wry smile. Leave it to me. Although Qi Liangqing's face was pale, he accepted the final responsibility. There was no choice, as he was the only one with talismans. Currently, the spiritual power in his talisman was nearly depleted. A few more uses would render it nothing but a scrap of paper. The moon spirit blade descended once more, striking heavily at the river dragon's wound. The golden thread talisman could only hold the river dragon for a fleeting moment, but that brief interval sufficed. Ignoring the toll on his own spiritual power, Qi Liangqing hastily manipulated the moon's spirit blade to strike repeatedly. After 4 or 5 successive blows, he finally severed the river dragon in two. With a final unwilling roar, a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The body of the river dragon plummeted. Qi Liangqing soared to its front, drawing a small sword, preparing to skin the river dragon. All right, let us first retrieve the treasures from the cave. We can deal with the river dragon's carcass later. Lin Laoda remarked casually. Haha. Qi brother, let us first take the treasure of the Yuanxing Taoist, lest we linger and invite misfortune, chuckled the burly man. Very well. Qi Liangqing's eyes flickered with reluctance as he sheathed the small sword and followed the group back to the stone door of the cave. 4 tokens were placed upon it. And this time, no unexpected occurrences transpired. With a crisp click, the stone door parted, revealing the passage within. A faint luminous membrane barred the entrance, preventing the water from entering. The burly man laughed heartily, stepping inside first. The membrane shimmered, allowing his passage unimpeded. Qi Liangqing and his companions swiftly followed suit. Lin Laoda glanced back at Yi Changsheng, who lingered at the rear before entering as well. Yi Changsheng offered a faint smile as he stepped forward. Simultaneously, several beams of light shot forth from his hands behind him, scattering in all directions. He entered the cave. Before him lay a corridor paved with white jade, descending in steps, long and seemingly endless. Let us proceed. The burly man, leading the group, spoke casually upon seeing Yi Changsheng enter. He forged ahead, with the others following closely behind. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, and gradually, a tense atmosphere began to envelop the 5. Here, one must be wary of their own companions. The group distanced themselves from each other. After traversing approximately 4 or 5 miles, they finally reached the end of the white jade staircase. Ahead stood a pavilion, also crafted from a massive slab of white jade, appearing petite, yet exquisitely beautiful. Above the pavilion, on the cave's ceiling, peculiar luminous gemstones sparkled, arranged in irregular shapes, resembling stars and creating an impression of a vast night sky against the dark expanse above. The white jade stairs extended into the pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, the burly man halted abruptly. He turned around, looking at Yi Changsheng and Lin Laoda with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, I wish to discuss a matter with you." His face bore a hearty grin, and his tone was jovial. Yi Changsheng and Lin Laoda furrowed their brows, their hands resting on their storage bags. Qi Liangqing and his companion moved to stand beside the burly man, the 3 of them casting cold glances at Yi Changsheng and Lin Laoda. "It is this. I believe the previously agreed-upon distribution plan is no longer valid," the burly man stated with a slight smile. "Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Lin Laoda retorted coldly, his voice laced with anger. "It means nothing. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As our strengths have changed, naturally, we cannot adhere to the prior distribution method," the burly man asserted matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Lin Laoda's expression darkened rapidly. He had anticipated that the other party might turn against them, but he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. They had yet to see the treasures, and already, the threat of violence loomed. "I have a proposed distribution plan. Perhaps you might consider it." Qi Liangqing interjected with a sudden gentle smile. He stepped forward confidently, addressing Yi Changsheng and Lin Laoda. "I propose that the treasures be allocated based on the strength of those present. Since we have 3 in the mid-foundation stage, let us divide it into 3 shares. Each mid-foundation cultivator shall receive 1 share. What do you think?" The words of Qi Liangqing immediately sparked a flicker of intrigue in the eyes of Lin Laoda. However, he promptly inquired, "What of the remaining 2 individuals?" Qi Liangqing, with a smile upon his face, replied, "My wife and I shall share one portion. And as for that brother Han, he has previously produced quite a number of intermediate talismans, indicating that his wealth must be considerable. Brother Lin, why don't we join forces to eliminate him and seize all his treasures?" Qi Liangqing audaciously put forth such a suggestion. Chapter 63. Each with their own thoughts. Han Feiyu is merely a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although presenting 3 intermediate talismans indeed astonished the crowd, no one would presume he could produce more. 3 intermediate talismans are typically the result of a foundation cultivator exhausting their entire fortune. If Han Feiyu could produce more, it would suggest his wealth nearly rivaled that of a core formation cultivator. A cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment possessing wealth comparable to that of a core formation cultivator implies significant backing, indicating at least one core formation stage supporter, or even a nascent soul stage ally. Such individuals would undoubtedly lack for cultivation methods and resources, and there would be no need for them to journey so far to the Yofu Marsh in search of treasure. Additionally, had he possessed such formidable support, he would not have remained obscure until now. The prominent cultivators with powerful backgrounds are well known to Lin Laoda and the others. Thus, after a brief assessment, the burly man, Qi Liangqing, and even Lin Laoda regarded Yi Changsheng as a cultivator with a certain degree of wealth, but not particularly high. His strength was deemed to reach only the mid-foundation establishment level, not beyond. "How does my proposal sound, Brother Lin?" Qi Liangqing squinted as he spoke. The suggestion of the 4 uniting to slay Yi Changsheng and divide the treasures was tempting. However, Lin Laoda was no fool. He laughed heartily, saying, "Qi Liangqing, are you foolish? Such a ridiculous proposal, and you dare to voice it. I suspect that once we eliminate Brother Han, you will turn on me," Lin Laoda coldly retorted. Insulted by Lin Laoda's words, Qi Liangqing's face flushed with anger, his expression turning menacing. "Lin, since you refuse my proposal, then both of you shall perish." With that, he waved his hand, and a small purple sword shot forth, swiftly slicing toward Lin Laoda. Lin Laoda snorted coldly, taking out a small cauldron from his storage bag to meet the purple sword, and the 2 magical artifacts engaged in a fierce clash. The battle commenced immediately. "Brother Han, we can join forces. Qi Liangqing and his companion are severely drained of their magical energy and significantly weakened. It is not impossible to fight them." Lin Laoda quickly transmitted a message to Yi Changsheng. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, at such a moment, I shall stand with you. Only through mutual honesty do we have a chance of survival." Yi Changsheng replied via transmission. A melodic laugh erupted as Qi Liangqing's companion produced a magical artifact from her storage bag, launching an attack on Lin Laoda. Observing this, Yi Changsheng swiftly commanded the Qingyue spear to block the incoming artifact, as the 2 early foundation cultivators engaged in a struggle with their magical tools. Meanwhile, the burly man had yet to make a move. The disparity in strength was evidently apparent. The opposing side had 2 mid-foundation cultivators, an overwhelming force. Qi Liangqing wore a confident expression, while Lin Laoda's countenance darkened as he wielded the cauldron to defend against Qi Liangqing's onslaught while surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he transmitted to Yi Changsheng, "Brother Han, I will use a talisman to break Qi's artifact. You help me fend off that couple's attacks. And I possess a trump card that can swiftly eliminate Qi Liangqing." Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng's eyes brightened with interest, and he transmitted back, "Agreed." He then produced another exquisite magical artifact from his storage bag. At that moment, Lin Laoda shouted loudly, throwing out dozens of talismans. These talismans erupted in a flurry of fireballs and wind blades, dispersing the small sword entangled with Lin Laoda's cauldron. "Now, Brother Han, swiftly," Lin Laoda called out. Hearing this, the couple from the Heavenbearing sect, along with the burly man, redirected their attention toward Yi Changsheng. Qi Liangqing believed that Yi Changsheng was about to unleash a powerful move and became vigilant, directing the purple sword toward him. Meanwhile, Lin Laoda rapidly withdrew his cauldron, turning to flee toward the steps, hastening towards the cave's exit. "Haha, Brother Han, I would appreciate your assistance in holding them off," Lin Laoda bellowed with laughter. Vanishing in an instant, silence enveloped the cave. After a moment, the burly man sneered coldly. "It appears your ally has abandoned you." He did not pursue Lin Laoda, instead fixing his gaze upon Yi Changsheng. "Will you let him escape so easily? Do you not fear he will inform others of what transpired here?" Yi Changsheng inquired calmly. "Well, that is contingent upon his ability to escape." The burly man scoffed, a sinister look crossing his face. Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar. It was Lin Laoda's voice. A pile of mangled flesh and bones tumbled down, landing at everyone's feet. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. "This is Lin Laoda's corpse." But how could he have ended up like this? Just as he pondered, a rustling sound approached from the steps they had traversed. Moments later, two vividly colored giant spiders crawled into view behind Changsheng. Second-tier demonic beasts. Indeed, these are two demonic beasts raised by my family. Their silk is transparent and incredibly sharp. I had released them to lie in wait on either side of the steps as we entered the cave. This fool was so focused on fleeing that he failed to notice the webs at the cave's entrance, resulting in him being reduced to this pile of remains. The burly man approached Lin Laodao's remains and kicked them disdainfully, sneering. Now it makes sense. The cave suppresses divine sense, which is why we did not notice these spiders upon entry. Changsheng murmured, his expression remaining calm. At this point, you still maintain your composure. It seems you possess some hidden card. Why not reveal it for all to see? Liangxing mocked Changsheng. The three encircled him, surrounding him. Two mid-foundation cultivators. One early foundation cultivator, and two second-tier demonic beasts. Facing such a formation, it seemed impossible for Changsheng, an early foundation cultivator, to escape alive. Even if he possessed some hidden card, could he possibly overcome so many of equal rank? It appears you are quite certain of my demise. Changsheng smiled faintly and remarked, however, I am curious, after you kill me, how will the three of you divide the treasures here? Do not sow discord. How we divide our spoils is not for you to concern yourself with. You should focus on your impending death. Liangxing retorted sharply. Chapter 64. 9 Apertures Star Element Technique. Liangxing wielded the purple sword to strike downward. Changsheng let out a cold laugh, revealing yet another talisman in his hand. He extended his hand and cast the talisman, and in the next moment, a golden barrier enveloped him. The purple sword struck the golden shield with a resounding boom. The golden shield talisman. Liangxing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this individual to possess such advanced talismans. This was already the fourth one, quite extraordinary. As he observed Liangxing relentlessly assaulting the golden barrier, Changsheng maintained an air of tranquility. Prior to arriving at this location, he had paid a handsome price in the Tianxing sex market for several intermediate talismans. The previously used Thousand Blade Talisman, along with the Golden Thread Talisman and the Golden Shield Talisman, were all acquired from that marketplace. This intermediate defensive spell would not be easily shattered. After invoking the Golden Shield Talisman, Changsheng swiftly took hold of another talisman. Simultaneously, he wielded the Qinghua spear, thrusting it towards the two massive spiders. With a swift motion, the two spiders leapt aside, simultaneously spewing sharp silk to slice through the golden barrier surrounding Changsheng. Attack together, exclaimed the burly man with a dark face, furrowing his brow at the sight. He produced a top-tier magical artifact in his hand, joining forces with his companion from the Divine Weapons Sect to assault Changsheng. At this moment, it was as if 5 foundational cultivators were launching an offensive against him. The golden shield trembled precariously, struggling to hold its form. Changsheng frowned. It seemed he would need to employ more formidable measures. Reaching into his storage pouch, 10 thunderbolts materialized in his hand, which he swiftly hurled. What is that? The burly man gasped in shock just before a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the cavern. Boom! A dazzling white light erupted, illuminating the underground chamber. The brilliance lasted but a moment before the explosive shockwave shattered the golden barrier. Silver armor manifested around Changsheng, withstanding the ensuing wave of force. The 3 top-tier magical artifacts attacking him were instantly sent flying. The other 3, though affected by the explosion, managed to evade quickly, being foundational cultivators. As the white light dissipated, a massive crater emerged upon the ground, with the 2 spiders of the dark-faced man vanished without a trace. Heavens! Thunderbolts! The burly man stammered, his face etched with horror. How could there be so many thunderbolts? 10 of them. It was utterly absurd. Such a notion was hard to believe. Could it be that this young man had the backing of a nascent soul cultivator with a lightning affinity, who had crafted these thunderbolts for him? But if a nascent soul cultivator were backing him, why would he come here? Regardless of how the trio from Yuanwu country pondered, the situation had dramatically shifted. Changsheng's audacious counterattack had resulted in the demise of the 2 second-tier demonic beasts. How is this possible? Liangxing, covered in dirt, scrambled to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. Due to his previous exertions, his mana was depleted, making him particularly vulnerable to the impact of the thunderbolts. His companion promptly rushed to support him. Ah, Brother Han, let us discuss this amicably. The burly man chuckled nervously, quickly shifting his approach. As for the treasures within this loft, I believe we can renegotiate the distribution. He suddenly sported a warm smile. Absolutely not. Liangxing shouted vehemently. I refuse to believe he possesses any more thunderbolts. Hearing this, a peculiar smile spread across Yi Changsheng's face as he addressed the group. I apologize, but all the treasures here are mine. In an instant, another 10 thunderbolts appeared before him, hovering and rotating. Witnessing this, the dark-faced man's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Run!" He hurriedly dashed towards Qi Liangsheng and his companion. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng wielded the Qingyue spear. Aiming to strike Qi Liangsheng, he refrained from detonating the thunderbolts, as doing so would obliterate the opponent's storage pouch, and he had his eyes set on their treasures, particularly the coveted flying spirit shuttle. As the Qingyue spear descended, Qi Liangsheng, with a grimace, commanded his purple sword to intercept. At the same time, he attempted to escape down the steps. He realized he could no longer engage. The opponent was too unpredictable, producing 10 thunderbolts at will. Fleeing forward, he disregarded his companion behind him. However, as he took his first step, a sharp pain struck his back, and a tremendous force propelled him towards Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng frowned, immediately directing the Qingyue spear towards Qi Liangsheng. Yet, Qi Liangsheng was too preoccupied to notice the spear approaching, filled with confusion as he glanced back. He then saw the burly man expertly grasping his companion's waist, and together they swiftly retreated up the steps towards the cave's exit. When had they? Qi Liangsheng felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and in an instant, darkness engulfed him as he collapsed. This absurd scene left Yi Changsheng utterly astounded, causing him to momentarily falter in his actions, allowing the two to escape. After a brief silence, Yi Changsheng shook his head with a bemused smile. Approaching, he relieved Qi Liangsheng of his storage pouch, and upon inspecting it, discovered the flying spirit shuttle within. A smile of delight spread across his face as he conjured a fireball to incinerate Qi Liangsheng's corpse. He chose not to pursue the fleeing pair, and instead turned to enter the loft. Before him stood a solitary table. Upon this table were 5 jade boxes arranged neatly. Yi Changsheng surveyed the surroundings carefully, confirming that this was the only table containing items. He opened the first jade box. Inside lay a jade slip. As he delved into the slip with his consciousness, he saw the words Golden Spiritual Star Technique inscribed. A look of joy appeared on his face. After a brief review, he realized it detailed the technique from the 1st to the 13th layer, capable of guiding one all the way to the God transformation stage. The earlier layers bore no difference to what he had previously acquired. It seemed to be the complete method. Henceforth, he would no longer need to worry about techniques until reaching the God transformation stage. Opening the second jade box revealed yet another jade slip. Yi Changsheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he probed its contents. The slip contained a body-refining technique named 9 Apertures Star Essence Skill. It harnessed the celestial energies of the cosmos to refine mortal flesh. This was an exceedingly profound technique. Just a glance left Yi Changsheng in awe. This technique absorbed the legendary power of the celestial spirits. The cosmic star energy was widely present in this world, encompassing forces like solar energy and lunar energy. Few techniques could harness such energy. Even if there were, they predominantly focused on solar or lunar energies, rarely addressing the energies of other celestial bodies. However, the 9 Apertures Star Essence skill was indiscriminate. Any star energy could be absorbed and utilized to refine the body. This was truly astonishing. But the power of this technique did not end there. Chapter 65. The Techniques of the Star Palace. 9 Apertures Star Essence Skill. As the name suggests, by cultivating to the utmost, one can open 9 stellar orifices within the body. Each orifice serves as a miniature version of a dantian, capable of storing vast amounts of magical energy. Should all 9 stellar orifices be successfully cultivated and filled to capacity, the magnitude of one's magical power would be beyond imagination. This technique can only be described as otherworldly. What rendered Yi Changsheng breathless with excitement was the revelation that this method, in conjunction with the Golden Spirit Star Technique, possessed remarkable efficacy in breaking through bottlenecks. Cultivating a single stellar orifice significantly enhances the probability of forming a golden core, while 3 orifices dramatically increase the chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage. If all 9 orifices could be cultivated, the likelihood of transcending to the transformation stage would rise substantially. This is indeed a body-refining technique aimed directly at achieving transformation. However, Yi Changsheng soon discovered the unfortunate truth. This technique was incomplete, abruptly halting at the 4th level. Nevertheless, even the preceding sections were enough to fill him with immense joy. The 9 Orifice Star Technique and the Golden Spirit Star Technique were clearly complementary, leaving Yi Changsheng marveling at the brilliance of the individual who conceived such remarkable methods. With a sigh of appreciation, he opened the 3rd jade box, which contained yet another jade slip. Could it possibly be another technique? Yi Changsheng pondered. probing his consciousness into it. Star Palace, he exclaimed in surprise as he encountered these two words. As he continued reading, his expression gradually morphed into one of perplexity. It turned out that this jade slip documented the origins of the Yuanxing Taoist. He was not a practitioner from Tiannan. He had arrived in the chaotic star sea of Tiannan through an ancient teleportation array tens of thousands of years ago, hailing from the Star Palace of the chaotic star sea. The jade slip mentioned that both the Golden Spirit Star Technique and the Nine Orifice Star Technique were from the Star Palace, representing its pinnacle techniques. Yet, as he read further, Yi Changsheng's expression grew increasingly grim. The Golden Spirit Star Technique required an immense expenditure of resources, nearly 3 times that of techniques of the same level. The Nine Orifice Star Technique was even more demanding, with its cultivation difficulty being dozens of times that of the Golden Spirit Star Technique. The Yuanxing Taoist, possessing a golden attribute spiritual root, managed to cultivate only 2 stellar orifices over his 600-year lifespan. 2 orifices in 600 years equated to 1 every 300 years. Of course, this calculation was simplistic, for during those 6 centuries, he had not solely focused on the Nine Orifice Star Technique. He had many other pursuits and was not constantly engaged in cultivation. According to the Yuanxing Taoist's estimation, if a practitioner with a celestial spiritual root were to sit idle and diligently cultivate the Nine Orifice Star Technique, it would take approximately 80 to 100 years to cultivate a single stellar orifice. Upon reaching this point, Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes, finding such a lengthy time frame unacceptable. He was not a celestial spiritual root practitioner, and even if he were, he could not afford to cultivate in such a manner. It was outrageous. With such an extended cultivation period, who would dare to attempt this technique? Yi Changsheng shook his head, his earlier excitement over this technique swiftly dissipating. Continuing to read. The Yuanxing Taoist mentioned that the complete version of the Nine Orifice Star Technique resided within the Star Palace. He had been a direct disciple of the former Star Palace master. However, after a significant upheaval within the Star Palace, leading to a change in succession, he was forced to flee. In the jade slip, the Yuanxing Taoist expressed profound regret for his youthful arrogance, disregarding the objections of others in his choice of these 2 techniques. Had it not been for these 2 methods, with his innate talent, he would have long since entered the nascent soul stage, preventing the usurpation of the Star Palace's leadership by another faction. The Yuanxing Taoist cautioned future practitioners to exercise caution upon acquiring these 2 techniques, advising against repeating his mistakes. Even for those with celestial spiritual roots, it would be wise to refrain from cultivating both techniques. If one truly wished to pursue cultivation, focusing solely on the Golden Spirit Star Technique would suffice. The Nine Orifice Star Technique should be avoided at all costs. In the concluding remarks of the jade slip, the Yuanxing Taoist mentioned that he had left behind 2 treasures for the protection of future practitioners. If anyone inheriting his legacy could eventually reach the transformation stage, he hoped they would reclaim the position of Star Palace Master and restore the lineage of his teachings. Setting down the jade slip, Yi Changsheng's expression grew complex. Rubbing his temples, he chuckled wryly. What a dilemma I have encountered. His concerns were not about the prospect of reclaiming the Star Palace Master position as mentioned, but rather whether or not to pursue the Nine Orifice Star Technique. The power of the Nine Orifice Star Technique was indeed enticing. Yet, the daunting difficulty of its cultivation was disheartening. Why does the Star Technique sound so familiar? Yi Changsheng mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A moment later, he exclaimed, the Great Zhou Star Technique. It suddenly struck him that there was indeed a body-refining technique in the celestial realm known as the Great Zhou Star Technique. Could there be a connection between the 2? Yi Changsheng's expression fluctuated between hope and doubt. He retrieved the jade slip detailing the Golden Spirit Star Technique once more. Probing his consciousness into it, he discovered records of the technique's innate treasure, the Celestial Star Mirror. After his expression shifted through various emotions, Yi Changsheng tucked away all 3 jade slips. He then opened the other 2 jade boxes, revealing 2 treasures, one a sword and the other a shield. One was offensive, the other defensive. In contemporary terms, these 2 treasures would be referred to as ancient relics. Yi Changsheng murmured to himself. Ancient relics are formidable treasures crafted by ancient practitioners, possessing immense power. However, as the saying goes, with great gain comes great loss. Such treasures, while immensely powerful, cannot be stored within the body. Unlike ordinary treasures, which can be kept in the dantian for immediate summoning, ancient relics must be placed in storage bags like ordinary artifacts. After carefully examining the 2 relics for a moment, Yi Changsheng stored them away. Casting a final glance at the pavilion, he noted that there was nothing left. Satisfied, he nodded and stepped outside. As he walked, He opened Qi Liangqing's storage bag to tally his gains. The treasures belonging to this direct descendant of the Qi family from the Divine Armament sect were far richer than those of an average Foundation establishment practitioner. This outing had indeed yielded remarkable rewards. Qi Liangqing, a man adorned with 5 exquisite magical artifacts, not to mention the treasures belonging to his dual cultivation partner, exemplifies the affluence of the cultivators from the Divine Weapons sect. In addition to these remarkable artifacts, Yi Changsheng discovered a plethora of refining materials within Qi Liangqing's storage pouch, including the remnants of the recently slain fish dragon. A smile crept upon Yi Changsheng's face as he recalled the fervor with which Qi Liangqing had dispatched that creature. It was amusing how everyone had concealed their strengths, yet he had boldly revealed his talisman. Perhaps this arrogance stemmed from belonging to a prestigious family, as Qi Liangqing likely regarded the others present with disdain. After all, he possessed formidable magical prowess and an arsenal of powerful artifacts and talismans, along with a fledgling helper in the early Foundation stage. Who could have anticipated that even his partner would betray him? The black-faced brute likely summoned Qi Liangqing and his wife because he had already conspired with Madame Lian. It seems that the black-faced man had intended for the 3 of them to first eliminate the trio from the Yu Kingdom before backstabbing Qi Liangqing, ultimately claiming all the treasures for himself and Madame Lian. However, the unexpected presence of Yi Changsheng thwarted those plans. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. After rummaging through Qi Liangqing's storage pouch for quite some time, Yi Changsheng collected all valuable items: 8 mid-tier spirit stones, over 200 low-tier spirit stones, totaling 1,000 spirit stones. This sum represented a considerable fortune for a cultivator at the Foundation stage. Regrettably, the Moon Spirit Knife Talisman had nearly exhausted its power. Otherwise, Yi Changsheng could have acquired yet another talisman. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a scroll, meticulously preserved in a jade box, indicating its significance. Upon opening the scroll, 6 words caught his eye: Insights on Qi Family Weapon Refining. The Qi family, a prominent lineage within the Divine Weapons sect, had produced numerous masters of weapon refining throughout its history. This scroll encapsulated their collective wisdom on the art of refinement. Surely, this was the most precious inheritance of the Qi clan. Clutching the scroll, Yi Changsheng murmured to himself, astonished by such an unexpected boon. He had been contemplating honing his weapon refining skills, and now this treasure had conveniently presented itself. With solemnity, he stowed away the insights on weapon refining, considering it the most valuable acquisition from Qi Liangqing's storage pouch. Armed with this knowledge, his journey into the world of weapon refining would be much more straightforward. After meticulously cataloging Qi Liangqing's belongings, Yi Changsheng descended the steps leading out of the cave. He ambled leisurely down the white jade staircase and reached the cave's entrance. Upon stepping outside, he heard a desperate plea. "Taoist Han, we are willing to serve as your slaves, merely begging for our lives." It was the voice of the black-faced brute. A faint smile graced Yi Changsheng's lips as he gazed forward, where a massive water prison emerged before him, encased in shimmering water curtains that formed a cube, trapping the 2 individuals within, the black-faced brute and Madame Lian. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Changsheng observed the pair ensnared within the formation with an air of tranquility. The black-faced brute had left contingencies upon entering the cave. But how could the meticulous Yi Changsheng fail to prepare adequately? The water and blue wave formation was one of the arrays he had obtained from Xian Rian. Even a 4th-tier demon beast would find itself ensnared within. How much more so these 2? Thus, when he had seen them attempt to flee, he felt no urgency. Those who had ventured into the eerie mire had no hope of escaping this formation. From the outset, Yi Changsheng had resolved to ensnare them all. Even if they did not turn against him during the division of treasures, he would still turn against them. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng emerge, the man and woman immediately began their pleas, swearing oaths, and expressing their willingness to become servants, hoping for mercy. "Brother Han, I was wrong before. I beseech you to spare my life. I am a mid-foundation cultivator, capable of assisting you in many endeavors." Madame Lian chimed in, her voice dripping with feigned innocence as she cast alluring glances at Yi Changsheng, attempting to charm him into sparing her. TSK, you plead for mercy from Han Feiyu. What concern is that of Yi Changsheng? He shook his head, and the azure moon spear materialized in his hand, swiftly thrusting toward the 2 trapped within the formation. Regardless of the quality or quantity of magical power, Yi Changsheng surpassed them both. Even the black-faced brute, despite being at the mid-foundation stage, was no match for him. Thus, with a single exquisite artifact, Yi Changsheng swiftly dispatched the pair. After skillfully obliterating the evidence, Yi Changsheng collected their storage pouches. Upon inspection, they appeared rather meager in comparison to Qi Liangqing's. he discovered only 4 exquisite artifacts, along with over 1,000 spirit stones and a collection of basic talismans. This included the entirety of Lin Laoda's fortune. Not bad. Yi Changsheng held no significant disappointment, for he had never harbored high expectations for the pair. Observing the dynamic between Qi Liangcheng and Madame Lian, it was evident that she possessed little of value. Moreover, the black-faced brute had already expended all his trump cards, leaving no room for treasures. Approaching the corpse of the fish dragon he had slain earlier, Yi Changsheng meticulously skinned and harvested its valuable materials, collecting everything of worth. The entirety of the fish dragon was a treasure trove of precious crafting materials. Within its belly, he even discovered the undigested remains of Lin's second son, from whose storage pouch he procured additional items. Satisfied, Yi Changsheng clapped his hands together, deeming this expedition a resounding success. Chapter 67. The Invasion of the Demonic Path. This expedition into the eerie mire yielded an abundance of rewards for Yi Changsheng. Setting aside the treasures acquired from Yuanxing Daoist Cave, he had obtained goods worth over 10,000 spirit stones from the 5 companions. Adding to this the spoils from 2 4th-tier demon beasts and several 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts, the total value approached 20,000 spirit stones. After tallying everything, he strapped on 3 bulging storage pouches. I must procure an extra-large storage pouch, otherwise this excess is far too conspicuous. Yi Changsheng mused as he glanced at his waist. One pouch brimmed with demon beast materials, primarily from the fish dragon. Another contained artifacts and miscellaneous items he had no immediate use for. The core pouch housed essentials he required at any moment. Observing the tranquil surroundings, he opted not to depart immediately. Instead, he turned back and re-entered Yuanxing Daoist Cave. Extracting the flying spirit shuttle, he meticulously studied it for a while, mastering its operation before finally taking his leave. On his journey back, he remained exceedingly cautious. In the depths of this swamp, there have been persistent rumors of a 5th-level demon beast. At this stage, Yi Changsheng wishes to avoid such formidable creatures. In the presence of a 5th-level demon beast, even his most potent weapon, the Thunderbolt Seed, would prove ineffectual. After all, the demon beasts at the core formation stage are typically tough-skinned and resilient. The Thunderbolt Seed can withstand even a false core cultivator like the Emperor of Yu, let alone a true core formation practitioner. If he were to encounter a true core formation cultivator, unless Yi Changsheng unleashed hundreds of Thunderbolt Seeds in one go, the chances of success would be slim. In truth, even with hundreds of Thunderbolt Seeds, it would be challenging to injure a core formation cultivator, as they would not simply stand still and allow him to detonate them. The speed of a core formation cultivator's escape far exceeds that of his Thunderbolt Seeds. Unless he employs cunning strategies to deliver the seeds directly to them, evasion would be quite effortless for them. The disparity in cultivation levels is not easily bridged. However, with the immense magical power cultivated from the Golden Spirit Heavenly Star technique, by the late Foundation establishment stage, I might very well attempt to engage a core formation cultivator in a contest of strength. Furthermore, if I can simultaneously complete the first layer of the 9 aperture star origin technique and refine a star aperture, as per the words of Master Yuanxing, slaying a core formation cultivator during the Foundation establishment stage could indeed become a possibility. Yi Changsheng pondered. The magical power derived from his techniques represents his intrinsic strength. In reality, he possesses several external resources as well, such as formations and talismans. When combined with these means, should he encounter a 5th-level demon beast in the swamp, the chances of escaping with his life remain relatively high. Fortunately, the journey back was smooth, and he encountered no formidable adversaries. There were 1 or 2 2nd-level demon beasts that appeared, but he dispatched them effortlessly, turning them into materials for refining. As he emerged from the dim swamp onto solid ground and glanced back at the vast, dark marsh, Yi Changsheng sighed. 6 had entered, but only 1 returned. Could it be that I too possess a team annihilation aura? With a flick of his sleeve, a purple flying shuttle appeared beneath him. He stepped onto it, embedded a few spirit stones, and activated the flying artifact. Whoosh! A streak of purple light vanished from the scene. As he flew through the skies of the Charioteer Kingdom, Yi Changsheng noticed groups of cultivators appearing below. Most were at the Qi refining stage, yet many Foundation establishment practitioners led them. They seemed to be in a hurry, with some immediately engaging in combat upon encountering one another. Chaos had erupted in the Charioteer Kingdom. Upon their arrival, Yi Changsheng and his companions had sensed something amiss. Now, the extent of the conflict was alarming. Caution is warranted, he thought, furrowing his brow. Reflecting on the original text and considering the current timeline in the Charioteer Kingdom, Yi Changsheng's expression suddenly shifted. An invasion by the demonic path? The Charioteer Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom serve as buffer states between the Yu Kingdom and the 6 sects of the demonic path residing in the Tianluo Kingdom. In the original text, the incident at Yin Family Fortress marked a significant event of demonic invasion. Calculating from that point, the invasion was still 7 years away. 7 years later, the 6 sects of the demonic path would suddenly appear on the borders of the Yu Kingdom, catching the higher-ups off guard. This occurrence was abrupt. In the eyes of Yu Kingdom cultivators, for demonic practitioners to reach the Yu Kingdom, they would first need to eliminate the Charioteer and Jiang Kingdoms. It is well known that the combined strength of the cultivation worlds in these 2 countries could rival that of the Yu Kingdom. How could demonic practitioners silently traverse these 2 small nations and suddenly strike the Yu Kingdom? It was only after the fact that the higher-ups in the Yu Kingdom learned that demonic practitioners had secretly infiltrated the Charioteer and Jiang Kingdoms years prior, enticing some of their cultivators and defeating those unwilling to cooperate. They had completely taken control of these 2 small nations before launching their offensive against the Yu Kingdom. All the while, the Yu Kingdom remained oblivious, entirely unaware. It can only be said that the Yu Kingdom had severely neglected intelligence gathering. Furthermore, it is highly likely that the higher-ups held a naive belief that righteous cultivators would not permit the demonic path to expand unchecked. Thus, they never truly comprehended the threat of invasion. And now, the demonic path had indeed come, delivering a harsh slap to their faces. Forgetting the dangers of war is perilous. This serves as a painful lesson for the cultivators of the Yu Kingdom. At this juncture, it is quite probable that the demonic path has begun its assault on the Charioteer and Jiang Kingdoms. Consequently, the turmoil observed within the borders of the Charioteer Kingdom is now understandable. Does this imply that those rare-to-see nascent soul and core formation cultivators are beginning to mobilize? Yi Changsheng's expression shifted again, as he suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger surrounding him. I must depart the Charioteer Kingdom post-haste. The speed of the purple flying shuttle accelerated once more as Yi Changsheng exerted all his energy to propel the flying artifact swiftly toward the direction of the Yu Kingdom. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. A voice suddenly called from behind. Yi Changsheng turned to see 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators ascending from below, having utilized some means to match his speed. One was in the late Foundation Establishment stage, while the other was in the early stage. They looked somewhat familiar. After scrutinizing them closely, Yi Changsheng's expression changed, and his brow furrowed. These were 2 of the Foundation Establishment cultivators who had pursued them when they had first entered the Charioteer Kingdom. This is bad. Yi Changsheng felt a tightening in his chest and immediately urged the flying shuttle to accelerate further, quickly leaving the 2 behind. Chapter 68. Border lockdown. The purple streak of light vanished in an instant, and Yi Changsheng was gone before they could react, leaving the 2 behind to inhale his residual energy. What should we do? Brother Lu, this person's speed is too fast. We cannot catch up. The early Foundation Establishment cultivator remarked to the late Foundation Establishment man. Brother Lu pondered for a moment and replied. They entered the swamp of the profound depths as a group of 6, yet now only one has emerged alive. It seems they ventured there in search of some treasure. Does it not? Could it be that Brother Lu has taken an interest in the treasures this individual may possess? The early Foundation Establishment cultivator inquired. No, I am not interested in that for now. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford distractions. Brother Lu replied coolly. What he acquired in the swamp of the profound depths is irrelevant. What matters is that he must not be allowed to disclose what he witnessed in the Charioteer Kingdom. That is a valid point. If he were to reveal that, our grand plan would be jeopardized. Should we report this matter to the core formation elders? The early Foundation Establishment cultivator asked. No, each core formation elder is preoccupied with vital tasks and cannot be distracted. Brother Lu shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. Then what should we do? We cannot catch up to this person. I happen to know that a significant figure has just arrived in the Charioteer Kingdom. I can relay this person's information to him, and I believe he will be interested. Brother Lu, are you referring to? The early Foundation Establishment cultivator's face displayed astonishment. Haha, indeed, I mean that one from the Huang sect. The monk surnamed Lu displayed a subtle smile, reporting the matter truthfully. I believe the esteemed individual from the Huang sect would be quite eager to ascertain what this practitioner from the Yu Kingdom has acquired in the mysterious marsh. This way, we could pass on the information, and regardless of what this individual ultimately does, it shall not concern us brothers any longer. In the region near the border between the Charioteer Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom, Yi Changsheng stood atop a hill, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a castle, the abode of a family of cultivators from the Charioteer Kingdom. At present, the members of this cultivation family had scattered, patrolling the border in groups. Should they spot anyone attempting to cross the border, be it from the ground or the sky, inquiries would be made. This is troubling. Observing the castle, Yi Changsheng's eyes brimmed with apprehension. Moments ago, he had witnessed a foundation-building cultivator attempting to force his way across the border, only to be struck down in an instant by a beam of light that erupted from the castle, taking his life. There must be a core formation cultivator stationed here. Yi Changsheng shook his head and promptly changed direction. To his astonishment, the speed of the demonic cultivators was astonishing. In just a few days, they had already begun to seal off the border. This indicated that they must have been preparing for the invasion of the charioteer kingdom for many years. Such border cultivator families could very well have been propped up by them. Having circumvented this area, Yi Changsheng shifted to another direction, intending to cross the border. Yet once again he encountered a similar scene. While there were no core formation cultivators present, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator oversaw the area, with hundreds of chi refining cultivators dispersed along the lengthy border line, monitoring for any intrusions. After observing from a distance for a moment, Yi Changsheng disguised himself and entered a nearby city. He quickly identified several cultivators within. A few scattered chi refining practitioners of the 4th and 5th levels were present. Yi Changsheng stealthily approached them and overheard snippets of conversation. Is the border completely sealed off? Indeed, it is. There are foundation-building cultivators stationed, preventing passage to the Yu Kingdom. What does this mean? Are these cultivation families becoming too arrogant? Who knows? Who can fathom the sudden madness of these cultivation families? Shoo, keep your voice down. We can't let anyone overhear. What are you afraid of? It's just us here. No outsiders can hear. By the way, I heard a rumor in the market a few days ago. What rumor? Apparently, the major sects of our charioteer kingdom are on the verge of war. What? How could that be? They've coexisted peacefully for so many years. How can they suddenly go to war? Who knows? Some say it's due to uneven distribution of interests, while others claim they've discovered something that could facilitate breakthroughs for nascent soul cultivators, thus igniting the major sects. The eyes of the chi refining practitioners gleamed with contemplation upon hearing this. If it were true that something capable of aiding nascent soul cultivators' breakthroughs had been discovered, it would indeed explain why these major sects were at odds. It also clarified their motive for sealing the border. They wished to prevent information from leaking out. The Yu Kingdom's cultivation world possesses greater strength, if word got out. Those eminent figures from the major sects would surely be at a disadvantage against the practitioners of the Yu Kingdom. Isn't this inviting the demonic cultivators to take advantage of the situation? Who knows what those eminent figures are thinking? After all, the collapse of the heavens has no bearing on us scattered cultivators. Haha, right? Why should we worry? No matter how precious the treasure, it will never fall into our hands. Yi Changsheng frowned as he departed. The implication of the scattered cultivators' words was clear. The entire border was sealed. The border between the Yu Kingdom and the Yuanwu Kingdom is extensive. However, effectively sealing it is not overly difficult, provided there are sufficient chi refining cultivators and a few formidable individuals stationed. Unless a core formation cultivator is involved, crossing the border unnoticed is no simple feat, not to mention. The demonic cultivators possess many bizarre methods, such as deploying numerous insects, spirit beasts, and birds to monitor the entire aerial expanse. Any attempt to fly across would immediately trigger an alert, prompting the stationed core formation cultivator to strike. It was precisely due to the fear of these methods that Yi Changsheng refrained from acting rashly. A prudent plan was necessary. Troublesome indeed. Yi Changsheng sighed. He lingered at the border between the two nations for some time, discovering a marketplace within which he gleaned a wealth of information. Naturally, this was interspersed with a multitude of falsehoods, such as the earlier rumor regarding the charioteer kingdom's discovery of a spirit herb capable of aiding nascent soul cultivators' breakthroughs. Undoubtedly, this was a fabrication disseminated by demonic cultivators to obscure the tumult currently unfolding within the charioteer kingdom. Despite the chaotic nature of the information, Yi Changsheng managed to extract what he sought. At the border, only 2 core formation cultivators were stationed. Yi Changsheng's eyes flickered. However, this was merely the overt data. Whether there were others concealed remained unknown. Yet, even if there were, they likely wouldn't be numerous, suggesting that some gaps might still be exploitable. He would seek out a border monitored by a foundation-building cultivator and then swiftly make his move. A foundation-building cultivator should not be able to match his speed. By the time they relayed the news to the core formation cultivators, he would already be far away. Should they pursue him, he could resort to thunderous methods to swiftly eliminate them. Yi Changsheng made a decisive resolution. As long as he did not inadvertently stumble into the area overseen by core formation cultivators, escaping should not pose a significant challenge. Once he penetrated into the Yu Kingdom, the demonic cultivators would be deterred from continuing their pursuit. Chapter 69. Tian Buke. After careful examination of the map, comprehensive analysis of the information, and personal observation of the area, Yi Changsheng confirmed a relatively safe route. Crossing through this direction would place him at the farthest distance from the core formation cultivators. Here, a false core cultivator was stationed, minimizing the likelihood of any hidden core formation presence. A false core, huh? Though his cultivation is high, his mount cannot match my speed. Yi Changsheng gestured to himself. With a flourish of his sleeve, a flying spiritual shuttle appeared beneath his feet. Yi Changsheng stepped onto the violet shuttle, channeling all his energy. And in an instant, the shuttle transformed into a streak of light, soaring forward. Whoosh! Who goes there? Exclamations arose as the chi-refining disciples patrolling the skies immediately raised the alarm. Halt! From a distance, an enraged shout echoed. The false core cultivator stationed here quickly detected Yi Changsheng's attempt to dash through the border. He slammed his hand on the table and was about to rise to intercept Yi Changsheng when suddenly, a slender, pale hand pressed upon his shoulder, compelling him back down. Allow me to handle this. The speaker was an extraordinarily handsome man. Were his attire altered, most would mistake him for a strikingly beautiful woman. My lord, the false core cultivator was taken aback, exclaiming, how could such a trivial matter require your assistance? Not at all. I am here precisely for this individual. He chuckled, indeed. Just as I surmised, this person is bound to cross the border from here. As the exquisite man spoke, he suddenly surged forth, dashing towards Yi Changsheng. During their brief exchange of mere seconds, Yi Changsheng was on the verge of crossing the 20-mile border surveillance zone, about to enter the Yu Kingdom. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from behind, and Yi Changsheng scanned the area with his divine sense, discovering a cloud of pink mist enveloping a strikingly handsome man who was rapidly approaching him. What astonishing speed! Yi Changsheng was taken aback, realizing that this flamboyant figure's evasion speed was on par with his own. A foundation-building cultivator possessing such swiftness comparable to that of a core formation practitioner. Who could this be? The pink mist, the dazzling visage, the remarkable velocity. Could it be? A name flickered in Yi Changsheng's mind. Tian Buke, the second son of the master of the Huang sect. Brother, why the rush to depart? Why not stay and befriend me? Called the effeminate voice of the handsome man behind him. Humph! Yi Changsheng scoffed coldly, exerting all his strength to activate his magical artifact and darting forward at high speed. With Tian Buke's presence, it was highly plausible that a core formation practitioner lurked nearby. He could not afford to be careless. Ignoring everything else, Yi Changsheng focused solely on his flight. In an instant, two streaks of light vanished from the scene. On the ground, a false core practitioner furrowed his brow, observing the departing lights. Report immediately about young Master Tian's appearance here. He commanded, his expression tense. With that, he hastened in pursuit of the direction the two had taken. Although Tian Buke claimed he needed no assistance, the false core practitioner did not dare take that lightly and decided to follow, albeit at a much slower pace than the two. A purple streak and a pink flash soared through the sky as mountains, rivers, and lakes rushed past beneath them. The two moved swiftly, one in pursuit of the other, nearly equal in their speed. Soon, they had crossed deep into the territory of the Yu Kingdom. Noticing that his pursuers still followed, Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, such audacity. In this chase, they had traversed over 1,000 miles, far removed from the territory of the chariots and horses kingdom. Yi Changsheng suddenly halted and turned around. Seeing him stop, Tian Buke also came to a halt. A playful smile gracing his face, shrouded in pink mist. Excellent magical artifact, exceptional speed. What is your name, young man? Tian Buke inquired, hands crossed behind his back, his demeanor brimming with confidence. Yi Changsheng, however, remained silent, gazing into the distance at the path they had flown. After a brief moment, he spoke calmly. It appears there is no one following us. Therefore, if you were to perish here, no one would know I was responsible for your death. Kill me. Tian Buke exclaimed, his face registering disbelief. How could this early foundation-building cultivator dare utter such a threat? Was he caught in a daydream? Ha! The very feminine Tian Buke laughed heartily, his voice laced with both softness and a hint of bravado. Hand over what you obtained in the Yofu Marsh, and perhaps I might spare your life. Yi Changsheng shook his head, responding, coming to the Yu Kingdom and behaving so arrogantly. Should I call you self-important or delusional? Ha! In this vast Yu Kingdom, who would dare kill me? Who could kill me? Tian Buke boasted, holding a jade flute, his expression haughty. Indeed, as the son of the Huang sect master, even those old nascent soul practitioners would think twice before acting against him. After all, the Huang sect was home to formidable figures of the demonic path. Yi Changsheng scoffed, you've grown too accustomed to arrogance. With that, He ceased his words and unleashed a flurry of talismans, transforming them into a sky full of fireballs, ice spears, and wind blades directed at Tian Buke. What a grand display! Tian Buke snorted, waving his jade flute, which emitted a clear, melodious sound. As the sound resonated, the pink glow surrounding him responded, suddenly manifesting as a pink peacock. The peacock took flight, inhaling deeply, and in an instant, all the talismanic attacks launched by Yi Changsheng were absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Truly impressive, Yi Changsheng thought, his heart skipping a beat. Though Tian Buke was merely at mid-foundation stage, his combat prowess was likely among the pinnacle of that realm. Even a false core practitioner might not stand a chance against him. I wonder how much you can absorb. Yi Changsheng retorted with a cold snort. Pulling out a furnace from his storage bag, this was a high-grade magical artifact he had obtained from the previous individuals. Seeing Yi Changsheng suddenly wield a high-grade magical artifact against him, Tian Buke was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the turn of events. The man had just scattered talismans worth 300 or 400 spirit stones, suggesting he should be quite affluent. Yet now, he was resorting to a high-grade magical artifact? Despite his confusion, Tian Buke reacted swiftly and commanded the pink peacock to swallow the high-grade artifact. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. After commanding the pink peacock to consume the furnace, an immense force detonated within the creature. This peacock was one of the secret techniques of the Huang sect, capable of blocking most attacks below the core formation level when empowered by the flute. Any spell or artifact consumed could be rapidly refined. Since mastering this secret technique, Tian Buke had faced no formidable opponents among Foundation practitioners. However, today he would stumble. The pink peacock did not swallow just any high-grade artifact, but a cluster of thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts detonated, a brilliant white light filled the air. Yi Changsheng had prepared for this and swiftly evaded. But Tian Buke was a fraction too slow. By the time he sensed something was amiss within the pink peacock, the thunderbolts had already exploded. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward, and it was too late for Tian Buke to escape. He could only brace himself as he shouted angrily. His body enveloped in radiant pink light before fleeing into the distance. Boom! The shockwave from the thunderbolts sent Tian Buke flying, and the pink light surrounding him flickered twice before extinguishing. He bore the brunt of the tremendous impact and could no longer maintain his position in the air, plummeting downwards. Whoosh! Yi Changsheng, riding his purple flying shuttle, descended rapidly, catching up to Tian Buke in the blink of an eye. A talisman in his hand began to glow. The Qingming mirror. This talisman possessed numerous functions. As Yi Changsheng activated it, a beam of white light shot forth, instantly immobilizing Tian Buke, rendering him unable to move, even to blink. In a seamless combination of attacks, Yi Changsheng left the formidable Foundation practitioner Tian Buke utterly dazed. He reached out and drew Tian Buke's storage bag towards him. Fully conscious, Tian Buke watched in shock and fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. This time, he had underestimated his opponent. His strength had remained unexploited, and he had fallen into an unexpected trap. He was utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. He did not even comprehend the reasons behind it. After that exquisite artifact was swallowed, why did it explode? What could have led to such a terrifying detonation? He had no answers. It felt as though he had been ambushed, resulting in a bewildering defeat. Moreover, he was rendered immobile by the mirror talisman, akin to a fish laid bare on a chopping block. The fire of fury ignited in Tian Buke's eyes as he could only watch helplessly while his storage bag was taken by that individual, powerless to intervene. How frustrating. After collecting Tian Buke's storage bag, Yi Changsheng conjured several talismans in his hands. The talismans ignited in the air, transforming into 4 or 5 ice spears that shot forth and pierced Tian Buke's body. Crack! In an instant, Tian Buke's form was completely encased in ice, and the excruciating agony caused his eyes to blaze with a remarkable light. Yet, he remained utterly immobilized, incapable even of twitching an eyelid. Entirely bound by the Qingming mirror talisman. Not dead, Yi Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment as those ice spears entered Tian Buke's body without delivering a fatal blow. How curious. He was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. His physical body could not possibly withstand the power of the ice spear talismans. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow and produced a heavenly thunder talisman. He was determined to see if he could withstand this. With a swift motion, he hurled the talisman towards the immobilized Tian Buke. Just as the heavenly thunder talisman was about to unleash its might, a dazzling light erupted from Tian Buke's forehead. Who dares harm my son? A furious roar reverberated, causing Yi Changsheng's head to throb painfully, nearly toppling him. His expression shifted dramatically as he beheld a radiant glow emanating from Tian Buke's forehead enveloping the heavenly thunder talisman and rendering it entirely ineffective. The sect master of the Huang sect. Without a doubt, Changsheng immediately recognized the identity of that voice's owner. He had actually entrusted a strand of his divine sense to protect his son at all times. In midair, Tian Buke's eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness, suddenly sharpened. In the next instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. It was no longer the aura of Tian Buke, but one characterized by depth, authority, and dominance, an essence that transcended his previous self. Control over his body had been usurped. As the sect master of the Huang sect manifested, the Qingning mirror talisman faltered, the concentrated white light scattering, releasing its hold on Tian Buke. Crack! The ice shards formed within Tian Buke's body due to the ice spear talismans rapidly dissolved. This is bad. Though it was merely a fragment of a divine sense, the powers of a nascent soul cultivator were beyond my capacity to contend with. Changsheng's heart raced with alarm. Should this nascent soul cultivator seize control of Tian Buke's body, he would stand no chance of victory. Swiftly, he cast several beams of light, arrays of formation flags that floated in the air, swiftly constructing an array that ensnared Tian Buke. This was a simplified formation created by Xian Rian, immensely powerful but usable only once or twice. The formation was designed to suppress the divine consciousness and trap enemies. Changsheng moved with remarkable speed, deploying the formation flags while Tian Buke was still grappling with the Qingning mirror. After all, it was merely a fragment of a divine sense. As he shattered the Qingning mirror into uselessness, the formation was already in place. Boldness. Upon witnessing this scene, the sect master of the Huang sect was both astonished and enraged. A commanding voice resonated from Tian Buke, his cold gaze directed at Changsheng. A mere rudimentary formation can be dismantled in no time with little effort. Just as he prepared to act and break the formation, he saw the boy opposite him hurl a small ding. Stop! The moment he laid eyes on the ding, Tian Buke's countenance shifted dramatically, and he bellowed. Yet, it was too late. Although the formation could only restrain the foundation establishment body manipulated by the nascent soul cultivator for 3 to 5 breaths, it was enough. After casting the ding, Changsheng swiftly maneuvered the flying spirit shuttle and fled at lightning speed. Boom! In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted behind him. A blinding white light rendering the surroundings unseeable, annihilating everything in an instant. Changsheng did not dare to look back at the aftermath, focusing solely on propelling the flying spirit shuttle to escape the area. Chapter 71. The Huang's secret tome in the Tianshi Kingdom, within the Huang sect's Master's cave. A mournful wail suddenly echoed, shaking the very earth and startling countless individuals. What has happened? What is going on? They wondered, glancing toward the Master's cave atop the distant peak. No one knew what had transpired. My son has perished in the kingdom of you. Anyone who can capture the murderer will become my personal disciple and gain the opportunity to witness the Huang's secret tome once, along with a reward of 10 exquisite furnishings. In a surge of emotion, the sect master of the Huang sect made such a proclamation. What? Instantly, the entire Huang sect erupted in a frenzy. All disciples, even those at the core formation stage, were initially struck with shock, followed by overwhelming joy. The thrilling news sent their hearts racing, nearly betraying their elation on their faces. Thankfully, they remembered that the sect master's son had died, preventing them from expressing their happiness too openly. Thus, they feigned sorrow while their hearts brimmed with delight. To be the sect master's personal disciple, what an extraordinary opportunity. Not to mention the chance to witness the Huang's secret tome. For the cultivators of the Huang sect, the allure was unparalleled. Many elders at the core formation stage had never had the chance to view the Huang's secret tome, a premier demonic cultivation text passed down since ancient times. It contained unknown numbers of supreme techniques and secrets. Should it fall into the wrong hands, even nascent soul cultivators would fight tooth and nail for it. The sect master? At that moment, several presences within the Huang sect, rivaling or even surpassing that of the sect master, awakened and turned their gazes toward him. Tian Buke has been slain. Who possesses such audacity? No wonder he is so enraged. It seems the kingdom of you is about to descend into chaos. I must intervene to prevent misfortune from befalling my daughter. In the kingdom of you, after unleashing all his heavenly thunder talismans, Changsheng swiftly piloted the flying spirit shuttle, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, 2 streaks of light raced toward the site of the recent cataclysm. A man and woman, their auras formidable, were core formation cultivators. This is bad. We let the young master run out alone. We're doomed. The man's expression darkened ominously. They had been tasked with protecting Tian Buke, but he had deceived them and ventured out alone. Upon receiving the news, they rushed here, but ultimately failed to arrive in time. The sect master will surely kill us. The woman trembled as she spoke. Chase, we must catch the one who killed the young master. Only by eliminating him can we ensure our survival. The man gritted his teeth, determination etched upon his face. However, the woman hesitated momentarily, yet chose to remain silent. Could they still catch up? The individual they pursued was remarkably swift, and they had already ventured deeply into the territory of Yu Kingdom. How could two practitioners of the demonic path hope to overtake him here? Nevertheless, the thought of returning to the Huang sect and facing the consequences sent a shiver down her spine. Perhaps they could still pursue him. There was a chance they might catch up. The two instantly transformed into streaks of light, racing after the direction in which Changsheng had departed. In the skies above Yu Kingdom, Changsheng piloted his flying spirit shuttle at breakneck speed, daring not to pause for even a moment. Moments ago, he had expended all the thunder talismans he possessed, even sacrificing a supreme-grade magical artifact, all to ensure the complete demise of Tian Buke and that fragment of divine consciousness. That was a staggering 30 thunder talismans. Changsheng let out a low sigh, his heart aching tremendously. Before embarking on this journey to the Qi-riding kingdom, he had converted nearly all of his spirit stones into thunder talismans and talismans, leaving him with fewer than 500 spirit stones as reserves. After concluding his visit to the Yuanxing Daoist cave, as he approached the border, he had again transformed all the spirit stones he acquired from those individuals into thunder talismans. Consequently, in his efforts to deal with Tian Buke, he had cast them all away. This detonation had obliterated 6,000 spirit stones. This did not even account for the few thunder talismans previously used to eliminate Tian Buke's peacock. Now, he was left with fewer than 600 spirit stones. It felt as if he had returned to the days of liberation. The 10,000 spirit stones that Senior Sister Chun had helped him earn from dealing with talismans had been entirely consumed. I can only hope that Tian Buke's collection can somewhat compensate for my losses, Changsheng murmured. As he flew, he retrieved Tian Buke's storage bag. Inside were 20 mid-grade spirit stones, over 600 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 2,600 spirit stones. Quite impressive. Tian Buke undoubtedly lived up to being the son of the Huang sect's master. Upon seeing the mound of spirit stones, Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he lamented, supreme-grade magical artifacts and talismans cannot be used. He shook his head in regret. Within Tian Buke's storage bag were 2 talismans and 5 or 6 supreme-grade magical artifacts. Yet, he dared not use any of them. Who knew if they bore any lingering marks? If the Huang sect's master traced these marks back to him, it would spell disaster. Oh, this is a pill suitable for use during the foundation establishment stage. Changsheng discovered a vial containing pills that could enhance the magical power of foundation establishment practitioners. Upon opening the jade vial, he found 3 pale yellow spirit pills, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Excellent. He stashed the vial away and continued inspecting Tian Buke's storage bag. Talismans, paintings, clothing, a jumble of miscellaneous items, even some intimate garments belonging to women. Oh, a pink jade slip appeared before Changsheng. As his consciousness probed within, he immediately saw 4 large characters. Huang's secret classic. The techniques of the Huang sect? After a careful examination, a smile spread across Changsheng's face. Good fortune. A Huang secret classic, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Recorded dozens of techniques for dual cultivation between men and women. There were those inclined towards the demonic path, purely predatory dual cultivation techniques, as well as those of a balanced nature that benefited both genders. Remarkable depth and breadth. After contemplating the contents of the Huang secret classic for a moment, Changsheng expressed, I must discuss this Huang secret classic with Senior Sister Chun. Most people held prejudices against the Huang sect, yet upon examining this technique, it was evident they walked a righteous path. How could it be deemed demonic? After studying the Huang secret classic for some time, Changsheng was struck by inspiration. He produced a blank jade slip and meticulously transcribed the contents of the Huang secret classic onto the new slip. Subsequently, he expended 600 spirit stones to replicate 3 thunder talismans. He descended to the ground, gathering Tian Buke's storage bag, magical artifacts, talismans, and the jade slip containing the Huang secret classic together. With a glance, Changsheng cast away the 3 thunder talismans without a shred of regret, reducing these items to nothingness in a flash of white light. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 72. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is about to appear. A true man should know when to gain and when to forsake. In critical moments, one must not be tempted by trivial gains, lest one finds oneself in peril. Although the value of Tian Buke's magical artifacts and talismans exceeded 10,000 spirit stones, Yi Changsheng did not hesitate to obliterate them with the thunder talismans. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. 10,000 spirit stones were not unattainable. Ultimately, they were mere external possessions. Tian Buke was unlike anyone he had previously slain. Those he had killed before had their most formidable allies as only core formation practitioners. Yet Tian Buke was the son of a nascent soul practitioner. If he left a fragment of divine consciousness on Tian Buke, who could say what traces might linger on those magical artifacts? To be lured by a trifling advantage and ultimately provoke a nascent soul practitioner would be a grave mistake. After erasing all traces, Yi Changsheng once again piloted his artifact away. Soon after his departure, 2 streaks of light raced toward the location from the horizon. They landed, and one of the men sniffed the air, stating in a deep voice, "There is a lingering trace of our young master here. It appears a remarkable explosion occurred, likely at the hands of the person who killed him, who subsequently destroyed the young master's storage bag." The woman sighed, "What a cunning fellow. The trace of the young master is fading, and we may not be able to pursue him any longer." The man fell silent for a moment, his heart heavy with fear. The thought of returning to the Hehuan sect and facing potential punishment made him tremble. At that moment, the woman's expression lightened as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "I have an idea." "What idea?" the man inquired. "If I recall correctly, we are approaching the territory of the Inyu sect, right? This sect is a force we have been secretly cultivating within the Hehuan sect. You intend to leverage the strength of the Inyu sect to find this individual? That is indeed a clever idea, after all. The Inyu sect is a local powerhouse and the strongest sect in Yu Kingdom." The man replied, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, seemingly convinced by his companion's suggestion. "No, you misunderstand. After being independent for so many years, do you think the Inyu sect would still heed our commands?" The woman chuckled lightly. The man's expression darkened. The Inyu sect had long severed ties with the Hehuan sect. They would not heed its commands any longer. Currently, the Inyu sect operated as an independent sect. "In that case, what do you propose?" the man asked solemnly. "If we return to the Hehuan sect, we cannot escape death. Even if we survive, we would be subjected to punishments we would rather not endure. Therefore, why not seek refuge with the Inyu sect?" The woman smiled sweetly at her companion. "Let us inform them of the plan to unite the demonic and righteous paths for invasion, using this as a token of allegiance, and request protection from the Inyu sect." Upon hearing her words, the man's brow furrowed, and he fell into deep contemplation. "However, do you believe that the state of Yu can withstand the invasion of the demonic path?" he asked quietly. "I am uncertain, but aside from the Moon Concealment sect, who else can offer us protection? The righteous path has already reached an understanding with our 6 sects. If we were to align ourselves with them, they would immediately send us to the Hehuan sect. As for the 9 Kingdoms Alliance, they are too preoccupied with dealing with the Mulan people to dare offend the largest sect of the demonic path. Thus, we can only rely on the state of Yu. The Moon Concealment sect surely does not wish to be swallowed by the Hehuan sect, so they will never submit." The man's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. If the states of Jiang, Cheki, Yu, Yuanwu, and Zijin were to unite, they could indeed contend with the 6 sects of the demonic path. The woman smiled charmingly and said, "Not only that, but what about the dozen or so smaller nations to the north, like Xi and Dongyu? When they learn of the impending alliance between the righteous and the demonic, what will they decide?" The man's face expressed a hint of emotion. If so many nations were to band together, their strength would far surpass either the righteous or the demonic side. "Then let us go to the Moon Concealment sect and inform them of everything," the woman said with a light laugh. "You are indeed clever. Let us depart." The man replied with exuberance. This couple, previously aligned with the Hehuan sect, turned their attention towards the Moon Concealment sect, preparing to pledge their allegiance to this foremost sect of the state of Yu. Little did Yi Changsheng anticipate that his act of slaying Tian Buke would hasten the emergence of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Without hesitation, he utilized the Flying Spirit Shuttle, a premier magical artifact, and swiftly arrived within the bounds of Huang Maple Valley. Upon seeing the Taiwa mountain range, Yi Changsheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hurriedly returned to his cave dwelling, sealing the formation behind him, and only then did he truly feel at ease. In his modest cave, devoid of possessions, he felt an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. It is indeed comforting to return home. With a sigh, he tidied up his belongings and took a well-deserved rest. Although his journey to the state of Cheki had spanned only a few days, the myriad experiences had left him somewhat fatigued. A few days later, Yi Changsheng regained his vigor. He swiftly took stock of his remaining possessions. Currently, He had only 2,500 spirit stones and liquid assets, several hundred talismans, nearly 20 premier magical artifacts, and a trove of materials for foundational beasts. After counting, he promptly visited the Changsheng sex market, seeking a secret shop to offload most of his magical artifacts, including a dozen premier and several high-quality ones, which netted him nearly 5,000 spirit stones. He also sold a portion of his beast materials for another 1,500 spirit stones. He intended to retain the remainder for his own practice in artifact forging. After these transactions, he found himself with 9,000 spirit stones again. He replicated 20 thunder talismans, expending 4,000 spirit stones, and used 3,000 spirit stones to create a plethora of talismans. Selling these should yield around 14 to 15,000 spirit stones. With 2,000 spirit stones remaining, he could replicate 100 pills, sufficient to sustain his cultivation for quite some time. Changsheng began replicating pills for his practice, now possessing 3 types of them, which should allow him to cultivate smoothly to the mid-foundation stage. Chapter 73. The storm approaches as Changsheng commenced his seclusion for intensive training. The entire state of suddenly became rife with undercurrents. The upper echelons of various sects emerged from their secluded meditation, initiating frequent communications and gatherings. Communication talismans were dispatched from various cave abodes, summoning those who were out or in closed-door cultivation to convene and deliberate on unknown matters. Soon, the 7 major sects' nascent soul elders gathered in a clandestine location near the Moon Concealment Sect, their expressions grave as they questioned a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, who had once pursued Changsheng. It appeared they had garnered some trust from the Moon Concealment Sect. After extensive discussions, the assembly dispersed, their faces shadowed with concern. Within a secret chamber of the Taiyue mountain range, 7 or 8 core formation cultivators were suddenly summoned together, anxiously listening to a white-bearded elder in yellow robes. Among them was Li Huayuan, someone Changsheng had encountered. As the elder's voice faded, the expressions of the core formation cultivators grew increasingly somber, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the cave. Ultimately, after the elder's pronouncements, the cultivators departed, their moods fluctuating. Days later, a team composed of elite members from the 7 sects assembled outside the Moon Concealment Sect, led by a white-haired elder. If anyone familiar with her were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for she was the long-secluded Grand Elder of the Moon Concealment Sect, with the Grand Elder personally at the helm. Accompanied by 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, including the notorious Qiong Lao, this company swiftly traversed the borders of the state of Yu, heading towards the states of Cheqi and Jiang. Chapter 54. The storm approaches. Although the news had not yet spread widely, some foundational cultivators close to the upper echelons had caught wind of the developments. Soon, a wave of panic swept through the foundational cultivators of the 7 sections. However, the Qi refining disciples remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to any anomalies. It was only a matter of time before they noticed the rapid rise in prices for talismans, premier artifacts, and high-tier talismans in the various shops of the market. An artifact that previously sold for 300 spirit stones was now fetching 500. Such an exorbitant markup was enough to draw the attention of the astute. The soaring prices were sufficient to alert the observant. Han Li, still preparing for his foundational stage, quickly discerned the oddity after several visits to the market, his expression darkening. Although he was uncertain of the events at play, he recognized that the sudden demand for items related to combat, such as talismans and artifacts, indicated that unrest was likely on the horizon in the tranquil realm of the state of Yu. Han Li had few acquaintances among the foundational cultivators. Ma Laotu, the manager of Baiyao Garden, was one, and Changsheng was another. Of the two, he trusted Ma Laotu more due to their lengthy association. Moreover, Ma Laotu had once assisted him, earning Han Li's fondness. Changsheng, while fair in their dealings, remained an enigma, prompting Han Li to exercise caution. Upon sensing the brewing undercurrents in the state of Yu, Han Li promptly sought out Ma Laotu, subtly probing for information. However, upon hearing Han Li mention the price fluctuations in the market, Ma Laotu's demeanor shifted abruptly. He shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. They are beyond the scope of a mere Qi refining disciple." With no other recourse, Han Li left Ma Laotu's abode, standing in Baiyao Garden, his expression a tumult of emotions. If he does not clarify what will transpire, he cannot continue his cultivation with peace of mind. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li ultimately gritted his teeth and decided to seek out Master Yi to inquire further. He was aware of the location of the other cave dwelling, as Master Yi had informed him when he initially requested assistance in gathering materials for alchemical elixirs. Outside Master Yi's cave, a sound transmission talisman flew in. He who was in seclusion, opened his eyes, received the talisman, and upon activating it, heard the voice of Senior Sister Chun, Junior Brother. I have taken care of all those talismans and materials. I am now outside your cave. Master Yi stood up, disabled the array's restrictions at the entrance. And Senior Sister Chun's figure appeared before him. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as she gracefully entered, casting a lingering glance at him as she said, Junior Brother, it truly is not easy to meet with you. Her melodious tone carried a hint of playfulness. Master Yi chuckled awkwardly and took her hand, saying, It's not that I'm avoiding you. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Senior Sister Chun shot him a flirtatious glance and produced a storage pouch, stating, The spirit stones I earned are all here. I know this is what you care about most. Your words imply that I am an unfeeling scoundrel. But you must know that the most important person in my heart has always been you. These spirit stones are nothing. Even if all the spirit stones in the world were laid before me, I would not cast a glance if you were not there. Pa, sweet talk. Despite her words, Senior Sister Chen's face lit up with joy, clearly charmed by his flattery. Even if an opportunity to cultivate into a nascent soul was placed before me, and I had to choose between that and you, I would unhesitatingly kick that opportunity aside in favor of you. Senior Sister, you will never know how invaluable you are to me. Master Yi exclaimed, showering her with sweet words as if they were free. His words immediately dispelled the lingering gloom in Senior Sister Chun's heart, and she affectionately embraced him. After taking the storage pouch, Master Yi's divine sense swept inside, revealing a staggering sum of nearly 20,000 spirit stones. So many? Yes, the prices of talismans have surged significantly recently, hence the considerable profit. Master Yi mused, realizing that war drives up the prices of arms, and profiting from the sale of military goods is indeed the most lucrative endeavor. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I must have been too kind-hearted. He resolved to seize this opportunity of inflated prices to quickly replicate more talismans and magical artifacts for sale. I am not motivated by greed. I merely wish to strengthen the power of the Yu Kingdom. I am contributing to Yu Kingdom's cause, and the 7 sects should be grateful to me. Chapter 74. Han Li's visit. After stowing away the 20,000 spirit stones, Master Yi retrieved several bottles of elixirs from the storage pouch. He handed them to Senior Sister Chun, saying, Take these elixirs for your cultivation. If you run low, just ask me for more. I have plenty. Upon inspecting the elixirs, Senior Sister Chun was astonished to find 60 or 70 pieces, all capable of aiding foundational cultivators in enhancing their magical powers. So many. She was filled with questions regarding Master Yi's ability to consistently produce such vast quantities of talismans and elixirs. This was beyond what could be explained by mere talent as a master talisman forger or alchemist. After all, even with tireless dedication to crafting, it would be impossible to produce such a volume of elixirs and talismans. In fact, Senior Sister Chun suspected that Master Yi might have discovered the ruins of an ancient sect, acquiring the entirety of their resources, which would explain the abundance. However, despite her doubts, she chose to remain silent, her nature compelling her to support Master Yi quietly from behind. With so many elixirs, I could reach the mid-foundation stage in just a year or two, she thought. Without further comment, she stored the elixirs in her pouch, then withdrew a jade slip, saying, This is another recipe I managed to collect. Given the current tensions in the Yu Kingdom, many foundational cultivators are bringing out their hidden treasures to exchange for spirit stones to purchase talismans and artifacts. Therefore, finding recipes like this should become easier in the future. Upon receiving the recipe, Master Yi joyfully kissed Senior Sister Chun on the cheek, exclaiming, Senior Sister, I am becoming increasingly reliant on you. It is I who cannot bear to be without you. Senior Sister Chun murmured softly, her gaze becoming dreamy. Han Li stood before Master Yi's cave, hesitating for a while before finally producing a sound transmission talisman and sending it in. After a moment, the array shielding the cave opened, and a figure emerged. Brother Han, what a rare guest. Master Yi chuckled lightly. He was somewhat surprised to see Han Li. Previously, he had always sought Han Li for transactions. But now Han Li was coming to him. It seemed this fellow had urgent matters to discuss. Disciple greets Master Yi. Han Li respectfully bowed. Look at you, coming again. No need for such formality. We are of the same generation, and you entered the sect before me. Master Yi replied amicably. Han Li smiled wryly. Although he had joined the sect earlier, his current cultivation was lacking. How could he truly consider himself an equal to a foundational cultivator? Master Yi, I have come today with a matter I wish to consult you about. Han Li's expression shifted as he conveyed his intentions. Oh, what is it? After a moment's contemplation, Han Li asked, Are you aware that the prices of talismans and artifacts in the markets have surged recently? I just learned of this. What? Do you wish to inquire about the reason behind it? Master Yi's expression brightened with understanding of Han Li's intentions. Han Li bit his lip and said yes. I suspect that a disturbance may soon occur in the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, and I specifically came to consult you. I happen to know the reason behind this matter, but such information is not without cost. Master Yi replied with a faint smile. Han Li had long anticipated this. He understood that Master Yi was always one for transactions, and that he needed to present something satisfying in return. As he stood on the open ground before the cave, Han Li pondered what he could offer to entice Master Yi, given that the latter was now a foundational cultivator. The only thing he might find appealing would be rare herbs. Just as Han Li was deep in thought, a languid and charming voice floated out from the cave. Junior brother, who is it? The radiant and resplendent senior sister Chun emerged, her beauty captivating. Han Li looked up at the voice and beheld a stunningly beautiful woman stepping out from the cave, her ethereal beauty leaving him spellbound. A foundational cultivator. Han Li was taken aback upon realizing that this enchanting beauty was also a foundational cultivator. This is senior sister Qin Xiaoqian. Recognizing her identity, Han Li immediately lowered his head, not daring to gaze further. As one of the renowned beauties of Huangfeng Valley, it was impossible for Han Li not to recognize her. Although there were many disciples in Huangfeng Valley, a few stood out prominently, and she was certainly among them. He never expected that she had also achieved the foundational stage. A surge of envy welled up within Han Li. When would he, too, succeed in establishing his foundation? With the presence of the small green vial nestled against his chest, a flicker of confidence ignited within him. It's all right, he thought. Just give me time. In a few years, I shall achieve foundation establishment. As Qin Xiaoqian emerged, noticing that the newcomer was merely an ordinary-looking qi refining disciple, she lost interest. Embracing Yi Changsheng's arm, she cooed, Junior brother, may I stay with you for a few more days? There's someone present. Yi Changsheng gently patted her hand, signaling her to be mindful of their surroundings. He did not wish for the nature of his relationship with senior sister Chun to become common knowledge throughout Huangfeng Valley. Although he was aware that Han Li was not one to spread gossip, he worried that if senior sister Chun continued to act so openly in public, soon the entire Huangfeng Valley would learn of their romance. Thus, he felt compelled to remind her. What? Are you afraid this low-tier disciple will spill our secrets and let your old flame find out? Senior sister Chun teased, her eyes sparkling as she playfully huffed. Old flame? Don't speak nonsense. You are the only one in Huangfeng Valley. Yi Changsheng replied with utmost seriousness. Huangfeng Valley. So does that imply your old flame resides in another sect? Stop overthinking. It's not as exaggerated as you suggest. Yi Changsheng said while grasping her wrist gently. Humph. Senior sister Qin huffed in dissatisfaction. As a woman, her intuition informed her that Yi Changsheng surely had more than one romantic interest outside of their relationship. This she was certain of. While the two engaged in flirtatious banter, Han Li's heart was tumultuous with surprise. Chapter 75, The Facial Retention Pill. He was astounded to discover that this senior sister Qin Xiaoqian was so intimately close to Yi Changsheng. Observing her nestled against him like a delicate bird, an unexpected pang of bitterness surged within Han Li. As a renowned beauty of Huangfeng Valley, Qin Xiaoqian had previously occupied Han Li's fantasies. After all, he was not a monk devoid of desire. However, he understood that his meager talents rendered his path to immortality bleak, and thus he had never dared to approach the matters of love. Now, witnessing this once dreamed of beauty in another's embrace, he felt an inevitable sense of loss. Especially upon hearing senior sister Qin lament that Yi Changsheng had other romantic interests, Han Li was further shaken. Was this Yi Changsheng truly so charming? In that moment, Yi Changsheng's image in Han Li's mind transformed entirely. He became a tangible being. Previously, Han Li had perceived Yi Changsheng as an enigmatic, elusive entity, and naturally, he had refrained from approaching someone of such stature, wishing to avoid any interaction. Hence, whenever Yi Changsheng sought to trade with him, Han Li had remained vigilant. But now, Yi Changsheng had suddenly morphed into a flesh-and-blood individual, someone accessible. The aura of mystery had dissipated. Perhaps this was due to Han Li discovering a certain flaw in his eyes, within Yi Changsheng's character. A person who consistently appears flawless tends to create a sense of distance, making it difficult for others to approach them. Indeed, one might even perceive them as insincere, as if they were not genuinely real. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Yi Changsheng had transformed into a genuine individual in Han Li's perception. Someone approachable. Nevertheless, it must be said that this Yi Changsheng was quite impressive, managing to attract such a captivating beauty while simultaneously maintaining other romantic entanglements. At this juncture, Han Li felt an overwhelming surge of admiration and envy. Well, Han brother, have you made your decision? Yi Changsheng inquired suddenly. Han Li glanced between Yi Changsheng and Chen Xiaoqian, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Senior uncle, I possess a facial retention pill. May I exchange it for your information? He asked, bowing respectfully. The facial retention pill? Chen Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. As its name suggests, this pill preserves one's appearance indefinitely. Once consumed, it ensures that the user retains their visage from that moment onward, a concept undeniably alluring to female cultivators. After all, who among them does not wish to maintain their youthful beauty forever? The thought of aging into a frail old woman is enough to instill fear. Even female cultivators, despite their cultivation, find it challenging to resist their innate desire for beauty and youth. Many female practitioners prefer to choose methods of cultivation that may be slower or less potent in battle, solely for the sake of maintaining their appearance. While the recipe for the facial retention pill is not particularly rare and can be found easily, its ingredients are what make it a rarity in the cultivation world. To concoct a single facial retention pill, one requires various thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. Unless one is insane, few would willingly undertake the effort to refine such a pill. A handful of these rare herbs could yield numerous pills that would significantly enhance the cultivation of core formation disciples. With these pills, one could swiftly break through bottlenecks, potentially saving decades of arduous labor. This creates a unique opportunity for advancing to the nascent soul stage. Thus, the value of these thousand-year-old herbs is self-evident to core formation cultivators. If one truly obtained such herbs, it is unlikely they would choose to concoct a facial retention pill. Of course, some female cultivators might indeed consider such a trade-off, like senior sister Chun, who clung to Yi Changsheng's arm, her eyes brimming with unspoken yearning. Han Li, willing to part with several thousand-year-old herbs to acquire this information, was making quite a significant investment. Yi Changsheng mused to himself. His focus differed from senior sister Chen's. He contemplated Han Li's willingness to make such a sacrifice. After all, if he waited a bit longer, the news would eventually spread throughout Huang Maple Valley. When the time came, it would not be difficult for Han Li to learn about the impending demonic invasion, but it appeared he was anxious. Unlike Yi Changsheng, who possessed a godlike perspective, Han Li was shrouded in uncertainty regarding the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, entirely unaware of what was about to transpire. For Yi Changsheng, the future was clear. For Han Li, however, the unknown loomed ominously. He could not ascertain the extent to which these events would affect him. Therefore, it was understandable that he felt a sense of urgency and panic. For him, acquiring definitive information about the future outweighed the value of several thousand-year-old herbs. Yi Changsheng discerned Han Li's current mindset quite accurately. With a composed smile, he declared, I accept your offer, Han brother. Let us exchange the facial retention pill for this information. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy and promptly presented a jade vial. Yi Changsheng accepted it, discovering, indeed, a facial retention pill within. Nodding, he proceeded to divulge the news of the demonic invasion. Upon hearing this revelation, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his profound dismay. The demonic incursion into the Yu Kingdom signified that they, as Qi-refining disciples, would be treated as cannon fodder, thrust into the fray of battle. In that fleeting moment, Han Li was instantly seized by the notion of fleeing. After all, he already possessed the 3 primary herbs required for concocting the Foundation Establishment pill. It seemed a prudent idea to escape to another country or even retreat into the mundane world to evade this turmoil, quietly establishing his foundation. Yi Changsheng discerned Han Li's thoughts at a glance. You cannot escape, my friend. If you do, who shall assist me in cultivating spirit herbs in the future? Yi Changsheng remarked with a faint smile. In truth, the impending chaos will not be confined to the kingdom of Yu. Both righteous and demonic factions are poised to invade neighboring nations, plunging the entire southern region into turmoil. No one will be able to evade this cataclysm. Brother Han, it would be prudent to hasten your cultivation. As war looms, rare materials and pills that were once scarce will flood the markets. You must seize this opportunity and establish your foundation swiftly. Yi Changsheng's words resonated with Han Li, awakening him to the realization that his delay in refining the Foundation Establishment pill was due to the need to gather and cultivate spirit herbs. He had initially estimated that it would take at least 2 more years to collect all the necessary herbs. However, the situation had changed. With the influx of materials in the markets, the time required for gathering herbs might be significantly reduced. This might well be the only silver lining brought about by the impending war. Chapter 76. Crisis approaches. Yi Changsheng's words shifted Han Li's perspective. The urge to flee diminished considerably as he recognized that leaving Huang Maple Valley would severely hinder his ability to gather the materials needed for the Foundation establishment pill. Moreover, if the chaos were indeed to engulf the entire southern region as Changsheng suggested, there would be nowhere to hide, unless he retreated into the mundane world. But doing so would forfeit any hope of collecting the necessary materials for the pill. It appeared he had no choice but to remain in Huang Maple Valley and strive to establish his foundation as quickly as possible. Once he became a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would possess a degree of capability to safeguard himself against the forthcoming calamity. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. I understand what I must do. Han Li replied respectfully, his gratitude genuine. I have another formula for you. As before, I shall provide you with a list of materials to gather in exchange for the formula, Changsheng said, producing the recipe that Chun Xiaoqian had previously given him. The task of sourcing the materials for the pill would fall to Han Li, as Changsheng had already scrutinized the formula. The primary herbs listed were unfamiliar, with the requirement that they be over 500 years old. It seemed to be yet another ancient recipe. The reason these recipes are termed ancient is not merely due to their age, but also because the materials they demand are exceedingly rare or even extinct in the current cultivation world. Essentially, these recipes are nearing obsolescence, hence their classification as ancient. Aside from Han Li, it was unlikely anyone else could procure the required materials. After receiving the formula, Chen Xiaoqian must have attempted to gather the herbs. It was precisely because she could not find the primary materials that she handed the formula to Changsheng. Otherwise, known for her gentle nature, she would have ensured everything was prepared before presenting it to him. If even someone like Chun Xiaoqian, who could leverage the Chun family's influence, could not find those spirit herbs, Changsheng had no illusions about his own chances. Thus, this task would be entrusted to Han Li. Han Li would not need to seek out the aged spirit herbs. Acquiring seeds and cultivating them from scratch would suffice. However, a look of hesitation crossed Han Li's face. He wished to devote all his energy to establishing his foundation and had little thought for matters beyond that. After all, he could only contemplate the Foundation establishment pill after achieving success in his cultivation. With a light chuckle, Changsheng perceived Han Li's concerns. There is no need for haste. The materials on this formula can be gathered gradually. Just ensure you provide them within 3 years. Upon hearing this, Han Li sighed in relief and replied respectfully. Thank you for your understanding, Master Uncle. Changsheng nodded. You may go now. Han Li departed on his green leaf artifact, while Chun Xiaoqian, clutching Changsheng's arm, expressed her unease. Junior brother, is the demonic faction truly coming? I am somewhat apprehensive about this impending war. In the face of such monumental conflict, Foundation establishment cultivators were merely elevated cannon fodder. Even golden core cultivators could not guarantee their survival in such a tumultuous battle. Do not worry, I will protect you, Changsheng assured, gently holding her hand. Indeed, Chun Xiaoqian softly acquiesced, leaning against his shoulder. Yet, a shadow of worry flickered in Changsheng's eyes. He was not as composed as he appeared. The early onset of the demonic invasion raised questions about whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the kingdom of Yu had not yet been affected, Changsheng understood that it was only a matter of time before the demonic forces encroached upon it. The nations of Cheqi and Jiang could not withstand the onslaught of the 6 demonic sections. He needed to enhance his strength rapidly. If circumstances became dire, he would have to flee without hesitation. As the two returned to their cave residence, Chun Xiaoqian stayed for a few days, securing a facial enhancement pill. Changsheng, in turn, managed to replicate several more, consuming one himself. At their youthful age, they would now retain their appearance indefinitely at this moment. You won't be exchanging those facial enhancement pills for other women, will you? Chun Xiaoqian asked, scrutinizing Changsheng with a hint of suspicion. Such doubt was not unfounded. No one knew him better than she did. The notion of a good man was hardly synonymous with the dashing playboy persona he embodied. Days later, as Chun Xiaoqian prepared to depart, she took with her an entire storage bag filled with various talismans and artifacts. It seemed Changsheng had become the largest personal arms dealer among the 7 sects of the Kingdom of Yu. Once life settled into a routine, Changsheng continued his daily regimen of consuming pills and cultivating. Each morning began with a small pill, and he joyfully practiced every day. His cultivation was nearing the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, and with just another 2 or 3 months of diligent effort, he would likely break through. As time progressed, a month later, the elite forces from the Kingdom of Yu returning from Cheqi and Jiang arrived bearing grim tidings. Both nations had seen a significant portion of their cultivation forces fall to ruin. Many sects within these countries had been nurtured by the 6 demonic sections. Moreover, Over the years, the demonic forces had infiltrated various major sects by embedding numerous spies within. Consequently, once the war commenced, much of the cultivation power in both nations was swiftly consumed by the 6 sects, leaving only remnants behind. This was devastating news for the Kingdom of Yu. Upon the return of the Grand Elder of the Moonyue sect, the senior elders of the 7 sects convened once more to discuss matters in secrecy. Chapter 77. Under the wing of Li Huayuan, the events unfolding in the nations of Cheqi and Jiang are ones that the state of Yu cannot afford to overlook. Action must be taken. This sentiment is a shared consensus among the 7 sects. However, the extent of the necessary measures has sparked a debate. Some advocate that the 7 sects should immediately dispatch reinforcements to assist the practitioners in both nations who refuse to succumb to the demonic path in resisting its invasion. Conversely, others argue that there is no need for haste, as both Cheqi and Jiang are beyond salvation, and it would be unwise to risk lives within their borders. Instead, they propose that the immediate focus should be on uniting with other neighboring states to form an alliance, preparing to counter the joint expansion of both the demonic and righteous paths. Both perspectives garnered their proponents, leading to a prolonged and fervent discussion with neither side yielding to the other. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder of the Yue sect who made the final call. Given the diversity of opinions, he suggested that both courses of action be pursued simultaneously. A contingent of elite practitioners would be dispatched to Cheqi and Jiang, not necessarily to confront the demonic practitioners, but to rescue those unwilling to submit to the demonic forces, thereby bolstering the future resistance against them. At the same time, an urgent call for aid would be sent to nearby small and medium-sized nations, articulating the gravity of the situation and rallying them to unite against the encroachment of both the righteous and demonic forces. Following this resolution, the various sects sprang into action. In Huang Maple Valley, the resounding chimes summoned all disciples above the foundation establishment stage to the assembly hall. Changsheng, furrowing his brow, exited his cave dwelling and made his way to Huang Maple Valley. Upon arrival, he found senior sister Chun and her elder brother, Chun Xiaodian, already present. "Brother Yi," Chun Xiaodian exclaimed upon spotting Changsheng, gratitude evident in his eyes as he approached to greet him. This was their first meeting since Chun Xiaodian successfully established his foundation after receiving the foundation building pill from Changsheng and subsequently became a disciple under Li Huayuan. "Elder brother." Changsheng responded with a respectful nod. Chun Xiaodian clapped a hand on Changsheng's shoulder, his face brimming with appreciation. "Brother Yi, I want to say much more. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Elder brother is being too modest. Given the bond between Xiaoqian and me, such formalities are unnecessary." Changsheng's smile radiated warmth. However, Chun Xiaodian shook his head. "Xiaoqian is Xiaoqian, and I am I. You have given me something so precious. How could I not express my gratitude? I will remember this kindness. Let us set aside such matters. Do you know why the sect has summoned us today?" Changsheng inquired, waving a hand dismissively. Senior sister Chun interjected. "I heard it is to announce the invasion of the demonic path." "Oh, is that so?" Changsheng mused, stroking his chin, his expression contemplative. It seemed the 7 sects were indeed planning to take action. Until now, the information had been kept from the lower disciples, with only scant whispers circulating among the higher echelons. If this information were to be publicly disclosed, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. "Junior brother, is this your friend?" A melodious voice chimed in from nearby. Turning, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. "Senior sister," Chun Xiaodian exclaimed, quickly clarifying. "Yes, this is my good friend, Junior brother Yi." As he spoke, Chun Xiaodian introduced, "This is my 7th senior sister, Zhong Wenyang." Having joined the sect, he became the 8th disciple of Li Huayuan, supplanting the former position held by Han Li, who would now be relegated to the 9th. "Greetings, senior sister Zhong." Changsheng offered a respectful salute. Zhong Wenyang observed Chun Xiaodian with a knowing glint in her eye before smiling. "Junior brother Yi is indeed quite a remarkable individual. It is no wonder he has garnered the favor of the Chun family." Her words carried a hint of playful significance, and Chun Xiaodian immediately grasped the underlying implication, his face flushing crimson. "Senior sister Zhong, you tease," Chun Xiaodian retorted, his gaze betraying a mixture of annoyance and amusement. It appeared the 2 women shared a close camaraderie. "Wenyang, Xiaodian, you are here as well." Another voice interjected. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Xiaodian promptly introduced, revealing it to be Lu Jing, the 3rd disciple of Li Huayuan. Soon after, more disciples from Li Huayuan's faction began to appear, including Song Meng, Yu Kuan, and Wu Xian. "Ah, this senior brother seems unfamiliar. I have never seen him before." A sultry voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a woman clad in red approaching. Appearing to be in her early 20s, with an enchanting beauty that hinted at a beguiling charm. Dong Xinier. Upon sighting her, Lu Jing, Song Meng, and others furrowed their brows, while Wu Xian, the sixth disciple, displayed an expression of infatuation. May I ask how to address you, senior brother? Dong Xinier inquired, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Changsheng. Senior sister Chun furrowed her brows and stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Changsheng. Dong Xinier, what are your intentions? The sudden confrontation between the two women captured the attention of many Foundation establishment practitioners, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. A commanding shout echoed through the assembly hall, instantly quelling the commotion. 300 Foundation establishment disciples turned to find a man with a radiant countenance and fierce eyes standing before them. Li Huayuan, one of the few golden core practitioners from Huang Maple Valley. It is the master, Chen Chaodian whispered. Since you all know me, I shall forego further introductions, Li Huayuan proclaimed. Striding to the center of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. In the past few days, I trust you have each caught wind of some rumors. At this juncture, we shall no longer conceal the truth. Demonic practitioners have invaded Cheqi and Jiang. As Li Huayuan's words fell, a wave of uproar surged through the hall. Those who had already grasped the reality remained composed. But those who had only caught fragmented whispers now bore expressions of genuine dismay. The implications of this situation require no elaboration. You are all well aware. Furthermore, do not place your hopes on the Righteous Path Alliance, for this expansion of the demonic forces has been orchestrated in collusion with the righteous side. Both factions are advancing together. Therefore, we must rely solely on ourselves. Seeing the pallor of the Foundation establishment disciples, their confidence waning, Li Huayuan sighed inwardly. Chapter 78. The Alliance of the Seven Sects. Li Huayuan shared a similar sense of disquiet. It was not merely the Foundation establishment disciples who lacked confidence. He too harbored his own concerns. Nonetheless, as a senior member of the sect, he felt compelled to rally the spirits of the assembly. There is no need for excessive worry. The concurrent expansion of both the righteous and demonic factions has already unsettled many nations. The demonic practitioners seeking to reach our state of you will not find it so easily accomplished. Several neighboring countries may come to our aid, and our strength is not inferior to that of the demonic forces. Li Huayuan's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall as he outlined the plans conceived by the upper echelons of the seven sects. First and foremost, an alliance must be formed. The sects cannot fight separately but must unite into a joint army. An institution will be established to oversee the disciples of the seven sects, and all members will be required to adhere to its directives. Moreover, the seven sects have dispatched eloquent individuals to several neighboring nations, elucidating the pros and cons, and persuading them to unite in aiding the Yu Kingdom against the demonic forces. Ultimately, the Yuaning cultivators of the seven sects jointly issued a proposal to dozens of small and medium-sized nations in the vicinity, calling for solidarity to collectively resist the encroachment of both righteous and demonic factions. It is said that several nations have expressed their willingness to heed the call of the Yu Kingdom. Upon hearing these invigorating tidings, the expressions of those within the grand hall softened slightly. Li Huayuan discreetly nodded and continued, from now on, you all must focus on your cultivation within the cave abode and refrain from venturing far. Should the Seven Sects Alliance issue a command and you fail to respond within 10 days, you will be deemed traitors. His words dripped with cold menace. The chilling decree sent shockwaves through the assembly. The fate of traitors was well understood. Satisfied by the stunned silence that enveloped the room, Li Huayuan proceeded to elaborate on the details of the alliance. For instance, a seven sects enforcement team will soon be established, composed of both foundation building and core formation cultivators, tasked with addressing any internal desertions. No one should harbor thoughts of fleeing. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the enforcement team. Furthermore, some foundation-building disciples will be dispatched to the Cheqi and Jiang kingdoms to assist in the evacuation of their vital forces. In summary, the foundation-building cultivators of Huang Maple Valley will no longer enjoy the carefree cultivation they once did. Previously, they were unburdened by responsibilities to the sect. With ample spiritual stones provided annually, the time has come for them to contribute to their sect. In light of potential sabotage from demonic forces, many crucial locations within the seven sects will require bolstered security. Foundation-building disciples, upon receiving summons, must not flinch. All right, you may all return and focus on your cultivation. Remember, whenever the sect issues a command, you are to set aside all other matters immediately, Li Huayuan instructed, before dismissing the assembly with a wave of his hand. As Yi Changsheng exited the council hall, he noticed the heavy expressions on the faces of the foundation-building disciples. None wore a semblance of ease. It seemed that an opportune moment had arisen for him to sell his arms. He resolved to increase his supply and seize the chance to profit handsomely. He was unperturbed by the potential for increased supply to arouse suspicion. Firstly, he was processing goods through the Chun family's channels, which were relatively discreet. Secondly, during tumultuous times, trade volumes in various markets were bound to surge. With daily transactions occurring frequently, no one would notice an influx of several thousand talismans. Gazing at the sea of clouds outside, Yi Changsheng flicked his sleeve and prepared to return to his cave abode. Just then, a melodious voice reached his ears. "Senior brother, you haven't yet told Xianyuan your name." Turning around, he beheld Dong Xianyuan, clad in red, captivatingly alluring. Her demeanor exuded a delicate charm that evoked an instinctual urge to cradle her in affection. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "Junior sister Dong, do refrain from misusing your allure, lest you find yourself regretting it one day." At his words, Dong Xianyuan flashed a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As she playfully asked, "Is senior brother scolding Xianyuan?" "What do you mean by that, Dong Xianyuan?" interjected Chun Xiaoqian, sensing the tension and stepping forward to inquire coldly. "Senior sister Chun, she merely wished to inquire about this senior brother's name." "Why so fierce?" Dong Xianyuan retorted. "Humph, spare us your tricks, junior brother, we're leaving," Chun Xiaoqian declared, promptly pulling Yi Changsheng away, wary of any notions he might entertain towards Dong Xianyuan. After all, her reputation for enchantment within Huang Maple Valley was well known, having beguiled numerous disciples into becoming her devoted admirers. It appeared that Dong Xianyuan reveled in using her charms to toy with the esteemed male disciples of Huang Maple Valley, igniting jealousy amongst them. She played this game with unrelenting pleasure. Dong Xianyuan was not a woman to be trifled with. Yet Chun Xiaoqian was acutely aware that Yi Changsheng was equally unpredictable. In this encounter, it remained uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. Chun Xiaoqian wished to avoid any unwarranted competition, thus hastily departed with Yi Changsheng. With a smile upon his face, Yi Changsheng said nothing further, allowing Chun Xiaoqian to lead him away. Is he truly Chun Xiaoqian's man? This is indeed intriguing. Dong Xianyuan mused within, determined to unravel the mystery surrounding him. "I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." Watching the pair depart, a captivating smile graced her lips. "Xianyuan, why are you standing here? It's windy. You may catch a chill. Quick, wear senior brother's clothes. Begone. Xianyuan is mine. Why would she wear yours?" Came a voice from behind, filled with jealousy. Yet Dong Xianyuan couldn't be bothered to glance back. Recalling the earlier warning from her senior brother, a glimmer of intrigue flickered across Dong Xianyuan's face. "Do not use allure carelessly. He truly is an interesting character. I am increasingly curious about your identity, especially if you can make Chun Xiaoqian so devoted." Dong Xianyuan fixed her gaze on the retreating figures for some time, resolute in her decision to gather information about Yi Changsheng. She was determined to uncover his true identity and, in due time, to ensnare him, leading him to abandon Chun Xiaoqian. "Humph, I shall see how Chun Xiaoqian remains so arrogant in my presence." With that thought, she flicked her sleeve and departed. Chapter 79. Mid-Foundation Establishment. After leaving the mountaintop where the council hall was located, Yi Changsheng parted ways with Chun Xiaoqian and returned to his cave abode to continue refining medicinal pills and cultivating. He paid little heed to the affairs involving Dong Xianyuan. If she was intent on provoking him, Yi Changsheng, possessing the secrets of the harmony technique, would ensure she discovered the true meaning of suffering losses. Thus, he continued his tranquil cultivation for 2 months, until one day, after refining a medicinal pill, he successfully entered the mid-foundation establishment stage. This breakthrough felt natural, as his accumulated spiritual power led him to this new realm, having successfully cultivated the 5th layer of the Golden Spirit Star technique. The depth of his power was nearing that of a false Dan cultivator. Stretching languidly, Yi Changsheng stood contentedly and approached the entrance, where he noticed a flurry of sound transmission talismans swirling within the formation. With a wave of his hand, he collected them all. Most of the talismans were from Chun Xiaoqian, informing him that all the talismans and magical artifacts had been processed, yielding a total profit of 50,000 spiritual stones. Additionally, she relayed some recent happenings. Huang Maple Valley had dispatched a contingent of foundation-building disciples to the Cheqi and Jiang kingdoms. However, this group did not consist of any elite cultivators. Rather, they were mostly older individuals or those of lesser aptitude. In summary, these individuals were not considered the sect's future hope, as they lacked the potential to reach core formation and thus had been sent to the perilous front lines as cannon fodder. Subsequently, the 7 sects established a law enforcement team. And surprisingly, Chun Xiaotian, the elder brother of Qin Xiaoqian, was appointed by Li Huayuan as a member of this team. The law enforcement team undoubtedly represents a favorable position, as it merely requires one to patrol the borders of the Yu Kingdom, thus avoiding the dangers of the battlefield. Li Huayuan's decision to include Qin Xiaotian, a newly established foundation disciple, in the law enforcement team is clearly a protective measure, indicating his significant regard for the Qin family. Sister Qin also expressed her admiration in the communication talisman, noting that her brother's teacher was indeed commendable. Initially, Li Huayuan had won 3 invisible needles as talismans from the formidable elder of the Hidden Moon sect, and to Qin Xiaotian, he unexpectedly bestowed one of these treasures. It is worth noting that the invisible needle talisman is something that even core formation cultivators would covet. Such a generous gift reflects the value Li Huayuan places on his disciples, in stark contrast to others in the cultivation realm who treat their disciples merely as slaves. After attending to Sister Qin's communication talisman, Yi Changsheng turned his attention to a pile of pink talismans. Brother Yi, Xianer knows your identity. Hee. Brother Yi, Xianer is already outside your cave abode. Don't you want to meet me? Brother Yi, please open the door, would you? Brother Yi, Xianer has been waiting for you for 2 days. The stack consisted of no fewer than a dozen communication talismans from Dong Xianer. A peculiar expression crossed Yi Changsheng's face. It appeared that during his seclusion, Dong Xianer had visited his cave multiple times. Brother Yi, I heard you are seeking pills that can aid foundation cultivators in refining their skills. I happen to know where to find such items. In the final communication talisman, Dong Xianer revealed information that piqued Yi Changsheng's interest. Pills and recipes were precisely what he urgently required. The 6th layer of the Golden Spirit Celestial Star Art demands resources that are double that of the 5th layer. According to Yi Changsheng's calculations, transitioning from mid-foundation to late foundation would require 4 types of pills, and advancing from late foundation to false core necessitates 2 more. In total, to reach the threshold of core formation, he needed 6 distinct pills. Presently, 1 type was already accounted for, entrusted to Han Li for material collection, which should yield results within 2 to 3 years. The remaining 5 types would require further time and effort to locate. I took less than a year and a half to progress from the initial to the mid-foundation. If I have sufficient pills, I can enter the late foundation within 3 years and ascend to false core. Sitting in his cave, Yi Changsheng rested his chin in contemplation. His speed of cultivation far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and yet, his spiritual root cannot be neglected. After all, one cannot rely solely on pills for daily cultivation. Achieving mid-foundation in just a year and a half is indeed remarkable, though not entirely extraordinary. If fortune favors him, such a feat is plausible. However, should Yi Changsheng reach late foundation within 3 years, it would likely cause quite a stir among others. Han Li, whom Yi Changsheng frequently compared himself to, has yet to establish his foundation, and under normal circumstances, he would not succeed in doing so for another 2.5 years. By that time, Yi Changsheng would be nearing late foundation. With war looming, this presents a golden opportunity. Normally, those foundation and core cultivators treat their pill recipes as precious treasures. Now, in exchange for spirit stones and various resources for combat, they would be inclined to part with their valuable items. Recipes, and even materials for crafting one's innate treasures, can now be actively sought. Yi Changsheng's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he contemplated numerous possibilities. He holds unwavering confidence in entering the core formation stage, and upon reaching that milestone, he would focus on the crafting of magical artifacts. The Celestial Star Mirror is recorded as the innate treasure within the Golden Spirit Celestial Star Art. This artifact possesses immense power, yet the materials required are exceedingly rare. The 2 primary materials, illusory God Sand and 9 Heavens Purple Jade, remain elusive to him. The 2 most crucial auxiliary materials, Star Element Stone and Star Spirit Wood, are equally hard to obtain. The remainder comprises a dozen or so supplementary materials, which are comparatively easier to gather. Yi Changsheng has already enlisted Sister Qin's assistance in collecting these materials, hoping that her family's resources might yield some success. Additionally, the cultivation of the 9 aperture star element art progresses slowly, but now, he has discovered a method to accelerate this process. Yi Changsheng murmured to himself as he held a jade slip, the one inscribed with the Harmonious Union Secret Classic. This classic contains a plethora of dual cultivation techniques, among which Yi Changsheng identified one particularly suited to him, the Phoenix Empress Spirit Devouring Art. This method, utilizing dual cultivation between male and female, refines the practitioner's physique. Through this technique, During the harmonious union of yin and yang, the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could reach several times, even tenfold, that of ordinary methods. The 9-aperture star element art that Yi Changsheng aims to cultivate precisely requires the intake of vast amounts of star spirit energy. Should he enhance the absorption efficiency tenfold, the rate at which he refines his physical body would dramatically increase. According to the Harmonious Union Secret Classic, when practicing the Phoenix Empress Spirit Devouring Art, the female partner's aptitude directly influences the effectiveness of the technique. Ideally, one should cultivate alongside a woman endowed with a spiritual root or special constitution, which could elevate the refining efficiency to nearly tenfold. Upon reading these descriptions, Yi Changsheng immediately thought of Xian Rian. The dragon-chanting body is indeed a unique constitution. Moreover, engaging in this method would allow the dragon-chanting energy within Xian Rian to serve as a catalyst, drawing the external celestial star force into Yi Changsheng's body. Thus, Xian Rian's dragon-chanting energy would also be absorbed by him, alleviating the detrimental effects this constitution poses to her. Reflecting on this revelation, Yi Changsheng felt immense gratitude. Tian Buke, you are truly a benevolent person, tirelessly delivering this technique to me in an effort to save Miss Xian. I do not covet Rian's form. I merely wish to alter her tragic fate. Yi Changsheng murmured as he diligently studied the Harmonious Union Secret Classic. Days later, a woman dressed in a flowing red gown appeared once more outside his cave. Observing the cave cloaked in formations, Dong Xian'er felt a surge of frustration. She had made nearly 10 trips to this place, yet had not caught even a glimpse of Yi Changsheng. Tossing her communication talismans into the cave was akin to casting them into the abyss, as there was no response whatsoever. Dong Xian'er began to suspect that Brother Yi was deliberately avoiding her. However, the more he evaded her, the stronger her desire to win him over became. Her competitive spirit was ignited. She could not believe that her charm would fail to captivate a young man in his early 20s, especially one who was involved with Qin Xiaoqian. This only fueled her intrigue further, prompting her relentless pursuit. Although Dong Xian'er was young and not particularly powerful, her alluring skills made her the most well-informed person in Huang Maple Valley. After a brief investigation, she easily discovered that Yi Changsheng had been collecting alchemical formulas and elixirs suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Recently, she learned of the whereabouts of a particular elixir useful for that stage, prompting her to visit frequently. Whenever she had the chance, she would stroll in front of Yi Changsheng's cave dwelling. This time, as she approached the formation to place a transmission talisman, the formation suddenly stirred. A burst of radiance illuminated the surroundings, and the protective formation at the entrance of Yi Changsheng's cave opened, revealing him stepping out. "Brother, you finally deigned to meet Xianyuan," Dong Xianyuan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in her voice. "I have been waiting for you outside for many days." "Junior sister Dong, you claim to have information about an elixir?" Yi Changsheng inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Dong Xianyuan immediately feigned a sorrowful expression, saying, "Does brother only seek Xianyuan for that elixir?" Yi Changsheng frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I have no interest in your trivialities. Speak plainly. What will it take for you to divulge the location of that elixir?" At his words, Dong Xianyuan felt a surge of irritation, thinking how this Yi brother lacked any romantic sensibility. Other disciples from Huang Maple Valley would have been utterly captivated by her words, but this Yi brother was impervious to her charms. It was perplexing. While he appeared indifferent to women, his interactions with Qin Xiaoqian suggested otherwise. Yet, despite her attempts at flirtation, he remained unfazed. Was he truly a man steadfast in loyalty to a partner? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Then, with a playful tone, she declared, "The elixir is not far from us, located in the Yuanwu Kingdom. Xianyuan can inform you of its whereabouts for free. But all I ask is for you to allow me to accompany you on the quest." Yi Changsheng thought to himself, how naive of her, repeatedly trying to ensnare me. If she continues, it will be her own undoing. "Very well," he said, waving his sleeve to summon a flying spirit vessel. "This is the heavenly spirit shuttle of the Divine Armament Sect," Dong Xianyuan exclaimed, astonished. "You've quickly reached the mid-foundation establishment stage and possess such a rare artifact. You truly are an intriguing brother." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she jumped onto the vessel beside Yi Changsheng. If her earlier pursuit of him had merely stemmed from her mischievous nature, now it was genuine curiosity that drove her. In her eyes, this Yi brother was shrouded in mystery, igniting a desire to delve deeper into his persona. The elixir will be available at an auction hosted by the 3 major righteous sects of Yuanwu Kingdom. Make sure to prepare ample spirit stones, if you lack any. Xianyuan can lend you some. "No need," Yi Changsheng replied coolly, steering the vessel toward Yuanwu Kingdom. According to Dong Xianyuan, the auction would take place in the central market of Yuanwu Kingdom. A round trip should not pose much of a problem within 10 days, he mused. As they swiftly traversed the skies aboard the Heavenly Spirit Shuttle, they reached the border region between Yuanwu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom. Yi Changsheng halted and exchanged the shuttle for another flying artifact. Although the Heavenly Spirit Shuttle was swift, it was not suitable for use in Yuanwu Kingdom. Standing on the bamboo kite, he observed Dong Xianyuan drawing nearer and secretly smirked. He had discreetly employed a secret technique recorded in the Heavenly Harmony Manual, which countered most seductive arts. The more Dong Xianyuan attempted to charm him, the more she would unwittingly entrap herself. Ultimately, she would find herself unable to extricate from this web. This was Yi Changsheng's retribution. Had she behaved modestly without using her charms, there would have been no consequences. However, once she dared to use her allure to conquer him, she would face backlash. The effects of this secret technique were subtle and insidious. Dong Xianyuan remained oblivious to the changes within herself. She felt increasingly drawn to Yi Changsheng with each passing moment, craving to understand him better and grow closer to him. Consequently, she unconsciously found herself gravitating toward him. In the central region of Yuanwu Kingdom, they arrived at a bustling market. Feiyun Pavilion, Yi Changsheng murmured, gazing at the towering edifice ahead. This was the venue for the auction. Word of the demonic invasion had reached Yuanwu Kingdom, a nation neighboring Yu Kingdom, which had recently grown tense. Exchanges of various resources had become frequent, as all prepared for the potential war ahead. It was amid this backdrop that the auction at Feiyun Pavilion had been organized by the three major righteous sects of Yuanwu Kingdom. Brother, everyone here has such fierce gazes. I'm frightened. Will you protect me, brother? Dong Xianyuan said in a delicate voice, nearly clinging to Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, noticing many eyes drawn to them, particularly the male cultivators who regarded him with hostility. Raising an eyebrow, he coldly remarked, if you continue to misuse your seductive arts, do not blame me for being rude. Had it been in her usual character, Dong Xianyuan would have teased him, questioning how he would be rude. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of resistance. Reluctant to utter anything that might provoke Yi Changsheng's ire. Brother, please do not be angry. I will cease using my charms, she quickly assured, her demeanor shifting to one of poise and grace. Instantly, the throngs of admirers around them diminished significantly. The arts of the Harmony sect are truly uncanny, Yi Changsheng mused, noting her transformation. Chapter 81. Moon Spirit Elixir. Given Dong Xuanyuan's disposition, along with her formidable backing in Hongfu, it was unlikely she would ordinarily comply so readily. Yet now, she had become surprisingly obedient, a sight that would astonish anyone familiar with her. The only one aware of the underlying reason was Yi Changsheng. The persistent use of her seductive techniques had unwittingly led to severe backlash against her, all while she remained entirely unaware. Under the guidance of the Feiyun Pavilion staff, Yi Changsheng and the now composed Dong Xianyuan entered a room within the pavilion. Opening a door, they gazed down into a spacious hall. At the center, a circular stage held 2 tables, presumably where the auctioneer would stand. Surrounding the stage were several rows of chairs, nearly filled with attendees. A cursory glance revealed that most were Qi refinement stage cultivators, though quite a few were at the foundation establishment stage. Thanks to Dong Xianyuan producing a jade pendant belonging to Hongfu, they had avoided much trouble in gaining access to the second-floor rooms. Among the numerous chambers, most were occupied by foundation establishment cultivators, yet a few contained presences that were profoundly unfathomable. Yi Changsheng felt a shiver of awareness and refrained from probing with his spiritual sense. If he was not mistaken, those rooms likely housed core formation cultivators. Unexpectedly, this auction attracted even the foundation establishment cultivators. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but feel a heightened anticipation for the event. Soon, as the attendees gathered, the auction commenced. The host, an elderly man in the late stage of foundation establishment, appeared with a benevolent demeanor and a charming smile. His humorous remarks elicited laughter from the crowd, successfully enlivening the atmosphere. Following this, he promptly announced the beginning of the auction. The first item presented was an egg from a 4th-tier demon beast, an exceptionally rare treasure that even caught the attention of several core formation cultivators. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the bidding for the demon egg reached over 2,000 spirit stones. Following this auspicious start, exquisite magical artifacts, century-old spiritual herbs, and precious materials for refining continuously graced the table. Almost nothing failed to sell, with most items fetching prices ranging from 3 to 500 spirit stones, or even 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. Amidst the fervent bidding, Yi Changsheng finally spotted what he sought, a vial of moon spirit pills, capable of aiding Foundation establishment cultivators in enhancing their magical power. The host's words instantly ignited fervor in the eyes of numerous cultivators present. With turmoil looming over the cultivation world, every bit of enhanced power equated to an extra measure of safety. The starting bid was set at 500 spirit stones. No sooner had the old man announced the price than someone called out, 800 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones, 1,200 spirit stones, 1,300 spirit stones. Bids echoed back and forth among the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators present, nearly all of whom were enticed by the vial of pills. 1,800 spirit stones, 2,000 spirit stones. As the price soared to 2,000 spirit stones, most cultivators begrudgingly withdrew from the competition. 2,100 spirit stones, 2,300 spirit stones. Changsheng joined the fray, prompting curious glances from the other contenders who had been vying for the pills for some time. 2,400 spirit stones, 2,500 spirit stones. As the price climbed higher, several more cultivators bowed out. Ultimately, only Changsheng and another competitor on the second floor remained. 2,800 spirit stones. When Changsheng raised the bid by 300 spirit stones, his opponent fell silent. "Brother, what do we do? Our spirit stones are running low." A coarse voice emerged from within a box occupied by two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, both tall and resembling one another as if they were brothers. "This vial of pills is mine for the taking. Without it, we cannot hope to advance to the late stage of Foundation establishment in the near future," the elder brother coldly declared. 2,900 spirit stones, he announced, his voice resolute. 3,000 spirit stones. Came a calm response from across the room, unhesitatingly raising the bid. 3,200 spirit stones. The burly man gritted his teeth, vocalizing his bid with determination. 3,300 spirit stones. The competitor across still chose to raise the price, showing no signs of relinquishing their claim on the pills. The burly man's fists clenched tightly, his gaze icy as he stared at the source of the bidding voice. "Brother, we don't have that many spirit stones left," his companion urged, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. "There's no need to contend further. Let him have the pills." A cruel smile crept across his lips. Seeing this, the elder brother sneered. "It seems we may have to resort to our old ways. Humph, without returning to our previous profession, how will we gather enough spirit stones?" With a cold glint in his eyes, the elder brother swiftly transmitted a message to his sibling. "You keep an eye on that box. Assess their strength before we decide our next course of action." "Understood, brother, leave it to me." The ugly man exited the box, heading outside as if they were well versed in such dealings. 3,300 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? After several inquiries, the vial of moon spirit pills ultimately fell into Changsheng's possession. Moments later, a servant knocked on the door, entering the box with a tray bearing the prized vial. After inspecting it, Changsheng paid the spirit stones and acquired the pills. Selling 10 pills for 3,300 spirit stones is quite the loss for me. It seems I must procure some pills suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators, thus not only earning spirit stones, but also bolstering the strength of the 7 sects, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Changsheng mused. After obtaining the pills, Changsheng's interest in the remainder of the auction waned. Nonetheless, he remained until the end, hoping to encounter something of value. Unfortunately, nothing of interest materialized. Consequently, when the final item was unveiled, he departed with Dongxianer. The climax item was something coveted by the core formation cultivators, and leaving amidst their distraction was the wisest choice. Clearly, many cultivators shared Changsheng's sentiment. As the final item was revealed, a significant number of Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators vacated the premises, missing the fierce competition that ensued. During the climactic segment, the auction surprisingly presented 2 magical treasures, an extravagant display. As a result, the core formation experts in the boxes descended into the fray, driving the price of one of the artifacts to an astounding 50,000 spirit stones. This price left many of the Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators in a daze. For many, it was a sum they had never even glimpsed in their lifetimes. After a masked core formation master secured the final artifact, the auction concluded. Chapter 82. The dual demons of wind spirit. As Changsheng and Dongxianer soared to the border between the Yuanwu kingdom and the Yu kingdom, he suddenly halted. "Senior brother, why have you stopped?" Dongxianer inquired. "Ah, someone has been tailing us. We must pause and let them catch up," Changsheng replied with a faint smile. "What?" Dongxianer's expression shifted, and she turned to look warily behind her. In the world of cultivation, robbery was a frequent occurrence. Each time cultivators participated in auctions or trade fairs, they remained exceptionally cautious. Unless one possessed extraordinary confidence in their abilities, most would act with discretion, arriving and departing in haste. Dong Xian'er had heard numerous tales of murder and theft, but never imagined she would witness it firsthand. Previously, her activities were primarily confined to the Yu Kingdom, where her reputation as Hong Fu deterred anyone from provoking her. However, in foreign lands, her name held far less weight. After they paused, it wasn't long before two streaks of light rapidly approached from behind. Two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Dong Xian'er turned pale. Facing two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators posed a significant challenge for her, given her limited combat prowess since she had only recently entered the initial stage. Senior brother, we should flee quickly. Using the flying spirit shuttle should allow us to shake off these two. Dong Xian'er urged anxiously. Step back. I shall handle these two. Yi Changsheng calmly instructed, knowing that Dong Xian'er would only be a hindrance in this situation. Senior brother? Dong Xian'er exclaimed in shock. Taking on two opponents of the same rank alone seemed overly confident. After all, Yi Changsheng had only been cultivating for a little over a year, she thought, somewhat dazed. I possess a talisman bestowed by my grandaunt that can assist you, Dong Xian'er declared, producing a talisman. She was determined not to abandon him in the heat of battle. Yi Changsheng frowned upon hearing her words and cast a glance in her direction, noting the resolute determination hidden beneath her icy exterior. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, oscillating between allure and coldness, evoking a sense of awe in Yi Changsheng. After suppressing her charm, Dong Xian'er's entire aura transformed, leaving Yi Changsheng to ponder the terrifying power of the secret arts of the Huang sect. Merely skimming the surface of one technique had triggered such a profound change in her. He wondered, if one were to delve deeper, would a mere glance suffice to ensnare the hearts of most women? In the blink of an eye, their pursuers arrived before Yi Changsheng and Dong Xian'er, towering and grotesque. With cold, predatory gazes that gleamed like beasts, they approached. After accompanying you for so long, it is time for us to part ways. Allow me to escort you both to a place of rest, Yi Changsheng said with a calm smile, hands clasped behind his back. Upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, the two pursuers narrowed their eyes. What an audacious fellow. Over the years, no one has ever lived to take what the Wind Spirit Twins have set their sights upon. The Wind Spirit Twins? You are the infamous duo from Dongyu Kingdom. Dong Xian'er gasped, her complexion paling as she regarded them. What's wrong, Xian'er? Do you know these two? Yi Changsheng inquired, turning to her. Senior brother, they are from Dongyu Kingdom. Dong Xian'er quickly communicated through thought, rapidly detailing the notorious reputation of the Wind Spirit Twins. It turned out that these two had once belonged to a minor sect in Dongyu Kingdom, which had been annihilated. Subsequently, they became rogue cultivators, unrestrainedly preying upon both peers and weaker practitioners, earning a fearsome reputation. Given that both brothers possessed wind spirit roots, fearful cultivators had dubbed them the Wind Spirit Twins. Dongyu Kingdom, known for its complexity, ranked among the top 10 in terms of wealth and resources in the realm of cultivation. However, due to historical circumstances, it housed a multitude of sects, both righteous and demonic, alongside many insignificant factions. The infamous Demonfall Valley was located within its borders. Given the tumultuous state of the cultivation world, where minor sects were often eradicated, the number of high-level rogue cultivators in this nation far exceeded that of others. The Wind Spirit Twins were among the more notorious, their fearsome reputation stemming from their formidable strength. Even late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners struggled against them, with tales of their joint extermination of such cultivators circulating widely. Consequently, ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners tended to avoid them at all costs. I see you are aware of our renown. In that case, let us dispense with pleasantries. Hand over that vial of elixir, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. The elder brother of the Wind Spirit Twins sneered. My grandaunt is Hong Fu, a golden core elder of Huang Maple Valley. Do you dare to lay hands on us? Dong Xian'er shouted, her pallor deepening. Hong Fu. The Wind Spirit Twins exchanged uneasy glances. What do we do? Big brother, that woman is no trifling matter. This complicates things. We did not anticipate encountering a descendant of Hong Fu. The elder brother's expression fluctuated before he finally said, for the sake of our esteemed predecessor, hand over that vial of elixir, and I shall allow you to leave unscathed. What should we do, senior brother? Dong Xian'er urgently transmitted. Intimidated by the Wind Spirit Twins' fearsome reputation, she contemplated yielding, relinquishing the elixir, and departing. In her view, there was no way she and Yi Changsheng could defeat these brothers. Yet, the choice ultimately rested with Yi Changsheng. With a cold chuckle, Yi Changsheng replied, It has always been I who kills and seizes treasures. Today, the tables have turned. His words elicited wide-eyed disbelief from the trio present. So, that flying spirit shuttle was acquired through murder? Dong Xian'er mused, suddenly grasping the implications. The wind spirit twins exchanged surprised glances. Big brother. It seems this person refuses to comply. What shall we do? Should we abandon this? The brothers had survived thus far because they refrained from provoking those beyond their means. However, this time, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. If we let them go now, when will we ever advance to the late foundation establishment stage? If we delay further, we may lose all hope of achieving golden core. We cannot afford to let them escape. But what if we incur the wrath of Hong Fu? Do you think she has the time to concern herself with such trivial matters? The demonic forces are advancing toward Yu Kingdom. Those high-level cultivators are too preoccupied to worry about us. If we eliminate these two, we can return to Dongyu Kingdom and hide, cultivating in peace until we reach late foundation establishment. At that point, with that secret technique, we shall not fear even golden core cultivators. You're right, big brother. Let us proceed with this. The younger brother's eyes gleamed with determination. Yi Changsheng remained unaware of the wind spirit twins' deliberations, but their resolute expressions signaled their intent to kill him and seize the elixir. It seemed they possessed some form of assurance against the wrath of Hong Fu, the golden core cultivator. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of murderous intent. From the moment they began to track him, he had resolved to eliminate these two. As he had previously stated, throughout his journey in the cultivation world, it had always been he who killed for treasures. Never had he been the target. The majority of his possessions were acquired through the blood of others, most of whom had unwittingly walked into his path, much like the wind spirit twins today. Attack! The two parties moved almost simultaneously. Yi Changsheng flicked his sleeves, unleashing two magical artifacts toward his foes, while they retaliated by launching their own artifacts at him and Dong Xian'er. The three seasoned mid-foundation establishment practitioners engaged in combat with remarkable swiftness. Only Dong Xian'er, lacking combat experience, remained momentarily stunned until Yi Changsheng prompted her to hastily produce a magical artifact to deflect the incoming attack. Though a beat too slow, she managed to block the assault from the Wind Spirit Twins Elite artifact. From Yi Changsheng's storage pouch, magical artifacts continued to emerge, culminating in 5 or 6 premier offensive artifacts swirling before him, each radiating vibrant hues as they surged toward the twin brothers. Remarkably, the brothers matched him, each wielding 4 or 5 elite artifacts. Upon contact, their artifacts intertwined, creating a chaotic and fierce clash. Yi Changsheng unleashed his formidable magical prowess, commanding each artifact to radiate with a dazzling brilliance, forcing the two brothers opposite him into retreat. Alarmed, the Wind Spirit Twin Demons exclaimed, realizing the remarkable depth of his power. They hastily withdrew their offensive artifacts aimed at Dong Xian'er to defend against Yi Changsheng's onslaught. This respite allowed Dong Xian'er to catch her breath as she prepared her own talisman. Observing Yi Changsheng's display of overwhelming might, she was filled with astonishment. He single-handedly faced 2 adversaries, subduing them effortlessly. What an absurdity. How could these two possess such formidable spiritual awareness? Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng was equally astonished. His ample magical energy allowed him to deftly manipulate several artifacts, while the duo opposite him relied solely on their robust spiritual awareness to counter his fierce assault. Their perception was indeed formidable. Suddenly, a talisman soared from Yi Changsheng's hand, a gleaming white sword emerging from the paper, emanating an icy chill. Before Dong Xian'er could ready her talisman, Yi Changsheng had already activated his. This stark contrast in magical prowess was palpable. In mere moments since the duel commenced, all parties had unleashed their techniques. The cold moon sword descended at a breathtaking speed, shattering one of the Wind Spirit Twin Demons' premier defensive artifacts. Big brother, save me. A cry echoed as the chilling blade sliced through the air, splattering blood. The second brother's face contorted in agony as his legs were severed at the knees. Had he not evaded with the wind escape technique, he would have surely faced death. Little brother. The elder brother rushed to embrace his sibling, but the cold moon sword reappeared, relentless and unstoppable. This was a demonstration of overwhelming magical power. No artifact could withstand its might. Yi Changsheng manipulated the talisman with the ease of a foundation-building cultivator wielding a talisman against the two brothers. The talisman's power was maximized. Even the finest defensive artifacts could not withstand a single strike. Yi Changsheng was indeed formidable. Dong Xian'er watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As the cold moon sword descended, it appeared inevitable that these renowned brothers would meet their end. In a critical moment, the elder brother bellowed, Use that technique. Hearing this, his injured brother grimaced, promptly expelling a mist of blood that enveloped them both. The mist obscured them as their artifacts swiftly flew towards the Cold Moon Sword, blocking its descent. Despite several artifacts being shattered, the Cold Moon Sword's advance was momentarily hindered. However, after just a brief moment, the blood mist dissipated, revealing only one brother remaining. What? Dong Xinier gasped. Yi Changsheng's pupils constricted in shock. The second brother had vanished, leaving only the elder with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. His aura surged, surpassing the late foundation stage, nearly reaching the nascent soul realm. The Cold Moon Sword continued its descent, but simultaneously, the elder brother's artifact radiated with brilliance, releasing a blue spear to intercept the Cold Moon Sword. Fixing his gaze on Yi Changsheng, he roared, "Die!" A jolt of apprehension surged through Yi Changsheng as he witnessed the twin orbs of light erupt from the elder brother's eyes, forming two crescent blades that shot towards him with lightning speed. In that instant, the blades pierced into Yi Changsheng's consciousness, plunging him into darkness. A searing pain ripping through his head. "Brother!" He faintly heard a voice, his awareness fading, his form plummeting downward. The Cold Moon Sword slipped from his control, transforming into a mere talisman paper as it fell. Meanwhile, the blue spear hurtled toward Yi Changsheng with lethal intent. The Wind Spirit twin demons aimed to eliminate him amidst his disorientation. Dong Xinier activated her talisman, a red rope, commanding it to race forth to block the blue spear. Yet, the Wind Spirit twin demon merely utilized one artifact to thwart her efforts. With her current magical strength, she was far outmatched in this duel. Had they not prioritized eliminating Yi Changsheng, she would have been dispatched in mere moments. The blue spear descended unimpeded. In the midst of his agonizing haze, Yi Changsheng managed to summon forth a divine technique. A radiant silver light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable armor that shielded him. The blue spear did not cleave him in two as the Wind Spirit twin demons anticipated. Instead, it was halted by the silver armor, unable to advance an inch. "What is this?" The elder brother seethed, commanding the blue spear to strike again and again, yet all were thwarted by the silver barrier. A single divine technique had withstood the assault of an artifact comparable to the power of a nascent soul cultivator. This was indeed alarming. The window of opportunity was fleeting. Yet the Wind Spirit twin demons failed to vanquish Yi Changsheng in that brief span. After a few moments, his consciousness began to stabilize. His eyes brightened. Though his head throbbed painfully, he was now able to respond. Ignoring the relentless strikes of the blue spear, he summoned another talisman and infused it with magical energy. Moments later, a mirror emerged from the talisman, the Azure Clarity Mirror. A beam of white light shot forth from the mirror, enveloping the Wind Spirit twin demons and rendering them immobile. Seizing the moment, Dong Xinier commanded a red sword to strike, cleaving through the fused body of the twin demons. With a thunderous explosion, the grotesque remains scattered across the ground. Upon witnessing their demise, Yi Changsheng staggered, nearly collapsing again. "Brother!" Dong Xinier rushed to support him. "I am fine." Yi Changsheng shook his head, striving to clear his mind. What a dire situation. He chuckled bitterly, reflecting on his experiences since embarking on this path. The Wind Spirit twin demons were exceedingly peculiar. Collecting their storage bags, Yi Changsheng discovered an ancient scroll within, a manual titled Supreme Divine Seal Technique. Chapter 84. The terrifying amplification of consciousness. The words Extreme Divine Seal Method were inscribed on the cover of the ancient scroll, elegantly depicted with silver strokes and iron outlines, radiating an imposing grandeur. Upon opening the scroll, one would find it filled with an intricate web of minuscule characters, chronicling a method dedicated to the cultivation of consciousness. The Extreme Divine Seal Method promised that with each seal formed, the power of the spirit would double. The first seal, the soul-severing seal. The brothers from earlier had clearly employed this very technique, almost leading to my downfall, murmured Yi Changsheng. At this moment, his face was ashen, devoid of color. He sat on the ground, perusing the ancient scroll. Beside him sat Dong Xinier, equally pale, her eyes brimming with tears. The girl had truly been terrified, nearly convinced that she and Yi Changsheng would meet their end at the hands of those brothers. Having lived a life of privilege, Dong Xinier had never experienced such peril. Her once domineering demeanor had vanished in the face of this life-threatening crisis, leaving only fragility and fear. What if a single misstep led to their demise? Thank goodness for senior brother Yi. Dong Xinier gazed at Yi Changsheng with a heart full of gratitude. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the ancient scroll, though his complexion was pale, he exuded an aura of invincibility among his peers. Recalling how he had previously overwhelmed the twin demons of wind, her gaze grew misty. In her heart, Yi Changsheng's image had been elevated to an unprecedented height. After a cursory review of the scroll, Yi Changsheng carefully stowed it away. The extreme divine seal method possessed 4 seals, and upon mastering them all, the power of the spirit could reach 16 times that of his peers. What a truly extraordinary method. With the extreme divine seal method safely tucked into his storage pouch, Yi Changsheng preserved it with utmost caution. His mind felt muddled, unable to process many thoughts. Senior brother, the items that fell earlier are all here. Dong Xian'er whispered, handing over several talisman papers. One was Yi Changsheng's cold moon sword talisman, while the other 2 were the talismans of the twin demons of wind, one a blue spear, a formidable offensive talisman, and the other a pearl, equally aggressive in nature. After collecting the 2 talismans, Yi Changsheng neglected to examine the storage pouch of the twin demons of wind, instead summoning the flying spirit shuttle from his sleeve. Dong Jr. sister, regarding today's events, senior brother Yi, I vow to keep today's occurrences a secret from everyone, even with my heart's sincerity. Dong Xian'er immediately declared with solemnity. Yi Changsheng nodded slowly. That would be best. Dong Jr. sister. His tone suddenly softened, a gentle address. Senior brother? Dong Xian'er's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as her imagination ran wild. Bang! With a muffled thud, Dong Xian'er collapsed to the ground, unconscious. I cannot trust even my own heart's vow, Yi Changsheng murmured. He placed his hand atop her head, a swirl of pink energy emanating from his palm. Dong Jr. sister. Today, we faced the twin demons of wind, and after a fierce battle, we ultimately vanquished them. As he spoke, clouds of pink mist flowed into Dong Xian'er's mind, altering her memories. Information regarding the cold moon sword, the azure mirror, and the extreme divine seal method was erased. These items were secrets Yi Changsheng wished to keep concealed. The method he employed was drawn from the secret classic of harmonious union. This classic was indeed a treasure trove, containing records of the Hua Chunju that Dong Xian'er practiced, detailing its characteristics and weaknesses. This knowledge allowed Yi Changsheng to selectively modify her memories. However, his consciousness was severely impaired, limiting his ability to make significant alterations. He could only eliminate the information related to those talismans. Once this was accomplished, Dong Xian'er's memory correction ability would automatically fill in the blanks. How it would do so was beyond Yi Changsheng's knowledge. It relied entirely on her own imagination. Even the fact that she had been knocked unconscious would be reinterpreted in her mind. After completing these actions, Yi Changsheng's complexion grew even paler. The impact on his spirit had been too severe, akin to needles stabbing at his temples. After clearing his surroundings, Yi Changsheng hoisted Dong Xian'er onto the flying spirit shuttle, soaring towards Huang Maple Valley. After some time, Dong Xian'er gradually regained consciousness. Senior brother, be careful, she exclaimed, her face etched with concern. But soon, she was taken aback. Is the battle over? She murmured, gazing at the misty surroundings. Dong Jr. sister, you fainted during the battle, but you finally awakened. Yi Changsheng calmly replied. Senior brother, what about the twin demons of wind? They have been slain by me. Gasp. Dong Xian'er inhaled sharply, her face a mask of astonishment as she regarded Yi Changsheng. Had he truly defeated the twin demons of wind? How incredibly powerful he must be. Awe and admiration filled her heart. Then, as if a thought struck her, her cheeks flushed, and she softly confessed, Senior brother, I was of no use. Not only did I fail to assist you, but I also hindered you. It matters not. You performed admirably, Dong Jr. sister. Yi Changsheng responded gently. Then, shifting the conversation, he said, Dong Jr. sister, it is best that we keep today's events between us. Why is that? Dong Xian'er's face displayed confusion. Seeing her reaction, Yi Changsheng silently nodded, realizing she had likely forgotten the sensitive matters. Otherwise, she would not have posed such a question. You see, I prefer to keep my power a secret. Dong Jr. sister, you know we are amidst a demonic crisis. If my strength were to become known, I might be assigned perilous tasks, which I wish to avoid, Yi Changsheng explained softly. I understand now, senior brother. I vow, with all my heart, that I shall never speak of today's events, not even to my great aunt. Good. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. The two fell into silence, and Yi Changsheng piloted the flying spirit shuttle toward the Taiyue mountain range, arriving at the entrance of his cave dwelling. Along the way, Dong Xian'er kept glancing at Yi Changsheng's profile, her cheeks occasionally tinged with pink. This left Yi Changsheng perplexed, pondering what she might have imagined about their battle. Chapter 85. The task of guarding the spirit stone mine. Dong Xian'er's transformation left Yi Changsheng somewhat bewildered. He speculated that it was likely a side effect of altering her memories, probably linked to the blank spaces she had filled in. However, He had no time to dwell on such matters, for a severe headache plagued him. After parting ways with Dong Xian'er, Yi Changsheng returned to his cave, activated the formation, and collapsed into a deep slumber. He slept for 7 days and nights, awakening with renewed vigor. Stretching, he rose from his bed and retrieved the storage pouch of the twin demons of wind, preparing to take stock. He found over 20 mid-tier spirit stones and several hundred low-tier spirit stones remaining. 3 exquisite magical artifacts were left, the rest having been destroyed by his cold moon sword. 2 talismans, undoubtedly remarkable in their power, hold a significance far superior to the 2 pristine ones possessed by Yi Changsheng. They can be utilized at will in the future. A plethora of talismans, high-grade and mid-grade magical artifacts, are also present, though they are of little value. Moreover, Yi Changsheng stumbled upon a set of cultivation techniques, the primary method of the wind spirit twin demons, a form of demonic cultivation. Within its pages lies a unique secret technique, which Yi Changsheng deduced to be the method enabling the fusion of the twin demons' bodies. This technique, however, bears considerable restrictions, requiring blood relatives with identical spiritual roots. Should they merge, their power would dramatically increase, amplifying their magical and spiritual abilities. In this world, how many suitable candidates for such a technique could one find? Yi Changsheng shook his head. Aside from the twin demons, he was aware of only a pair of Thunder's spiritual root siblings in Huang Maple Valley. Yi Changsheng then retrieved the extreme divine seal technique. With this cultivation method, the last of my shortcomings has been addressed, he murmured. The magical energy cultivated through the golden spirit heavenly star technique is thrice that of the same realm. As for the physical body, by practicing the 9 aperture star essence technique, one's physical strength would also be enhanced. Now, with the extreme divine seal technique, he could also cultivate his spiritual awareness. Previously, his oversight in protecting his spiritual awareness had nearly led to his downfall. Yet, who could have anticipated that 2 foundation establishment cultivators would possess such peculiar techniques? On one hand, a method of fusion, and on the other, a direct assault on spiritual consciousness. Generally, such means are only mastered upon reaching the nascent soul stage. The presence of such abilities in 2 foundation establishment cultivators is indeed astonishing. One must not underestimate the heroes of this world. Myriad strange secret techniques and treasures abound, and one can never tell when something might emerge that could lead to their undoing. Yi Changsheng mused. After gathering these items, he resumed his cultivation. With impending conflict, every fraction of strength gained is invaluable. A month later, Yi Changsheng was awakened by a transmission talisman. It was a message from the sect leader of Huang Maple Valley, Zhong Lingdao, summoning him to the sect's assembly hall in 2 days. Upon his arrival at the assembly hall, Yi Changsheng encountered dozens of foundation establishment disciples from Huang Maple Valley. At the center stood the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, his long beard flowing majestically, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Dear disciples, I have summoned you here for an important matter, Zhong Lingdao proclaimed. I trust you are all aware of the demonic invasion. The situation in the Cheki Kingdom and Jiang Kingdom is dire. The fall of these 2 nations is inevitable, and demonic cultivators have already begun infiltrating the Yu Kingdom to wreak havoc. What? Such audacity! The crowd erupted with indignation. They haven't even conquered the Cheki and Jiang Kingdoms yet they dare provoke the Yu Kingdom? Do they not fear their own recklessness? Observing the fervent reactions, Zhong Lingdao nodded approvingly. Your passion is commendable. I have indeed chosen well in gathering you all, he remarked while stroking his beard. Currently, with the demons infiltrating and causing destruction, our 7 sects face potential attacks on vital locations such as spirit stone mines and medicinal mountains. Historically, these areas have had weak defenses, hence the 7 sects alliance has decided to deploy a group of disciples to safeguard these crucial sites. What? The moment Zhong Lingdao's words were spoken, the disciples' expressions shifted to one of hesitation, losing their earlier fervor. After all, they had merely been speaking out of indignation. Now, they faced genuine risks of combat against demonic cultivators. Disciples, let us be honest, times have changed. Do not harbor illusions of safe cultivation. That is no longer feasible. Zhong Lingdao observed their demeanor, his expression growing stern. My request for you to defend these critical locations is ultimately for your own good. You must understand that soon, the 7 sects will need to send another batch of disciples to the front lines at Jinggu Plains. Does anyone wish to be among those sent to the front? His words instantly transformed the disciples' expressions into alarm. The Jinggu Plains, the border between the Yu and Cheki kingdoms, was destined to become a front line. Although the demonic forces had yet to reach the Yu kingdom's borders, it was widely acknowledged that this was merely a matter of time. If one were to venture to the front lines, they would undoubtedly be among the first to confront the demonic cultivators. Realizing this, the Foundation establishment disciples quickly expressed their willingness to accept the Seven Sects Alliance's deployment, eager to guard various key locations. Witnessing this response, Zhong Lingdao nodded with satisfaction and produced a jade slip, saying, "Disciples, the available tasks are contained within this slip. Each of you may select one." The jade slip floated in the air, and as the disciples probed their spiritual awareness within, they found a multitude of tasks: guarding spirit stone mines, protecting medicinal gardens, securing marketplaces, and more. Yi Changsheng's spiritual awareness scanned the contents and landed on a task: to guard a large spirit stone mine near the border. A line of red text warned that inexplicable disappearances had occurred at this mine, indicating potential unknown risks. Disappearances? Could it be the spirit stone mine associated with the teleportation array? Yi Changsheng pondered, promptly requesting this task from Zhong Lingdao. Surprisingly, no one contested him. As a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was among the more formidable in this group, and no one wished to incur his displeasure. Furthermore, the task's proximity to the border deterred many from volunteering. Although Zhong Lingdao had initially intended to assign a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to the mine, he reconsidered upon Yi Changsheng's self-recommendation and agreed. "This Yi disciple seems familiar. Have I encountered him recently?" Zhong Lingdao mused. Suddenly, he recalled their last meeting. A year and more had passed since he first registered Yi Changsheng as a Foundation establishment disciple. Now, less than 2 years later, he had progressed to mid-stage Foundation establishment. As for Zhong Lingdao's astonishment, we shall not delve further. After accepting the task, Yi Changsheng promptly departed the assembly hall. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he began to replicate a substantial quantity of talismans and elixirs, filling several bulging storage bags before seeking out Senior Sister Chen. Distribute the elixirs in several batches. Avoid drawing attention, Yi Changsheng instructed. "I am well aware," Senior Sister Chen replied, nodding. Having handled various supplies brought by Yi Changsheng, she had gained considerable experience. "Are you about to embark on your task?" she inquired with some concern. "Yes, I am to guard a spirit stone mine. There should be minimal danger. You need not worry," Yi Changsheng reassured her. "But you must take care not to be mistaken for cannon fodder." A smile graced Senior Sister Chen's face. "Our Chen family is one of the 3 great clans of Huang Maple Valley, and as the clan leader's daughter, no one would dare treat me as expendable." "That is good to hear." After a moment of tender exchange, Yi Changsheng took his leave. Without returning to his own cave dwelling, he hurriedly made his way to the market of Tianqing sect, arriving before the small courtyard where Exine Rian resided. "Young master, it's you." Upon opening the door and seeing Yi Changsheng's figure, Xiao Mei exclaimed in surprise. A flurry of hurried footsteps soon brought Exine Rian to Yi Changsheng's side. A slight blush adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with joy as she performed a graceful bow, saying, "Rian pays her respects to Brother Yi." "Rian, there is no need to be so formal with me," Yi Changsheng replied as he approached her. Once seated, Exine Rian personally poured a cup of spiritual tea. Upon tasting it, Yi Changsheng felt a refreshing aroma permeate his lungs and spleen. "Young master, if you do not come soon, Miss and I will have to move." Xiao Mei pouted from the side, seemingly complaining about Yi Changsheng's prolonged absence from their lives. "Haha, it is my fault. I've been rather busy lately, and it seems I will be even busier in the future," Yi Changsheng said, his expression turning serious. "Is it about the invasion of the demonic path?" Exine Rian's heart stirred as she inquired. "Indeed, the state of you will soon engage directly in battle against the demonic path, and I may not be able to pay attention to you for quite some time. Brother Yi, please take care." Exine Rian seemed to have a multitude of words to express, yet ultimately could only utter those 4 words. "Xiao Mei, bring out those formations," Exine Rian commanded. Xiao Mei complied, and soon emerged from the room with a storage bag. Inside were numerous formation plates and flags. "These are the formations I have set up recently. Some for trapping enemies, some for attacking, and others for concealment." Exine Rian elaborated on the purpose of each formation and how to manipulate them. Yi Changsheng listened attentively, recognizing that these formations represented Exine Rian's hard work. Among them, the most formidable one could trap a core formation cultivator for several hours, which was truly alarming. Yi Changsheng accepted the formations and then produced a storage bag, handing it to Exine Rian. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find thousands of spirit stones, several top-tier magical artifacts, and a selection of pills and talismans. Her expression shifted to one of surprise, and just as she was about to speak, Yi Changsheng raised 2 fingers to her lips. "Rian, no need to say more. Please accept these spirit stones," Yi Changsheng said gently. This ambiguous gesture immediately caused Exine Rian to blush deeply, her bright eyes shimmering as she finally accepted the storage bag. In terms of value, the formations Xian had gifted far surpassed the items Yi Changsheng had provided her. Xian had always been mindful of Yi Changsheng's life-saving grace, coupled with her own unexplainable feelings, which led her to gift him formations for free each time. Yet, how could Yi Changsheng take advantage of her in such a manner? He had not bestowed upon her overly precious treasures. Rather, he provided resources and life-saving items that were desperately needed by Xian. Rian, how is your health now? Yi Changsheng inquired. Has there been any recurrence recently? Xian's delicate face gradually regained its tranquility as she smiled sweetly and replied, Since brother, Yi saved me last time. My ailment has not flared up again. Yi Changsheng reached out, placing his hand on her slender wrist to assess her internal condition. Indeed, under the suppression of the Millennium spiritual medicine, the onset of her dragon-chanting physique had been temporarily alleviated. However, this was merely a stopgap. As long as Xian continued to cultivate, her meridians would still continue to wither. I have devised a solution for your condition. Yi Changsheng spoke slowly. Really? Even with Xian's calm demeanor, she could not help but display a hint of excitement at that moment. It is true. If all goes well, it should resolve your physical issues and allow your cultivation to advance rapidly. A smile spread across Yi Changsheng's face. What method is it? I will tell you when I come next time. Yi Changsheng looked at her meaningfully, speaking slowly. Xian's heart skipped a beat, a rosy hue blooming on her face. She felt as though Yi Changsheng's burning gaze was almost consuming her. After a brief moment, Yi Changsheng followed Xian to tour their new residence. A serene little mountain had been surrounded by formations, secured as if it were an impregnable fortress. Had it not been for waiting for Yi Changsheng, the master and servant pair would have already moved in long ago. Now, with the unrest in the cultivation world, they dared not remain in the market any longer. Upon Yi Changsheng's arrival, Xian and Xiao Mei immediately relocated, transferring everything from the market to this little mountain, thus retreating into seclusion. Yi Changsheng felt reassured about their safety here. Even if a core formation cultivator were to arrive, they would not detect anything amiss. After staying there for 2 days, Yi Changsheng returned to Huang Maple Valley, tidied up his cave dwelling, and then proceeded to the council hall. There, he met with the 10 Qi refinement disciples assigned to him by the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao. These individuals would accompany him to guard the spirit stone mine. At this point, even Qi refinement disciples could no longer cultivate peacefully. Various tasks were assigned, with priority given to the elderly, weak, and infirm. A casual glance revealed that the 10 individuals were all relatively older cultivators, indeed strong, with none below the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, it was clear that they had long lost hope for foundation establishment, which is why they were dispatched. Let us go. Yi Changsheng led the way out of Huang Maple Valley, taking to the skies on a bamboo kite, accompanied by the 10 Qi refinement disciples towards the spirit stone mine. Chapter 87. The gathering at the Yinhua sect first. They would converge with the disciples of Yinhua sect before heading to the spirit stone mine. Standing atop the bamboo kite, Yi Changsheng reflected on the sect leader's instructions. The spirit stone mine he was to guard was one of the largest in the state of Yu. Originally, it was overseen by an elderly early foundation establishment cultivator from Tianke Fortress. Such a defensive force sufficed in peacetime. But now, during this critical juncture, the 7 sects would certainly send reinforcements. In addition to Yi Changsheng, a late foundation establishment cultivator from Yinhua sect would also be dispatched. Everything would revolve around this Yinhua sect cultivator. Yi Changsheng needed to meet with this person first before proceeding together to the spirit stone mine. Yinhua sect. Yi Changsheng's gaze flickered as he recalled the striking beauty of Nangong Wan. The massive bamboo kite soared over endless mountains, with Yi Changsheng standing at the front, hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing in the brisk wind. Behind him, the 10 Qi refinement disciples looked on with awe and admiration. Among them was a seemingly youthful late foundation establishment cultivator, destined for greatness. Compared to these individuals who had lost hope for foundation establishment, he was indeed like a celestial being among mortals. Master Yi. The Qi refinement disciples silently recited this name, secretly vowing to win the favor of this esteemed elder during their journey ahead. They arrived smoothly at the gates of Yinhua sect. This was a range of peaks even more magnificent than the Taiwan Mountains where Huang Maple Valley was located. Atop the towering summits stood magnificent palaces. Celestial cranes soared, and auspicious clouds swirled, presenting a scene of ethereal beauty. The Qi refinement disciples behind him gazed on with envious expressions. The spiritual veins occupied by Yinhua sect were the finest in the state of Yu. Cultivating here was significantly faster than in Huang Maple Valley. Upon landing at the entrance of the Yinhua sect, and after presenting their tokens following the necessary protocols, Changsheng and his companions were ushered into the sect. A refined gentleman clad in white, possessing a handsome countenance, approached them with a beaming smile. I am Xianlu, one of the external affairs managers of the Yanyu sect, and I shall accompany you, fellow cultivators from Huang Maple Valley, to the Spirit Stone Mine. I am Changsheng, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from Huang Maple Valley. Changsheng replied with a polite bow. Indeed, this was the person he had anticipated. With Xianlu representing the Yanyu sect, Changsheng could ascertain that the upcoming destination was the Spirit Stone Mine that housed the ancient teleportation array. If memory served him correctly, Xianlu had once inadvertently stumbled upon the location of the ancient teleportation array in his earlier years, when his cultivation was still feeble, barely escaping the clutches of a blood jade spider. He was well aware of both the ancient teleportation array and the Great Teleportation Order. It was likely that the recent demonic invasion had piqued Xianlu's interest, prompting him to undertake this task, much like Changsheng. Junior brother Yi, our sect still requires some preparations. Shall we depart in the afternoon? Xianlu inquired amiably. Changsheng nodded nonchalantly. As you wish, senior brother Xian. Xianlu's face broke into a smile. Junior brother Yi is a reasonable person. How about I accompany you to enjoy the scenery of the Yanyu sect during this time? That sounds delightful. Xianlu led Changsheng forward while the disciples from Huang Maple Valley were escorted by several Yanyu sect disciples to a resting area. After walking for a while, Changsheng suddenly inquired, Senior brother Xian, I believe there is a nascent soul elder in your sect with the surname Nangong, is there not? Indeed. Elder Nangong tends to keep a low profile, and her name is rarely known to outsiders. I am surprised that junior brother Yi is aware of this, Xianlu replied, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Haha, I only heard of Elder Nangong's name in the past few days. A senior informed me that I should deliver an item to her upon my arrival at the Yanyu sect, and he requested that you assist me in this matter. He claimed to be an acquaintance of Elder Nangong, Changsheng explained, producing a box from his storage bag. Xianlu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he accepted the box, noticing a spirit talisman affixed to it, clearly intended to prevent unauthorized access. What could be inside? A wave of curiosity surged within him, yet he understood the importance of discretion. Rest assured, junior brother Yi, I will deliver this item to Elder Nangong immediately, Xianlu said with a warm smile, tucking the box away and making his way towards a certain peak within the Yanyu sect. Watching his departing figure, Changsheng's eyes glimmered with amusement. It had only been 2 years since the blood-red Forbidden Ground incident. Nangong Wan, no doubt, still vividly recalled that fateful day when a mere qi-refining disciple had tarnished her reputation. This incident had surely left an indelible mark upon her heart. Today, he would ensure that this mark deepened even further. With his hands clasped behind his back, Changsheng patiently awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Xianlu arrived at Nangong Wan's cave dwelling. Though referred to as a cave, it resembled a grand palace. Doubt and curiosity swirled within Xianlu's mind. An acquaintance of Elder Nangong, he knew well that she was a reserved figure, her name hardly known even among the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. Even within the Yanyu sect, few had laid eyes upon her true form. Could she truly have an acquaintance? Who could it be? Before the entrance of Nangong Wan's palace, 2 female qi-refining cultivators stood guard. Upon seeing Xianlu, one approached and inquired, Senior Xian, this is the cave of Elder Nangong. What brings you here? Xianlu produced the box and handed it over, stating, a foundation establishment cultivator from Huang Maple Valley entrusted me with this item for Elder Nangong, claiming it was a gift from an acquaintance of hers. I kindly request that you relay this message. Please wait, Senior. The female cultivator accepted the box and entered the cave. A Huang Maple Valley cultivator? Nangong Wan's heart stirred as she accepted the box. Blowing gently, the spirit talisman fell away, revealing a jade vial and a scroll within. A look of confusion crossed her face as she opened the jade vial, and in an instant, even her experienced eyes revealed a glimmer of astonishment. A Dingyandan. Such a rare elixir. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to procure one. Although Nangong Wan's cultivation technique naturally possessed an effect that preserved her youth, the mere sight of this elixir stirred her feminine nature. This was indeed an extraordinary gift. Her curiosity heightened. Nangong Wan began to speculate about the identity of the sender. To offer such a precious Dingyandan, what could possibly lie within the accompanying scroll? Closing the jade vial, she unfurled the scroll. This was a portrait, set against a backdrop of vibrant flowers in full bloom. The exquisite and captivating Nangong Wan stood among them, holding a bouquet, her eyes closed. A gentle smile gracing her face. Her delicate chin was slightly raised, her hair dancing in the wind, carrying the fragrance of flowers, as if she were lost in a moment of bliss. The soft lines softened her typically aloof and proud demeanor as a nascent soul cultivator, portraying her instead as a vivacious and innocent girl. This starkly different portrayal immediately stirred Nangong Wan's emotions. Was this how she appeared in the heart of another? Lost in thought for a moment, she was jolted back to reality when the jade vial rolled off to the side. Rolling up the scroll, she commanded, "Let Xianlu in." "Yes, master," came the response from outside. A moment later, Xianlu entered, bowing respectfully. Disciple Xianlu pays his respects to Elder Nangong. As he lowered his head, a quick glance revealed her ethereal beauty, igniting a flicker of ardor in his gaze. Elder Nangong had yet to take a partner. If only he could reach the nascent soul stage, then, though Xianlu was not unfamiliar with Nangong Wan, as they had both been disciples of the Yanyu sect during the same period. She had long since attained nascent soul while he remained at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It was impossible for him not to harbor thoughts of her, given her striking appearance. After all, this was the Yanyu sect, not a secluded monastery. However, the vast disparity between their cultivations rendered his aspirations mere fantasies. "What is the name of the Huang Maple Valley disciple who sent you this?" Nangong Wan's icy voice broke the silence. Reporting to Elder, his name is Changsheng, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Xianlu replied respectfully. "Mid-stage foundation establishment?" Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, Elder, is there an issue?" Xianlu's eyes widened in astonishment. Why would Nangong Wan react so strongly to the cultivation level of a Huang Maple Valley disciple? Nangong Wan's gaze flickered before she regained her composure. "Have him come to me," she ordered coldly. "Understood." Xianlu stepped back, his mind swirling with questions. "Junior brother Yi, Elder Nangong requests your presence," he said, casting a peculiar glance at Yi Changsheng. Nodding, Yi Changsheng replied, "Please lead the way, senior brother Xian." Accompanying Xianlu, they arrived at the palace where Nangong Wan resided. "You may enter, junior brother. Master Nangong awaits you within," Xianlu said in a gentle tone. "Thank you, senior brother Xian," Yi Changsheng replied, a serene smile gracing his face as he followed the maid into the palace. The sect of Yanyu truly knows how to make an impression, he mused inwardly. Huang Maple Valley disciple Yi Changsheng, paying respects to senior Nangong. Upon hearing the voice, a complex expression flickered across Nangong Wan's face, her eyes revealing an unspeakable meaning before swiftly turning icy. "Yi Changsheng, who sent you these items? Speak truthfully. Should you deceive me even slightly, I shall impose severe punishment." Nangong Wan's phoenix-like eyes chilled as she asked in a detached manner. "Surely you jest." Yi Changsheng chuckled lightly, raising his head to brazenly scrutinize her exquisite features. "Naturally, they are gifts from your disciple." "Impertinent." Nangong Wan's expression hardened like ice, a powerful aura characteristic of the core formation stage radiating from her, enveloping the entire cave. "You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dare to be so brazen before me." She stood, taking a step forward, a formidable pressure bearing down on Yi Changsheng. A faint smile appeared on Yi Changsheng's face as he responded, "Please, master, temper your anger. I have something I wish for you to appraise." With that, he produced a box from his storage bag. Nangong Wan's gaze sharpened, captivated by the box. As it opened, a flurry of lights shot forth, swiftly landing at the corners of Nangong Wan's cave. They were flags. "Array flags? What are you up to?" Nangong Wan exclaimed, startled, but before she could react, the flags had already been planted, and an array enveloped the area in an instant. Outrage washed over Nangong Wan's face. She could scarcely fathom that Yi Changsheng would resort to such a tactic. The array crafted by Xian Ruyan could easily trap a core formation cultivator. Observing the mix of anger and astonishment on her face, Yi Changsheng's smile widened. With a swift motion, he waved a flag, and strands of wind coalesced into ropes that ensnared Nangong Wan with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, she found herself unprepared for Yi Changsheng. "What do you intend to do?" Her expression froze into a mask of cold indifference, her gaze icy as it fixed upon him. If she had been momentarily affected by the painting earlier, now her heart was filled with despair. Such actions were undeniably a challenge to her limits. Trapping her within her own cave using an array was an audacious affront. Nangong Wan's icy glare bore into Yi Changsheng, if he intended to inflict harm. She was not one to be easily bullied. Even at the cost of exhausting decades of her cultivation, she would ensure he paid dearly. Slowly approaching, Yi Changsheng stood before her, chuckling softly. "Master Nangong, what I intend to do today is far beyond mere audacity." He reached out, lifting her delicate chin, and murmured in her astonished and furious gaze, "For some reason, I feel calling you Master Ancestor suits you better." What do you think, ancestor? As he spoke, his hand ventured further. Nan Gongwan's eyes widened in shock and indignation. How dare you? Let go of me. She struggled fiercely, her face flushed with embarrassment as she vaguely anticipated what was to come. Shoo! Yi Changsheng leaned closer to her ear, whispering with a mischievous tone, keep your voice down. Master ancestor, you wouldn't want the disciples outside to overhear, would you? Startled, Nan Gongwan's voice immediately lowered. She could not afford to lose face. Although her cave was sealed to prevent sound from escaping, she could not risk whether Yi Changsheng's array would interfere with those restrictions. Gradually moving behind her, Yi Changsheng's deep, magnetic voice resonated. Have you viewed the painting I gifted you, Master Ancestor? Be silent, Nan Gongwan retorted, a mix of shame and fury lacing her words. Her tone lowered. TSK, such an attitude won't do, Ancestor, Yi Changsheng replied with a smile. The sound of tearing fabric echoed crisply. Yi Changsheng's movements were slow and gentle, deliberately avoiding any hasty actions against Nan Gongwan. Even though the array could not hold a core formation cultivator for long, he was in no rush. Patience is key. Master Ancestor, did you not say you would punish me? Now, I request your retribution. His voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Nan Gongwan's ear. Chapter 89. Spirit Stone Mine outside the palace. Xian Lu waited from morning until afternoon, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, he had yet to see Yi Changsheng emerge. His eyes grew increasingly vacant. Approaching, Xian Lu gently addressed the two qi refining female disciples. Could you remind Master Nangong? With a resigned glance, the two shook their heads. Senior Xian, how could we dare disturb Master Ancestor? What could that Huang Maple Valley disciple possibly need to discuss with Master Nangong for so long? Xian Lu said, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as he paced restlessly. Within the palace, Yi Changsheng's deep voice resonated. Master Ancestor, I was merely jesting. No one outside can hear us. Nan Gongwan glared at him with a vengeful look, though her gaze had lost its initial sharpness, instead resembling a mesmerizing pool of water devoid of any lethal intent. Chuckling softly, Yi Changsheng remarked, Master Ancestor, do your eyes still hold reproach for me? But this array can hardly restrain you any longer. His eyes twinkled with teasing amusement, as if mocking her pretense of restraint. Nan Gongwan felt an urge to rebuke him, but she realized she was trapped in his grasp from the start and lacked the strength to escape. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, fearful that speaking would unleash her suppressed emotions. Instead, she could only glare at him with a sultry gaze. Outside, just as Xian Lu was on the verge of numbness from waiting, the door finally creaked open. Yi Changsheng emerged, his expression grim. Junior brother Yi. Xian Lu hurried forward, his eyes filled with questions. Alas, do not even mention it. Yi Changsheng sighed dramatically, appearing thoroughly exasperated. I know not how that esteemed elder offended Master Nangong, but once summoned, she relentlessly chastised me. Xian Lu, upon hearing this, regarded him with skepticism. Could he genuinely believe such a tale? Yet, Yi Changsheng's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Besides, there seemed to be no other explanation. Xian Lu simply could not fathom what a Foundation establishment disciple could possibly discuss for such an extended period within Master Ningong's cave. Junior brother Yi, we have all awaited your return for an eternity. Xian Lu lamented with a wry smile. My apologies, truly, it is my fault. I owe you an apology. Senior brother Xian. Alas, let us not linger further, he replied, shaking his head as he followed Xian Lu away from the palace. At the entrance of the palace, one of the two women standing on either side whispered, Did you notice that when Master Yi emerged, there seemed to be a peculiar scent about him? The other maid replied, I found it somewhat strange too. He certainly didn't have such an odor when he entered. Master Nangong has never allowed anyone to linger in her cave for so long. Who exactly is this acquaintance of hers? As the two were engaged in hushed conversation, a chilling voice resonated from within the cave. What are you two discussing? Instantly, the maids' faces turned pale, and they fell to their knees in fear, exclaiming, Forgive us, Master. 20 slaps. Yes, the maids dared not resist. However, as they accepted their punishment, a trace of doubt lingered in their hearts. Why did Master Nangong's voice sound somewhat hoarse? Inside the hall, Nangong lay languidly upon a couch, exuding an air of casual elegance. Her gaze was unfocused, staring blankly ahead. After a moment, she murmured, Shameless little thief. After several days of travel, Yi Changsheng, accompanied by 10 disciples from Huang Maple Valley and Xuanyue's disciples from the Huang sect, arrived at a vast wasteland. The Spirit Stone Mine lay within a deep canyon, exceeding 100 zhang in depth. Upon their arrival, several cultivators emerged from the mine to greet them. One of them, a foundation-building cultivator named Yu Xing, appeared to be an elderly man in his 60s, with a shrewd expression. Alongside him were 5 or 6 chi-refining disciples, the entirety of the mine's previous guards. Once assembled, Xianyue produced the token of the 7 sects alliance and declared, "From now on, I shall lead our group. Does anyone have any objections?" As a late-stage foundation-building cultivator with the authority of the 7 sects alliance, Xuanyue's assertion was entirely justifiable. Yuxing, being only a novice in foundation building, naturally did not contest and nodded in agreement. Yi Changsheng, indifferent to the trivial power struggle, merely nodded along. "Very well. Let us descend and prepare our defenses. While I may lead, I will still respect the opinions of my fellow Taoists," Xianyue said as he looked towards the 2 men. Yi Changsheng smiled noncommittally. Xianyue then turned his gaze towards the spirit stone mine, a fervent glint igniting in his eyes. The teleportation array, the great shift order, the blood jade spider. He was determined to acquire them all. Before the spirit stone mine, Yuxing, affiliated with Tianke Fortress, provided Yi Changsheng and Xianyue with a detailed account of the situation. "Each month, we must pay tribute to the 7 sects with a certain quantity of spirit stones. If the extraction for the month falls short, we must compensate from our own resources," Yuxing explained. Upon hearing this, Xuanyue's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "What if we extract more?" "More? Haha, that won't happen," Yuxing replied with a knowing shake of his head, smiling. Yi Changsheng immediately grasped that any excess spirit stones likely lined the pockets of Yuxing and his cohorts. "This place is a treasure trove for me," he mused, eyeing the myriad of mine shafts. Chapter 90. No internal traitor, just a bit of spirit stone theft. Standing before the various mining tunnels, Yi Changsheng halted a chi-refining disciple and asked, "I heard that people often go mysteriously missing here?" "Indeed, Master Uncle. Several chi-refining disciples have inexplicably vanished in the tunnels over the years. We have investigated multiple times, but found no cause," the disciple replied hesitantly. "Perhaps some beast lurks in the tunnels," he added. "A beast? Are you certain?" Yi Changsheng probed. "I must inform you, Master Uncle, that this is merely a rumor circulating among us lower-tier disciples, with no solid evidence," the Tianke Fortress disciple said with a wry smile. Yi Changsheng's expression turned contemplative. He then inquired, "In which areas did these disappearances occur?" Upon hearing this, the disciple promptly produced an old map, indicating a specific region. "It was roughly in this area, which is nearly depleted of spirit stones. After the disappearance incidents, we completely abandoned mining there." Yi Changsheng took the map, scrutinizing it carefully and committing the location to memory. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xianyue conversing with Yuxing, the occasional sidelong glance revealing his underlying concern for Yi Changsheng. With a cold smirk inwardly, Yi Changsheng entered the mine, intentionally telling the Tianke Fortress disciple, "I will go check that area to see if there truly are any beasts causing trouble." As he ventured deeper into the mine, Yi Changsheng's figure soon vanished from sight. Moments later, Xianyue and Yuxing concluded their conversation and casually approached. Standing beside the Tianke Fortress disciple, Xianyue nonchalantly asked, "I just saw Huang Maple Valley's Master Yi enter the tunnels. Is there something he seeks?" Faced with the inquiry from a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, the disciple dared not conceal anything. He respectfully replied, "Master Yi inquired about the past disappearances in the tunnels and mentioned he would investigate the matter." "Oh, is that what he said?" Xuanyue's tone turned curious. "I wouldn't dare conceal anything," the disciple quickly asserted. "You may leave now," Xianyue said with a smile, exuding grace and elegance. "Yes," with hands clasped behind his back. Xuanyue's gaze turned icy as he observed the area where Yi Changsheng had entered. Investigating the disappearances? What exactly is this Huang Maple Valley disciple plotting? Is he genuinely interested in these cases, or does he know something more? Xuanyue's expression darkened ominously, a hint of murderous intent simmering in his eyes. "I still need some time, Brother Yi. Until then, please do not force my hand prematurely." Turning away, Xuanyue's demeanor softened as he summoned a disciple from the Canyue sect. "You will wait here for Huang Maple Valley's Master Yi to emerge and inform him that there is an important matter to discuss." "Yes, Master." Guided by the map, Yi Changsheng arrived at the area where past disappearances had occurred. The mine tunnels intersected in a labyrinthine network, with dark, profound shafts leading into the unknown. Even those who had worked here for years found it challenging to ascertain how many tunnels had been excavated beneath this extensive spirit stone mine. After traversing several tunnels, Yi Changsheng sensed no presence related to the blood jade spider. Shaking his head, he thought, "Perhaps I should first pilfer some spirit stones. The matter of the blood jade spider can wait." The spirit stones extracted from the mine were typically stored in a centralized location, surrounded by a certain restriction. Unless the restriction was lifted, they could not be placed in storage bags for transport. This precaution was taken to prevent anyone from surreptitiously seizing all the spirit stones at once. Generally, only at the beginning of each month, during the handover of the spirit stones, would a foundation-building cultivator like Yuxing unlock the restriction. Yuxing had previously elaborated on these details to both Yi Changsheng and Xianhua. However, Yi Changsheng had no intention of disturbing the already extracted spirit stones. His true objective lay in the spirit stone veins concealed deep within the mine. He aimed to locate a region rich in spirit stones and use his right hand's ability to extract all the spirit stones therein. Leaving the area where the blood jade spider was active, Yi Changsheng made his way towards the zones with a higher concentration of or veins. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally beheld a glimmering array of spiritual stones. A smile illuminated his face. Fortunately, he had gathered the requisite auxiliary materials prior to his arrival and had concocted a potion to refine his eyesight using the essence of the fish dragon material. This significantly enhanced his vision. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to locate the spiritual stones swiftly in this dark underground realm. He approached the exposed cluster of spiritual stones. The fish dragon materials he had procured from the ethereal marsh had been replicated numerous times, all utilized to enhance his vision, augmenting it several-fold. Observing in the darkness now bore little difference from doing so in illuminated surroundings. His visual range now surpassed even his spiritual sense. With such extraordinary sight, he navigated the dark mine with unparalleled ease. Upon reaching the spiritual stones, Yi Changsheng placed his right hand upon them, silently intoning, "Copy." In an instant, the entire array of spiritual stones vanished, replaced by a singular dark fruit in his hand, the Xianyin fruit. Previously, he had analyzed a 3,000-year-old Xianyin fruit in the blood-red Forbidden Land, and now, with the assistance of the spiritual stones here, he replicated it. Although this fruit held no immediate use for him, retaining it could prove beneficial at some future juncture. In the blink of an eye, he found himself holding a dozen Xianyin fruits. Just as he intended to continue his replication, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted before him. Boom! The mine tunnel collapsed, and a cascade of rocks plummeted, creating a cacophony of sound. With the spiritual stones extracted, the space they once occupied became void, bereft of support. Consequently, the tunnel succumbed to collapse. Yi Changsheng swiftly evaded the crumbling mine and hastened towards the exit. What transpired? It seems a section of the tunnel has caved in. We must investigate the situation. Wait, do not enter just yet. This is the most perilous moment in the mine. We should wait until it is completely calm. A composed voice advised. As Yi Changsheng slipped to the entrance, he overheard this discourse. Stepping out with poise, he encountered several disciples of the Qi refinement stage. Upon seeing him, they promptly greeted him with respect. "Uncle Yi." I was just inside investigating the disappearance incident when I heard such noises." "What has happened?" Reporting to Uncle Yi, "It appears a section of the mine has collapsed." "Ah, I see." At that moment, a disciple of the Hidden Moon sect stepped forward, saying, reporting to Uncle Yi, "Uncle Xuanla requests your presence for a gathering." Chapter 91. The Blood Jade Spider Xuanla Seeks Me? A knowing glimmer appeared in Yi Changsheng's eyes. It seemed Xuanla was indeed anxious, fearing that he might discover the location of the ancient teleportation array during his investigation below. In Xuanla's mind, the ancient teleportation array and the grand displacement decree were likely regarded as his own precious secrets. Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment, thus he thought, his gaze shimmering as he proceeded towards Xuanla's location. In a cavern, Yuxing and Xuanla sat together. Upon Yi Changsheng's arrival, Xuanla greeted him with a warm and gentle smile. "Junior brother Yi, I just heard some commotion outside. What has transpired?" Xuanla inquired calmly. "It seems a part of the mine has collapsed. I was inside investigating when I heard the noise and immediately came up." Yi Changsheng's words caused Xuanla's expression to sharpen, revealing a flicker of curiosity as he asked, "What exactly are you investigating, junior brother Yi?" "The disappearance incident." A shadow passed through Xuanla's eyes before he donned a smile, saying, "I did not expect you to take such matters to heart. However, our primary purpose for being assigned here is to prevent a demonic assault. Junior brother Yi, I believe it would be prudent to set aside the disappearance incident for now. Should a sudden attack occur while you are investigating below, it would fall solely upon me and brother Yu to respond." "Xian, you are correct," Yuxing chimed in suddenly. "This disappearance incident truly warrants no investigation. I have been stationed here for over a decade without yielding any results. There's no need to waste time." Yi Changsheng cast a surprised glance at the astute elder, realizing that during his brief absence, Xuanla had already swayed him to his side. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Hidden Moon sect and a mid-stage cultivator from the Huang Maple Valley, most individuals would find little ambiguity in their choices. Yu Xing had made what he deemed the most rational decision. Faced with their seemingly amiable counsel, Yi Changsheng suddenly chuckled softly, responding, "That simply will not do. What does junior brother Yi mean by this?" Xuanla's brow furrowed. Brother Yi, Xian is the appointed steward of the Seven Factions Alliance. We must adhere to his arrangements regarding all matters here. Otherwise, should anything go awry, the Seven Factions Alliance may hold you accountable. Yu Xing's tone carried an implicit threat. I am here to investigate the disappearance incident under the directive of a Golden Core elder from Huang Maple Valley. Years ago, a descendant of this elder met with misfortune here. Thus he entrusted me with the task of clarifying this matter. Should either of you harbor any grievances, you are welcome to consult this elder from Huang Maple Valley. Yi Changsheng spoke with an air of tranquility, invoking a formidable backing that rendered both Xuanla and Yu speechless.